every vote. She won by less than 1 percentage point.
Interesting stuff that this happens only one way. They've been getting away with it for 10 years, and I think that people are calling it out saying they may have overstretched their hand. It almost seems like they've had a thing where it's like, yeah, we do this thing, ballot harvesting. Maybe not necessarily fraud, but ballot harvesting, lack of voter ID, this seems shady, but it's almost like a check. Like, what are you gonna do about it? This looks very blatant, but what is the Trump administration gonna do about this? They try to throw him in prison. It doesn't seem like he's done anything like that to them. If he's not willing to stand up right here and try to figure this out, they're probably gonna end up doing it again. Because you see this, what Amy Reichart's saying, once they get the ballot, it doesn't have any voter information. Whatever. Once the ballot has been cast, it's like they separate the identification of who cast a ballot from the voter information in the actual ballot. Why would you separate the two of those unless you wanted to make it untraceable? It seems like it's done on purpose because, yeah, Bill Melugin calling out, a woman registered their dog to vote and they successfully voted in the Gavin Newsom recall. She got caught, she's pled guilty, the dog was able to vote, but it's because the federal election, the ballots in the 2022 primary was ejected because the feds will look into it, but not the local California voter registration. It's happening, but sad to say, filthy normies don't know about it. Like Stephen A. Smith, he's a sports guy. He's just a sensationalist. I mean, I appreciate him for his sport takes, but it's insane that they're telling him about, hey, what California does with no voter ID, they've been doing it for a while. He's almost floored at the idea that what we've all known about, looking into this, where a dog can register to vote, he's bewildered by it, and that's why it's very important to, like, you know, share that decoy voice video with your normie friends saying, we have a problem in California.
I think the fact that we don't have voter ID in places like California is extremely unusual in democracies across the globe. There's maybe like 2 or 3 democracies in the world that don't have it. This is just kind of like...
it's not a real democracy if you don't have voter ID, in my opinion.
A standard administrative requirement in a well-functioning democracy. So I think we should just have it. We should get this over. We should move on with our...
He doesn't believe it. He's like, no, you're exaggerating.
Lives. You know, it should be a big controversial issue.
Okay, Stephen A. Smith, you don't care. But I think it's important to take the temperature of normies. I was a filthy normie, still kind of am a filthy normie. But you got to think about, what does the average basketball fan that doesn't keep up with politics, what are they ignorant to? Not because ignorant is a bad thing, but because you live in a different world. What does a normie not understand of how this is a cheat?
Excuse me for being so ignorant, asking last question. This is definitely my last question. What do you mean you don't have voter ID in California? Could you please elaborate specifically on that for my audience that may not know?
Exactly.
Yeah,
When did that happen?
A couple years ago, because I think it was Orange County, they wanted to have their own requirements, so the state passed a law saying, nope, you're not allowed to. Voter ID is not only not required, it is actively forbidden.
Yes.
Well, that's right. That's it right there. That's why the SAVE Act been proposed. Right there, the state of California. That's what the Republicans going to lean on as an excuse to definitely push forth the SAVE Act. Right there. Right there.
Most Americans, left or right-leaning, want the SAVE Act to be passed. It's garbage Republicans that are blocking it.
I can't believe it. I didn't even know that, sir. I'm embarrassed to admit.
But it's good. He didn't start shouting, you're a racist, how dare you? Some black people don't know how to get an ID. They don't know how to go to the DMV. They don't know what a computer is. No, he just said, hey, look, I was ignorant to it. I'm glad I know it now.
There's a lot of crazy things going on in California, but I think, you know, you are seeing a return to sanity in some ways, and I see it Democrats, Republicans, and independents in California who are saying, you know, we need to do some things differently in this state.
By the way, last thing, that no voter eligibility required. That's Gavin Newsom. Last 2 years, that was Gavin Newsom.
Yes.
Correct.
I kind of think Stephen A. Smith thinks he can run against Gavin Newsom. He's not. He doesn't have a chance, but this might be positioning for that.
Well, so the law saying that a locality cannot have its own voter ID requirement. That was Newsom.
There you go. That was Newsom. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, sir. Representative Kevin Colley right here with Stephen A. Really.
Good job on that over there. But it is the idea that all these weird things that happen with votes over in California, was this pre-planned? Is this Governor Gavin Newsom's in emergency break glass? If Spencer Pratt might become mayor, we're gonna do this.
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot of, look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it.
He said it a lot of times because he can brazenly admit, hey, if you guys want Mayor Spencer Pratt or a Governor Chad Bianco, we have plans in order to stop democracy from working.
I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out, and we're gonna do everything to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll leave it at that. We all have agency.
I wonder if they broke the glass in an emergency because they can't have a Spencer Pratt be mayor because he doesn't care what happens.
If elected, he'll enlist the IRS to audit the city government.
Also, as mayor, I have a good relationship with the IRS criminal investigation team. First week, I'm bringing them in. Here's all the books. Open this up. Let's see all the corruption.
If elected,
yeah, they want him to be like a reality TV star villain, but actually, he's just a villain to the Democrat establishment. If he's out there willing to say, hey, we're going to look into fraud, and we're going to figure out where the money's going, we're going to have all the government be audited, I think this is like existential crisis. The Democrats don't mind throwing Karen Bass under the bus and have her lose to Ramen because they still control a Democrat establishment political party leader like the mayor. Spencer Pratt might have been in the end of not necessarily the end of their careers, but the end of their freedom after all the fraud he would probably would have found. Yeah, you got him shaking with that one. That's why I think it was a emergency break glass, and also them overplaying their hand. Yeah, they can make up some stuff and say there was a pipe burst, or the late mail-in ballots. They favored Democrats, but only the third unknown councilwoman. Late ballots they find, it doesn't follow conventional wisdom. It's like, yeah, they know they're overplaying their hand. They know the Republicans probably could find something if they look for it, but they're desperate to do it because it's right now. It's like, you either win or you go to prison.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv.
Welcome to the Next News Network. Between the headlines, it is officially June 10th. You're watching live. We're here on Next News on X and Trump Daily Post as well, and YouTube and Rumble and Kick. It's 4:14 Central, 5:14 Eastern in the District of Columbia. Welcome to the Next News Network. Between the headlines, it is officially June 10th. You're watching live. We're here on Next News on X and Trump Daily Post as well, and YouTube and Rumble and Kick. It's 4:14 Central, 5:14 Eastern in the District of Columbia. 84 degrees there. Heavy rain in the nation's capital today. 84% chance of it continuing. And we're going to kick off today's news with the latest out of Washington, as well as so many other stories we're tracking right now. We're going to be talking about what's happening in Iran, Act Blue, Democrats. We've got more on the screw worm, Bill Gates showing up in the Capitol, on Capitol Hill today. We've got the latest on that and so much more. Brian, are we ready? Yeah, I've been waiting for you to tell me, so thanks. Yeah, we don't need distractions while we're live, right? Good evening. I'm Gary Franchi, Next News Network Chief White House Correspondent, bringing you the latest White House news from the past 24 hours in partnership with our streaming partner, Trump Daily Post. Tonight, the big headline is a major promises kept victory from President Trump. The Secure America Act is now lawfully funding ICE and Border Patrol through the rest of his term, while the administration also keeps pressure on border security, agricultural protection, and a full slate of White House activity. President Trump signed the Secure America Act today in the Oval, joined by House Speaker Mike Johnson, members of Congress, and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. From the pool report, the president said the bill delivers support and resources to the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol so they can defend the border, protect the homeland, and keep Americans safe. The event was carried live, underscoring what the White House clearly wanted to make the defining action of the day. The White House said that the Secure America Act ends Democrat obstruction and fully funds Customs and Border Protection, ICE, and President Trump's border security agenda through his term. The measure provides $70 billion over the next 3 years for Border Patrol and ICE, including paychecks, body cameras, protective gear, uniforms, wall construction, and hardening, expanded Homeland Security investigations, more resources to identify, detain, and deport criminal illegal aliens, and upgraded technology like drones, detection devices, and increased surveillance. The White House message is direct. The bill strengthens border enforcement, fights human trafficking, and targets cartel activity after what the administration describes as 4 years of chaos under the Biden administration. Now, the broader White House message today was just as clear. The administration, they cast the signing as a final answer to the Biden-era open border disorder, noting that every single Democrat voted against the legislation while President Trump signed it and delivered long-term border funding without needing a single Democrat vote. The same White House messaging also tied the bill to continued action against the New World screwworm, the so-called Biden bug, as they're calling it, with eradication efforts in Texas continuing alongside stronger border controls meant to protect American agriculture and food supply. And according to the daily guidance, the president's schedule centered on this border security push. He began the day with executive time, signed the Secure America Act in the morning, and later held a closed-door greeting with the finalists for the Presidential 1776 Award before an evening policy meeting in the Oval Office. From a later Oval Office pool report, President Trump also touched on several additional issues. He highlighted beautification work in Washington, including the restoration at the Lincoln Memorial Fountains and reflecting pool, reiterated his focus on stopping drugs coming across the southern border by land, and said he plans to meet with leading artificial intelligence executives. Now, that same pool report said the president took questions on Iran and emphasized the strength of the U.S. military. In a follow-up remark that was carried in a later pool report, the president again blasted Democrats for opposing the border funding bill, saying Republicans are protecting American citizens while Democrats sided the wrong way on security. He also said he's not concerned about recent inflation numbers, calling them great, and dismissed Democrat concerns over FISA and intelligence structural changes. Looking ahead to tomorrow, the White House announced that the First Lady Melania Trump will launch Fostering the Future accounts on Thursday at the Treasury Building alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The initiative expands her Fostering the Future work by creating savings and investment accounts designed to help foster youth prepare for independent financial futures. So that's the White House rundown for the last 24 hours. A major border security bill signed into law, continued administrative focus on enforcement and homeland protection, and a full day of policy activity centered on strength, order, and results. Now let's turn from the White House file to the rest of the top stories that are shaping the day. Welcome to the Next News Network. We are streaming live on Next News on X alongside our streaming partner Trump Daily Post, and also on YouTube and Rumble and Kick. So if you're following us on all platforms or not, make sure you do. So what do we got lined up today? We're going to give you the latest on Iran as Trump is signaling decision time is here. Iran, their time is running out. Act Blue, game over. That's right, they were on Capitol Hill today and certainly panicking with every single question. We also have more on the immigration executive order that President Trump just signed, as well as new information from Capitol Hill with respect to the screwworm flesh-eating parasite. So we've got news there. Also, and we've been tracking Act Blue for quite some time, ever since James O'Keefe and O'Keefe Media Group exposed them and their smurfing campaigns. And if you don't know what that is, it's when they do multiple small donations in somebody's name, and that person has no idea that those donations are occurring, and sometimes those donations last, they total into the tens of thousands, and these donors have no idea that they're being used. So they were on Capitol Hill. We're going to talk about that, and of course, what happened when Bill Gates showed up today on Capitol Hill for his deposition with respect to his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. As you know, James Comer and the Oversight Committee, they had recently brought Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton before the committee, and now it is Bill Gates' turn. So we're going to get you all the details on that. So let's go first into our Iran story here and get you the latest. What if the real breaking story tonight's not the helicopter, not the drone, not even the strikes? What if the biggest development is that President Trump just signaled that the talking phase may be ending and the decision phase has arrived? Because, listen to the language. Just days ago, the White House was talking like a deal was close. Now President Trump is saying Iran took too long. The bully of the Middle East is finished, and they may have to pay the price. That's not open-ended diplomacy. That is a deadline with muscle behind it. And if Tehran still thinks that this president's bluffing, well, they haven't been paying attention. And here's why this matters. See, the Apache incident was not just a military headline. It exposed the truth that the battlefield never fully went quiet. Even while the Trump administration kept the door open to a serious agreement, according to President Trump, those American pilots somehow got that burning helicopter down into the sea after an Iranian drone lodged between them. And they were rescued in a first-ever operation by an unmanned sea drone. Incredible courage, incredible American capability, but politically, it changed the atmosphere. Because once you have active combat, even limited combat, every extra day of negotiation starts to look less like patience and more like risk. And that is the tension tonight. Vice President Vance says the administration still believes a strong deal is possible, one that actually ends Iran's nuclear threat for the long term. But President Trump's also making clear America's not waiting forever, not under his watch, and certainly not while Tehran keeps testing the line. And on that point, about not getting trapped by confusion and delay, let me tell you about something that's hitting millions of American families much closer to home. So pay attention to this, because if you or someone in your family is on Medicare, this directly affects your wallet. Medicare is confusing by design. The mailers, the robocalls, the fine print, the commercials, it's all built to keep you overwhelmed, so you pick a plan and never look at it again. That's the Medicare confusion industrial complex. And seniors are paying for it without even knowing. See, Chapter is simple by design. One call, one advisor. They look at your doctors, your prescriptions, your needs, and help you compare plans honestly. Some people could save as much as $1,100 a year, so do not guess. Do not let the system box you in. Call Chapter at the number you see on your screen. You can pause the video. You can write it down. 910-728-4109. Get real help from someone who actually works for you. Now back to the foreign policy story, because the same lesson applies here too. Clarity beats confusion, and President Trump is delivering clarity rather fast. See, here's the part the corporate press will try to blur out. President Trump didn't just authorize pressure, he signaled consequences. He even shared that famous West Wing clip about not responding proportionally if Americans are killed. That wasn't random. That was a message to Iran, to its proxies, and frankly to every regime in the region that thinks delay is a strategy. Add in Trump's comment that as long as he's president, major players respect him, and you can see the doctrine taking shape. Peace, if possible. Strength, if necessary. And tonight that line is getting a lot brighter. Rapid Response 47 posting Trey Yingst on the phone call with the president on the two pilots that were downed in that Apache.
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just got off the phone with President Trump, and he gave Fox News some brand new details on what happened with that Apache helicopter that went down earlier this week and provided his thinking on where things stand with the negotiation. I want to start with a story the president told me, new details about the downing of this U.S. Army Apache helicopter. President Trump tells Fox News that the Iranian drone lodged in between the two pilots in this helicopter. They were flying very low. And at that point, the drone didn't explode as it had intended to. And so these pilots were trying to take down the helicopter with the drone lodged into this gunship without it exploding. And at any moment, it could have exploded, the president told me. And he said it was on fire. There was a lot of heat inside the cockpit of this helicopter. And ultimately, these two pilots were able to take it down into the sea, where ultimately they were rescued for the first time in U.S. military history by an unmanned sea drone. Now, President Trump also talked about the U.S. strikes last night against Iranian radar systems and air defense sites. He said the Iranians had tried to rebuild during the ceasefire their defensive capabilities, but they were unable to stop these U.S. strikes overnight, and they were hammered by U.S. fighter jets. Now, interestingly, President Trump told me that he is getting close to ordering new strikes against Iranian power plants and bridges because he says the Iranians are tapping the United States along when it comes to the negotiating process. He says the bully of the Middle East is dead, and he told me I may keep going when I asked him about a possible response to the Iranian missile fire that targeted U.S. forces in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan overnight. The president said they had a chance to sign a deal and survive, indicating again that he may order new strikes against the Iranian regime in response to their dragging their feet at the negotiating table. Again.
So if you recall, about a month ago, President Trump had warned that bridges and power plant day would be coming. And of course, he delayed that. It looks like it's right around the corner now. So Trump's warning blunt. Iran had it shut, and now he's signaling more force may be coming. Next, Peter Doocy lays out the White House view as CENTCOM launches what they're calling proportional strikes on Iranian ports.
Good evening and welcome to Washington. I'm John Roberts in for Brett Baer. Breaking tonight, the United States is staging what it calls self-defense strikes in Iran right now. Central Command says the attacks began about an hour ago. This follows President Trump's promise to respond to the downing of an American military helicopter by an Iranian drone near the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. used one of its own naval drones to rescue the two pilots in a first-of-its-kind operation. Fox News is told that there is an investigation into whether the Iranians actually meant to bring down the chopper. All of this further strains the 2-month-long ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. We've got Fox team coverage tonight. Jennifer Griffin has details about the amazing rescue of the pilots by the unmanned vehicle. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy starts us off, though, tonight. He's on the North Line. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, John. President Trump is inside the West Wing right now monitoring the situation as CENTCOM carries out those proportional retaliatory strikes. Iranian state media in the last couple of minutes has been reporting that explosions are being heard in ports along the Strait of Hormuz less than a day after President Trump said this about the state of negotiations.
I don't think there are any sticking points.
Just hours later, a 24-foot-long U.S. Navy water drone helped rescue a pair of American pilots downed by an Iranian aerial drone. President Trump announced the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack.
So the report underscores it. Trump still wants a deal, but Iran keeps playing games while CENTCOM answers with force. Meanwhile, Trump's broadening the message, saying peace holds because foreign leaders know he means what he says. And President Trump also sharing a clip from the TV series The West Wing on Truth Social, clearly telegraphing his intentions. The scene shows the President of the United States arguing for starting a war and declaring if any American is killed, we will not respond proportionally, we will respond with total disaster. This comes while President Trump said no American military personnel were harmed during the helicopter downing by Iran. President Trump certainly sending a message here.
Code name, sir.
What is the virtue of a proportional response?
I'm sorry?
What is the virtue of a proportional response? Why is it good? They hit an airplane, so we hit a transmitter, right? That's a proportional response.
Sir, in the case of Pericles...
They hit a barracks, we hit 2 transmitters.
That's roughly it, yes, sir.
This is what we do. I mean, this is what we do.
Yes, sir. It's what we do. It's what we've always done.
Well, if it's what we do, if it's what we've always done, don't they know we're going to do it?
Sir, if you turn your attention to Pericles 1.
I have turned my attention to Pericles 1. It's 2 ammo dumps, an abandoned railroad bridge, and a Syrian intelligence agency.
Those are 4 highly rated targets, sir.
But they know we're going to do that. They know we're going to do that. Those areas have been abandoned for 3 days now. We know that from the satellite, right? We have the intelligence.
Sir.
They did that, so we did this. It's the cost of doing business. It's been factored in, right?
Mr. President.
Am I right, or am I missing something here?
No, sir, you're right, sir.
Then I ask again, what is the virtue of a proportional response?
It isn't virtuous, Mr. President. It's all there is, sir.
It is not all there is.
Sir, Admiral Fitzwater. Excuse me, Leo. Pardon me, Mr. President. Just what else is
the disproportional response? Let the word ring forth from this time and this place, gentlemen. You kill an American, any American, we don't come back with a proportional response. We come back with total disaster.
President Trump posting that on Truth Social. It makes the message clear: hit Americans, and the response won't be small. Now here's Trump putting his red line in plain English, saying exactly what would trigger a fast return to war. This from Trump Daily Post. Trump said he's done trying to be nice with the mullahs. He said Iran took too long to make a deal. Now they're going to pay the price. They're a complete and total mess, much of it. Like their Navy, Air Force doesn't even exist anymore. They've been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead. It's taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will pay the price. And here is some remarks from the Oval.
Iran. I want to ask you about this report that you would only restart the conflict with Iran if they killed U.S. troops. Is that your red line for ending the ceasefire?
If they killed?
U.S. troops.
What does that mean?
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason. I'll be honest with you. If they killed U.S. troops, I think I would do that very quickly. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
President Trump making it absolutely clear what that red line is. Next, Fox circles back to the battlefield and the diplomacy with new reporting on the retaliatory strikes and growing doubt that Tehran is negotiating in good faith.
Good evening and welcome to Washington.
It would help us now to put a deadline on the table. Let's get a deadline on the table, get them agree or not to agree. If they are that sincere about truly making a deal, let's make it.
Some Trump allies say they're losing hope that the end is near.
I'm starting to feel like we're Charlie Brown and Iran is Lucy, and every time we go kick the ball, it's been taken away. We're close to a deal. We're 2 days from a deal. We're 3 days from a deal, and it's not happening. And so if I were in Vegas right now, I'd be betting against in 2 days.
President Trump's words and his actions tonight, sticking to what CENTCOM says is a proportional response to Iran, signal that he wants a peace deal more than he wants a return to a widespread war.
So that report underscores that Trump still wants a deal, but Iran keeps playing games while CENTCOM answers with force. Meanwhile, here's Trump broadening the message, saying peace holds because foreign leaders know he means what he says.
Thank you, President. I have two questions. First of all, Turkish President Erdogan keeps threatening Israel. Do you think there's a chance of a conflict between Israel and Turkey, and will you sell after 35 to...
Well, as you know, he's a very good friend of mine. And we've worked very well together. I like him a lot. I'm not supposed to say that because the press will say, oh, he likes Erdogan. No, he's a hell of a leader and a strong person, very strong person. I haven't heard that at all. If I did, I'd call him, and I think I'd make sure that things were fine. I don't think that will happen with Turkey. Not as long as I'm president. Because he respects me and I respect him. But beyond that, we have a good friendship. So, we'll see.
And my second question, that's my second question. Besides peace in the Middle East, what do you wish yourself for your birthday?
For my birthday? Well, I'll go a step bigger. Peace for the world, okay? Peace for the world. Middle East, yes. Peace for the whole world. Yeah.
Mr. President, there is a New Jersey Democratic congressional nominee.
So Trump's point there is simple. Strength keeps enemies in check. Next, he gets even more specific, revealing a nighttime operation. He says hit Iran where it hurts the most. He reveals the United States has been taking millions of barrels of oil at night during the Iran blockade.
This war is over. I can say it now. Something you didn't know. We've been taking out millions of barrels of oil. Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships, late at night with no lights, because they don't have any radar, because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be, we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of...
So after detailing the covert oil hits, the administration is making a larger case that the pressure campaign is working. Here's the vice president saying they're close to a deal that would shut down Iran's nuclear threat for the long haul.
Right now, I feel that we are in a position to get a deal that is good for the United States economically and that really does deal with the Iranian nuclear program, not just now, not just while Donald Trump is president, but for the long term, to where my kids can say when they're adults, Iran is not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's the goal of the policy, and I think we're very close to achieving that goal, but we still got some wood to chop, and we're going to keep doing it.
We still have some wood to chop, he says. So what does it all mean? It means the deal is no longer being framed as an endless process. It's being framed as a choice. Vice President Vance is still talking about a durable agreement that protects American families for years to come. President Trump still saying peace is possible, but at the same time, CENTCOM is striking. Trump is warning Iran that it took too long, and he's revealing the United States has already been squeezing Tehran harder than many people realize, including by taking millions of barrels of oil during the blockade. See, that's leverage, not drift. That's a commander-in-chief using diplomacy with a hammer on the table. The message now is simple. Sign the deal, end the nuclear threat, or face the consequences of defying the United States under Donald J. Trump. So this is why President Trump keeps his opponents off balance. He's not trapped in an old, failed formula where America talks softly, absorbs attacks, and hopes dictators suddenly become reasonable. He's doing what strong leadership looks like. Keep pace as the goal. Keep peace as the goal. Keep force as a real option, and make America's enemies understand that time is not on their side. The left and the foreign policy establishment hate this because they never know whether to attack him for being too tough or admit that deterrence actually works when the world respects the man in the Oval Office. So now I want to hear from you. Is President Trump right to put Iran on the clock, yes or no? Drop your answer in the comments. Share this report with someone who still thinks strength doesn't matter. If you want more America First coverage every day, make sure you subscribe to the Next News Network right now. But most importantly, text the 2 words you see on your screen right there to that number, raw feed, to 844-840-4963. We're cutting out the middleman, going direct to you. We're not going to wait for YouTube to send you notifications that never arrive, or just allow ourselves to drift in the algorithm, never to be found. We're going to send the messages of news directly to your phone as a text message every single night, so you have the news that you can make informed decisions on. And we're celebrating America 250 over here at Next News Network. Are you? Are you ready? Check out the Next News merch shelf below this video or at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com and find some gear, and let's party together. All right, Iran's time is up, folks. Their time is up. It looks like the attacks are moving. President Trump is not waiting for them to act. Okay, so Brian, make sure that that White House briefing, when it's published, does not have notifications enabled. Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, so we're going to move forward. We're going to go talk about what happened on Capitol Hill. So much happening today. And I'm going to go ahead and get this next video scheduled for, let's see, we'll put it on like 6 o'clock. Okay, that should be good. Okay. All right. Act Blue, game over. Tonight, the fraud war just broke through another barrier. What started with stolen benefits, bogus claims, and identity schemes is now moving straight into the machinery of political money itself. The Trump administration has been making it clear that if a system touches taxpayer dollars, public trust, or election confidence, it's no longer off limits. And now on Capitol Hill, one of the biggest Democrat fundraising pipelines is now under the microscope. Then came the moment voters instantly understand. Question after question, answer after answer, one phrase repeated over and over. I plead the fifth. So what are they so afraid to say out loud? Well, this matters because this is no longer just a story about a hearing, a witness, or a partisan clash in Washington. This is about whether the same accountability standard now being applied to welfare fraud, healthcare fraud, immigration fraud, and identity fraud is finally being applied to political fundraising too. And that's a huge win for the America First argument that verification matters everywhere. I mean, just look at the pattern. USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins blasted out a Tuesday takedown poster showing alleged SNAP fraudsters from Louisiana, Massachusetts, Texas, and New York with amounts ranging from $1,500 to a jaw-dropping $7 million. Message sent: under President Trump, steal from the public, and you will get hunted down. Now take that same fraud focus and move it into campaign donations. If foreign origin money, fake donor identities, or weakened fraud controls touch the political system, then this is not some side issue. This goes straight to election confidence, institutional trust, and whether Democrats built a money machine that nobody was supposed to question. And while we're talking about seeing big changes early before the crowd catches on, let me tell you about something that smart viewers should be watching right now. And if you can go back in time and you could buy oil before the world relied on it, would you? Of course you would. Anyone would. So why aren't you buying silver right now? The people who recognized oil early didn't just make money, they got ahead of one of the biggest economic shifts in history. And today, a similar opportunity is unfolding with silver. Silver is more than a precious metal. It's a critical resource used in solar panels, electric vehicles, defense systems, AI infrastructure, and the massive industrial build-out that's powering the future. That demand story matters, and that's why I want you to check out Noble Gold Investments. Go to nextnewsgold.com and learn how qualifying accounts can receive a 1/10 ounce gold coin. Don't wait while everyone else catches on later. Now back to the story, because what happened in the hearing was even worse for Democrats than the headlines suggest. See, here's the part that changes everything. The most damaging moment was not a complex compliance chart or some obscure financial rule. It was the simplicity of the optics. Congressman Jim Jordan cited committee documents saying ActBlue changed standards and was accepting more fraud, with a board member admitting up to $38 million in 2024 contributions. They showed signs of foreign origin. Then came the questions every normal American can understand. How much foreign money? How much from Russia? Did you weaken safeguards? And the answer was the same every time. And that's why these clips are exploding and implying guilt. Secretary Brooke Rollins, the Tuesday takedown, steal, snap, get busted. These 8 fraudsters thought they could steal food assistance money and get away with it. From $1,500 all the way to $7 million. Justice is served. And here are some of the individuals and their mugshots. There's Tanisha, 35,000. There's Crystal Garcia, 126,000 plus. Cody Simmons, 126,000 out of Baton Rouge. Antonio, $7 million out of Boston. Oh, and then Ashley Trevino. Okay, she could have done better probably. 2,500, but yeah, she's not too pleased. And then Kiana Lissani, whatever, from Amsterdam, New York, $1,500. And Sonia Rajpal out of Schenectady, New York. And Omar Gallegos, 44,000. Yep, they thought they could steal from us, and they just got caught. So USDA showing what enforcement looks like when fraud gets tracked and named. Now Jim Jordan turns the same spotlight on ActBlue's CEO, asking about foreign cash, Russia, and why her legal team bailed. This from RNC Research. Check this out.
Your board chairman said ActBlue accepted up to 38 million contributions in 2024 that had the signs of foreign origin. How much fraud is too much fraud?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
How many foreign contributions did ActBlue accept?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
How much money did ActBlue accept from Russia?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Why did your entire
my Fifth Amendment rights of self-incrimination, right?
Legal team quit? Your in-house legal team.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Oh, that was just the opening. After taking the fifth over possible foreign money, ActBlue CEO gets hit with something even more basic. Mary Miller asked whether the platform was told to accept donations even when a donor used a fake name.
Your company's memo states, and I quote, "If an otherwise legitimate donor uses a fake name, we would want to accept their donation," end quote. Can you confirm whether this is the advice that you give to your employees?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
So that wasn't a one-off dodge. Next, lawmakers press Regina Wallace-Jones on whether she misled Congress itself about ActBlue's fraud control.
Ms. Wallace-Jones, in 2023, I sent you this letter with 5 straightforward questions with a goal of confirming that foreign funds are not in our elections and that ActBlue had adequate fraud prevention measures in place. You replied a month later with a 4-page letter describing your fraud prevention policies and procedures that you had in place at ActBlue. But according to the New York Times, your response to this committee may have been false and misleading. Ms. Wallace-Jones, when you signed this letter to me, did you believe that this letter was false and misleading?
On the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Ms. Wallace-Jones, before you sent this letter, did you believe, was it brought to your attention that this letter that you sent me was false and misleading?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Well, I think it's important for everybody here to know that according to the New York Times, you've been aware for quite a while that the response you made was likely false or misleading. Did you ever consider correcting the record for this committee when it was brought to your attention that your letter to me was false and misleading?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to the attorney-client privilege and my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
It's pretty interesting. So now you're following the advice of your legal counsel, but you didn't when they warned you that your letter to me was false and misleading.
Unbelievable. So after refusing to answer questions about potentially false response to Congress, the next question gets even sharper. Jim Jordan asks point blank whether ActBlue weakened its fraud standards to help Democrats.
We won't keep you here all day, but let me just do one more. Did you weaken your fraud standards to help Democrats?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Yeah. So she pleads the fifth again, and Jordan follows up with a paper trail. Up next, he lays out the internal document showing ActBlue relaxed standards while millions of donations showed signs of foreign origin.
Second, the documents the committee obtained did not square with Ms. Wallace-Jones' response to Congress. We had one ActBlue employee who, in an email, said, "Changes we have made over the last year have already meant we're accepting more fraud." So there was already some fraud. They changed their standards so they were accepting more fraud. ActBlue board member Kimberly Peeler-Allen admitted up to, quote, 38 million in ActBlue contributions in 2024 had signs of a foreign origin.
So he puts the numbers and internal emissions on record. Now Democrats switch to defense mode with Terry Sewell trying to turn a fraud hearing into a race smear against Republicans, of course.
Over and over again, Donald Trump's Department of Justice has harassed black women with bogus lawsuits. We should not forget the harassment of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, Lisa Cook, the harassment of the New York Attorney General Tish James, and their harassment of our colleague, New Jersey Congresswoman LaMonica McIver. So it is not surprising that this Republican-led committee is now attacking ActBlue and its CEO, Ms. Wallace Jones.
The race card. So after the deflection from Sewell, let's shift to the bigger cleanup in Washington. President Trump now ordering the immediate downsizing of intelligence bureaucracy, with Bill Plute brought in to start firing the deep state. Trump has instructed incoming acting director of national intelligence, Bill Plute, to immediately start firing and downsizing the deep state. Let's go. I have named Bill Plute to be acting director of national intelligence, reverting staff to their home agencies at the same time looking for a permanent ODNI nominee with experience in national security.
Pulte is the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans. Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Well, he's very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less. And I guess I'm responsible for that, too, because everybody wanted me to sell it in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost... think of it, it's probably worth $1 trillion. And I was offered, people want me to sell it at $100 billion, a very small percentage of what it's worth now. So, and he built it up a lot, did a great job. And it's an acting position, it's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, I don't think he'd want to be permanent. But he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do it. I think he wants to do it very much. He's got a lot of energy. But he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Does he have the necessary, in your view, Mr. President, the necessary national security experience to take on that position?
Well, I do, and I think he does, actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out, too. Frankly, but.
So what does it really mean? Taken all together, it means that the fraud crackdown has entered territory Democrats treated as protected ground. For years, the public was told to accept that the experts had it covered, the platforms had safeguards, and the gatekeepers were doing their job. But if a fundraising giant is being asked about foreign origin warning signs, fake name acceptance, and whether fraud standards were loosened to help Democrats, then the issue is much bigger than one executive protecting herself legally. It means the Trump-era demand for auditable systems is spreading, and every transaction should be verifiable. Every institution should be accountable. Every mechanism that touches elections should face scrutiny. That is the real turning point here. The wall between fraud enforcement and political infrastructure is starting to crack, and the left looks absolutely terrified. And that panic, it was obvious when Democrats started reaching for the oldest play in the book. Instead of calmly answering the fraud questions, Democrat Representative Terry Sewell tried to turn the hearing into a racial attack, accusing President Trump's Department of Justice of harassing black women with bogus lawsuit. See, that tells you everything. When the facts get dangerous, the deflections get louder. But the American people are done with protected classes, protected systems, and protected machines that never seem to face real scrutiny. If SNAP fraud gets prosecuted, if healthcare fraud gets investigated, if immigration fraud gets exposed, then political donation systems should not get some sacred exemption. That's the common sense standard that President Trump and congressional Republicans are bringing back to Washington. So share this report. Subscribe to Next News. Drop your comment below. Yes or no? Should every political donation platform be fully audited for foreign money, fake identities, and fraud controls? Let's have a conversation. And let's get you connected with the Next News Network. We set up this telephone number just for you. Thousands of patriots have already texted the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. We're cutting out the middleman. We're getting the notifications sent directly to you because I've seen what you have written in the comments. I don't get notifications. I can't find you on YouTube anymore. Well, those days are over. And that is why when you text those words to that number, we will send you a message every night to make sure you get the news that you rely on. And celebrate America 250 with the Next News Network right here at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com or at the merch shelf below this video. Thomas McCullough, our chief White House correspondent, calling in real time. Tom, you are live on the Next News Network. How are you today?
Doing great, Gary. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. What's the good word?
Oh, we just started bombing Iran again. We just launched strikes Iran for the second time today. They've got air raids going all over the country, and they shot down one of our Apache helicopters last night. Did you guys cover that yet?
Yeah, we just tracked that. We got all the details on that story. Apparently the drone went right into the helicopter and lodged between the two pilots. The pilots were able to land the helicopter in the water and were rescued by a drone ship on the water.
How do they walk with a manhood that's that big? They have a bomb strapped to them. They land a helicopter, and then they jump out of the helicopter, and then we sent an autonomous ship in to get them. It's pretty. Only in 2026 is that possible.
I know. Welcome to the future of warfare.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
I was just calling to let you know that we're going nuts. There's some B-52s that are on radar that just came off for radar. Some B-2 bombers took off this morning out of Missouri. So
really?
We got about 1 hour before there. We launched them out of Missouri. The Diego Garcia B-2s went yesterday, and we've got 4 or 5 inbound that should be in there in the next hour or so.
All right. Well, thank you for keeping us posted, and as always, we appreciate everything you're doing out there. With your awareness and your reporting, and hope to talk to you soon.
God bless. Have fun.
All right. Talk. Bye bye. That was Tom McCullough with an update on actions occurring right now in Iran. Okay, so we're going to continue with our reporting, and we will continue tracking all of that. We need to get into the immigration discussion. We're also going to be talking about the screw worm again, the latest developments there. Also, more from Capitol Hill, the SPLC getting exposed, Democrats panicking over their own moral tests, and Bill Gates exposed in the Epstein deposition bombshell today. So lots happening in Washington. But first, let's go to the immigration question and the executive action from the president today. This is the part the media never wants to say out loud. The Trump administration is not just talking about immigration anymore. It's narrowing the fight to one simple question. Yes, a very simple question. It's so simple, so moral, and so devastating for the left that Democrats can barely answer it without exposing themselves. What do you do with people who are in this country illegally and are also a threat to public safety? That is the ground that President Trump and his team want this battle fought on. And after what happened to Laken Riley, they know exactly why. The left wanted this to stay ideological. The White House just made it painfully personal. And the stakes are not abstract. They're academic. They're measured in victims, in grieving parents, and in lives that should still be here. Prosecutors said that Laken Riley fought for 18 minutes before her heart stopped, allegedly at the hands of Jose Ibarra, an illegal alien from Venezuela. 18 minutes. Think about that. That's why Tom Homan said, I don't want to meet another angel mom or dad. Notice what he's doing. He's not leading with paperwork, asylum claims, or policy jargon. He's leading with public safety, with victims, with the simple idea that if someone is here illegally and a danger to the community, removing that person should not be a partisan fight at all. And that's exactly why Democrats are in trouble. Because once the debate is framed around violent offenders instead of slogans, sanctuary politicians, open border activists, and every official who obstructs ICE suddenly have to defend the indefensible. And that's where this gets very uncomfortable for the left. And before we go further, if you're serious about protecting your family's future, that also means paying attention to your health right now. You've probably seen the clip of Joe Rogan with Mel Gibson talking about people close to them who face serious health struggles and then saw dramatic turnarounds. Rogan brings up light-based therapies working at the cellular level. And Gibson says it plainly, the stuff works. See, that caught my attention. In my own life, I watched something very similar. My wife dealt with constant discomfort and anxiety for a long time. And when we started looking into red light therapy, it opened a door. And that's why I want you to check out Jonathan Otto's special offers at myredlight.com. Or check out the countless interviews that I've done with him right here on this channel. They are eye-opening. So if you've been curious about a practical wellness tool you can use at home, this is worth a look. Use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. Go to myredlight.com today. Now, back to the story, because what Republicans just did in Washington changes this fight in a very big way. See, here's the twist that matters. This is no longer just about what Tom Homan said or even about one horrific case. Republicans have now moved to make this enforcement framework harder for Democrats to sabotage. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said the GOP had no choice after Democrats walked away, demanded more concessions, and let critical agencies sit unfunded for weeks. So the argument is shifting fast. Not whether dangerous criminal illegal aliens should be removed, but whether Democrats should be allowed to block the people trying to do it. Here's Tom Homan. I do not want to meet another angel mom or dad.
I want to take public safety kids off the street. Let's not forget Laken Riley and all these other young ladies that were raped and some were murdered by these illegal aliens. I want to prevent them. I don't want to meet another angel mom or dad. I don't want another angel mom and dad. I want governors and mayors and members of the Hill to agree with me. If you're in the country illegally and you're a public safety threat, this should be a nonpartisan issue. Let's all work together. For instance, in New York City, Rikers Island, when you have an illegal alien booked in Rikers Island, why did they book him in Rikers Island? Because they obviously perceive him as a public safety threat. So if he's a criminal alien, he's a public safety threat, why in the world would you not work with us to not only remove him from the community, remove him from the country, which makes those streets safer? And as far as the local police, Governor Holcomb made a statement, she wants local cops to do local cop stuff. Well, local cops are doing a lot more local cop stuff because they're arresting the same illegal alien over and over and over again because we don't have access to them and remove them the first time. Working with us would put more boots, police officers on the ground to do more work. It's a clear efficiency.
So Holman laying it out. Removing criminal illegals should be common sense, not a partisan game. And next clip shows exactly why. Prosecutors detail the final 18 minutes of Laken Riley's fight for her life. Let's go back to that moment in that courtroom.
On February 22nd, Jose Ibarra put on a black hat, a hoodie-style jacket, and some black kitchen-style disposable gloves, and he went hunting for females on the University of Georgia's campus. And in his hunt, he encountered 22-year-old Laken Riley on her morning jog. And when Laken Riley refused to be his rape victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly. That is what this case is all about. The evidence will show that Laken fought. She fought for her life. She fought for her dignity. And in that fight, she caused this defendant to leave forensic evidence behind. She also marked her killer for the entire world to see. The forensic evidence that he left behind in this fight is his DNA, and only his DNA and Laken's, underneath Laken's right fingernails. He also left behind in a struggle with her over her phone, because the court will hear that she called 911. He left behind his left thumbprint on her iPhone, which was found not far from her body at the crime scene. And it is that forensic evidence alone that would give you enough evidence to find him guilty as charged on the counts in this indictment. But the evidence in this case will come in basically three forms. There will be forensic evidence, there will be digital evidence, and there will be video evidence. And all three forms of those evidence will point to one person, Jose Ibarra, as the killer of Laken Riley.
The case is the human cost of open border insanity. Now the House has moved to lock in $70 billion for ICE and Border Patrol. So Democrats cannot hold enforcement hostage again. Trump Daily Post, Democrats will no longer be able to hold Americans hostage by shutting the government down over ICE and DHS funding.
On this vote, the yeas are 214. The nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
So the House has passed the bill. The vote is in. Republicans push it through by the slimmest margin. Next, Trump puts pen to paper, says DHS will be funded through the end of his term.
This morning, I'm thrilled to sign the Secure America Act to immediately and fully fund the Department of Homeland Security through the end of my term. So we won't have that to be talking about anymore, Lisa.
That's good. No, we will not, sir.
We'll give the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol, and that's what they are, they're heroes, what they have to go through to keep us safe, the support and resources they need to defend our borders, protect our homeland, and to keep America safe.
So Trump didn't just sign the bill, he made it clear why it had to happen. Next, he rips Democrats for trying to choke off DHS funding and drag the country back to chaos and crime.
For more than 100 days, congressional Democrats tried to block all funding for the Department of Homeland Security in a reprehensible attempt to throw open the borders of the United States of America. They want to drag us straight back to chaos and crime. The crooked Joe Biden administration, one of the most corrupt administrations, probably the most corrupt ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, and we're not going to let them do that. I have to say that Washington just had some crime numbers out, and it's the lowest number, best crime numbers that we've had, they say, in 58 years. So we went from being a crime-ridden city, our capital, being a crime-ridden place, to being among the safest cities in the country. I'm so happy, and you're big beneficiaries because most of you live here. You're here all the time, the press, the media, and even actually some of the media. A couple of people that I would not suspect, a couple of people truly treat me unfairly, but they came up and they thanked me because it's so much. We have a safe city now.
So after blasting Democrats for blocking enforcement, Trump's team is spelling out the win in plain English. Up next, DHS Secretary Mullen explains how this shuts the left's favorite leverage play against ICE and CBP.
Well, first of all, we're able to pay everybody. This is super exciting for all of us. We have employees at ICE and CBP that have been, well, let's say, in South and Central America that haven't been paid since February. This is amazing that they were still showing up and working every single day. I had other cabinet members that was helping us out in areas that they could. Maybe they would do special assignments for them while they were overseas with the State Department or with different agencies, was helping put some money in their pocket. But the fact that these guys and gals still showed up every single day and worked will tell you that they are truly committed to keeping our homeland and our shores safe every single day. Now that, because thanks to President Trump and his forward thinking, saying, why don't we just go ahead and take it off the table for my entire presidency, fund them fully for 3 years, which means that now we won't have the Democrats threatening to shut down Immigration Custom Enforcement, which is ICE, or shutting down our Custom and Border Protection, which is, protects our borders. They can't do that anymore. They can't use that as a leverage against the American people and against President Trump. So this is a major victory for President Trump and DHS.
A major victory. He says Democrats lost their ability to threaten ICE and Border Patrol. Now John Thune explains why Republicans had no choice but to go around the usual process after Democrats walked away. If he would only do that with the SAVE Act, right?
All these things were agreed upon. The funding for ICE and CBP, there was a bipartisan agreement to do those things. Minneapolis happened. They withdrew. Then they wanted more concessions. The administration sat down with them, offered up a robust package of reforms. They rejected it. And, those agencies were shut down for 50, 60 days, something like that. And so we really had no choice but to use reconciliation. I don't like doing that. That's not the way to fund agencies like this. There's a normal appropriations process that ought to be used for it. But that's what the Democrats left us with. And they seem to be happy with proceeding into an election with this campaign position of we are anti-law enforcement, we are defund the police, we are open borders, we are pro-sanctuary cities. I think that's a losing issue for them, but they don't seem to see it that way.
And they're going to keep losing on that. He says Democrats chose the anti-law enforcement lane and forced Republicans to act. Next, Mike Johnson driving the point home alongside families who paid the price for Biden's open border disaster.
Just a few moments ago, the House Republicans voted to end the Democrat Department of Homeland Security shutdown, once and for all. And we are pleased to tell you that we'll be funding for the next 3 years our border security and immigration enforcement. These are critical agencies and critical functions of the federal government, to state the obvious. And it's rather shocking to us that Democrats wanted none of it. We have 3 full years of funding now, and there is not a Democrat here who voted to support that. But what we've done now by funding it for 3 years is we've taken away their ability to cut that funding, to block that funding, or to take hostage the funding for the remainder of the Trump administration. And again, it's rather sad and shocking to us that it came to this, but that's the time we're in. A partisan vote to fund the enforcement of federal immigration law. Just think of it. But this is good news for everybody except Washington Democrats, okay? They gained absolutely nothing from their reckless crusade to return our country to open borders and unfettered mass migration. House Republicans will always stand with America's law enforcement, and we will always work to ensure that these brave men and women have the resources they need to carry out their responsibilities to protect.
So Johnson tying the fight directly to victims like Laken Riley, calling out that every Democrat who voted no. Shifting to the media battle now, Will Cain puts a Michigan Democrat on the spot with one question the left never wants to answer.
Answering my question is the entire point. You're pivoting the talking points. If you will talk to the question I asked, we can have an appropriate interview.
Let me finish my answer. $185 billion for ICE. That's $185 billion that are not being spent to improve anything from your infrastructure to your kid's school or to help you afford your health care. Gas is just the tip of the iceberg. So if you do want to talk about ICE, let's talk about the opportunity cost of paying $185 billion into an agency that is currently sowing unrest in New Jersey, just like it did in Minneapolis.
What is the cost to deny citizenship? Mr. Syed, what is the cost to deny citizenship? What is the cost of violence on the street when you have criminals, murderers, inside that Delaney Hall facility, who you advocated, by the way, in a Facebook post, to empty out the prisons that you think we should put effort into, invest in, and support the idea? I believe the direct quote is, I believe that any idea that gets people out of jail should be supported. And I'm talking about the cost you're imposing on society.
Whether or not this system is actually making people any safer. Ask yourself, do you feel safer now pumping your gas? Do you feel safer now in your neighborhoods? Or do you feel less safe because you've got a $185 billion force that's answerable only to Donald Trump? Ask yourself about whether or not people
I think we know the answer to that question. I think we know the answer to that question. I think you asked the parents of Jocelyn Nungray, the parents of Laken Riley, whether they feel safer under Donald Trump's policies.
I don't think most people feel safer. I'm so sorry. But Will, if you want to have an honest conversation about the issue, we can do that. But if you just want to interrupt me when I'm answering your question, I just don't know what the value is.
Mr. Syed, I want to have an honest conversation. I just wish you would answer my questions and not pivot to other talking points you want to have. Okay, that is my simple.
No, I just think it's important to see this in context.
I told you last week and I told you today. I want to give you appropriate time to have these conversations, but it requires two of us to talk on the same subject to have this conversation. Let's talk for a moment.
So, that's the real story. President Trump and his team are carving out the strongest, clearest lane in the entire immigration fight. If you're in this country illegally and you're a public safety threat, you should be removed. Period. Homie called it nonpartisan because the White House understands something the left still refuses to admit. Americans may disagree on many parts of immigration policy, but they overwhelmingly support protecting their families from criminals, traffickers, predators, and repeat offenders. That's why the administration keeps elevating angel families, victim stories, and local cooperation battles. This is the implementation phase. The House passed the bill, Republicans locked in years of DHS funding, and President Trump signed the Secure America Act, fully funding DHS through the end of his term so Democrats can no longer hold ICE and Border Patrol hostage. This was a massive America First win today, guys. President Trump said he was thrilled to sign the Secure America Act, giving the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol the support and resources they need to defend our borders, protect the homeland, and keep America safe. Secretary Mullen made the point even sharper. Now Democrats can't threaten to shut down ICE or CBP and use American safety as leverage. That's the checkmate. And look how exposed the left is right now. Will Cain confronted a Democrat Senate candidate by invoking the families of Jocelyn Nungaray and Laken Riley. That's where this debate is heading, and Democrats know it. The question now is brutally simple. Should public safety enforcement against criminal illegal aliens be untouchable by partisan games? I want to hear your answer. Yes or no? Drop your comment below. Share this report everywhere. And if you're sick of the media protecting failed open borders ideology, subscribe, turn on your notifications right now. But most importantly, text those 2 words on the screen. Raw feed to 844-840-4963. We are cutting out YouTube's failed notification system. We're going direct to you. Every single night, you'll get a text message with the latest news that we have reported for the day, and you will not be out of the loop any longer. We're taking the message straight to you, right to your phone. So make sure you join the thousands of patriots who've already done that. And celebrate America 250, right? So much winning, right? So much to celebrate. Check out the merch shelf below this video, or just simply go to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Pick out something you like, and let's keep celebrating these wins. Okay, so that's there, and let's see, we're going to go with, what do we got next coming up here? Brian, I'm going to book that one down for the 8 o'clock drop, and it should be ready for you. Okay, so now we need to talk about what's going on with this. Oh, am I in the wrong, did I press the wrong button? I must have clicked the wrong, yes, I did click the wrong button. Okay. We got to get to the screw worm discussion. And what happened on Capitol Hill today, since you're watching us live on X and on at Next News, as well as at Trump Daily Post and on YouTube, Rumble, and X, you get to see it here first. So we're going to go ahead and get these all pushed together for you so you can get the news. If you've already subscribed to our SMS system, I'd like to hear from you. Just tap 1 if you're getting those notifications. If you appreciate the notifications, give me some feedback. I want to see what you guys are talking about with respect to those. Super important that we set that up for you guys. It's not cheap, I'll tell you that. It literally costs thousands of dollars to have an SMS system in place. All right, let's get that to 4, noon, 2, and 4. Okay. Oh yeah, look at you guys, cool. All right. Okay, let's get into this next topic here. Appreciate, yeah, look at you guys, getting them, nice, nice. Are you forwarding the text messages? That's really probably one of the most effective ways to amplify, because it costs me money every single text message that we send out. So if you receive it, you can forward it and expand our reach exponentially. So if you forward it to 5 people, because we've got, I think, almost 2,300 people on that list right now. If everybody sent that to 5 people, think about the exponential growth right there. Just on that alone. 5 times the reach. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's another 10,000 people that we can reach. Think about that. Okay, Brian, let's get our next topic in the can. Right now, the screwworm story just got a whole lot bigger. What looked like a livestock parasite scare is turning into something far more explosive. A border security indictment of the previous administration. The Trump administration is making it clear that it didn't appear out of nowhere, and it was not some mystery act of nature. Officials are saying the warning signs were visible for years, the threat moved north in plain sight, and the people in charge when Biden was president failed to act. Now Democrats are scrambling to change the subject. The question is no longer just how to stop it. The question is who let it happen. Let's get one thing straight right away. Americans should not panic about the food supply. Secretary Brooke Rollins said plainly that the food supply is completely safe. It's not a virus, and the first calf confirmed in South Texas is already healthy and recovering. That matters because the media loves a fear headline. But the story is not just about a calf. It's about whether America's farm belt was left exposed because Washington refused to treat border chaos like a national security threat. And that is where this gets serious. Rollins says that the New World screwworm was eradicated from the United States back in 1966. It stayed away for decades. And then, after the Darien Gap was breached in 2022 during the Biden-Harris administration, the pest surged through Central America, hit Mexico by 2024, and now for the first time in the modern era, there are cases in Texas again. In other words, the Trump administration is drawing a direct line from open border neglect to agricultural danger on American soil. Now, before we go further, pay attention to this, because government confusion does not stop at the border, and it definitely does not stop when seniors are choosing health care. If you or someone in your family is on Medicare, this directly affects your wallet. You see, Medicare is confusing by design. The mailers, the robocalls, the fine print, the commercials, it's all built to overwhelm you, so you pick a plan and never review it again. That is called the Medicare Confusion Industrial Complex, and seniors are paying for it without even realizing it. Chapter simple by design. One call, one advisor, real help. They look at your doctors, your prescriptions, your priorities, and then compare plans to find what fits. Some people save as much as $1,100 a year. And there's no cost to talk with them. Call Chapter at the number you see on your screen. Pause the video, write it down. 910-728-4109. And get clear answers from someone who actually works for you and not the system. Now back to a story where confusion and neglect also carried a very real price for this country. See, here's the twist that the corporate press just won't touch. The most important part of the story is not the bug itself. It is that the Trump administration already knows how to beat it. This country defeated screwworm once before with sterile fly releases, containment, and relentless surveillance. And Rollins says that exact playbook is back, only bigger, faster, and backed by serious money. So if the solution is known, proven, and already underway, then the real debate becomes unavoidable. Why was this allowed to get so close to America again in the first place? So here's Brooke Rollins reassuring us that the food supply is completely safe.
So tell us where we stand and how concerned consumers should be about what's going on with the nation's livestock.
Well, Brian, thank you for having me on. So first, I want to say that the food supply is completely safe, that this is not a disease or a virus. It's a fly that lays an egg in an open wound of an animal, and it can be treated immediately. In fact, the first case that was reported last Wednesday that we confirmed in South Texas, that calf is now healthy, on his way to recovery, and is going to be just fine. So that's the first thing. The second thing I think that's important to understand is where we are in our containment effort on the New World screwworm. We had completely eradicated this back in the 1960s. So a lot of the people who are watching who are from the farm or rural America know this, that in the 1960s, it was pushed back into Mexico, then into Central America, and back past the Darien Gap in South America. So for 60 years, this has not been anywhere near our country. But not surprisingly, starting in about 2021, with the open border policies of the last administration and the millions of illegal immigration that was happening through South America, Central America, the screwworm began to move with the people. They were moving with them, their livestock. So in 2021, it hit Central America, 22, 23, it hit Mexico, and in 24, it began to make its way towards Texas. It was shocking when I came into office for the first time in February of last year. The last administration had 5 full-time people working screwworm. Listen, when we found this first case confirmed last Wednesday, we have now over 100 people working full-time preparing for this moment. So at the end of the day, we will solve this with more sterile fly drops, which is a very elaborate way to fix this. They did it in the 60s. We're now bringing it back. Last year, we broke ground. We're going to be able to start pushing back and eradicating in just a couple of months. But until then, the word is food supply is safe. But for our ranchers and anyone around animals, especially in South Texas, look for any kind of wound where a fly could lay an egg. And we're there to treat it with our partners in Texas.
So she says the food supply is safe, ties the outbreak straight to Biden's open border mess. Now watch her shut down Amy Klobuchar after Democrats try to pin this on staffing cuts instead of their own failures.
We discussed early on New World screwworm, and the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service has lost 25% of its staff, including more than 300 employees in veterinary services alone since the administration came in. How do you plan on ensuring that each of these critical threats, such as New World screwworm, receives individualized resources? We're very concerned about this.
Yes, ma'am. As I mentioned, a year and a half ago, there were 10 APHIS employees working full-time, a total of 10 working full-time all in. Now we've got over 120. So we've increased the amount of employees in APHIS working on New World screwworm by 1,000% in the last 14 months. So as you can see, we're prioritizing where the big threats are as we're working to ensure that we're meeting all of the needs across the country.
So after the Senate dodge from Klobuchar, Rollins comes back with the numbers. Here she lays out the crackdown already underway, $1.3 billion deployed, new sterile fly tech in Texas production facility moving fast.
Screwworm to move north for the first time in 50 years, beginning in 2022 when the Darien Gap was breached, into 2023 when the screwworm began moving at rapid pace up through Central America and hitting Mexico in 2024 under the last administration. We know this development is a serious threat, but it did not catch us off guard. We've established the 20-kilometer movement zone, expedited targeted release of sterile flies in the affected area. We've increased the trapping for flies along the border and ramping up surveillance. But more importantly, I think for this committee is very quickly, Senator Bozeman, I want to talk about over the last year what we deployed. Over $1 billion, $1.3 billion since we walked into the door last January 2025 has been invested and deployed to battle just the New World screwworm. We have been forward-leaning. EPA just approved some new fly technologies we've announced just the last few days, which will significantly increase our ability to battle this through sterile flies. We also broke ground on our Moore Air-based sterile fly facility in Texas about 6 months ago. That's a $750 million project. And that also opening up a dispersal facility earlier this year for the first time, and outfitting a facility in Matapa, Mexico that will open this month that will increase our sterile fly production by 100 million flies. That all happened because of what we implemented over a year ago in preparation for this moment. And
so the response is in motion because the threat was ignored. Next, Senator Roger Marshall says the quiet part out loud. The Biden team saw this coming and refused to act. Any day now.
First of all, I think it's important Americans realize there's no threat
to the food supply.
Correct. And trying to explain this to people is a little tough, but you and I grew up on ranches, and first of all, no rancher would take an animal with this big, ugly, fleshy wound to the locker plant, first of all.
Correct.
Second of all, even if a human ate, let's say it's a deer. Let's say you shot a deer and you're eating this and it happened to have this screwworm in it, that our own digestive system would destroy that. I think that's important to point out. I think it's important to point out that we saw this coming under the previous administration and they refused to respond. When you let millions of people migrate through Central America this way, we saw the screwworm just come with them, whether it was on their pets or maybe they were bringing livestock. And unfortunately, visiting the border before, I saw so many of these people with open flesh wounds themselves. That could have been one way to get it across the border. We saw it happening. And we were down to basically a male mosquito screwworm fly being sterilized in Panama. But the next step, so we sat on it. We prayed about it. We tried to monitor it. But you also invested money in the laboratory in Mexico as soon as, like within days after you took office, we talked about this. So take us through that process of what we've done in Mexico. Again, you had a time to touch on it. So the second you get into office, you're on this. So just run us through that again.
Yeah, Senator, thank you. We saw it coming. The fact that it had been out of America since 1966, had been out of Central America and down past the Darien Gap for more than 30, 40 years. I think that that as it began to make its way north, starting in 2021, 2022, it gets into Central America, 2023, gets into South Mexico, and of course 2024 begins to make its way through Mexico. Again, you need about 500 million sterile flies to eradicate. Once it was pushed past the Darien Gap back in the 60s and 70s, people just we stopped making the sterile flies. We got down to the 100 million in Panama. Within a matter of days, we got approval from the president I was sort of shocked that the last USDA really had no plans, hadn't really done anything, said we've got to build our own facility in America that will produce between 300 and 400 million flies per week so that we never let this happen again. Understanding that as a radiated facility, it normally takes a couple of years for permitting. Pete Hegseth, God bless him, and our Army Corps of Engineers permitted that facility in just 60 days, I believe, and then we broke ground, contracted within another month or so. So we have shaved years off of that timeline. But in the meantime, the Matapa facility was a fruit fly facility in Mexico that Mexico agreed to let us pay for, let us outfit. We started that last summer, and it is ready this month. That will be another 100 million flies that are coming online. So there's a lot of movement and a lot of money that has been invested to prepare for this moment.
Great.
Continuing right along here. He says it didn't sneak up on anyone. It was watched and waved through under Biden. Rollin drives the point home with the question the regime media won't ask. Why did Biden's USDA do nothing?
I say all of that because what I don't understand, Senator Hoeven, is how did the last USDA watch it coming for years? It broke the gap in 2021, moving up 2022, moving up 2023, spreading, hits Mexico 2024. There's no stopping it. There's not enough sterile flies. Why did no one do anything about it until we walked in the door in January and February of last year? It is a question that I still don't understand, but we're making a lot of progress.
So this is where the Democrats got caught flat-footed. Senator Amy Klobuchar tried to suggest staffing cuts were the problem. Rollins shut that down immediately. A year and a half ago, she said that there were just 10 APHIS employees working full-time on the New World screwworm. Now there are more than 120. That's a 1,000% increase in 14 months under President Trump's team. On top of that, Rollins says the administration has deployed $1.3 billion, approved new sterile fly technologies, launched a $750 million production facility at Moore Air Base in Texas, expanded dispersal sites, and is opening a facility in Matapa, Mexico, this month to add 100 million sterile flies. That's what competent government looks like. Identify the threat, hit it early, and protect America's farmers and food supply. So the takeaway is rather simple. The food supply is safe. The infected calf is recovering. The eradication strategy is proven. And the Trump administration is moving aggressively to crush the threat before it spreads. But the political lesson here is even bigger. Farm security is national security. Border security is biosecurity. And when leaders ignore obvious warnings, during the previous administration, the damage does not stay at the border. And Brooke Rollins asked the question every American should be asking. How did the former USDA watch this move for years and do nothing until President Trump returned to office? That's not just incompetence. That's a betrayal of ranchers, producers, and families who depend on a secure food system. If you want more reporting the legacy media will not give you, share this video, subscribe, turn on notifications, and let me know in the comments yes or no. Should border failures that threaten America's farms be treated as a national security emergency? Let's have a conversation about this, and let's make sure that you and I stay connected. I've said this before, I'll say it again. We're cutting out the middleman. That is why we set up this secret number just for you. All you got to do is text the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. Thousands of patriots are already getting the notifications because we've cut out the middleman completely. I've heard what you guys have said. You're not getting notifications. You can't find us buried under countless CNN videos or MSNBC videos, whatever they call authoritative news on YouTube now. You know, they keep changing the rules. So we're just going to go ahead and cut them out altogether. Just text those words and you will stay connected and get the inside scoop and the news that you depend on to make informed decisions for your family. And let's celebrate the wins. Yes, America 250 is upon us, right around the corner. Make sure you have the gear that says that you're celebrating this great republic on its 250th birthday. Check out shop.nextnewsnetwork.com or simply go to the merch shelf below this video and pick out something you like. Okay, more news is happening, and we're going to get to what happened with the SPLC exposed. Unbelievable. All of these committee hearings today, just, they had no ground game at all. Just deflections after deflection after deflection. So we're going to get to this next story. Make sure you have everything you need. Okay, Brian, you got these things. You're publishing them through. Okay, good. We'll make sure everything's getting out there. All right, perfect. Thank you, Brian. All right. Right now, the mask is slipping off one of the left's favorite power structures. And the real panic is not even about a Democrat candidate. It's about what happens when Democrats get trapped by the very moral test they've spent years using against everybody else. CNN is now asking Democrats whether they're comfortable defending baggage that they would have called disqualifying if the party label were different. At the same time, the Southern Poverty Law Center is suddenly being hauled into the spotlight and forced to answer for who it targets, who it protects, and who profits. So here's the question. When the self-appointed referees get exposed, who still trusts the scoreboard? See, this matters because for years the left built an entire enforcement machine around symbols, associations, labels, and guilt by proximity. They told the country that words matter. Affiliations matter, maps matter, donor networks matter, and if you're even adjacent to the wrong people, your credibility was gone, canceled. Conservatives lived under that weaponized standard while legacy media and activist groups like the SPLC acted like unelected umpires, deciding who counted as respectable and who got branded extreme. Now the same system is boomeranging back right onto the Democrats. CNN's own questions will tell you everything. Not Republican media, not conservative activists. CNN asking Democrat Senator Chris Coons and Representative Chrissy Houlihan whether they're really comfortable standing by Graham Plantner. That's the tell. Once friendly media starts pressing your side for consistency, the firewall is already cracking. And looming over all of this is the bigger issue. If the SPLC can smear mainstream conservative and Christian groups while failing to apply equal standards elsewhere, then this was never neutral. It was power, dressed up as moral authority. And while these institutions keep telling you what to trust, smart Americans are looking for ways to protect themselves before the next big scramble begins. So think about it this way. If you could go back in time and buy oil before the world relied on it, would you? Of course you would. Anyone would. So why are you not buying silver right now? See, the people who recognized oil early didn't just make money. They got ahead of one of the biggest economic shifts in history, and today a similar opportunity is unfolding with silver. You see, silver is more than a precious metal. It's a critical resource used in solar panels, electric vehicles, defense systems, AI infrastructure, and the manufacturing economy. See, that means demand is tied to the future. To learn more, visit nextnewsgold.com from Noble Gold Investments, and for a limited time, you could receive a 1/10 ounce gold coin with a qualifying purchase. Let's get back to the story because what we're seeing here is not just a campaign problem for Democrats, it's an exposure event for the entire system. And this is the twist they really do not want to discuss. The Plantner story only has power because Democrats trained the country to look at politics this way in the first place. They insisted symbols reveal character. They insisted associations prove intent. They insisted Americans should judge public figures by these markers. Fine. Then apply the rule evenly. But as the hearing unfolded, another problem exploded into view. The same SPLC that spent decades branding conservatives and Christians as suspect is now being accused of enriching itself while attacking the very groups actually standing for faith, family, and civil rights. That's where this goes from awkward to devastating. Dr. Elveda King, tearing into the Southern Poverty Law Center, she's been a guest on this program, tearing into the SPLC during a hearing accusing the organization of fueling racial division in the United States while claiming to fight it. The niece of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., pointing to allegations referenced in the federal superseding indictment that she says raise serious questions about the group's conduct.
My family legacy reflects the very truth that America is strongest when we recognize our common humanity. My grandmother's family came from the west coast of Africa. My grandfather's family came from Ireland. My mother's family included Cherokee roots. I have spent my entire life living the reality that America is not a collection of competing tribes. America is one people under God. That is why I am troubled by the conduct and messaging of organizations that claim to fight hatred while profiteering from division. Recent allegations reportedly contained in a federal superseding indictment raise serious questions about the Southern Poverty Law Center's activities. Individuals associated with organizations the SPLC itself labeled as extremist or hate groups allegedly received substantial payments over many years. The indictment shares of payments totaling hundreds of thousands and in some cases more than $1 million to sources connected to white supremacist, neo-Nazi, and Ku Klux Klan organizations.
Elveda King accusing SPLC of cashing in on the division while paying people tied to real extremists. Now, Representative Lance Gooden presses the group on why conservatives land on the hate map and while Antifa and Jane's Revenge somehow skate by. He unloads on the SPLC interim CEO Brian Fair after pressing him on why groups like Turning Point and Family Research Council appear on the SPLC's hate map while Antifa and Jane's Revenge do not.
In the Biden-Harris administration, the SPLC included many mainstream conservative groups in their hate map, including Alliance Defending Freedom, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, and Family Research Council. To your knowledge, did the SPLC include Antifa, which is an actual domestic terrorist organization in its hate group?
Congressman Gooden, just for the record, the SPLC does not have a domestic terrorist list. I'm not sure what Dr. King was referring to, what list she's referring to. As I understand, she's on none of our list. We have a list that identifies groups based on the statements that they and their leaders make.
Is Antifa on your hate map?
Again, as I said earlier, Congressman Gooden, it's my understanding that the FBI has said...
So they're not. Let me ask you this. Has SPLC labeled the radical left group Jane's Revenge as a hate group? This group has publicly taken responsibility for vandalizing and destroying pregnancy resource centers in Catholic churches since May 2022. Have you all designated that on your hate map?
Congressman Gooden, if you've looked at our hate map, you know the criteria we set for designating groups. One designation is when a group expresses, vilifies, demonizes individuals based on immutable characteristics. The second is a group that expresses anti-government conspiracy theories.
So destroying pregnancy resource centers in Catholic churches would not qualify as hate under your definition? You guys are okay with that? But God forbid Turning Point holds a rally. That's considered hate, but destroying a Catholic church or a pregnancy resource is not. Just to be clear, help me understand.
Congressman Gooden, the SPLC establishes its own criteria, and any other group can create its own list. Under our criteria, we've designated those groups based on what they've said.
Under your criteria, Turning Point USA, Family Research Council, and other conservative Christian groups are considered hate groups. But Antifa and Jane's Revenge, that burns down Catholic churches and pregnancy resource centers, those are not hate groups. It sounds like you're really proud of that process. I'll move on because I frankly think it's disgusting. And you know what? I'd actually ask for you to add me to your hate map. I'd be honored to be on it. It sounds like it'd be in great company.
Oh, and you are, sir? Because Next News Network is on that very same map. Oh, we've been targeted by the SPLC for years and years and years. I'm even Patriot number 9 on their Meet the Patriots expose. Oh yeah, they did a whole write-up on me. Yes, those were the days. But now these are the days. So he didn't just call the standard biased, he called it disgusting. Next, Harriet Hageman follows the money and lays out how an $829 million operation to use donor cash to target the right while funding actual white supremacists.
Advancing hatred has become quite profitable for the SPLC, as in 2024, the organization had over $829 million in assets, an endowment of approximately $738 million, and $129 million in revenue. The bulk of this money comes from the contributions of the SPLC's donors, contributions that the donors thought were made to, quote, confront hate, stand up to injustice, and defend our civil and human rights, end quote. But that isn't the case at all. Instead of confronting hate, standing up for justice, or defending civil and human rights, the SPLC has been funding the exact opposite, with the added bonus of then using their donations to target right-leaning organizations such as the Family Research Council and Turning Point USA, simply because they believe in traditional marriage and the sanctity of the family unit, while also opposing abortion. Stated another way, SPLC has been using its funds to attack those very organizations that actually do confront hate, stand for justice, and defend civil and human rights. And the SPLC funded actual Nazis and white supremacists in order to do so.
So after she zeroes in on the money trail, the hearing takes a sharper turn. Congressman Brandon Gill forces the SPLC chief to answer a simple question about a Democrat Senate candidate with a Nazi tattoo.
Do you have an opinion on this tattoo?
I'm not an expert on tattoos. No, I don't.
Okay, I can give you a little bit of background. This is a tattoo on Maine Democrat Senate candidate Grand Plattner's chest. That's the Nazi SS death head tattoo. Do you have any opinions on that?
If it's what you say, if it's a Nazi symbol, we oppose Nazis.
We oppose, I agree, we do oppose Nazis. Do you think if somebody got a Nazi tattoo on their chest, that's indicative that they might be a Nazi?
You'd have to ask Mr. Plattner why he has that symbol. I've already said that if it is a symbol of Nazism, we oppose Nazis.
You don't think that that's indicative that perhaps he holds Nazi sentiments?
It may well be.
It may well be. I think, do people who aren't Nazis normally get Nazi tattoos on their chest?
Again, I assume they don't.
You assume they don't? I would assume so, too. I don't know anybody who's not a Nazi. I don't know anybody who has a Nazi tattoo on their chest but is not a Nazi. Do you?
No.
Do you think that somebody who has a Nazi tattoo on their chest should serve in the United States Senate?
I wouldn't vote for that person.
I certainly wouldn't either. Do you think that this should disqualify him politically from serving in the Senate?
Again, I'm not sure where the line of questions is going. The SPLC, if you're asking me, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If you're asking me if the SPLC opposes Nazis and Nazi symbols, the answer is yes.
Yep. The SPLC has referred to this same tattoo as a racist skinhead symbol and tattoo. You can see the resemblance there. You wouldn't want somebody with a tattoo like that in the Senate? No, I wouldn't either.
So the SPLC boss says he wouldn't vote for a man with Nazi ink on his check. Next, CNN puts the same test to Democrat Senator Chris Coons, and watch how fast the moral clarity disappears.
He said there's nothing out there that's actually concerning. My question to you is, is his definition of concerning the same as yours? He had a tattoo, which is a Nazi tattoo. A Totenkopf there has definite Nazi symbolism. The New York Times and the Wall Street Journal reported there was physically violent toward an ex-girlfriend. There were all the posts he made. He says that's not concerning. Is that the same view of concerning that you have?
Well, John, that's a judgment the voters of Maine will ultimately make. But of course, I have concerns about his tattoo and the story, about whether he knew what it meant or not and when, and concerns about the allegations. Democrats have held our candidates and our colleagues to high standards, particularly when it comes to any allegations of sexual assault. But I also respect the fact that the voters of Maine, like most states, did not like national party leaders coming in and anointing one candidate over another.
So Coons tries to dodge by saying it's up to Maine voters, even while admitting he had concerns. Meanwhile, Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan gets the same question on CNN, still says she hopes the candidate wins.
You are a military veteran. You are the daughter and granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. What do you make of his claims, and do you support him as a candidate?
So the good news is that I'm not a resident of Maine, and I don't make that choice for the people of Maine. I am hopeful that his candidacy is successful. My understanding is that he has been resoundingly chosen by the people of Maine for the nominee position. We could have a very long conversation about personal foibles, and we are in a world where we are unfortunately constantly confronted with them. I would love to make people understand that it's important to lead by example, and I do try to do that with my own life every single day. And so I will start by leading by my life, and in the way that I would like to see people be elected with the values that I have.
Yeah, sure. So the usual Democrat sidestep. Principles for Republicans, excuses for their own side, that President Trump cuts through the spin in his own unmistakable way.
Because he's just an outright pig. He's like a pig. I watched him a couple of times. He's like a pig. That's what he reminds me of. I come up with good names for people. I don't want to stick him with that one, although I think pigs would be very upset about it.
Pigs would be very upset about it. So at the hearing, Dr. Elvira King delivered the moral gut punch. She said America is not a collection of competing tribes, but one people under God. And she accused groups claiming to fight hate of profiteering from division. Then Representative Lance Gooden hammered the SPLC over why Turning Point USA and the Family Research Council land on its hate map, while Antifa and Jane's Revenge somehow escaped the label. Representative Harriet Hagman took it further, citing massive SPLC assets and alleging donor money was used to attack mainstream conservative organizations instead of confronting real hate. See, that's the core revelation. The fight is no longer just over a candidate or a symbol. It's over whether these institutions ever deserve the power to define extremism in the first place. And right now, that power looks weaker than ever. So President Trump, he spent years calling out the corruption, the double standards, and the arrogance of institutions that thought they could smear half of the country and never answer for it. Now, under the Trump administration, with Republicans controlling Congress, those institutions are finally being dragged into the light. And Americans are getting a clear look at how selective outrage really works. That's why this story matters, not because Democrats found one messy candidate, not because the media discovered standards overnight. It matters because the old gatekeepers are losing control over who gets labeled dangerous and who gets protected and who gets silenced. Once people stop trusting the referees, the whole rigged game starts to fall apart. So I want to hear from you. Should the SPLC still be treated as a credible authority on hate and extremism? Yes or no? Drop your answer in the comments and share this report everywhere. And if you're sick of the hypocrisy, subscribe to Next News right now for more America First coverage. But better yet, let's cut out the middleman, shall we? And that's exactly what I did when I set up this telephone number just for you. I saw what you guys were saying in the comments. Oh no, I'm not seeing your notifications. You're not showing up in my feeds. Well, just text the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. Problem solved. Message from me direct to you. We don't need to wait for YouTube's or notifications or algorithms. No. One text message a night. You're going to get the news that you deserve and the news you rely on so we can stay connected. All right, and let's celebrate, right? America 250, right around the corner. Hit shop.nextnewsnetwork.com or the merch shelf below this video. Pick out something you like, and let's celebrate together. All right. Let's see where we're at now. Okay. Just gotta send a message then. Okay, oh yes, we're going to the Bill Gates story. Oh yeah, he showed up today on Capitol Hill. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Oh, the reckoning is upon us. All right, let's go and check out what's going on there. I'm ready when you are, Brian. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. It wasn't just another headline circus around Jeffrey Epstein. It was something much bigger. Bill Gates, one of the most protected figures in the global elite club, walked into a closed-door House oversight deposition, and suddenly the question is no longer whether Epstein had powerful friends. We already know that. The question is why so many influential people kept meeting with him, emailing him, and working around him after his crimes were public. Under President Trump's Justice Department, more of these files are finally seeing daylight. Now Congress is pushing higher up the chain. So here's the real question tonight. Is this where elite accountability finally starts? See, House Oversight Chairman James Comer made it clear before Gates went in, the committee wants answers about Gates' relationship with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, what he saw, what he knew, and why those connections continued. Comer also revealed something else that should get every American's attention. Based on testimony from yesterday and conversations with Epstein survivors, he now wants Alan Dershowitz brought in as well. That tells you the investigation is not shrinking, it's only widening. And when Gates arrived, what did he do? He gave a polished line about being there voluntarily and wanting justice for victims. Fine, sure. But when reporters asked the obvious question, why did you keep meeting with Epstein after his conviction, Gates went silent. 4 hours behind closed doors, no public answers on the way in. And a political class that for years acted like the public had no right to ask. Well, that era is ending. The Trump administration has helped create an accountability environment where these elites are finally being forced to explain their decisions and not just hide behind PR handlers and billion-dollar foundations. As we talk about institutions people no longer trust, it reminds me why more Americans are looking for solutions they can actually see and feel in their own lives. You've probably seen the clip of Joe Rogan with Mel Gibson talking about people close to them who face serious health struggles and then saw dramatic turnarounds. Rogan mentions light-based therapies working at the cellular level. Gibson says that plainly the stuff works. And that got my attention. In my own life, I watched something similar with my wife, who dealt with constant discomfort and anxiety for far too long, and that's why I want you to check out Red Light Therapy from Jonathan Otto at myredlight.com. It's a practical tool many Americans are turning to as they take ownership of their health instead of waiting on broken systems. Visit myredlight.com, use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. Take a look and see if it's right for you and your family. Now back to a story that's really about whether the powerful ever face the same scrutiny as everyone else. Because here's the part the establishment media still does not want to say plainly. Bill Gates is not important here just because he's rich. He matters because he sits right at the crossroads of technology, philanthropy, public health, and political influence. That's why the deposition matters. Investigators are no longer just tracing Epstein's crimes, they are tracing elite decision-making after Epstein's criminal history was already known. And once you understand that, every ignored question, every carefully worded answer, and every closed-door witness suddenly means a lot more. We go now to James Comer, who had some remarks before the deposition in the Epstein file investigation.
All right, well, thank you all for being here. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. We are about to begin the interview with Bill Gates. This will be our 15th interview. There are a couple of things I want to mention about yesterday. Based on the testimony from Ms. Groff,
as well as a meeting that I had afterwards with several of the Epstein survivors. I am going to ask Alan Dershowitz to come in. We will have questions for him. We're going to give him an opportunity to come in and answer several questions that arose yesterday based on Ms. Groff's testimony and some things that some of the Epstein survivors said. So we're proceeding along. Hopefully this interview today will be productive and help us learn more and help us in our investigation as we move forward. I'll be happy to answer a couple of questions.
Chairman, what are you expecting to ask Bill Gates today? What information are you hoping to get from him?
Well, the same information I think other members of Congress have said. We just want to know about his relationship with Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell. What did he see? Did he know what was going on? Was he involved in any of this? So I'm sure as we ask questions, more questions will arise. But I will say this, no one's accusing Bill Gates of any wrongdoing, and I certainly appreciate him coming in voluntarily.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So clearly the investigation is still ongoing, given you're now asking Mr. Dershowitz to come in. Are there any plans to formally ask Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to come in?
I'm communicating with the Department of Justice. I would like for Todd Blanche to come in July.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, he's got, I think we all know he has a big confirmation coming up. So, but I've always wanted Blanche to come in. And let me be very clear. Todd Blanche came in a month ago. He came in with Pam Bondi to answer questions from the Oversight Committee, and the Democrats stormed out and ran to you all to try to be the first to get on MSNBC and talk about their outrage. What a missed opportunity for the Democrats. But Todd Blanche answered questions that Republicans had for several hours, as did Ms. Bondi. But we brought Ms. Bondi back in, and we're working to bring Todd Blanche in.
Mr. Chairman,
there were emails and files relating to Bill Gates, a draft email alleging there was some kind of request to get medication for STD.
Yeah.
Is there potential for criminal wrongdoing there, asking someone for a medication that may not otherwise be available?
I don't know about that, but that email will be addressed in the first hour of questioning, I can assure you. The majority will have 1 hour of questioning, the minority will have 1 hour of questioning. I hope that you all review the transcripts of all these interviews that we do and look at the depth of the questions that the Republicans ask versus the depth of the questions that the Democrats ask. Yesterday, right off the bat, the Democrats asked questions about Mar-a-Lago and Donald Trump, and this is about the survivors of Epstein and Maxwell. This is about trying to figure out how the government failed, and this goes back several administrations, several attorneys general. This has definitely been a failure in justice. We're trying to get the truth to the American people, and we're trying to provide some type of justice for the survivors. So I really hope that you all are reviewing the transcripts, because it's inevitable that after every interview, the Democrats march out here, actually they tiptoe out here, and they go and tell you all this stuff, they're outraged that Lutnick said or that Bondi said. Well, then the transcript comes out and no one ever questions on it. It's real frustrating because the Democrats have been nothing but dead weight in this investigation, but I feel like we've accomplished a lot. We're bringing people in.
So he says Republicans want answers on Gates, Epstein, Maxwell, and the eyebrow-raising email. Now Gates steps up himself for a short statement before the hearing behind closed doors.
I'm glad to be here voluntarily to testify to help with the committee's work. I'll start with an opening statement in the hearing room. I hope my testimony is helpful to the important work of the committee to find justice for the victims. Thank you.
Do you regret your friendship with Jeffrey Epstein?
So, kept it brief and voluntary on the way in, but when reporters pressed him on why he kept meeting Epstein after the conviction, the cameras caught what he didn't say.
Well, Bill Gates has spent the better part of 4 hours in this hearing room behind me speaking with the House Oversight Committee about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. On his way in this morning, he refused to answer any questions from us. Mr. Gates, why did you meet with Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction? What did you guys talk about?
Now, so after 4 hours behind closed doors and silence in the hallway, Republicans started giving their read on how Gates handled the heat. Congressman Tim Burchett says the answers were cautious, coached, and raised even more questions.
What do you need? What do you want to ask me? Anything? I'm just trying to get to the heart of his relationship with Epstein and the business association or what. I think there's some questions that alluded to some blackmail type things. What was going on? What do you need? What do you want to ask me? Anything? I'm just trying to get to the heart of his relationship with Epstein and the business association or what. I think there's some questions that alluded to some blackmail type things. What was going on there? Pretty clear to me though that Epstein was a friend collector. He just liked to have people around him that were big deal and get his picture made with them and hang out with them, and I think that's how he reeled them in. Mr. Gates is very couched in his replies. I mean, he's very well coached too. He's got great attorneys, I assume. He's probably made more money in interest more than all of us will make in a year. He looked pretty downtrodden for a guy worth, several billions or whatever. I mean, he's like Oprah times 20, I think. I'm not sure. He did look pretty worn down and stressed, but if I was his attorneys, that's exactly how I would coach him to be in front of this group. Good job yesterday at the UFO press conference, too.
Why was it the closed-door hearing?
I don't know, ma'am. That's above my pay grade. I'm big about transparency. I always just say let it be wide open, but that seems to be something both parties agree on, and that's the way we go. If we did that with the Clintons as well, I think the Clintons said that they weren't going to come in unless we did that, which I don't know I don't know how you get past the subpoena. I'm not really sure how that works, but I guess if you're a big deal, you can do more than the rest of us could.
One of your colleagues said that Gates was kind of combative.
What would you be, ma'am? I guess if you're getting dragged out here, y'all your dirty laundry. Let's be honest, I don't think he's that good of a person.
So Burchett says Gates look stressed and heavily lawyered up, which only fuels demand for transparency. Next we get the broader case laid out on air. Repeated meetings, email contacts, and questions about travel even after Epstein was already a convicted sex offender.
Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates testifies before the House Oversight Committee in a closed-door setting as part of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. This comes in response to files released by the DOJ that showed that Gates and Epstein met multiple times and that many of the tech billionaire's advisors were in contact with Epstein up until his death in 2019. Gates has denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes and says he never traveled to Epstein Island.
Yeah, sure. That's the public summary. The corporate media will air, but the deeper concern is in the paper trail, including a 2013 Grant email chain appears to show Epstein inserting himself into Gates Foundation business he had no official role in. The Epstein files released by President Trump's Justice Department revealed a disturbing chain of emails dating back to 2013. Epstein quietly took control of a multi-million-dollar grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
DOJ file, EFTA 00972-411, grant correspondence, IPI to the Gates Foundation. October 2013, IPI's Director of Finance writes to Amy Carter at the Gates Foundation. A routine grant request, operating support, project funding, standard institutional correspondence. Red Larson forwarded the entire email chain to Jeffrey Epstein. The ask, quote, IPI requests general operating support in the range of $1 to $2.5 million and project support of $2.5 to $4 million. Epstein's response 8 days later, quote, do not send anything else, anything, without letting me see it before it goes, not after. Please. The idea that there is no accounting after months will present a problem. This is not a passive recipient. Epstein was demanding pre-approval of IPI's communications with the Gates Foundation. He was asserting editorial control over the grant relationship itself. A convicted sex offender, gatekeeping a multi-million-dollar philanthropic channel. 2 weeks later, the Gates Foundation signed a grant agreement with IPI for $2.5 million. General operating support. The same year, Epstein lent Rudd Larson $130,000 in a personal loan. Epstein's will later left $10 million to Rudd Larson's children, $2.5 million from Gates to IPI, $130,000 from Epstein to Rudd Larson, $10 million in the will. And Epstein demanded to approve every word that IPI sent to the Gates Foundation. He held no position at either organization.
So the grant documents raise a bigger question than bad judgment. What exactly was Epstein helping coordinate around Gates' orbit next? The next clip pushes that argument even further, tying old emails to pandemic simulations, vaccine funding, and mRNA planning.
This whole thing appears to have been planned. Epstein files came out recently, and, Epstein, Gates, J.P. Morgan, all these individuals were working on vaccine profiteering constructs back starting in 2013. They were discussing pandemic simulations. DARPA, the ADEPT P3 program, in about 2012, that project was basically to develop pandemic countermeasures using messenger RNA. And then we got up to 2019 with Bill Gates, Gates Foundation, John Hopkins, Event 201. Yeah. They were doing a pandemic simulation 2 months before the pandemic began with all of the corporation head CEOs, basically to say, this is what
the deputy of the CIA was there. Yeah.
So. And of course, we're seeing that again with the tick releases and Ebola vaccines. But that claim blows past social ties and into motive, money, and influence. But before any of that, Gates was already struggling to explain himself on national television, delivering one of the coldest answers you'll ever hear when asked what lesson came from the Epstein meetings. He was being interviewed about Epstein on TV, gave the weirdest answer.
At that time, that you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you've said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had relationships with people he said, would give to global health, which is an interest I have. Not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. Those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. That goes back a long time ago now. So there's nothing new on that.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years, and that, in other words, a number of meetings. What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful. I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. Very proud of the work of the foundation. That's what I get up every day and focus on.
But he's dead. But he's dead, and you got to be careful. Yeah. What does that tell you? Right? See, this is the real turning point. The Epstein story is moving from a scandal about one monster into an examination of how the ruling class operates. Why do people keep taking meetings? Why keep the emails going? Why maintain any relationship at all after the warning signs were impossible to miss? We also now have renewed scrutiny over files showing Epstein inserted himself into grant communications involving the Gates Foundation, not as some passive bystander, but as someone apparently trying to exercise control. Add in Gates' old public comments, including that bizarre line that, well, he's dead. And you start to see the deeper issue. It's not only about Epstein. It's about judgment, access, influence, and whether America will finally demand one standard for everyone, including billionaires and their friends. So let's just keep it simple, shall we? The American people are just tired of watching one set of rules for the connected and another set for everybody else. And that's why the story still matters. Not because the public needs another reminder that Epstein was evil. We know that. What the country wants now is accountability for the people who kept orbiting him, benefiting from access or pretending not to notice what was right in front of them. And yes, some side claims tied to pandemics and mRNA are circulating hard online, and those, they're separate claims. But it's not just outrage. The core issue here is already serious enough. Known elite figures continued engaging with a convicted sex offender, and now the questions are finally catching up. If you believe every name, every meeting, every communication should be fully exposed, share this report right now. Comment below with one word: transparency. Now, do you believe that Bill Gates told the full truth to Congress? Yes or no? If you want more America First reporting that actually goes where the corporate press refuses to go, subscribe and stay with us. But text those words raw feed to 844-840-4963. We're cutting out the middleman. Moving to put that law into action. We'll also cover the president's schedule at the White House today and First Lady Melania Trump's launch of a new investment and savings initiative for foster youth. Now, the biggest development in the last 24 hours is immediate implementation of the Secure America Act. The White House direction is clear, signed yesterday, enforcing today. New funding is now being allocated, including $70 billion for ICE and Border Patrol, with priority going to paychecks, equipment, body cameras, uniforms, drones, and detection technology. The administration is also surging Homeland Security investigations personnel and resources aimed at dismantling human trafficking networks and criminal drug organizations. At the same time, operations are expanding to identify, detain, and deport criminal illegal aliens, while border wall construction and hardening projects are accelerating with newly dedicated funding. The White House message is direct. President Trump signed yes. Every Democrat voted no. And the administration is already delivering strong enforcement and greater security. The update also declares that the Trump administration is continuing aggressive action against the New World screwworm, described by officials as the Biden bug that crossed the border during the previous administration. Control zones, surveillance, and sterile male fly releases remain active in Texas, with early positive reports from ranchers and farmers. The new border security funding is also supporting protection of American agriculture and the food supply. And according to the daily guidance, President Trump's Thursday began with executive time at 8 a.m., followed by an intelligence briefing at 11 a.m. The president is also scheduled to sign a proclamation in the Oval Office at 3 p.m., which is probably happening right now, in the policy meeting at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Also participating in tele-rallies from the Oval Office at 6:30 p.m. and again at 7 p.m. All of the president's listed events today are closed to the press. The Daily Guidance also noted that First Lady Melania Trump would appear publicly at the Treasury Department to launch the Fostering the Future Accounts initiative. The White House said First Lady Melania Trump officially launched Fostering the Future Accounts today as the first savings and investment vehicle in the United States created specifically for foster youth. The initiative is designed to give foster children greater financial autonomy when they reach adulthood and was developed in collaboration with the Treasury Department. The White House said that state child welfare agencies will be able to open these accounts for foster children, and 23 governors, including Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott, have already committed to implementation. The administration said the initiative was authorized by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and is supported by federal guidance from Treasury, Health and Human Services, and the Office of Management and Budget. From the Pool Report, Mrs. Trump's event began at 11:17 a.m. inside the Treasury building and drew about 120 attendees, including foster care organizations and staff from Treasury, HHS, and OMB. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent introduced the First Lady. The report said that House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith, Governor Brad Little, and Kellyanne Conway were also among those in attendance. And from a second Pool Report, Mrs. Trump said that the program will give foster children dedicated savings and investment vehicles that support asset ownership, long-term wealth building, and independence at age 18. The Treasury Department will work with child state welfare agencies and foster youth representatives to establish the accounts. The event concluded without a question and answer session. So taken together, the last 24 hours show a White House moving with urgency, rapid border enforcement, follow-through from President Trump, a full schedule of closed-door policy work, and a First Lady advancing a targeted initiative for vulnerable young Americans. And that's the White House Daily Rundown. Now let's turn from Pennsylvania Avenue to the rest of the top stories that are driving today and welcome you to the broadcast. Yes, it's Between the Headlines. I'm Gary Franchi, your chief White House correspondent. I can see everybody tuning in. Pothead Kenny, Trump Daily Post, Dave Wallenberg. Everyone is here. Damon and James. Everyone's filing in. So make sure you hit the share button. If you're watching on X, go ahead and hit that share. Push this out into your feeds. If you're watching on YouTube, copy the link, text it out to your friends. That is the best way to spread the message. We've also got our SMS system set in place. If you haven't joined that yet, make sure you do. Text raw feed 844-840-4963. That's how we bypass the algorithm and bring you the latest news. And speaking of the latest news, we've got to get into some controversy that's brewing in South Carolina. A Trump endorsement is a badge of honor in Republican politics, but in South Carolina tonight, voters are staring at a disturbing question. What happens when someone publicly tied to a Trump-endorsed campaign gets arrested after an alleged attack on a rival Republican supporter? No, this is not Democrat dirty tricks. This is not anonymous internet gossip. There's a court record, there's video, and there's a name. And there's a campaign connection that voters cannot ignore. Pamela Yvette wants to be governor. President Trump endorsed her. So now the question is unavoidable. Does this reflect the standard of a Trump-endorsed campaign? Now, let's be crystal clear. See, President Trump is not responsible for the actions of every person who claims proximity to a campaign, but America First voters do expect discipline, accountability, and respect for the rule of law. And that's why the story matters. According to public reporting and a victim's account, a Nancy Mace supporter attended an event rally peacefully and was identified because of his political views and later became involved in the confrontation outside the event. Now, public records show that Blake Garrison Kirsch was arrested on June 8th and charged with assault and battery of the 3rd degree. Public campaign materials also listed Kirsch as a member of Pamela Yvette's campaign finance committee. Now, that means this is no longer just about one ugly moment in a parking lot. It's about whether Republican voters can support the candidate of their choice without being profiled, pushed out, or physically confronted. In a GOP primary, that is just unacceptable. Conservatives fight with ideas, ballots, and courage, and not intimidation. And while we're talking about recognizing danger early and acting before the crowd catches up, here's something else that smart Americans should be thinking about right now. See, if you could go back in time and buy oil before the world relied on it, would you? Well, of course you would. Anyone would. So why aren't you buying silver right now? The people who recognized oil early didn't just make money, they got ahead of one of the biggest economic shifts in history, and today a similar opportunity is unfolding with silver. Silver is more than a precious metal. It's a critical resource used in solar panels, electric vehicles, defense systems, AI infrastructure, and the machines powering the future. So that's why so many Americans are turning to Noble Gold Investments. To learn more, visit nextnewsgold.com, and you could receive a 1/10,000 gold coin with a qualifying purchase. That's nextnewsgold.com before this window closes. Now back to South Carolina, because the deeper you look at a case, the harder it becomes for Team Yvette to wave it away. See, here's the part they can't spin away with a slick statement. The arrest is documented, and the campaign connection was public. Yvette's team says that Blake Kirsch was not an employee. Fine, but that's not the central issue that voters are asking, whether he was publicly affiliated with the campaign when this happened, and whether a Mace supporter was singled out because he was just backing the wrong Republican. See, that's the new angle, and that's why the story is exploding far beyond one event in Greer. So let's get to the facts, shall we? The man publicly listed on Pamela Yvette's campaign finance committee was arrested for assault and battery after allegedly attacking a Nancy Mace supporter outside a campaign event. The victim I spoke to personally says he was targeted for his political views. So the question is this the standard of a Trump-endorsed campaign? So this is the, you can see the image of the assault. We're going to show you the video in a minute. And circulating images of Blake Kirsch online show him in questionable attire. But the peaceful supporter was assaulted, allegedly, for supporting a rival candidate. So the opening post lays out the allegation against the Yvette Finance Committee member. Now, General Mike Flynn even weighing in on the matter, calling it desperation as the parking lot video starts making the rounds. Mike Flynn, it's called desperation, fight, 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 win, win, win. So we're going to have more detail, but this is the video that has been circulating that's causing a lot of stir, even local press picking up on it as well. But we're going to take a look at this much closer because the reaction, the raw footage is getting amplified by Flynn. Next comes the paper trail, Greenview County court record showing Blake Garrison Kirsch charged with assault and battery of the 3rd degree. So the case is pending. This is all public record that is now here, and the assault and battery in the 3rd degree. So that's directly from the court filing, taking this from campaign spin to an actual criminal case. Now, Jackson Gosnell walks through the arrest report and the video claim that the Mace supporter was approached from behind. Pam Yvette staffer arrested for assault and battery on a Nancy Mace supporter. A supporter of Mace was allegedly assaulted by a campaign staffer for Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette outside election eve tour event in Greer, South Carolina. Staffer identified as Blake Kirsch was caught on camera appearing to approach the Mace supporter from behind, lunging at them and fleeing with their property. According to the Greer Police Department, Kirsch was arrested following the incident and released hours later on personal reconnaissance bond. Let's take a look at the video. This is the actual moment.
Oh my God! No.
So that's the moment. We have the charge and a clear account of what happened. Next, Nancy Mace actually goes on camera and unloads on Pamela Yvette for refusing to forcefully condemn it out of the gate. Let's go to that.
I'm here today to talk about Pamela Yvette. Pamela Yvette is a disgrace. She is a disgrace to the office of the Lieutenant Governor. She's a disgrace to anyone running for governor. She's a disgrace to her campaign. She's a disgrace to women everywhere. And she's a disgrace to South Carolina. And oh, by the way, Pamela Yvette is a disgrace to her home state of Ohio. I have never seen something more disgusting than the behavior last night that was caught on tape by one of Pamela Yvette's staffers physically assaulting a Mace supporter yesterday during her campaign. She could have condemned this last night. She did not. She could have condemned this morning. She did not. She waited to say anything until it was found out that there was a tape of the assault of one of my supporters. That is not courage. That is cowardice. That is not a leader. That is a coward. And that coward is Pamela Yvette. We've seen violence across the country, political violence. And today, even now, after she gave a statement through her campaign, can't even condemn the violence. She condemned anonymous texts yesterday. More. A violent assault by her campaign against one of my supporters today. It is disgusting. I don't even think she qualifies to be in the lieutenant governor's seat. I think this kind of behavior and the lack of moral courage to condemn political violence is disqualifying for anybody running for office anywhere. I am so grateful that my supporter respects the First Amendment, that he's physically okay, but this kind of violence should not stand. And I thought her comments through her campaign, she couldn't even speak about it. She went through a campaign messenger. She couldn't even fire this staffer. I think he resigned from her finance committee of his own will. It's still not clear if he's being paid by the campaign. Many people on finance committees are 1099. staffers and employees. So I think she's lying about his involvement with the campaign. They promoted him as one of her staffers throughout the campaign, and she couldn't even condemn the violence. She said she was disappointed. Well, that's nice, because there are people today like Donald Trump who've been shot because of their political beliefs. There are people that are sitting in jail right now because of violent threats against the president, against political officials like myself and others. And so I'm here to condemn her comments. She, quite frankly, should drop out of the race. Her comments, the behavior of her campaign, is disqualifying for anybody running for office.
Strong words from Nancy Mace there. Made the direct test of leadership and accountability. Now, Fitz News connects the arrested man back to Yvette's own finance committee list and puts the campaign roster next to the court docket. A top member of Yvette's campaign finance team, Blake Kirsch, arrested on Monday. Still working to confirm whether the charge is tied to the video footage we posted. Of course, it was. But this is the article, a snapshot of an article that has been circulating online that is from a Catholic news agency. The campaign finance committee consists of, and you can see it right there on your screen, and we go right there, and there is Blake Kirsch's name. So clearly listed as the campaign finance committee for the Yvette campaign. So the side-by-side is a problem for Team Yvette. The name is on the committee list, and the arrest record next Mace War Room brings viewers back to the scene with the video clip. They say captured the confrontation itself. So I'll let you watch this in full, and it is rather disgusting. Head off. Get ready.
Hold on. This dude in Pamela Evett just like walked by like he about to do something. Let me record this real quick. That dude right there in the flag.
Oh yeah, he was one of the people.
Yeah, he's one of the guys.
Ugly hat.
Yeah, he just pulled his hat off like he was about to go do something.
Sneaks up behind him.
Oh my God.
There's the assault.
Go.
All caught on video. So you saw the grassroots account zero in on the moment before the clash. Now even local NBC affiliate WYFF picks it up, pairing Mace's condemnation with Yvette's response and the street footage. Local NBC affiliate WYFF reporting on the assault that's shaken South Carolina's Republican primary. The supporter of Mace was allegedly attacked outside an Yvette campaign event. The accused was later arrested and charged with assault and battery of the third degree. Now voters are asking, how did political disagreement escalate into physical confrontation inside a Trump-endorsed candidate's orbit?
Oh my God.
Go.
I have never seen something more disgusting than the behavior last night that was caught on tape by one of Pamela Yvette's staffers physically assaulting a Mace supporter.
I don't tolerate violence on any level, was not employed by the campaign. I think my team has put out a statement on that this morning. And so, again, very sad.
Hold on. This dude in Pamela Evett just like walked by like he about to do something. Let me record this real quick. That dude right there in the
Video
flag.
shared by Michelle.
Oh yeah, he was one of the people.
Yeah, he's one of the guys.
Ugly hat.
Yeah, he just pulled his hat off like he was about to go do something.
Again, there is the video.
Oh my God.
Go.
So WYFF reporting Greer Police Department incident. Blake Garrison Kirsch, 27, charged with third-degree assault and battery. WYFF confirming the news. So local TV carrying it. So it stops being niche campaign dust up next. The race itself tightens with Fitz News reporting Yvette is headed to a runoff for the GOP nomination. And then there were two. Pamela Yvette and AG Alan Wilson are headed into a runoff election for the coveted South Carolina GOP gubernatorial nomination. So we have that. The runoff changes the stakes now. Attorney General Alan Wilson moves to consolidate the anti-swamp vote, pitching himself as the conservative fighter for supporters of Yvette's defeated rivals. He posted that South Carolina families sent a clear message. They want a governor who will fight for families, lower costs, keep communities safe, and put taxpayers first. Conservatives said this office must be earned and not arranged. And to those who support Congressman Norman Reddy or Congresswoman Mace and State Senator Kimbrell, Wilson, Reichelbach is your team. I will fight for you, your family, and the conservative values we share. Together we can lower costs, keep communities safe, and put taxpayers first, and bring a new era of conservative leadership to South Carolina. The work is not finished. On to June 23rd. Welcome to the runoff. So this news is breaking just as the primary comes to a close and the runoff begins. Wilson already making his runoff pitch directly to South Carolina conservatives. Next, Fox Carolina sets the big clash. Yvette and Wilson agreeing to face off in a televised debate next week. So Pamela, Yvette, Alan Wilson have agreed to participate in a runoff debate. Fox Carolina will carry the exclusive debate on air. No doubt this event that we're reporting on now is likely going to come up in that debate. Alan Wilson is quite the debater from what I've understood. Pamela she may or may not actually show up to this debate. She's really far behind in the polls. A new poll just came out showing Alan almost 10 points ahead of her already, and no doubt this news is going to drag her campaign down even further as more news develops. So what does it really mean? It means that South Carolina Republicans are now in a runoff where character, judgment, and campaign culture are on trial right alongside policy. Fitz News reported that Kirsch was on Yvette's finance committee. Local television picked up the story. Nancy Mace called it disqualifying, and now Alan Wilson is heading into a June 23rd runoff against Yvette after conservatives sent a message that this office must be earned and not arranged. President Trump endorsed Yvette because voters expect winning conservative leadership. Well, that endorsement should elevate standards and not lower them. Now, no evidence shows Yvette ordered this attack. We're not saying that, but voters have every right to demand answers, condemn the conduct, and insist that the America First banner never, ever becomes cover for intimidation. So here is the bottom line. Political violence is wrong. political intimidation is wrong. It does not matter whether the victim supports Nancy Mace, Pamela, Yvette, Donald Trump, or anyone else. Republicans are supposed to be the party of law and order, backbone, and open debate. If a supporter of one GOP candidate can be targeted outside another GOP event, then every voter should be asking what kind of campaign culture allowed that to happen. Pamela Yvette has a chance right now to answer the hard questions, fully condemn the conduct, and prove this does not reflect her campaign or President Trump's standards. Until then, the questions remain, and they should remain. South Carolina voters deserve facts, accountability, and confidence that June 23rd will be decided by ballots, not bullying. If you believe every campaign should denounce violence, immediately share this report, subscribe to the channel, and comment below yes or no. Should this incident disqualify anyone tied to it from a governor's race? And let's stay connected. Make sure you text those 2 words, raw feed, to 844-840-4963. We're cutting out the middleman, going direct to you. We don't need to wait for YouTube's notifications that never arrive. I will send notifications direct to you every single night. And time to celebrate, right? It's America 250. It's on the horizon. We got the big UFC fight this weekend, so make sure you celebrate with us by going to the Next News merch shelf below this video or checking out shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Okay, folks, we are right out the gate. We got some more news to get into. So much is happening all across the United States. So let's talk about what is going on in Iran, shall we? Because massive developments happened overnight and just in the last few hours. So we're going to get to that right away. We're going to bring you the latest developments on the Iran saga that continues. And it was a very busy day in Washington, D.C. We're going to go ahead and get everything set up for you here. Getting it organized. So that was 6. I think what that will be. Let's see, that one. The last one's going to drop at 6. So the Iran story will drop at 7 p.m. Okay, let's go to 7. Get that locked in for 7. Okay, I am ready to go, Brian, as long as you are ready to go as well. Tonight, this story crosses the Rubicon, not because of one bombing run, not because of another headline out of the Situation Room, and not even because Iran is suddenly begging President Trump to stop. The real bombshell is bigger than all of that. The Trump administration is no longer talking like white night, bigger, more powerful. Then came the line that changed everything. His preference has always been to take Karg Island. That matters because Karg Island is not just a dot on a map. It's one of the central arteries of Iran's oil export system. In other words, this is no longer just about punishing bad behavior. It appears to be about controlling the regime's ability to finance its survival. See, that's the pivot. The Trump administration seems to be saying the season of waiting is over, and if the mullahs will not accept reality at the table, reality is about to be delivered them another way. As we talk about pressure, resilience, and getting your strength back, let me tell you about something that hit home for me personally. So you've probably seen the clip, Joe Rogan sitting with Mel Gibson talking about people close to him who went through serious health struggles, and then saw dramatic turnarounds. Rogan brings up red light-based therapies and how they impact the body at a cellular level. Gibson says it straight, this stuff works. You see, that got my attention because in my own life, I watched something very similar unfold. For a long time, my wife was dealing with constant discomfort and anxiety. It was one of those situations where you just want answers. And then I found red light therapy through Jonathan Otto. We started learning more, and it made a real impression, real results. If you want to check it out, go to myredlight.com. Use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. Now back to the story, because what Team Trump is signaling tonight should have every America First viewer paying very close attention. See, here's the twist that matters most after the sponsor break. Even if bombs stop for a night, the pressure does not. One Trump post indicated scheduled strikes were canceled after top-level discussions, but the naval blockade remains fully in force until any transaction is finalized. Translation? This is no ceasefire story. This is leverage, stacked on leverage, military pressure, economic strangulation, blocked ports, seized accounts, and now open talk of controlling Karg Island itself. That's why the tweets you're about to see are not random updates. They are markers of a brand new phase. So the U.S. is seizing Karg Island and Iran's oil, according to President Trump. Eric Doherty reporting he's doing it. Iran will be hit very hard tonight. At some point in the not-too-distant future, we'll be taking Karg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, like we have with Venezuela. Listen.
Going through in the Gulf of Oman after the crew repeatedly failed to comply with directions.
And our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Hinks, is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. The United States military unleashing powerful strikes overnight against the Iranian regime. President Trump exclusively telling Fox News in a phone call from the Situation Room that 49 Tomahawk missiles were launched at targets across Iran. One of those targets just 40 miles outside the capital of Tehran. We also know that other targets were hit along the southwestern coast of the country. The president says we hit them very hard tonight and described the strikes as violent and vicious. President Trump also giving some new insight into the behind the scenes of what was taking place during those hours. He was in the Situation Room with Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoys Kushner and Witkoff when the phone rang. It was the Iranians, President Trump says, on the other end calling on him to stop stop the bombing. He said he'll stop the bombing if they sign the agreement that is currently on the table. And again, the latest information that we have, the Iranians did respond to those U.S. strikes overnight against their country. They launched ballistic missiles and drones at Gulf countries, including Bahrain and Kuwait, and even as far as Jordan. The Jordanian army says they shot down 20 incoming ballistic missiles. Guys?
So Trey, right now, we're to believe with the time shifting that we're shaping the battle, it seems, using your term and at the military term, in order to hit them much harder. Take down, blind them, and then have your way with them. So do you believe today it will be an escalation, or is, when you say continuing to bomb, was that yesterday?
Yeah, it's a great question. When I spoke with the president, I asked him, what happens if the Iranians don't sign the deal? And he said, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. So
I can say it now. Something you didn't know. We've been taking out millions of barrels of oil. Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships, late at night with no lights, because they don't have any radar, because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. We've knocked out all of their anti-aircraft. They don't have any they have nothing. I mean, they may get lucky with a shoulder weapon or something, but for the most part, they have no defense.
What did the representative say in your phone call with them?
They're finished. Excuse me. They're finished. But the papers, the media refuses to write it. They're finished. We can walk in there tomorrow. We could take soldiers. I don't want to have boots on the ground, but if I wanted to, we could put a small group of soldiers and take over the whole place. They're finished. And the media is crooked. They're just like our elections. The media is crooked.
And that is why the Next News Network exists. So Trump just warned the regime the next wave would hit even harder, but he also draws a line here between the mullahs and the Iranian people. My message to the Iranian people is they're afraid because they have no guns. And the other side has guns, and they have a rally, they get shot. Trump expressed sympathy for the Iranian people while discussing the U.S. pressure campaign against Iran. So after making clear I think we can go actually to the source. Okay, here we go.
And the one thing you brought up yesterday is it's going to be bridge and power plants next. Is that next?
Yeah, but I'd rather not do it, because once you do that, the people suffer. Like I heard you mentioning water. Water is really a devastating loss for them. I could do that in 1 minute. They knock out.
What is your message to the Iranian people?
But the problem is the people won't be able to drink water. I mean, what are they going to do?
What is your message to the Iranian people? Mr. President, they now have the internet.
Well, my message to the Iranian people is they're afraid because they have no guns, and the other side has guns. And they have a rally, and they get shot. They hung the wrestler and his two friends. They hung him from a crane, believe it or not, violently. He was a very top wrestler. And they hung him. They've killed at least 40 to 50,000 people. And the people are afraid. When you have a machine gun staring you in the face, or when you have 4 snipers on 4 different buildings shooting people in the head, it's hard to have a rally, okay?
So President Trump making it clear. And then he said this: the Kurds intercepted U.S. weapons meant for the Iranian protesters trying to break free. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Sorry. This thing keeps jumping around on me. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go. The Kurds intercepted U.S. weapons meant for Iranian protesters trying to break free from the regime and kept them. He said the Kurds let us down.
Now, there's 3 or 4 people laying down alongside of you with a bullet in their brain, and they run. I can't blame them. Who's going to blame them for that?
So can you get them weapons, Mr. President? Can you get them weapons? Provide air cover?
Well, we actually sent them weapons, and we were very disappointed by the Kurds, to be honest with you. The Kurds let us down. I disagreed with the decision. I was saying, no, I don't believe they'll deliver them. I think they kept them to themselves. I think it's a disgrace. But I'll remember that, Kurds. I'll remember that. But they have some guns, but, they don't have the weapons. Look, even if they had some, they're petrified.
So that's a serious betrayal in the middle of a pressure campaign. Next, Trump goes right back to the preferred objective, taking Karg Island and crushing Tehran's leverage. Confirms he intends to seize Iran's Karg Island and Iranian oil infrastructure. FAFO is playing out.
It's decimated, and they're dying to make a deal. They want to make a deal so badly. And they're really in submission. They just don't know it yet. Okay, to be honest with you. They just don't know it yet. And we are talking to them and all. But, look, my preference has always been take Karg Island.
Meanwhile, new video from CENTCOM shows U.S. forces firing Hellfire missiles at tankers trying to move Iranian oil. It's the 3rd ship disabled this week as the U.S. continues to squeeze Tehran's economy. We have team coverage.
So Karg Island isn't just talking anymore. Trump says it's been his preference all along. Now Nikki Haley jumps in and backs the harder line while warning China and Russia are helping keeping the regime alive. Nikki Haley says Trump's right. We are crushing Iran into dust.
Reality is Iran never had any intentions of negotiating. I mean, they've done this so many times. They stall, they make you think they're going to do something, right when you think you've got a deal, they throw cold water on it, and then the whole time they're strategizing, they're rebuilding, they're starting to build back up to get ready for the next strike. And we know they have excavated 50 of the 69 tunnels that they had missiles in. Now, that doesn't build back up their force a lot, but it does allow them to just fight another day. They're willing to go through a lot of pain, and they don't want to go back to the pre-war status of the Strait of Hormuz. And I think Trump was right to absolutely say we're going to hit them, especially after they've gone after us. But let's take it a step further and go after China and Russia. China's providing manpads to Iran in this fight. Russia's providing drones. They both have provided satellite imagery in this to go after our bases. When we go after China and Russia and hold them accountable and tell them to stop, that's when we'll start to really see Iran get weakened.
So Haley says Iran was never serious about peace and only understands force. Then you see what it looks like on the ground. New bombing footage out of Tehran province. Take a look at some of this footage. New video. So that's just some of the footage coming out of Tehran right now. The smoke plumes are the visual proof of what sustained pressure looks like. Next comes the financial knockout punch. As Scott Bessent says, damage to Gulf allies will be paid for with seized Iranian funds. Treasury Secretary Bessent stunning the world. Any damage Iran does to the Gulf nations will be repaired using Iranian funds seized by the U.S. from Iranian accounts. This man is legitimately an economic assassin. Nobody wants to be on his bad side. Listen.
The economic side in terms of what we've done. And a big mistake that the Iranians made was attacking their GCC neighbors, their neighbors in the Gulf, because we had many very good allies who maybe weren't completely transparent with us on the money, Iranian money that was in their banking systems, all of a sudden became very compliant in terms of being willing to turn over accounts or help us freeze, block accounts. And then the third part was the incredible blockade. I really think it's the economic blockade of funds and the physical blockade of the ships not going in or out of the Iranian ports. Karg Island is shut down. That's their big oil loading facilities, and that means that they're going to have to start taking down the wells soon.
Now, a lot of people have asked me recently.
So they're going to start having to take down the wells. It's not just missiles and blockade, it's economic warfare. Karg being choked off next. CENTCOM says targeting has only gotten sharper and Iran can't rebuild what we destroy. Laura Loomer says at CENTCOM, I asked Secretary Ward Pete Hegseth, in the event of Iranians keep playing games and they refuse to come to the table to make a deal, how certain are you in your targeting ability to immediately find and finish off and execute every remaining senior leader within the Islamic Republic of Iran and IRGC?
So in the event that the Iranians don't come to the table and they keep playing games and they refuse to make a deal, how certain are you on our targeting ability to immediately find and finish off and execute every remaining senior leader within the Islamic Republic of Iran, IRGC?
Well, let's just say this command has used the ceasefire wisely and with great efficiency to ensure that we are refining our intelligence and target sets in a way that are far beyond even the beginning of Epic Fury. And that's a part of what I had a chance to see today. So when you see the commencement of Epic Fury, if a conflict were to have to recommence, our ability to target, our ability to sense, our ability to see, our ability to get into networks has only been vastly improved over time. So, and that's certainly what the commanders relayed to me. So the historic success of Epic Fury would only be built upon, whether it's personnel, locations, capabilities, you name it. And again, remember, Iran doesn't have a defense industrial base, and what they have is extremely limited. Meaning they don't have the ability right now to make more missiles or make more drones. What they have is what they have, and if they've dug it out, we'll strike it again if we need to. So we know the terms, and we've got always more capability to bring.
So if Iran thought a pause brought breathing room, they may have misread the room. Up next, reports say even Russia is warning Tehran may be preparing a military move around Karg Island. Russia announced that it has received reports indicating that Iran is preparing for a potential military operation targeting Karg Island. So Karg is back in focus. The maritime question gets bigger fast. CENTCOM answers directly. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Iran does not control it. That is the official declaration from U.S. Central Command CENTCOM. Strait of Hormuz is open for transit. Safe pathways are established for commercial vessels transiting the strait. The pathways are available to all vessels not violating the blockade against Iran. Hundreds of ships have transited in the last 2 months. U.S. forces are postured to defend against Iranian aggression. Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. So CENTCOM putting Tehran on notice that the shipping lanes may stay are open under American protection. Now Trump says the planned strikes are canceled for the night while the naval blockade stays in place. He just posted this. Based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been, in both concept and great detail, approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. The naval blockade will remain in full force and in effect until the transaction is finalized. Time and place at the signing to be announced shortly. President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. And that's a leverage play in full view. Pause the bombing, keep the blockade force, the regime to choose. Meanwhile, over at CNN, the Pentagon lockdown panic today. Turns out to be a false alarm. If you didn't hear about this, the Pentagon was on lockdown, of course, with Iranian tensions. Everyone is on high alert.
Tasha, I know you've been working your sources. What are they saying about what happened?
Yeah, Dennis, so sources are now telling my colleagues Haley Britsky and Pamela Brown that this does appear to have been a false alarm. Now, leading up to all of this, of course, the Pentagon was taking extreme precautionary measures to ensure that there was actually no threat to people inside the building. There were hazmat teams on site because there was an air quality issue that was detected on multiple floors of the Pentagon and multiple corridors that were then evacuated. But now we're being told that this was all precautionary and that as of right now, field tests have not detected that there was an actual threat in the air and that the entire thing does appear to have been a false alarm. But we should note that the Pentagon Force Protection Agency's Hazardous Materials Response Team showed up in force along with the Arlington Fire Department to ensure that there was no threat. And now we're being told that people are beginning at least to stand down. But of course, they take these situations extremely seriously because if there was some kind of airborne threat, obviously that would pose a huge risk to the thousands and thousands of people that work inside that building every day.
So the corporate media chases the Pentagon scare that went nowhere. The real action is on Iran. Next, markets react. Trump announces imminent signing and says tonight's strikes are off for now. President Trump announces imminent signing on a deal with Iran. U.S. stocks are surging. Oil prices are plummeting after President Trump announced the signing on Iran's negotiation is imminent. Tonight's planned strikes have been canceled. The positive market reaction reflects growing confidence that the deal is near. Trump maintains full leverage and is prepared to strike again if Iran plays any more games.
Social, based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, writes President Trump, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening.
evening. Discussions and final points have been, in both concept and great detail, approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. The naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transition is finalized. Time and place of this signing to be announced shortly. So we will see if we hear directly from the president here in the next few moments. If we could pop up the big board as well, while we're seeing oil prices come down on this news out of the White House, watch this. Look at that U.S. stock market spike on the news.
Two things I think are different this time, right? Those four dreaded words on Wall Street. One is...
So the U.S. stock market, oil prices, all returning and reacting to the news. So what does it really mean? It means that the center of gravity has moved from persuasion to compellence. President Trump's drawing a sharp line between the Iranian regime and the Iranian people, making clear the target is the tyrants and not the nations held hostage by them. At the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is signaling that any damage Iran causes in the Gulf can be paid for with Iranian funds seized by the United States. CENTCOM's reminding the world the Strait of Hormuz stays open for lawful transit. Put that together and the message is unmistakable. America's not asking Tehran for permission anymore. The Trump administration appears to be building a system where every refusal, every attack, every delay brings harsher military and economic consequences until the regime either folds or is functionally boxed in. So this is why tonight matters. The establishment media will fixate on missile counts, anonymous sources, and side drama like the Pentagon false alarm, but the bigger truth is right in front of us. President Trump looks like he has concluded that the deal track has reached its limit, and now the objective is to force the regime into a corner it cannot escape. That is what America First leadership looks like. That is the MAGA White House for America. So you guys ready? I'm actually going to be heading to the White House. I'll be there on Saturday. I intend to be happy and having a real conversation about American pride. That's the true story here. So they can go ahead and they can create lawsuit after lawsuit and try to put up roadblock after roadblock, but it's just not going to work. Bill's Rule saw this by accident. What did you see by accident? Well, no accidents here. You're here on purpose. Two usual suspects. Okay, we're ready to go? What you're looking at is not just a fight card, it's not just another Trump appearance, and it's definitely not just a flashy weekend spectacle on the South Lawn. What's being built at the White House right now looks more like a national ceremony wrapped in American sports culture than anything Washington has seen in decades. The octagon is in place. The branding is live. The cameras are rolling, and now we've learned the crowd itself changes the entire meaning of the event. Because if the reports are right, Sunday won't be remembered as a UFC show. It will be remembered as America celebrating America. The story matters because the Trump administration appears to understand something the political class never did. People don't rally around lifeless lectures and stale talking points. They rally around symbols, energy, pride, and shared identity. And that is why this White House UFC event keeps getting bigger every single day. Dana White just handed everyone the key line when he said, "It's not about politics. It's about the United States." That's the strategy, and it's smart. If this were framed as a Trump-centered rally, the media would try to box it in and position and poison it. But if it becomes an America 250 celebration tied to military service, national pride, and unapologetic patriotism, then suddenly becomes much harder for the usual elites to sneer it away. Now, add the biggest reveal of all. Dana says the majority of the 4,300 attendees will be U.S. military from every branch. That means the defining image is no longer politicians at ringside. It's America's warriors on the White House lawn under the lights, honoring the nation that they serve. And while we're talking about systems that confuse ordinary Americans on purpose, pay attention to this because it could save you and your family some real money. Now, if you or someone you love is on Medicare, this directly affects your wallet. Medicare is confusing by design. The mailers, the robocalls, the fine print, the commercials, it's all built to keep you overwhelmed so you pick a plan and never review it again. That's the Medicare confusion industrial complex, and seniors are paying for it without even knowing it. You see, Chapter's simple by design. One call, one advisor. They look at your doctors, your prescriptions, and your plan options, then help you find coverage that actually fits. Some seniors could save as much as $1,100 a year. So don't just assume your current plan is fine. Call Chapter at the number you see on the screen right now, 910-728-4109, and talk to someone who will help you cut through the noise today. Now back to the White House, because the deeper you look at the event, the more obvious it becomes that something much bigger is happening. See, here's the part that should really make Washington's professional pearl clutchers nervous. See, the event has infrastructure, symbolism, and message discipline. The fighter locker rooms are reportedly inside the Eisenhower Executive Office building. The South Lawn has been transformed into a full arena. One American News is already reporting from inside the UFC claw structure, and the official promotion is leaning hard into Freedom 250 branding. In other words, this is not a gimmick thrown together for headlines. It is a fully built visual statement, and once you see the crowd composition, the patriotic staging, the critics' panic, it starts making a whole lot more sense. We've got so much to unpack in this report, guys. So here's just one of the videos. You can see the UFC White House set up while you're flying into Washington, D.C. I will be on a plane tomorrow night, so I'll be looking forward to seeing this as I approach at Reagan International Airport. It's going to be a beautiful scene. I hope to capture some of that footage myself. So that's just a flyover glimpse coming into focus. Take a look at the scale of the setup because this is no ordinary fight card build-out. Now, I've got so many reporters inside footage of this event. I'm going to show you. There's so many different perspectives. There you can see, looks like a music pit or perhaps a news pit. There's the White House. It's all right there coming into focus. Very clear. So that's the venue taking shape from inside the grounds. Now UFC makes it official. Brandon Cranes and the White House turning into the centerpiece of freedom. This is from the official account. History in the making. Look, this is actual footage of it all coming together, piece by piece. The entire stage, the octagon. I mean, the level of engineering to build that out on the South Lawn, I could not imagine what kind of reinforcement was required to make that all work. It is built on a swamp, after all. They've got the grass under there. President Trump's always complained that whenever they want to host large events at the White House, that people walking out on the South Lawn with the tents are always getting their feet wet because of the sogginess of the water. But this clearly is something completely different from the UFC. So that was the big build. Next viewers get the money shot, the walk towards the octagon itself, right on the White House lawn. This is also from the UFC. Right up to the entrance. So it's not just a stage, the cage is in place. Next, the octagon has officially arrived. The UFC making it official. The octagon has arrived. Look at that, all coming together. So the visuals matches, but the real meaning gets bigger. Dana White says the majority of the crowd will be U.S. military from every branch.
Majority of the 4,300 people that will be there will be U.S. military from every single branch of the military.
Yeah, because that's the thing. People are like, oh, a lot of the military should be there. And then people are like, he is.
Yep.
It's happening. So I think that's
every branch will be represented at the fight on Sunday.
Every branch will be represented. That's the pivot from spectacle to national ceremony. Dana White goes further saying it's not about politics. It's about the United States.
We're paying the entire bill on all of this. Everything that you see, not $1 of taxpayer money will go into this. And this is the UFC's gift to the 250th birthday of America. And I think one of the myths that I would like to crush is, I don't care if you're far right, far left, right down the middle, wherever you sit politically, because everybody sits somewhere politically these days. This isn't about politics. This is about the United States. What this country is about, how it was built, where we all came from. If you love America, you're going to love this event. It has nothing to do with politics.
Nothing to do with politics. That's the line, make it about America, not the Beltway Circuit. But of course, the usual opposition is already luring up. Dana White says they saw the lawsuit coming. We're expecting a lawsuit. Thought it would be
there was that lawsuit that came out.
Yeah, we were expecting a lawsuit. Yeah. I mean, we expected everything coming into this event. We expected the lawsuit. We thought it would be sooner, but
really?
Yeah.
So what do you make of the timing?
We knew it was going to come. We didn't know who or how, but we knew it was coming.
So the swamp tried the legal play. Nobody on the side is shocked. Now One American News takes us inside the South Lawn structure itself, where the event is being billed as history in the making.
Daniel Baldwin here with One American News, standing inside that UFC claw structure on the South Lawn of the White House. Where President Donald Trump is set to make history this Sunday evening, hosting the very first ever MMA card here at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And the card is full of absolute bangers, but none bigger than the last two fights on the card. Cyril Gane versus Alex Pereira for the interim heavyweight title. And then, of course, Ilia Topuria defending his lightweight championship against Justin Gaethje. Both of these massive implications. Can Alex Pereira become the first ever UFC fighter to not only win a championship at middleweight, light heavyweight, and then heavyweight? And could Cyril Gane finally break through and become an undisputed champion at heavyweight? And then for the main card event, Ilia Topuria looking to maintain his perfect professional fight record, trying to stop Justin Gaethje after going on a generational run here before that. And then, of course, Justin Gaethje, possibly towards the tail end of his career, looking to go out on top, maybe lay down the gloves here at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. If I had to make a prediction, I don't think that one's going the distance, folks. You definitely don't want to tune in. Follow One American News for exclusive updates on these fights.
So you saw the media position. This is a once-in-a-generation card. Next, another on-the-ground look shows us how enormous the arena really is from inside the White House complex.
Brady Maurice here, I'm the White House correspondent for the Daily Caller. Right now, I'm on the South Lawn of the White House, but as you can tell, it's a little bit different looking today. I'm here at the UFC arena. It is the first look for weeks. We've just been seeing glimpses of it being built on the South Lawn, but now we are actually inside. You can see all of the seats around me. You can see just how big it is. You can see the octagon right there. You can see the White House. It is massive. It is hard to put into words really just how incredible this is, especially being on the White House South Lawn, which I've gotten to be on so many times, to know that it's right here where Marine One is always landing and taking off. I asked if I could go in the octagon. I got an immediate and stern no from a White House staffer, but that's okay. This is cool enough. I'll give you one more look. It is really just something. So stay tuned for Fight Night on Sunday.
Fight Night on Sunday. From the reporter's seat, you can see the scale for yourself. Now Fox's David Webb explains why this hits so hard with regular Americans, why Trump fits the moment. Okay, any day now? Okay, we'll try this again.
Look, the president
resonates with Americans because he's authentic. Even the people that may not like him all the time or have a disagreement. Go to a UFC fight. It's a part of America. It's combat sports, but it's more than that. It's just that raw energy of who we are as a country. People to take a chance, come from nowhere. I know some of these UFC fighters have for a while. A lot of them, this was their chance to do something with themselves, and they train really hard. They work their butts off. They do undercards time after time till they finally get a chance in that big ring. And it's kind of the American dream, right? Hey, you work hard, you get something out of it. And a lot of them, they're not just a bunch of dumb fighters, I'll tell you that. A lot of them are good people, really smart guys.
Tell me UFC on the White House lawn. Maybe we need to show up.
I think we should. I think naturally we must be there.
Big weekend show on the road.
Yeah, hey, listen, we're pitching it right now.
One of the hosts
President
will
Trump
be
is
there.
watching. We would love to be there. No, I love what Alicia said, though. I never even thought about it that way. I just saw him going to UFC, he goes to a lot of these events, but you're exactly right. The young kids call it appearing unbothered, unburdened, as Kamala would say. Unburdened by what has been. President Trump said yesterday, listen, we win either way, and he's like, I'm going to go watch UFC. I think it sends a powerful message. Ivanka was there as well. I think that's another layer to this. She's like, hey, listen, I'm going too, and I'm going to look great doing it. I love it. These fighters love America. We love President Trump. They love President Trump. I think we're all winners here.
Yeah, he got some.
We are all winners here. Yes, we are.
Hi.
Okay, continuing with our reporting on this. Let's see what else we have. So the point is simple. It connects because it feels real, not scripted consultant text. We go behind the scenes where fighters will actually prep inside the Eisenhower office building.
EOB building, the Eisenhower Executive Office building, one big cross like this.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah, cool. A typical fight week is 8 to 12 people on site, handling everything from hotel accommodations, workout room setups. So 7 fights. So at 8 o'clock's first fight, there should be 5 teams in here, which would be max, which would be about 20 bodies, which I think is plenty. I mean, this is much larger than a lot of locker rooms we operate out of. The Cutman room and the equipment room. Do you know where they're located?
The equipment room is right here.
Okay, that's the equipment right there. Yep. We just did a walkthrough of our function spaces for event night and set up the 2 quarters locker rooms, red and blue. There's obviously a lot more like ambiance in these rooms, a lot cooler looking, a lot more historic. This isn't like your typical locker room. Other than that, though, it should just be a regular fight night. It shouldn't be anything too out of the ordinary, which is what we're hoping for. You know, I hope once you get here, besides all the things around this room, you just feel like it's as regular of a fight night as it possibly can in this crazy situation.
So the South Lawn gets the spotlight, but the operation goes deeper inside the White House grounds, and while the machinery is locked in, one big name is officially out. Conor McGregor will not be there. Dana White has confirmed to the media that Conor McGregor will not be in attendance at the UFC White House in D.C. this weekend. McGregor is full focus on his training camp at home in Ireland. So McGregor may be missing, but the event keeps pulling in high-profile guests. Up next, President Trump gives Dr. Oz a birthday invite.
And what's going on behind us? So we're going to have a fight, and it's going to be on June 14th, and you're invited, and I want to wish you a happy birthday. You're a young man. You have many, many years to go. You're doing a fantastic job. But I want to just wish you a happy birthday, and you don't have to wish me a happy birthday because I'm not happy about that birthday that I'm having. That's a number that I never thought really too much about. It's not a number I like, but I'm here nevertheless. So I'll follow your orders. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just walked out of the Oval Office, which is back there, and this is the new construction for the big fight this weekend. President's invited me. It's my birthday, but it's really his birthday, obviously. There'll be a big celebration there, just a few days away. Lots of fun.
Lots of fun on the horizon, no doubt. The Oval Office moment shows this isn't being treated like just another card. Next, even the presentation gets America 250 treatment with patriotic outfits unveiled for the Octagon Girls. UFC releasing the Octagon Girls outfits for UFC Freedom at the White House. Take a look. Here is what some of the women will be wearing. Wow, America 250 themed. Those are wow. How cool, how beautiful is that? The Octagon Girls. So by this point, every detail is being wrapped in red, white, and blue. And right on cue, the critics melt down, which only makes the backlash look even more elitist and out of touch. Trump's UFC event is defiling the White House. Oh yeah, but who can ever forget when we had the drag queens and the topless trans people at the White House? Remember that? Of course, we all remember. And we can't forget it soon enough. But what does it mean? It means the Trump administration may have found the most powerful visual of the America 250 project so far. Not a dry speech, not another forgettable panel discussion, not a stiff official ceremony that nobody watches, an octagon on the White House lawn. Thousands watching, service members from every branch in attendance, the President of the United States there in person, Dana White covering the bill and making clear not one taxpayer dollar is funding the spectacle. That is culture, patriotism, and confidence fused into one image the entire world can understand in a second. And that's exactly why the critics are furious. They know this feels alive, proud, and unmistakably American. They know people will remember this image long after they forget the media whining. So let's just say it plainly. UFC Freedom 250 is no longer just a sporting event. It's shaping up to be a made-for-history American celebration with the White House as the backdrop, the military as the heart of the crowd, and President Trump at the center of a moment the establishment never saw coming. This is what competence looks like. This is what cultural leadership looks like. And yes, this is what happens when the Trump administration understands that patriotism should be seen, felt, and celebrated out loud. The left can call it inappropriate. They can whine that it's defiling. The White House, well, frankly, that outrage only proves how disconnected they are from the country they pretend to speak for. Americans know exactly what they are looking at. Pride, strength, spectacle, and a nation unafraid to honor itself. If you're ready to see America celebrate its 250th the right way, share this video, subscribe to the channel, and comment below yes or no. Should the White House host more events that actually reflect real American culture? Let's have a conversation, and let's stay connected. I've seen your comments. I've seen your replies. I understand your frustration, and that is why I set up this telephone number just for you, 844-840-4963. Thousands of patriots before you have already texted the words raw feed to that number, and they are staying connected when the YouTube notifications never arrive, and the algorithm buries us under CNN and MSNBC videos. So let's stay connected, text those words, and let's celebrate America 250 together. Go to the merch shelf below this video or shop.nextnewsnetwork.com, pick out something you like, and let's celebrate America 250 together. America 250 is upon us. More news ahead. We're going to be talking about, oh yes, what is going on with the United States Postal Service. I just got a message last night from one of our supporters, and damn, it's on. President Trump is not holding back. He signed an executive order in March, and now it is going into full execution. We're going to be talking about that, as well as the that President Trump and his administration may have just found the public example election integrity advocates have wanted for years. A race so messy, so delayed, and so easy for ordinary Americans to understand that the argument's no longer buried in legal memos and election manuals. It's visual, it's personal, it's simple. Ballots, barcodes, signatures, citizenship, delayed counting, and suddenly the entire country can see what confidence collapse looks like. The question now is, did California just become the case study that powers national election reform? See, here's why this matters. See, for years, the left and the media tried to dismiss election integrity concerns as fringe, complicated, or too technical for the public to follow. But the Trump administration is changing that by turning verification into common sense. First came President Trump's executive order directing federal agencies to help states identify who is actually eligible to vote. Then came DHS approval for states to verify citizenship through federal databases. Then came USPS coordination to track absentee and mail ballot activity for unusual patterns. And now, according to reports and the Postal Service proposal itself, states that want to use USPS for ballots may have to provide full mail-in and absentee participation lists along with ballot barcodes or risk losing delivery support altogether. That's a huge America First answer to a problem millions of voters have been screaming about for years. The fight's no longer just about proving fraud in court. The fight is about restoring confidence before the next ballot is ever even sent. And if there's one lesson here that the people who act early usually protect themselves first, see that's true in elections, and it's also true in investing. If you could go back in time and buy oil before the world relied on it, would you? Of course you would. Anyone would. So why aren't you buying silver right now? The people who recognized oil early didn't just make money. They got ahead of one of the biggest economic shifts in history, and today a similar opportunity is unfolding with silver. Silver is more than a precious metal. It is a critical resource used in solar panels, electric vehicles, defense systems, AI infrastructure, and the massive technology build-out happening right now. And that's why I want you to check out Noble Gold Investments. Go to nextnewsgold.com and learn how qualifying accounts can receive a 1/10-ounce gold coin, or you can call the number 877-646-5347. Now, back to the story, because what's happening with election confidence may be just as foundational. See, here's the twist the corporate press still does not want to admit. The most powerful argument here is not even we proved every bad ballot. It's that millions of Americans no longer trust a process that looks inconsistent, delayed, and selectively enforced. And that's where California suddenly becomes useful to reformers. When voters hear that signatures can reject one ballot, but signature standards are politically fought over the next minute, they don't need a law degree to understand the problem. That's why the story is getting hotter, and that's why the tweets you're about to see matter. USPA flipping the script on mail-in voting, which comes straight from Trump's March executive order to secure elections. States must hand over their full mail-in absentee voter list plus every ballot's personalized barcode or risk the USPS stopping mail delivery entirely.
No mail-in ballots. You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election.
The Postal Service proposed a new rule pushing states to turn over their mail-in and absentee voter rolls to the agency. The agency's proposed rule would create a mail-in and absentee participation list. The state would first submit to the USPS a list of voters who are submitting mail-in ballots for that election, along with each voter's corresponding personalized barcode on their ballots. Then the USPS would return a final mail-in and absentee participation list to each state's chief election official to finalize the names of all enrolled voters in the state and the barcodes associated with their ballots. The move is in line with President Donald Trump's March executive order tightening regulations on mail-in voting in federal elections. Voters who receive mail-in or absentee ballots must be included on the final mail-in and absentee participation list, marking a significant change in the rules and regulations for mail-in and absentee voting. The USPS issued the proposed rule on May 29th, one day after Trump-nominated District Judge Carl J. Nichols in the District of Columbia denied Democrats' injunction request against the mail-in voting executive order.
So, the USPS rule is the pressure point, hand over the voter lists and ballot barcodes, or the mail pipeline gets shut off. Now Fox is reporting DHS adding federal citizenship checks and tracking ballot traffic and fraud patterns. DHS has approved a plan allowing states to verify voter citizenship through federal databases while also monitoring mail-in ballot activity for potential signs of fraud, advancing a central pillar of President Trump's election integrity agenda. The initiative, expected to launch later this month, would give election officials access to federal citizenship records and allow voter rolls to be checked against immigration and government databases. DHS also plans to work with USPS to track absentee and mail ballot flows, flag unusual patterns, and generate investigative leads. The move advances a major piece of Trump's election integrity agenda. So it's not just the Postal Service, DHS moving too. Tying voter rolls to federal databases next. The White House lays out Trump's order in plain English, verify who's eligible and make sure ballots go to lawful voters. This is the moment where President Trump signed the executive order to deal with a number of issues on election integrity.
Mr. President, as you said, you have in front of you an executive order that deals with a number of issues relating to election integrity. As you've consistently identified, two of the biggest problems we have with election integrity in this country are, one, inaccurate voter rolls that allow ineligible people to vote in various federal and state elections all over the country. And then secondarily, you've consistently identified that vote by mail in this country has become rife with fraud. People returning ballots who aren't eligible to return ballots, ballots being sent to people who aren't confirmed to be eligible voters. So what this executive order is going to do is, one, we're going to take federal data. We're going to ensure that each state's election officials are provided with a comprehensive view of who the eligible voters in their jurisdiction actually are, allowing them to properly verify that everybody voting in their elections is legally able to vote. And then it orders the Postmaster General, the U.S. Postal Service, to take bold new measures to verify that ballots both being sent to people are being sent to people who are eligible to vote, and then that ballots being returned are being properly returned by eligible voters only. And we believe that combined, the measures in this executive order will help secure elections in the future and ensure that the many abuses of our election system in the past aren't repeated in future elections.
Right. Yeah, let's go. So that's the blueprint from the Oval. Now Trump puts his name on it, says the only thing standing in the way is the usual army of rogue judges.
So with all of that, I'm very happy to be signing the voter integrity, and I think it's going to be really great. So if you don't mind, I will take some time, and I'll make the signature absolutely perfect, so it looks very good. So far, so good. Okay, so that's a big deal. Very proud of it. And I don't know how it can be challenged. You'll probably challenge it. You may find a rogue judge. You get a lot of rogue judges. Very bad people, very bad judges. But that's the only way that can be changed. And hopefully we'll win on appeal if it is. But I don't see how anybody can challenge it. I don't see how they can challenge it. And remember, it's about voter integrity. We want to have honest voting in our country. Because if you don't have honest voting, you can't have really a nation, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, that is the truth. So the signature was a trigger, but the details matter. Howard Lutnick steps in to explain the enforcement piece. One USPS barcode, one envelope, one vote. Come on.
So the fundamentals of our democracy are built on voter integrity, right? We all need it. You've said it time and time again. It's a total agreement amongst everybody. So here's the idea. The states, right, run these elections. They will, if they want to use the U.S. mail, the U.S. Postal Service, they're going to get a code, a barcode from the U.S. Postal Service, and they're going to put that on the envelope, and we will have one envelope per vote. None of this time where we have no idea, there's no observers to mail, there's no envelopes, there's no certainty. That's all going to go away, and what the president is doing today is he's going to make sure that mail-in ballots are safe, secure, and accurate, and will have a clear distinction. If you voted by mail, you will have it on the envelope. Obviously not on the ballot, but on the envelope. So we will know 1 million mail-in ballots. There'll be 1 million envelopes, and you'll be able to know exactly, correctly, that citizens voted.
I'll take that. So there's the mechanics track every mail ballot, kill the chaos Democrats have hidden behind for years. Next, the conversation turns to why the MAGA base never let go of 2020, with fresh focus on Zuckerberg money and county election officials. Here it is, how a secret group of people were able to overthrow the United States government on November 3rd, 2020, financed by Mark Zuckerberg.
I want to ask about if you've changed position on what happened in the 2020 election.
Oh, I think it was rigged.
You think it was rigged?
Yeah, I know more now than I did then. All you have to do is in February of 2021, there was a Time magazine article that was published, and it was about Mark Zuckerberg investing $500 million in a Get Out the Democrat Vote campaign. And they focused on the swing states, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and they focused, and what they did is they basically did what I would refer to as agency capture, and they went in and they captured the county clerks and the secretaries of states in these states, and they basically said, we have a Get Out the Vote campaign program, and if you will implement it exactly the way that we say that you must implement it, we will give you massive amounts of money to run your elections. Mm-hmm. But if you do not run it the way that we say, then we can claw all that money back. Well, think about it. If you're a small county in Wisconsin and you get $300,000 from Mark Zuckerberg's foundation to make sure that there are drop boxes in your Democrat-heavy areas, that you've got an RV going around and hauling people into the polling places to vote. When you do that, if you do not care carry out, you take that money, you sign that contract, and you do not do exactly what that foundation said, you were going to have to use public money to pay it back, you most likely would have ended up in prison. I mean, that's just one example of the way that the election was rigged. The Mark Zuckerberg money was huge. $500 million concentrated in Democrat counties for the purpose of getting out the Democrat vote.
How do you know it was to get the Democrat vote out? Because how does what are the mechanics of that, of how it functioned?
You just have to read the article. Okay. And what the article does is it lays it out, and the title is something along the lines of how a secret group of people were able to save the 2020 election, meaning how were they able to get Joe Biden elected.
Mm-hmm. I remember when that came out. So lays out the playbook. Private cash, captured election offices, and mail ballots nobody seemed to audit. Now Trump brings it back to the president, saying U.S. attorneys are already digging into California's late counting mess. Trump announcing U.S. attorneys are investigating California's election fraud, cheating, and late mail-in counting.
The shaft. And he did, Spencer Pratt, he did really pretty damn well. And they threw him out. And it was happening to Steve Hilton, and I went on a tear. And they said it was going to be 2 weeks, and they'll know about Hilton, whether or not he's going to make it. I went on such a tear that they approved it immediately. They approved Steve. It's such a rigged deal. It's so crazy. They approved him so fast because everybody was watching. And he was leading, and it was leading by a lot. And you saw his lead was dissipating rapidly. They were taking it away from him just like they took it away from the kid. And I went on a tear. And by the way, we have the U.S. attorneys looking at it. And the 2 weeks said all of a sudden, we have a surprise. Steve Hilton won. And he did win, but they were going to take it away shortly. They were going to take it away over a 2 week period. You know, they announced that they wouldn't have the results for a week to 2 weeks. All of a sudden, they proved Steve Hill.
But Iran,
it's a rigged election.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I shouldn't have brought that up. But how do you feel about Iran?
But let's get back. Let's get back. I just want to say to the.
So Trump says California got caught because this time people were watching, and federal investigators are now on it. Even CNN has to admit the crackdown's real, with USPS threatening to stop handing ballots for states that refuse to hand over voter rolls. Jake Tapper posting. Postal Service won't deliver mail ballots for states that don't hand over voter lists under plan for Trump directive. So that's the panic point for the left, the same mail system they relied on now demands accountability. And in California, voters say abuse is already showing up in black and white rejection letters tied to disputed signatures. Donnie Cope says tens of thousands of Spencer Pratt voters are now receiving rejection letters from the county clerk saying their ballots were not counted due to signature irregularities. Yet Governor Gavin Newsom just passed legislation that will make it illegal for anyone conducting oversight to contest signatures that they deem fraudulent. Democrats allow ballots to be signed with an X, an A minus, or a smiley face to pass and count, but all of a sudden only Republican signatures are being flagged for irregularities, rejected, and not counted. One of these California Republican voters said that his signature has been on file for over 20 years, never been an issue until he voted for Spencer Pratt. Nithya Raman has beaten Spencer Pratt by less than 3,000 votes. There are at least 18,000 Pratt voters who received this letter saying their votes were rejected. So take a closer look. This is what is being sent out to people. Signature verification, return options, attention, voter action required. So the ballot cure notices are exactly why conservatives say the system gets weaponized when Republicans start winning. Next, we go back to the Trump order itself. New USPS standards for approved envelopes, barcodes, and a federal ballot mail portal. USPS has proposed new regulations for mail-in ballots under President Trump's Executive Order 14399, requiring USPS-approved envelopes with election mail logo and intelligent mail barcodes on outbound and return envelopes, along with submission of ballot mailing and participation data through federal ballot mail portal to track and associate ballot mailings with official election records. So the tracking system, the barcodes, the data trail, Trump wants it all locked in. Now he says ties it all together with the Save America Act, photo ID, proof of citizenship, and major limits on mail-in voting.
We put in today, as you know, about Save America, the Save America Act. I don't know, someday the Senate and the House will get it done, although I must tell you the House has approved it about 3 times already. Save America Act right here. Everybody can see that. And then we'll talk about clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to say coal within the Trump administration unless it's preceded by the words clean, beautiful. Complicates our life, but it's good, right, Chris? Wherever you may be. It is clean.
Got your back.
I'll tell you, it's effective. So the Save America Act is all voters must show photo ID. So you go to vote and you show photo ID. Not complicated, right? You know, who could oppose it? They say it's an 80-20. It's not. It's about 99-1, and we'll never find the one person. Andy, congratulations, Andy, on a big victory.
Thank you for your
help. That's great. I appreciate it, but you're very good at what you do, and I've been backing you right from the beginning for a long time, right?
Backing you too, sir.
For years, that's right. You have. Thank you. Congratulations. You won a big election. So you have all voters must show photo ID, identification. All voters must show a little thing called proof of citizenship. Would you say that's 99-1, Mr. Pennsylvania?
I would say that's maybe 100 to 0.
I would think so. They say
At least it should be.
No, but they say it's 80-20. It's not 80-20. It's 99. And we've never found the one person. There's another one. Then you have no mail-in ballots, but we want to be liberal, as they say. Or we'll say we want to be progressive. So it's no mail-in ballots. You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election. Now, maybe we caught them, and maybe they won't be able to get away with it. They tried with me. They did it successfully the second time. The third time, we made it too big to rig. Too many votes. They couldn't do it. They can only go. They sort of gave up at about 9:07 when they got slaughtered with the votes that came in. But no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. So we're being very progressive, and we just don't want cheating.
We just don't want cheating in our elections. Can we just all agree on that? So what does it really mean? It means that the Trump administration is moving the election fight out of abstract debate and into systems that can actually verify things. Citizenship databases, USPS barcodes, ballot flow monitoring, one envelope per vote, clean voter rolls. See, that's not radical. That's called running an honest country. When you pair those reforms with what voters are seeing in California, delayed counting, rejection letters, signature disputes, and public suspicion, election integrity advocates believe they finally have a clear, emotional, real-world example the average American can grasp in seconds. That's why the Save America Act keeps surfacing as the destination. California is not the whole story, it's the demonstration. And President Trump is turning that demonstration into a national reform agenda. So the bottom line, this is bigger than one race or a country or a candidate. The Trump administration is building a simple message the American people can understand immediately. If banks verify identity, if airports verify identity, if federal benefits require verification, then voting in the United States of America should absolutely require verification too. Democrats are panicking because the old playbook depends on confusion, delay, and blind trust in broken systems. President Trump is doing the opposite. He's demanding records, tracking, citizenship checks, and accountability. That is how you rebuild faith in elections. And once the public sees a visible example like California, the argument stops being theoretical. It becomes undeniable common sense. If you agree that every legal vote should count and only legal votes should count, share this video, subscribe, and comment below. Yes or no, should states be required to verify citizenship and use trackable mail ballot systems before any federal election? Let's have a conversation, and let's stay connected. Thousands of patriots before you have already texted the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. That is the secret number we set up to do away with the missed notifications that never arrive from YouTube. One text message a night, direct from me to you, so you stay in the loop. You get the inside scoop when the notifications and the algorithm decide otherwise. And let's celebrate America 250, shall we? So much to celebrate as our great republic turns 250 years old. Check out the merch shelf below this video or shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. So, California is the test case. President Trump and the United States Postal Service are taking action. Now we're moving into what's going on, a massive fraud hunt. The FBI making some big moves. The fraudsters are panicking. Trump's fraud hunt begins. Wanted, busted, and exposed. That is what is next. We're moving. Gary, we've cheered and cried along with you. We love you. Thank you for the truth. Thank you, Podhead Kenny. Appreciate that. Okay, Brian, I am ready to move along into our next topic when you give me the all clear. Okay, it looks like we're ready to go. Right now, the real story is not one arrest. Is that the Trump administration's crossed the line from exposing fraud to hunting it down in public. We're watching the enforcement phase begin in real time. Wanted posters, federal indictments, funding cuts, and suspects getting hauled in. For years, Americans were told that the waste was unavoidable, the border chaos was compassionate, and the missing money was just bureaucracy. No more. Now the message from Washington is simple. If you stole from taxpayers, abused our systems, or hid behind politics, your clock is running out. And one arrest just proved the machine is real. This matters because the American people have been forced to live through a long chain of institutional betrayal. Under the former Biden administration, millions of illegal aliens were reportedly handed Social Security numbers after filing asylum claims, often with little or no meaningful verification. That's according to material highlighted by DOJ investigators. The numbers cited are staggering. Hundreds of thousands, then nearly 1 million, then more than 2.1 million in 2024 alone, before Biden left office. Add that to warnings that Social Security is on track for insolvency by 2032, and the outrage writes itself. Then you have the undercover footage circulating online in which a State Department official allegedly admits the quiet part out loud. Demographic engineering, open border cynicism, and contempt for traditional Americans. Whether every word survives scrutiny or not, the broader point is clear. Americans believe the game was rigged against them. And that's why this new Trump administration fraud offensive is landing with such force. And when systems break down, whether in government or in your own home, real solutions matter. Now, you've probably seen the clip. Joe Rogan sitting with Mel Gibson talking about people close to him who went through serious health struggles and then saw dramatic turnarounds. Rogan brings up light-based therapies and how they impact the body at a cellular level. Gibson says that straight this stuff works, and that got my attention. In my own life, I watched something similar unfold. For a long time, my wife dealt with constant discomfort and anxiety, and seeing that wear on someone you love is tough. And then I learned more from Jonathan Otto and discovered red light therapy. If you want to check it out for yourself, there's countless interviews with Jonathan right here on the channel, or just go to myredlight.com. Use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. It's simple, non-invasive, and worth looking into if you want another option. Now back to a government that's finally starting to act like accountability is not optional. See, here's the twist that changes everything. The administration is not treating fraud like paperwork anymore. It's treating fraud like a public threat. That's why you are seeing a most wanted fraudsters list. Coordinated action from the White House task force to eliminate fraud, and agencies moving together instead of hiding behind memos. This is not just about recovering money. It's about deterrence. It's about making the next person think twice before looting taxpayers, gaming immigration systems, or using politics as cover. And the first visible takedown just sent that message nationwide. Daniel Fitzgerald, State Department official responsible for allocating U.S. foreign aid and bribes across the Western Hemisphere, confirms on video, despite USAID pouring over $4 billion into programs for 4 years, the great replacement theory is real. The deliberate importation and protection of illegals is intended to fundamentally alter and ultimately overthrow the United States of America and Western civilization as we know it. The State Department official Daniel Fitzgerald affirmed. Undercover video from Project Veritas.
That would be something that you're like, man, I wish I could tell the world about this. Oh, there's a lot of things, but mostly with immigration. I wish people knew they were letting in criminals daily.
The big issue for Hill, for our region, is migration. So we poured a lot of money into Central America. Like how much? $4 billion over 4 years. But now migrants are crashing us there. Like Venezuela.
Somos de nacionalidad venezolana. Tenemos vuelo para Nueva York.
Entonces, ¿compraste un vuelo con Spirit?
Sí.
¿Por entro?
Sí, entramos con la cita de CBP One por el puente fronterizo.
So what is the end goal? Why are they allowing children? They want to change the demographics of the United States.
So our aid goes to female prisons in Mexico. Some of them, yeah. To like help train them up.
I'm working with gender issues in Pakistan, so we're trying to recruit, retain, and advance more women in law enforcement. The question becomes, should we be spending U.S. taxpayers' money in our country on this issue? Women that they don't seem to care about.
Secretary Blinken, how close are you to him? 5 degrees separation. This is such a niche industry that flies under the radar. Yeah, the average American does not know. Most people don't know what we do.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much to you, Ranking Member Risch, all the members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
He has briefings coming up in 2 weeks. He has briefings? Yeah, on the Hill. About the FY 2025 budget request. And that's like with all the congressional people. Big issue for the Hill, for our region, is migration. Oh my. Stop migration. What are we doing to stop migration? He's not accountable for that, is he? Yeah, we do stuff for it. Oh, do you? Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that. It's called the root causes strategy. Ooh, it's giving money to support and help people at where the origins of the migrants are, so they feel like they can stay there instead of migrating out. So it's Central America, basically. It's what? It's basically Central America, like right. Support and development. Oh. So we poured a lot of money into Central America.
So, the undercover tape points straight to a system built to reward illegal entry. Now we get the numbers. Millions of Social Security numbers reportedly handed out under Biden while the program itself races toward insolvency. Social Security on track to become insolvent by 2032.
To reveal what's really going on. Doge exposed our immigration asylum disaster. That was the tip of the iceberg. Now, here's the story. Doge has found that immigration gave a work authorization document to illegals just 5 months after they filed for asylum. That document allowed them to work while they waited to hear whether their asylum request had been accepted or denied. So they could work as an illegal, knowing it would take years before their case was heard. The Immigration Department mailed them a Social Security number. No interview, no proof of identity. Just put it in the mail. Here's your number. In 2021, Doge says 270,000 new aliens were issued Social Security numbers, 590,000 in 2022, 964,000 in 2023, and 2.1 million in 24, right before Biden left office. Doge also discovered that 1.3 million aliens are now receiving Medicaid. Millions received driver's licenses, some registered to vote, and Doge says some actually did vote. Try and square that against Democrat claims that Musk is destroying Social Security and cutting Medicaid. He's not destroying. He's weeding out people who don't qualify. who is really guilty of misinformation in this case. It is not Elon Musk.
So the Biden administration issued 4 million Social Security numbers to illegals. If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. So that was just not just an open border problem. Benefits paperwork, taxpayer money moving fast. Next, the FBI shows what happens when the fraud task force starts naming names with its first arrest off the new most wanted list. Trump Daily Post reporting that the FBI made its first arrest from the new most wanted immigrant fraudsters list. Saeed Abdullah Areg allegedly stole over $4 million from the child nutrition program. Kash Patel is not playing around. They're coming for all of them.
Our society's from. We rely on you. Our best form of information is the American public. Take a look at this top 10 most wanted. Let us know any information. There is no bad piece of information. The only bad piece of information is the one you don't give us. So call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to FBI.gov and help us apprehend more fraudsters. The last thing I want to talk about is the work of the FBI.
So the first takedown put the whole country on notice. Now Kash Patel lays out exactly who Saeed Abdullah Areg is and how prosecutors say more than $4 million meant for hungry kids was looted. Now in custody, first ever arrest of the most wanted fraudsters since the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud released our most wanted fraudsters list last week. He just landed in Minneapolis, taken into custody after turning himself in. He's been wanted on federal charges since 2024. Stole over $4 million from the federal child nutrition program in Minneapolis during COVID from 20 to 21. Allegedly falsely claimed to have served meals to children in need, claiming fake reimbursements from the government, and then laundered the money through foreign accounts to fund a lavish lifestyle. Charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and money laundering. When Vice President Vance led the way for the most wanted fraudsters list through the White House and White House Fraud Task Force, this was exactly the righteous goal the task force had in mind: to bring to justice all those who've stolen money from hardworking American taxpayers. This historic result is only the beginning, and let it be a message to any fraudster who takes advantage of America. This team will find you. So there he is. There's the most wanted fraudster who has now surrendered. So after the child nutrition scam bust, the pattern gets uglier. This time, a Georgia Democrat lawmaker under indictment for allegedly cheating the pandemic unemployment program.
News here at 6. Federal agents charged a second Georgia lawmaker with defrauding taxpayers through pandemic unemployment insurance. A grand jury indicted Stone Mountain Democrat Karen Bennett. Prosecutors allege she obtained unemployment benefits for employees even though her business remained open through the pandemic. Bennett becomes the second Georgia lawmaker arrested on pandemic-related fraud charges. A grand jury also indicted Covington Democrat Sharon Henderson last month. Both are out on.
So the fraud trail doesn't stop at one blue state. Shifting west, the Trump administration now yanking tens of millions from Los Angeles Democrats' homeless machine over alleged waste, abuse, and failed controls. They're defunding tens of millions of dollars from the L.A. homeless program after rampant fraud. Long overdue.
The government is cutting off tens of millions in federal funding from LA's homeless program over what it calls mismanagement and lack of safeguards against potential fraud. David Spunt live at the Justice Department. Hi, David.
Hi, Dana. Hi, Bill. This is a huge blow to this L.A. homeless authority. It's called LAHSA. They just were informed within the last hour that they are losing these tens of millions of dollars. They've gotten almost over $1 billion since 2021 in federal taxpayer funding. Now they're going to lose it as this investigation goes underway. This is from the White House Fraud Task Force in coordination with Housing and Urban Development. This is a 13-page letter that we obtained exclusively sent to this agency. According to the letter, LAHSA has received, as I said, $1 billion from HUD since 2021. The letter goes on quickly to point out that L.A. County has withdrawn funding for the agency. The city of LA is considering the same. The letter continues. HUD has evidence that LAHSA's repeated false statements and its irresponsible actions and failures, including its lack of financial management, internal controls, and safeguards against conflicts of interest, pose a threat to HUD, the public, and those living on the streets of LA. Now, homelessness is a real problem in LA and other parts of California. It became a central focus of Republican mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt's campaign, though he ultimately was defeated at the polls. According to the numbers, $953 million was allocated in fiscal year 25-26 by the agency. Approximately 44,000 unhoused homeless people, approximately $22,000 per homeless person spent. FTC Chairman Andrew Ferguson, who's the vice chair of the Fraud Task Force, says that LA didn't care about the homeless, but the Trump administration does. Ferguson is part of this overall task force. They don't just have their eyes set on Los Angeles, really all 50 states, but a big blow to this agency today, guys.
That's really
interesting. Big blow to the agency. After the crackdown on LA's homeless money pit, the fraud sweeps keep rolling. Federal prosecutors arrest Mahendra Makajani in the case alleging nearly $100 million in bank fraud. An Indian man has been arrested on federal criminal complaint. He defrauded a bank out of nearly $100 million. He's facing up to 30 years in prison. He came to the U.S. from India, is now finding out thanks to the DOJ's massive focus on fraud.
Exposed billions of dollars in benefits that have been stolen from the American people. We've referred over $22 billion in fraudulent small business loans back to the Treasury for collection. We deferred more than $1.3 billion in fraudulent Medicaid reimbursements that were coming from various states, particularly California. We put a 6-month hold on enrollments for new hospice and home health care providers because so many of the newer hospice providers were not actually providing hospice services, but were just focused on fraud. So we're going to cut that out for a little bit and try to get to a place where we can actually certify that the people providing hospice services are actually providing those very necessary and important services. We recovered taxpayer funds from the $135 billion stolen after the floodgates were open in the immediate aftermath of COVID. We have found $6.3 billion in suspected fraudulent government contracts, which were mostly awarded during the last administration, and that has stopped. And finally, we blocked $60 million in student aid fraud that should have gone to young people trying to get an education, but instead we're going to fraudsters. And I think the theme here of the Anti-Fraud Task Force up to this point has really been that we're protecting two classes of victims here. We're protecting the American taxpayers who shouldn't have their money stolen by fraudsters, and of course we're protecting the people who need these services. Fraud.
So, there you have it. So the biggest takeaway, the fraud is no longer being presented as a scattered set of bad cases. The Trump administration is framing it as one national integrity crisis, and it's building a public-facing enforcement apparatus to answer it. Look at the pattern. HUD moves against Los Angeles homeless funding over alleged abuse. FBI Director Kash Patel announces the first most wanted fraudster in custody. A Georgia Democrat gets indicted over alleged pandemic unemployment fraud. Federal prosecutors bring a major bank fraud case in California. These are different sectors, different states, different defendants, but one message: no immunity. Not for nonprofits, not for political insiders, not for foreign-born scammers, and not for anyone who thought the system was too weak or too corrupt to fight back. And that's why this moment matters. You see, for years, the ruling class acted like fraud was just background noise, like Americans should shrug while their money vanished, their borders collapsed, and their institutions lost credibility. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance are sending the opposite signal. The era of excuses is over. The first arrest on the most wanted fraudster list is symbolic, yes, but symbols matter. It tells the country the effort is real. It tells criminals that publicity is now part of the punishment, and it tells honest Americans that someone is finally defending them. If this pace continues, the deterrent effect alone could save taxpayers billions while restoring confidence in systems that Democrats helped wreck during the previous administration. Share this report everywhere. Comment below with one word: accountability. And answer this yes or no question. Do you believe the Trump administration should expand the most wanted fraudster model to immigration fraud, Medicaid fraud, and election-related fraud next? Let's have a conversation, and let's stay connected. Thousands of patriots before you have already texted the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. We're bypassing the algorithm. We're cutting out the middleman, going direct to you with the news you depend on. Make sure you get connected to get the insider information that we send out every single night. And so much winning, it's time to celebrate. America 250 around the corner. Go to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com or check out the merch shelf below this video, and let's celebrate America together. The fraud busts are happening. You want perp walks? Well, they are happening, friends. Okay, so we've got more news coming to you. It's not just fraud, guys. Remember all those missing children during the Biden administration? Massive news from the Department of Justice today. We're going to bring you all the details from the press conference that was held, and it is absolutely stunning, and it's heartbreaking at the same time. Some of the accounts you're about to hear, heart-wrenching. Remember when the corporate media turned border coverage into theater, complete with tears and outrage and nonstop lectures about compassion? Now compare that spectacle with what the Trump administration says it inherited from the previous administration. Hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied children funneled into a broken system, more than 300,000 unaccounted for by the end of 2024. And criminal networks allegedly exploiting government loopholes to move kids across the country. This is not just an immigration fight anymore. This is becoming a child protection reckoning. And Democrats suddenly don't want to talk about it. The question now is simple. Who knew, and why didn't they stop it? I'll tell you why this story matters. You see, the Trump administration is not just arguing about walls, asylum claims, or deportation numbers. It's moving the entire debate onto moral ground the left cannot easily escape. Attorney General Todd Blanche says that more than 475,000 unaccompanied minors entered the United States when Biden was president, and over 300,000 could not be accounted for by the end of 2024. Think about that. Let it sink in. These are children, many placed with so-called sponsors, some whom allegedly lied on forms, misrepresented relationships, and took in multiple unrelated minors. Blanche says DOJ and DHS was already identified more than 15,000 so-called super sponsor cases. And now the Trump administration is announcing indictments of illegal aliens accused of smuggling children by gaming a system the previous administration left wide open. That's the real fight. Not theory, not slogans, but whatever vulnerable kids were handed over to traffickers while Washington looked the other way. Now, before we go further, pay attention to this, because protecting your family also means protecting your money. If you or someone in your family is on Medicare, this directly affects your wallet. You see, Medicare is confusing by design. The mailers, the robocalls, the fine print, the commercials, it's all built to keep you overwhelmed, so you pick a plan and never look at it again. That's the Medicare confusion industrial complex, and seniors are paying for it without even realizing it. See, Chapter's simple by design. One call, one advisor. They look at your doctors, your prescriptions, your plan options, then help you compare what actually works for you. Some seniors could save as much as $1,100 a year by just reviewing their coverage. So don't leave it to chance. Call Chapter at the number on the screen. Pause the video, write it down, 910-728-4109, and get real help from someone who will actually walk you through it clearly today. Now, back to a story that's quickly becoming one of the biggest moral indictments of the previous administration. See, here's the twist the media do not want the audience thinking about. This may be the strongest case yet for aggressive immigration enforcement because it's no longer centered on immigration alone. It's centered on what happened to children after they entered the system. And when Blanche talks about super sponsors, the entire focus changes from politics to verification, fraud, and who signed off on placing kids with strangers. That's where this gets explosive. And that's exactly why the tweets and clips we're about to show you matter so much. The reporter asked, saying that illegal alien children being human trafficked was encouraged is quite a charge. What evidence do you have? His response.
To say that it was encouraged, though, is quite a charge. I mean, what evidence do you have of that?
What evidence of what?
To say that it was encouraged, this behavior, is quite a charge.
Well, you can insert whatever word you want. I said encourage. If you know there's a problem and you're in a position of leadership to stop it and you don't stop it, what word should I use? I mean, I use the word encouraged. It isn't as if this was a single day problem. You have a situation that happened over a number of years. They knew it was happening. It was brought to their attention it was happening, and they didn't do anything to stop it. As a matter of fact, when you look at the end of 2024, and there were 300,000, like you just think in your mind that number and that number of young children, and then we had no idea where they were in this country. I mean, I continue to use the word encouraged. So
Blanche just shut down the media dodge. If Biden officials knew kids were being trafficked and did nothing, that's not an accident. Now we get specific announcing indictments in Ohio and exposing more than 15,500 so-called super sponsor cases.
Today we are announcing the indictments of 3 individuals: Maritza Kawik Koch, her brother, Carlos Agustin Kawik Koch, and Gladys Marina Call Chen. This was out of the Northern District of Ohio. All 3 are illegal aliens from Guatemala who allegedly took part in a wide-ranging conspiracy to smuggle more than a dozen children into the United States by scamming the system and exploiting the loopholes created by the last administration. This is one example, one indictment, but it is not unique. There are over 15,500 super sponsor cases that we have identified along with DHS. And again, these super sponsor cases are when somebody sponsors more than 3 children, unrelated, and they're unaccompanied minors that come in the United States. I also want to announce today, from the same district in Ohio, the Northern District, the sentencing of another criminal illegal alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala. He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child by submitting false paperwork and lying on the forms, claiming to be her brother, proceeded to sexually assault this young woman. And these 2 cases, while only 2, help explain how what was going on is really the stuff of nightmares. Now, these charges brought by the Department of Justice show the important partnership between HHS and DHS and with the Department of Justice. All of us are going after those who illegally brought children to this country.
So the Ohio indictments show the scheme in action. Next, Blanche lays out the bigger number. The press can't spin away. 475,000 migrant children came in under Biden. More than 300,000 were still unaccounted for by the end of 2024.
Open border policies threaten the security of our nation and put countless lives at risk. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is working alongside HHS and DHS to secure the border and protect American communities. There's a lot of ways that we do this. It includes punishing those who exploited the system and smuggled unaccompanied children across the border during the prior administration. More than 475,000 unaccompanied children entered the United States during the Biden administration. 475,000. Over 300,000 cannot be accounted for at the end of 2024. The way that this happened was typically because the criminals, calling themselves sponsors, trafficked these children to the border, usually committing fraud to do so, and oftentimes the children were abused, assaulted, and certainly exploited. In some cases, individuals would sponsor multiple children, which required them to lie to government personnel and on government forms, claiming they were close relatives when in fact they were not. They would use fake or stolen identities and make other false claims during the application process in order to obtain custody of the children. I think I'm stating the obvious, that when government fails to protect our borders, it is the most vulnerable who suffer. And this department and this administration has zero tolerance for unlawful activity and is committed to protecting children who suffered the consequences of open borders.
So after the numbers, remember how the corporate media acted when Trump was in office? Watch the contrast. Rachel Maddow chokes up over border children, while the same press barely blinked as hundreds of thousands vanished under Biden. Rachel Maddow, June 19th, 2018.
The AP has just broken some new news. This has just come out from the Associated Press. This is incredible. Trump administration officials have been sending babies and other young children to at least 3... Put up a graphic of this. Thank you. We have it? No. 3 tender age shelters in South Texas. Lawyers and medical providers.
Yeah, The old media theater looks even uglier once you hear what Trump's team says they were finding now. Next, Mark Wayne Mullen reveals how many children have been located so far in the horrific abuse report cited sanctuary cities. This is really heartbreaking, guys. This is real heartbreaking news.
Of the worst. You know, I tell people that
mysterious how some people All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. All right, I think we're live. You guys, we are live. Today is a very special day, actually. We're here at this event, and as you guys have known, especially what's going on with me, for instance, with the Stop Nick Shirley Act, weaponization is actually a very big issue here inside the United States. So we're at this event. It's about the weaponization of lawfare here. I'll be giving a speech here in this event as well. But right now, for instance, you have the head pardon attorney of the United States right now. He's speaking.
I dropped him a little token right here of my appreciation. Yeah, I had to. Oh man, I've been following this guy since he was at the border, bro. Just over there, just discovering everything for everyone. Man, oh man, from the bottom now we're here. All right, Nick. Oh, and then this guy up here, I really should have been recording. Maybe I'll have to go back on my phone and see if I can record it, but I probably lost it already. But there was some pre-stuff. This guy was literally blowing it up. Let's see if we can find him right here. I was trying to watch for Mel right here. This guy right here will just blow it up. And I literally called him on it. But anyway, if anybody of you were there.
Now, Trump actually sent in a letter for this event. They had the event.
Oh, I had to say that.
They have a letter from Trump up on stage right now. But we're going to be interviewing the attorney, the pardon attorney, in just a moment. And then we're going to be interviewing a bunch of people here. And as well, I will be giving a speech because weaponization, I don't think many of us actually know what's going on. That's why I came here.
He pulls out his phone and he can see my super chat right there, right on top. My hero,
for instance,
real life Spider-Man.
AB 2624 in California, the Stop Nick Shirley Act. That's total weaponization of lawfare here inside the United States. And then also,
that's what I call timing, bro.
What I've experienced is the weaponization of the media as well. So
because you already knew your boy over here was waiting.
They're going to be interviewing
for him to pull out his phone.
Here we go. Should be great.
Right here, you'll see the gold thing right here on top.
Everyone here in the chat.
He's smiling because of it too. Look,
the
right there, gold. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
Good. How are you?
That's what I'm talking about.
What's the pin right here?
Oh, that's me.
All right.
That's you.
That is me, yeah.
I got to compose myself.
Here to the event today.
I'm a January 6th, someone who was prosecuted by the federal government for walking through a building and leaving.
So a lot of these people here are from January 6th that were pardoned by Trump.
Yes.
Correct? And what happened to you on January 6th?
On January 6th, I walked through open doors. I moved a piece of furniture. It was the Speaker of the House's lectern at the time, 20 feet. It was not in a room, didn't break a door down. Moved 20 feet, and they charged me with felony theft for that. Never left the building.
He's not tuning it, and I'm a sound
in prison for.
They sent me a little less than 3 months to federal prison for misdemeanor trespassing. It was $100,000 in attorney fees. We eventually got a plea deal for misdemeanor trespassing and went to prison for it.
And a lot of people don't know, but how did
it's kind of mysterious how some people got into the Capitol. Obviously, people broke in, but for instance, a lot of people were just like the door was open and they walked in.
Yes.
What happened in your case?
It was that exact scenario. So I was there earlier on the west side of the building. There were people sitting around singing the Star Spangled Banner, our nation's anthem, and I saw people walking inside, and I followed them inside. The doors were completely wide open. I did not break a window, didn't break a door down. People just walking inside.
Did you ever have to go into solitary confinement?
18 days total.
Wow, what's it like in solitary confinement?
I don't recommend it. I have a wife and 5 kids. You can't talk to your family. You can't be in communication with your attorneys. They basically took away all of your constitutional rights.
Wow. And how come they put you in solitary confinement?
Because I embarrassed them. That photo of me carrying the lectern embarrassed the federal government. And they had to make an example of me, and the judge said so much during my sentencing.
Really?
Yes.
And how much did it cost? So it cost you $100,000 legal fees, and then what else did it cost you?
We've spent $150,000 of our own money traveling the country trying to clear my name, that I'm not a thief. I actually stole nothing. And we've had every publication across the entire globe. I think we are up to over 50 international publications and over 500 national publications calling me a thief when nothing was stolen. They actually had video they did not share with my defense. They withheld exculpatory evidence, which is a Brady violation. While they were prosecuting me, they knew the entire time I had stolen nothing, but they still charged me. So we spent $150,000 traveling, doing podcasts, trying to clear my name, trying to clear other J6 members.
Wow, that's a bit crazy. Well, thank you for coming on, speaking here. We appreciate you. How are you doing? Jade, how are you doing? How's it going?
Good, how are you?
What brings you out here today?
Well, supporting you and my friend Kate, or White Squirrel Magic.
Very good, very good. Jade, people might know you from the Dearborn video.
Yes.
Yeah, we did an interview out there. You showed up. There's a lot of chaos that took place in Dearborn, Michigan. You're from the United Kingdom. What brings you here to the United States?
Well, simply the freedom of the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. You know, we don't have that over there. 12,000 people are arrested for free speech every year, and, you know, it's a serious problem. And I just don't want to see that happen to America.
And are you banned from the United Kingdom?
I'm not really banned, but if I go back, they're going to interrogate me, potentially arrest me for breaking so many laws.
Why would they try to lock up or interrogate a pretty woman like you?
Oh, I don't think looks have anything to do with it. I call Shabana Mahmood a traitor, and I call Keir Starmer Queer Starmer, and that's hate speech over there. So yeah, they don't like my stand on immigration and Islam.
And a big thing that recently just happened with
That's
Henry
it.
Novak
She called him gay.
case.
That's it.
Guys,
That's
why
it.
do you think the British
You
government
arrest
covered
her.
up the Henry Novak case for so long, for over a year, and now we're starting to see the uproar? And they just had the attempted
Bro, these people are wild. Call them queer, and then not even gay. Queer. You know, that's you're arrested.
Yes. I mean, if you look at it from the outside, it is systemic racism, and they treated Henry differently because of the color of his skin. And let's be real, in Northern Ireland, in Belfast, if it was a white man beheading a black man, it would have been all over the news. They would have treated it like George Floyd .2. But they didn't, because of the color of his skin. And unless something changes soon, we're going to see a very dangerous Britain.
What do you think there's, like Tommy Robinson, he's leading a revolution over there right now. When do you think it becomes like a civil war? Like, for instance, when do you feel like you won't have to worry about being interrogated, potentially imprisoned if you go back to the United Kingdom?
I think that we're on the border of a civil war right now. You see that Belfast and other areas are burning to the ground. People are setting migrant homes on fire, and that's a pretty extreme response. But at this point, you know, what does the government expect? They've been ignoring people for so long and telling us to shut up, in less words, you know? So it's bound to happen. History always repeats itself.
Like, do you think that you would have to get in a war? Or do you think it's going to be a war that only men will fight?
Only men? No. I mean, Celtic women are pretty tough.
Like, you're ready to get down there?
I'm so ready. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
She's ready for it. Awesome. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Nick. See you around.
See you around. Bye-bye. Oh, all right. Now we're going to interview Ed Martin right now. Can you get the lighting to look a little bit brighter? Where's he at? Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good, doing great. There he is, right here. All right, we got Ed Martin with us, the pardon attorney. What's your official title?
I guess it's United States Pardon Attorney, the pardon attorney for the country.
I think a question a lot of people have, maybe let's move. Is this a good lighting right here? All right, epic. So, you're the United States pardon attorney. Yep. A lot of people have questions about how pardons work here inside the United States. Dr. Fauci, he got a pardon just a few hours before Trump took president.
That's right.
For his second term.
Right.
What's the truth about Fauci's?
Well, you mentioned.
Hold up. Let's. I think we need to have him stand right here. So, yeah, stand right there. So there's a. That way your. Yeah, so your feed connects. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna run that again because it might have cut out. Perfect. So you're standing right here. So you're the United States pardon attorney.
Yes, sir.
Here inside the United States, obviously.
Right.
Just before Biden left office, literally a few hours before, he started signing a lot of pardons.
Correct.
Well, one of those.
Sort of. The AutoPen started signing a lot of pardons. Go ahead. Yeah.
And one of those people was Anthony Fauci.
Yes.
What's the truth about?
Well, look, I mean, one thing.
Anthony Fauci's pardon.
Well, one thing you started out. Let me just explain to folks. The pardon power is in the Constitution, and it basically says, I'm summarizing, the president can pardon anybody he wants for any reason he wants. There's not a procedure set up. There's not a system. It's really the founders knew that there were times where you needed to write something that was wrong or do something you wanted, and that's what they gave them. So is there anything, any president can pardon anybody. With regard to the end of a term, Biden was in a rush down the stretch, or his staff was, and they were pardoning all kinds of people. They did all kinds of commutations at the last minute, all with the AutoPen. The only signature on pardons that you see with a wet pen is Hunter Biden, which was signed at Thanksgiving. All the rest are AutoPen, which begs another question. But most importantly, you can see, and these are email exchanges where Dr. Fauci's lawyer is saying, will there be pardons for Fauci? And then in the morning of January 20th, and just in time for the change of the presidency, Fauci got his pardon. And you have to accept, under American law, the one thing the Supreme Court has said is you have to accept the pardon. So Fauci immediately had his lawyer say, I accept the pardon, and sent that in. So they were very aware that they needed that, and they wanted it.
So Fauci was literally waiting for just a few little
well, he was
minutes.
Asking for it. I know
like
he wanted
little minutes. He was waiting until
that's right.
Biden signed.
Well, I don't know if he was waiting. He wanted the pardon bad enough that he knew if he waited until Trump was in and didn't have the pardon, maybe he would have trouble. So he was asking somebody inside Biden to do it, and so it was just within a couple of minutes of the deadline, and he got the pardon. Yeah.
And how many pardons were signed by the AutoPen?
Oh, I mean, well, there's a couple ways to answer that. There were hundreds and hundreds signed by the AutoPen. As I mentioned, only the one by Hunter was a wet signature. So, but then there was also open-ended pardons and commutations where it was like Biden's AutoPen signed something that said, these kinds of people will get out of jail. And it was thousands of people could fit that description, and they got out of jail. So it's thousands and thousands of people that got the AutoPen. And we, to this day, it's not clear if Joe Biden understood what he was doing.
And how did they weaponize the law? Because right now we're here at the Weaponization Watch. How did they weaponize the law against individuals when Biden was president?
Well, I mean, there's two answers to that. As you know, for just a better part of a year, I was the head of the weaponization working group inside DOJ, and we saw specific examples, J6, Jack Smith, pro-lifers, where they were using the law to target people and to put them in difficult spots and to make them lose their jobs and their lives and their livelihoods. Now, as a pardon attorney, I've heard case after case of what I would call the abuse of citizens by the process or the prosecutors, where they're clearly targeted. I have two in my head that were targeted for giving money to the, right after they gave money to the Trump inauguration, they found themselves investigated. As clear as that is, bang, bang. So over and over again, when there was a policy or political preference that went against Biden, the Biden Justice Department targeted people. Catholics, parents at school board meetings, J6ers. In the case of Jack Smith, I looked at Jack Smith's emails. I looked at the record. What Jack Smith was doing is no surprise. He was targeting Trump and everyone around Trump, trying to build a made-up case to try to prosecute the guy. That's all weaponization. That's all beyond what we should expect.
And I think a lot of people have questions about Fauci, because Fauci, he's the one who kind of told us everything about COVID. Yep. And he's the one who told us everything, essentially, and it changed the history of the United States. A lot of effects that we have right now are from what happened in 2020. Yep. And, well, not even necessarily what happened from 2020 onward till today. And then he gets pardoned for this, for everything that he did.
Well, I mean, two good things about this. One is Bobby Kennedy has been digging into Fauci. Even if Fauci can't get prosecuted, it should be exposed what he did. And there's a lot of trail, and there's a lot of stuff that's coming out and has come out. Some of his staff is held liable. Some of what we found when I was U.S. Attorney in D.C., we were looking at some of the journals. There's one journal in particular that seemed to lie about the origins of the virus, and they lied about it in a direction that was clearly what Fauci and them wanted. So there's a lot to get to the bottom of. Second is, yes, it's true that Fauci got a pardon, but that doesn't mean everybody got a pardon. There's still lots of people that were involved that could be held accountable. Statute of limitations has not run on all of that. Some of it has, but so there's ongoing. There's a lot to look at. And again, as you say, and often in your stuff, Nick, there's one thing, you want to hold people accountable, but first you got to expose what happened, and you got to see who was doing it, and you got to start to figure out how to root out what was happening. Half the people that, when you see your stuff, they're committing fraud today. They've also been committing it for 10 years. You got to get to the bottom of all this.
Mm-hmm. And what's that word that you guys use, like as far as like litigation? Not litigation, but the like the time limit until you can prosecute.
Oh, statute of limitations.
Yeah, statute of limitation.
Yeah.
What's like the statute of limitation on someone who's committing fraud, for instance?
Well, usually it depends on what the fraud is, but I mean, usually it's sometimes 5 years, sometimes longer. But if there was a conspiracy to do it, and you show a conspiracy, then the statute of limitations changes dramatically, changes into 10 years, changes into sometimes unlimited amounts. So sometimes the cover-up can stop the statute of limitations. So that shouldn't be a bar. Look, a statute of limitations is, by the way, a statute of limitations is a defense that the defendant can invoke. If, for example, Nick Shirley sued the government and said, you guys wronged me in this way, the government, could invoke the statute of limitations, said you're too late, but I don't have to. I could say, oh yeah, we did, and I could either settle or I could proceed. So there's lots of ways that justice can still be had, and we shouldn't be afraid of it.
And once someone's pardoned, like does that protect them from anything from what happened from that pardon?
I'll give you the
past?
best.
So say you're 45 years old.
Yep.
And you get a pardon when you're 45. Anything you did before you're 45.
No, I mean usually a pardon is
or what?
No, usually a pardon is for a specific act, right? You commit an act of fraud, tax evasion. Let's say you file your taxes wrong, you get convicted of a tax, you get a pardon for that crime. You get away from that is wiped away, and so is the penalty. Joe Biden, of course, pardoned his son Hunter and said, "I'm pardoning Hunter for anything he did from the time I'm signing this 10 years back." That's very uncommon, that kind of blanket pardon, but it is valid in the sense that the power is plenary. I mean, it's something you can assert. So, but it's as to the time. When I sign it, if I was president and I sign a pardon, it's from that time backwards as to what it refers to. And we write the pardons up. The pardon will say what the crime was. You know, the president did do a pardon for all the January 6th, and the way he did it was he said anyone who was involved with the January 6th and had crimes related to it. And there was a little bit of a debate. Some people said, 6 weeks later, I was doing something because of J6. Does that count? No, it really had to do with J6 that day and around it. So there's sometimes a little lack of clarity, but mostly it's you get pardoned for something you did. You get, an act of fraud, or you commit a crime. That is what's forgiven. But Hunter Biden got a free pass going backwards, never going forwards. You start again with today. If you commit a crime today, it doesn't count that you had a pardon yesterday.
While I have you with me, I want to talk about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624, because since I've exposed this fraud, I've seen the weaponization of legit lawfare, or people who, since they can't defend the fraud, then they go and create laws to make it illegal to expose the fraud in California's instance. So right now they're trying to pass this bill. It's called AB 2624, aka the Stop Nick Shirley Act.
Yeah.
And what it's doing is it's making it quite frankly be illegal to expose fraud if it has anything to do with immigrants. For instance, if they're getting free legal fees or whether they're getting free health care. How come California, right now they passed it to the Assembly, so it's going to go to the Senate, and then it will go to Newsom's desk if it passes to the Senate.
Right.
And there's a very high likelihood this passes. One of the senators said that I was a psycho scam artist when I asked him about this bill. Mm-hmm. And so how is it possible that we have people who are working for us that are now creating bills to make it harder for people to expose fraud? How can they use the laws against, or create new laws against people like me or anyone else who wants to expose corruption?
I'm not an expert on that law, but I will say what we see across the country in the last about 15 years. In fact, Obama really, his administration really started this. They radicalized and they were maybe less shy about it. They did it publicly. So I'm not as familiar with yours, but think about it. In California, they passed a law not so long ago that says you're not allowed to get access to the elections to look and see if there's fraud. Like, what is this insanity? So they're getting...
So just be clear on this. this. So in California, just literally a few days before the mayoral election, they passed a law saying that people, like the feds, for instance, can't get access to it unless they have like a warrant. But shouldn't it, for instance, like those elections also affect, they don't just, they affect national issues. So how can California, for instance, create a law that will affect the rest of the nation?
Right. I mean, the short answer is they shouldn't be able to do it. The long answer is how we challenge that is the important thing. And I think we have to have more clarity that we can't allow these states to do it. I mean, it's like sanctuary cities. There shouldn't be cities that are allowed to be sanctuaries. There shouldn't be cities that.
Okay, sweet.
All
right. They're talking about it. But thank you so much.
See you, brother.
Appreciate it. Am I going up? I gotta use. They're talking about me right now. We got a pretty nice venue here. Am I giving a speech now? I gotta give a speech as well. Hello. Am I giving a speech right now? When's my speech?
She was just talking about you.
Oh, okay.
And Ed.
Epic.
We want Colby wants to do it.
Oh yeah. I think there. It's pretty loud in here. If we can get people right there. Yeah. We'll talk. Yeah, everybody, answer some of your questions. Thank you, someone who just sent the trophy. I appreciate it. So we're here at the Weaponization Watch. If you guys want to learn more about them, I put their link in the description of the video as well, because it actually is pretty crazy how here in the United States they'll use the laws, they'll weaponize lawfare against individuals. But we're gonna get some other. We got Colby Covington here, and we also have Merab, who is a heavyweight or bantamweight champion in the UFC, because we got the UFC fight here this weekend as well. But I think we're gonna bring Colby Covington on right now. And let me know what questions you guys want me to ask. And then, like I said, I do gotta give a speech. And I do have to give a speech as well, so that should be interesting. Here, let's get over here. Let's see. I think they're grabbing Colby Covington right now. We'll interview him.
You know who you are. I see you. You will never be alone.
And then I give a speech in a few minutes. I think it's like 10 minutes or so. What should I give a speech about, everyone? I got some thoughts, but let me know what I should talk about. Let's see, is he coming? I'll get Chloe up here if not.
So, I'd like to ask you to spare 8 minutes of your time. My burn, don't yell at me.
Guys, it's been a while since I've been able, it sucks now that I can't really do live streams as much in public. I have to do them like in the closed areas now because everything's getting so heightened up with the fraud stuff. The fraudsters are getting pretty pissed off. But maybe I'll do a protest. Maybe I'll do another live stream on the protest. Oh, perfect. We got Colby Covington coming right now. Epic. What's good? How you doing?
Good. How you
Let's come out here a little bit. Perfect, dude. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Are you going to fight on?
No, I'm not
talking to us right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Real American Freestyle. They're having an event. This company I invested in, so I'm gonna go out to St. Louis to watch that wrestling league.
Epic.
You gonna go?
I might.
Yeah.
I don't know if I got tickets or not yet.
You got tickets? Okay, I'll make some calls.
Make some calls.
You gotta go,
I know. I want to go to the fight. It'd be sick.
The biggest fighter we got in America right now.
It is actually crazy how. I'm going to talk about it in my speech today, but there's actually my Minnesota video, for instance, that fraud video. That is the single most impactful video in American history. If you look at the bills that have been created because of that, there's been over 25 bills that have been created in Congress, and some of them have passed just after what happened, just because of that video. Like, the fraud got so bad here in the United States because no one ever looked at it, like for years, and then the only person who ever did was Elon Musk. And then what they do to him, they blew up his businesses, they attacked him, his stock went down, all that crazy stuff just because he was trying to fight after America. And you as a fighter, like when you're looking at what's happening in America, how would you say like that fighter mentality also implies to politics or just to people in general who are wanting to stand up for the truth these days? Because now it's like common sense has now become like almost a far right issue, but it's not far right, it's just common sense. So like how do you go about, since you are a fighter, like going through with that fighter mentality to continue with just pushing common sense?
You know, I think, you know, we always got to fight for truth, and, you know, I feel like that's why we were put on this earth by God, is to fight for truth and conviction. And, you know, just like in politics and in life, you're going to get, it's like a fight. You know, you might get jabbed, but you never give up. You never quit, you know, until you're knocked out, until the day, you know, we go to our Creator. You know, we got to keep fighting for what's good, fighting for truth and for what's right. So it's amazing what you've uncovered in Minnesota. I can only imagine what you're going to uncover in California, because we see what's going on right now in the mayor's race, you know, and how they're rigging it against, you know, Spencer Pratt. So, you know, I'm just a big fan of you, of what you're doing for America, for our future, and giving accountability to all the
California makes me sick.
Appreciate that. And you were one of the first fighters to openly speak up in support of President Trump, and you're actually the first one to ever be invited into the Oval Office. What made you want to speak out against what you were seeing?
To be honest, I was just seeing like all the fake news, like and all the propaganda that was being fed down our throats from social media, from mainstream media, and just all the nasty just lies. So I was like, why am I going to believe this? You know, they said that in 2016 that Trump had no chance against Hillary, that she was a shoo-in to be the candidate, and then we saw what happened. I was just sick of all the lies, and so
when did you start speaking out against stuff?
Yeah, 2016. That's when I came out, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to hide it anymore. I know I'm probably going to lose some sponsorships. I know probably a lot of people are going to get mad at me. I lost some family, some friends, but you know, I wanted to speak up for truth. I believed in Trump and his mission and everything he's trying to do for America and put America first. So, you know, as soon as I came out, you know, I got a lot of backlash, you know, but you know, I did it for the right reasons, for the truth.
How much money do you think you lost out on for speaking out against the corruption, or let me rephrase that, how much money do you think you lost out on for supporting Trump back in 2016?
Yeah, definitely a couple million for sure. You know, sponsors, you know, at the time, Reebok was like our corporate sponsor with the UFC, and they hated Trump. You know, they were super anti-Trump. So as soon as I came out for them, I was getting big paychecks for them every month, and they said, hey, they dropped me. They said, hey, we can't support you anymore because you're standing up for Trump, and he's a bigot, he's a racist, he's a misogynist, and he's a pedo. So just all these manufactured fake lies, and it just reassured everything that I stood for and believed was right.
I hate the bullshit lies.
We're talking about like the weaponization of lawfare here, but something that no one really thinks about is the weaponization of the media. The media, when I
Russia hoax, all that Gates, that's lies.
The person exposing the fraud versus the fraud that was being exposed. And then they come out with all these lies. And you'll notice that when you, like, I think this is important for because when, if they announce you now, maybe they'll say MAGA fighter or conservative UFC fighter. And they don't want to just say UFC fighter or fighter. But for me, they call me conservative journalist, MAGA influencer. In reality, when you're just trying to show the truth. And so the media they'll play these games to twist these narratives about you. It doesn't matter what 90% of the population believes, because they're not going to do anything. It's that 10%, that 1% that becomes radicalized, that actually want to act on what they actually are told by the media about you being a fascist or you being a racist. Like,
Nick,
how's it possible to think I'm a racist for exposing fraud? Like, it's been proven that I've saved like literally hundreds of.
Dude, Nick has literally saved this country, like, single-handedly. Like, we should literally be like doing everything we can to make sure he's okay.
Millions of dollars. Yeah. And so it's just crazy how the media will twist things. And for instance, you just going out and supporting Trump, and how they go after Trump as well, like the weaponization of the media on him, that you even lost out on millions of dollars for speaking the truth here in the United States. What do you think the future of America looks like? There's a lot of things going on right now.
Man, it's hard to think about, you know, with all this corruption and rigging all these, you know, primaries and rigging the mayor's race in LA. It's tough to know what the future looks like because there's so much corruption, as you've uncovered yourself, and there's just so much fraud that I don't know. Can we overcome the swamp? You know, like all these people, even Republicans, like they say they're Republicans, but then they go vote on the Democrat side because they're getting kickbacks behind closed doors. So it's like all these people in the world are sellouts. You know, money is the root of all evil, and all these politicians are just selling their souls to the devil. So honestly, I don't know what the future looks like for America. I want to have faith.
How did you go through that about not becoming a sellout? Because you could have just said like, I'm not going to speak out against anything. You could have continued making millions and millions of dollars from these partnerships. What made you like, it's all right, I'll miss out on a few million?
Because I think once you get to a certain level of success and wealth, that there's just, you don't need any more. You know, I have a house, I have everything that I need in life. I'm happy, you know, like I don't need anything more. You know, I don't need a bigger house, I don't need a nicer car. I'm happy with everything I have. So now I just want to stand for truth. I feel like when we meet, you know, God one day, you know, he's going to judge us by our actions here on planet Earth. So I just want to make sure I'm a good person, I'm a son of God, and I do the right thing and stand for truth.
That's what's up. And what would be your message to other people that are in the fight, or that want to get involved in the fight, that maybe don't have the courage to do it?
To just not be afraid to fail, you know. Everybody, even in the UFC, like, the people that never make it to the UFC and make it to the top are the people that are afraid to fail. If you're never afraid to fail, then you cannot be beat. So just don't be afraid to fail, stand up for truth, and do what's right.
Awesome. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Look, we got another UFC legend right here. How are you doing? You guys got beef or anything? No beef here? We're not, I'm trying to scrap. I got to learn a little bit here and there.
We have weight class. Kobe's different weight class. And
who would win in a fight?
Of course, Kobe.
Really?
Yeah.
Get in here, Kobe.
He's being nice.
Who would win in a fight? Be honest.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the champ right now. You know?
We both have a kind of same style. We both wrestler, but he's 3 weight class bigger than me, and we have a weight class for reason in this sport, in UFC. You know, you know, because in sport we are locked in a cage and we are fighting with the rules. In street it's different. But we never fight. We never fight.
Street fight? Who would win though? No rules. No rules.
We never know.
No rules.
You know, it's.
Hey, I have to have security now. Give me some tips.
This guy, we are cool, bro. Why make us fight?
No, I need some tips. I need some tips about fighting, because a lot of people. I had a guy come at me in New York City the other day, and I had to go confront him, and I was I didn't want to throw down, but if you got up to me, I might have had to throw down. I have to walk around with security now. What do I do?
For me, I will tell you first rule: try to not get in the fight.
Yes.
And then second, if you get in the fight, make sure you have to beat the sheriff. Right? Don't get beat. You know?
What's like the quickest move to take someone down? If someone comes at you?
And then like. That's easy.
Wait, I got this. Let me keep going. Yeah, I gotta get some practice in. Might as well get some practice. Okay, so what are we doing?
Okay, no. Yeah, like no, what I did, I shoot to your leg because I tried to grab here and I tried to trip here, but.
Okay, let's see if I can last 10 seconds. We got a little octagon right here, actually. See this octagon? We got a little octagon. All right, we got a little octagon right here. Film this. Or pass the phone to her. All right, we got a little octagon in here. I gotta last 10 seconds. This is a bantamweight champion.
Bantamweight greatest fighter of all time. There's not a better bantamweight in UFC history.
All right, we're gonna see if I can last 10 seconds in our little octagon. Okay.
Are we doing sumo or what? Is this a sumo match?
I don't even know. I don't fight.
You say time and.
All right, you count to 10. Okay, ready?
Ready. You need a timer?
All right, whoever gets taken down, how should we do? Whoever gets taken down first?
Yeah, whoever gets taken down first.
Okay,
all right, here we go. I got 10 seconds to take you down. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Go!
Oh, let's go.
That was fast.
Let's go, my friend.
Oh, I'm down. No, I'm down. Best 2 out of 3. Best 2 out of 3. All right. Best 2 out of 3.
Hey, let's get him back to our real American freestyle.
All right, here we go. All right, what should I do different this time?
Keep your distance, man. Don't let him get close on you.
All right, okay. Yeah, we're just going. No 10 seconds. Just take down. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna play it back a little bit. I'm gonna play
change the rule. I'm gonna change the play.
Okay. Ready? Okay, go. No! All right, I'm down again. All right, okay, 2 out of 3.
Good challenge.
Okay. Oh wait, one more time. This is just the third one for fun. All right, ready? He got me 2 out of 3. Here we go.
No one's messing with Nick in
go. Okay, yeah, no, not after that one. They might mess with me because that was pretty bad.
Now maybe you want to fight.
He's the best fighter alive.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna go again. All right, ready?
Yeah.
1. You tell us to go.
Ready, set, go. Wow! Good practicing his wrestling. Oh, he's going very good, team. Oh, nice. No. Oh, shit, good. In the suit. That was impressive. That was good.
I got him on a takedown though. That was.
How many man can?
Dude, now I think we're even. I think we got to go for 5 because now we got to go one more.
I'm gonna take you serious.
All right. I think I about bit a lip. We got blood going or not? All right, ready?
Yeah.
All right, now I know how to do it. All right, hold up. All right. That was good. All right, here we go. UFC champion right here. First Nick Shirley. I got you this time.
Stick it with this mullet.
No, he hasn't got me yet. No. This is good. That was great. I got you one time. I got you once.
Yeah.
That was epic.
Good job.
Thank you.
Nice.
I might need some water now. I got you once.
I mean, but respect this guy, bro. Wow.
That was insane.
That was very good. That was fun.
And they say he's just a journalist. I think he's ready for the UFC.
I might be ready. You know, I can do a backflip. I don't know if I can do one right now, though.
No, Nick.
But I got.
You just feel a lot.
Yeah, I'm tired. That was epic. No, I've never done that before. No.
Bro, you take me down. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Not one takedown.
You look like you've been in the jiu-jitsu class for 10 years.
I'm ready. Maybe octagon next time. No more baby octagon.
Okay. That was fun.
I gotta start learning because I got some people that want to come after me.
Okay, so first, don't give your back. Just stay always control.
Okay.
And then I think you're gonna see if the punch coming.
Yeah, if we start doing that,
best
might be
will
hard.
be knee to the nuts.
Yeah.
I think for me, since you're long, I would say like right at the kneecap. Keep your distance, like just right here. Shit, you tear someone's ACL. They're coming at you and they don't know. Right here at the knee, you tear their ACL.
Is that legal in UFC fight to do that?
Yeah, you can do that. Wow. So it keeps their distance too. You don't want to end up in the streets like grappling with someone. You don't know if someone has a knife or they kick you in the face. Like keep your distance.
Ooh, yeah. That's good. That's good.
Tear that ACL, you know.
Okay.
You're long, dude. You have reach. Use your distance.
I'm fast. I used to be a track star.
Oh yeah. That's perfect.
Or you can use elbow.
Yep.
Or headbutt.
Listen, I'm getting some tips about how to take down fraudsters. That was fun.
And I'm very grateful to him. He has been very supportive.
All right, we're getting sound back. Not yet. It's not back yet. All right, audio's back. Colby, I did pretty good.
No, you took him down.
Is that pretty impressive taking down?
Oh my God, no one takes him down. He's never been taken down. That's probably the first time I've ever seen him taken down.
Really?
Yeah.
I took him down. I hope Dane's watching this.
Oh, for sure. He's definitely gonna be watching this.
Dude, that was epic.
Yeah.
Throw me in the ring. That'd be a good idea, just to throw randoms in the ring.
Yeah.
And just let them go. That's a good idea for you right there.
Or if you want to do strict wrestling, you come to our wrestling league. It's on Fox Nation.
All right.
Real American Freestyle.
Get me a match?
Yeah, we'll get you a match. Anybody you want.
I'll get taken out really fast. But
No, you just took down Marov. He just won last week. He's in the wrestling league as well.
But he's like a UFC legend.
Yeah, the best ever in his division. Champion. Guy's like 160 all muscle.
That was pretty tight.
Yeah, that was sick. That was a great double leg. I like how you grabbed and locked behind the leg. If you're gonna shoot for a double leg, you don't want to grab right here. You want to lock behind the leg, so they can't go anywhere. You know. That's nice. Good technique.
And now I gotta give a speech. I'm sweating. How am I gonna get thoughts? I gotta give a speech.
Nice.
That was epic.
No
Dude,
one knows
you're the man.
what you do. You're the man.
You got my number?
No, let me get it.
Yeah, let me tap in. Let's see if this works. Garage put in. Don't want to say it on the live.
Good call.
Oh shoot. Epic. I need to start training. Legit.
You look like you've been training every day.
Well, I work out every day, but
Yeah.
as far as like training, yeah. And it's funny when I film my videos, I always wear like really baggy clothes because I don't want to ever. It's not that I'm super strong, but I don't want to like somehow give away like intimidation or anything. So I always wear like the most baggy clothes possible. That's funny. Awesome, dude. You're the man. Keep in touch. I think we'll be up later in a little bit. All right, you're the man. Thank you. I need some water. Yeah, but chat. That was dope. Hey, thank you. I'm seeing a lot of people in here. Mago News, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. You guys, that was pretty dope. Thank you, Northwood. Thank you, Miss Magamandy. Thank you, Michelle Wardford. Thank you, Kay Bean. Thank you, Petty. Appreciate it. You guys, I need some water. That was pretty nice. I got him down. Yeah, I'm chilling. That was sick, you guys. I think I bit my top of my lip. So who's gonna be next? Oh, I'm ready now. I'm ready for anything. Someone said
that's gonna be the best type of adrenaline rush for his thing here.
Hey, thank you for becoming a member, Mago News. You get to 10 memberships. Thank you. Hey guys, I got some learning to go. How you doing, sir?
How you doing, brother?
Better watch out, I'm a lethal weapon now. Do you see that?
I saw that. Man, you got some moves.
I'm glad to see your book says learned, not leer.
That's right.
That's a good one.
Have you learned your lesson yet?
I've leered it a lot.
Yeah. So I disrupted the entire...
You got a book? What's your book about?
I disrupted the entire insurance market when I was 27 years old. I created the life settlement industry, the ability to sell your policy. If you want cash now, it didn't exist before me. So you had to die or let it lapse, and the insurance companies didn't like it.
Really?
They weaponized the government to come after me. Monday I was having lunch in the White House, and Friday my office was getting raided by 100 FBI agents.
You got raided by 100 FBI agents?
Yes, sir.
And how come?
The insurance companies, they got together to scheme to eradicate us and the entire industry.
Really?
Yes. So it took me on the fight of my life. I left the country with my ex-wife and 2 small kids.
Whoa.
I was going about 6 months. And
You fled the U.S. because of the FBI?
I did.
Wow.
I absolutely did.
And did you get back at them, or did they get you?
Oh, no. They caught me after about 6 months. And I ended up spending 8.5 years in federal prison and never broke a law.
Really? I think, one second, I gotta tell them where people can get your book.
What's that?
Where can people get your book?
You can get it at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, anywhere they sell books.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Take care, brother.
All right, Chloe, we're ready for you. We had to bring in a Gen Zer. I just got done. I took down the UFC bantamweight champion. Proud of me?
Good job, Nick.
Took him down right here in the octagon.
Right here?
Yep.
Well, I'm glad we have it all on film, and now we can all go back and watch it.
One second, I'm like still catching up. It was a good fight.
Good.
Went 5 rounds.
For real? You actually did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Seriously.
That's great.
Yeah, I gotta get serious again. All right.
I'd rather not physically fight.
Yeah, I'm not fighting.
Okay, great.
Not doing any fights. All right, Chloe. Okay, if you guys don't know who Chloe is, Chloe, you do a lot of stuff on the internet. You could be one day like the Caroline Leavitt.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Be like press secretary.
I don't know if I want
10 years from now.
That would be a lot of work, and a lot of people tend to hate the press secretary.
Well,
a lot of people hate. I mean, we have a lot of haters, so I guess it's just part of the job.
If you do anything
eventually,
good,
I need to retire from this. We're only 24, but I'm looking forward to retirement, I think, already.
Oh no, that's not good, Chloe.
I know.
You got a long career ahead of you.
It's true.
You're really looking forward to retirement?
I am. Well, and I'm also a woman, you know. I'd rather be a mother than a fighter, but I'll do it for now.
All right, sounds good. Okay, you've been following the Iran war a lot. When I need Iran news, I go to Chloe's page.
Thank you.
What's the truth about the Iran war?
Well, I just posted a video today. It was time for a recap because a few fun, crazy things have been happening in the Iran war recently. We've had a bit of a stalemate or a ceasefire. But so I guess recently this week, there was... Have you been keeping up with it?
It's
How far
everywhere.
back should we go?
Like, what's the current state of the Iran war?
Well, the current state of the Iran war is that today, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that he was going to bomb Karg Island, which is basically the heartbeat of Iran's oil industry. And that is a move that we should have been doing a long time ago. So this is about 2 months delayed, in my opinion. But finally, it looks like we were going to retaliate because our aircraft went down. Iran shot 2 American military members out of the sky. And in retaliation, we hit some drones. And then they said, okay, we're not reaching a deal. We've tried our hand at diplomacy, but it's time to just go for it. And Karg Island is one of those big hits that we should have made. And they're one of 2 targets that we really could be hitting right now. We could be hitting oil infrastructure or energy infrastructure, their power grid. And so they said they were going to go and bomb Karg Island, but then Trump called off the strikes. Now, 2 things could play out here. Either he's lying and he's just kind of duking us out, and he does like to do things on Friday nights, so maybe we will see a strike Friday night after all, and he will end up going after Karg Island, or they're actually going to get to a deal. But this deal with Iran would have to mean that Iran gets absolutely no money. They still have a ton of sanctions on them, and they have absolutely no chance of building nuclear weapons in the future, and I don't know if that's possible right now. So that's kind of the state of the Iran war at current.
So are we winning or losing that?
We are winning, and we've won, but it's kind of akin to the Knicks-Spurs game last night. So right now, we're the Spurs. And if we don't want to end up like the Knicks, then we have to keep going because we're up. Obviously,
No, but the Spurs are down.
Oh, wait, did I get that wrong? The Spurs were winning last night. Okay, so we're
29.
We're kind of like
They had a 29-point lead.
Right. So we don't want to give up our lead. And I would say right now we're winning. Obviously, their top echelon of leadership has been destroyed. I think Khamenei, the son, who is, well, without a leg, potentially without different body parts, and in a coma, he, I think, officially died. Their entire top echelon of their military is wiped out. Their economy is in total shambles. Their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their nuclear defense system is gone. So
what are we talking about again? Iran's death?
Iranian people to kind of rise up and take over. And the only way that they're going to be able to do that is if we get them weapons and we basically leave Iran totally broke. And the way to leave Iran totally broke is to bomb Karg Island, their oil infrastructure, and their power grids. Right now, they've been tapping us along for too long. we've been negotiating for too long. They're very, very weak, but for some reason, we're kind of acting like Obama right now. We need to be a little bit harsher with them, I think, and just get the job done so we don't end up like the Spurs.
I think I learned more about the Iran war right now than I've learned over the past few months.
Oh, that's so great. Well, that is the whole point of my job on social media.
Are you pro-war or anti-war, like this war?
I'm pro-war. I'm pro this operation. I would have loved if we would have finished it 2 months ago, and I think we could have. I also think.
How come we had to go back in? Because they went through with the B-2 bombers. They'd bombed that where they had the nukes, or where they were building the nukes. How come we had to go back?
Well, the only reason we would have struck anything else would have been in retaliation. There's a clip from an old show, and the president says, well, what is the virtue of a proportional response? Basically saying, why would we just proportionally respond back? Why hit a camel in the middle of a desert when you could go for the real thing and just get the job done? And I think we've been kind of hitting them with proportional responses for a few months now.
When do you think this war wraps up? Because a lot of people are struggling right now. Gas is really expensive, and cost of living is pretty high right now. When do you think this war wraps up?
I think it wraps up in another couple weeks. I don't think they're going to get a deal just by negotiating. I think they're going to have to bomb a few more big pieces of Iran infrastructure.
Interesting. And while we are on the topic of weaponization here, what do you think about California law? There's two examples I want to give. They passed right before the mayor election. They passed a bill making it pretty much illegal for the feds to go in, or they have to go through a long process to get any access to, I don't know if it's voter rolls, but to get access into what's going on with their elections. Gavin Newsom signed a law literally a few days before that. And then they also signed the Assembly passed for, aka the Stop Nick Shirley Act. How come you think places like California use the law or create new laws to make it hard for people to have transparency inside of their governments that they pay taxes for? Why is California going after the people instead of, why they're going after the people, and why won't they just have, they're exposing the fraud versus having transparency?
I think the problem is a lot of Californians don't know what they're voting for and what's going on, or if they are on the left side of the aisle and just ad nauseum voting for these liberal candidates into these high up positions, they have no idea. I don't think they're seeing the same information that we're seeing. They don't know the extent of the fraud, and if they do know about the fraud, they're fine with it. And of course, it's legalized corruption. It's not entirely illegal fraud because, like you said, this is stuff that's been passed into law. They allow for ballot harvesting. The law allows for voter roll. Well, there's no law that says voter rolls need to be cleaned and that ghost voters need to be taken out. They allow for third-party harvesting and all of these things. So it's embedded into the law. And so to change that, they would need to elect officials that could change the law. Somebody I think about is State Assemblyman David Tangania. His last name is very long. Maybe you met him at Turning Point. Yeah, he's great. And so he's an example of a commonsensical Republican who is running in the state and doing his darndest to change the laws there, but it's just so hard because there's so much bureaucratic bloat.
The California Communist Party.
Yes,
the CCP.
It's a one-party system, and they've been rolling for over a decade. Several decades now, and voting for change, and that's the problem. Maybe if they would elect Steve Hilton, or if they would have elected Spencer Pratt, something could have happened.
Any chance Spencer Pratt gets in?
No, and he wasn't going to win anyway because obviously it is just.
He could, if him and Bass went to a runoff, very good chance.
It's such a shame. That I don't think LA wants the best for LA, or their idea of best is just a lot different than what we would classify as best. And you know what? Let them rot. I don't really care. California, you can go and expose it, and the rest of America can watch, and we can laugh and slice it.
We need the help. Don't make us a joke. See, this is what I'm talking about, people. People think we're idiots. We need to stand up for ourselves. We don't need Nick's help. What the fuck are we doing?
To me, it's lovely.
No, it's not. I've driven through it. Okay, well, I know you got to get
going. Yes, we need his help.
Thank you very much for coming on.
This is my pride talking. We don't need his help. What the fuck are we doing?
Got it. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Brecca. I'm with the Daily Wire.
Okay, Brecca. What do you think
we're
about
a sports economy. Don't know what the fuck we're doing.
How do you think, and the way they use the laws against civilians, taxpayers?
Yeah, I mean, I think so first of all, I'm a journalist, so I try not to give too many opinions, just try and stick to the facts. But I think when you look at California and you see especially like what's going on with the homeless crisis that you covered out in LA, is that they've spent records amount of funding in this and it never gets fixed. And so, and you have to ask why you don't want people investigating that. And then you look at Spencer Pratt, who basically ran on homelessness, and somehow he ends up losing, the mayoral election. And it's like, why don't they fix this? Why don't they want this to help? And really the worst part is for the taxpayer is you can't fire the government. So like when you go literally to any business and they do a bad job, you don't have to go again. You don't get that luxury with the government. So when, they screw up homelessness and the crisis gets worse, they have to still keep using them, and it's still up to LA to solve. And so I think you've kind of broken everything on fraud and basically like captured what the people need to realize. But you don't want to give your money if it's not being put to a good use. And you see time and time again, like your salary, like I hate when my taxpayers, I see it and then you discover all this fraud going to it. We all earn our money and they really need to be looking into it. And I don't understand why legislation is being proposed.
Yeah, I think we're seeing legit the CCP, California Communist Party. That's why I nicknamed them, because they're literally, it's like China there. They have bills to make it impossible for people to
what is happening to the street?
And I think kind of the worst part about it is, and when you look at just the way Democrats run campaigns and Republicans run campaigns, when you're a Democrat, it's a lot easier to run a campaign because you kind of capitalize on things like abortion. And you know what? We want to give as much money to homeless people as possible. We want to help get them off the streets. And you look at Republicans, and it's kind of them pointing out like, hey, this money isn't actually going to the right places, but to understand where it's going, you actually have to be paying attention. And it's the same thing kind of everywhere. Republicans, like for you to understand what's going on with Trump and everything he's doing, and especially with the economy, you have to know a lot more than what Democrats say. So like when Democrats are talking about, prices are rising. Yes, they're rising, but it's like, why are they rising? And why they're rising under Trump is very different than why they're rising under, or why they rose under Biden. And they're rising under Trump because of the war with Iran. And we know energy prices dictate the cost of everything. To get food to a grocery store, you have to have gas in the truck, literally everything. But when you look at why prices rose under Biden, it was because they were putting on these energy regulations and basically constraining coal companies, natural gas companies. And people don't understand that it was a time of peace, and they were literally restricting energy. And so yes, prices rose for different reasons, but Trump is saying prices are rising for a short period of time, bear with me. And then Democrats are saying we're going to constrict energy and there's no real way to bring down prices. The only reason prices eventually came down under Biden was the Federal Reserve. And again, a lot of people don't even know what the Federal Reserve is. It's an independent agency that basically their rules are they have to maximize unemployment and keep inflation low. And the Federal Reserve, inflation got so bad under Biden that they rose interest rates. That makes it harder for you to buy a house. That makes it harder for you to get a loan for your car. It makes it harder for businesses to raise capital. And so it wasn't the Biden administration that eventually got inflation lowered from that peak of 9.1%. It's the Federal Reserve. And Republicans, you have to be paying attention to understand that and make that distinction. And unfortunately, Democrats are able to run on stuff like, we got to protect women's rights, we have to protect homelessness, and we have to bring down costs, but just, you got to know the reasoning behind it.
Wow, you're very smart. I'm impressed. Chloe, you might have some competition.
No, we work together. That's my teammate.
That's my teammate.
Teammates, but you guys might have some
There we
competition.
go.
then.
Those are just the facts. That's not even my opinion. You can check all that data.
So you're saying that after the
No,
Iran
it's in
war,
the
you call
data
Iran or
points.
Iran?
I was saying the data points
Iran,
are
but
on
I'm
point.
bad at pronouncing things.
Well,
so
I don't know.
it-
Everyone says it different. All right. So do you think after the Iran war, prices will go down?
I do because, okay, so there's oil futures, and so that's 6 months from now. And basically, guys, whatever the stock market does, that's like people putting their money behind it. That's why prediction markets are so helpful. And when the stock market is predicting 6 months from now, when the Iran war should be over, prices will be down, I believe it. That's people's money. That's people's, talk is cheap, money is not. And people are literally betting that they will go back down. And it makes sense. And also another thing with, we couldn't even be in this war with Iran if we weren't prepared energy-wise. And that's another issue I have, is because Democrats didn't want us to be energy independent, but Trump does, and you have to produce energy. And that's why he's literally talks about drill baby drill, so we have our own energy. We couldn't fight a war with Iran with no energy. We couldn't do it. And because also we wouldn't be dependent on them for their energy.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Why are gas prices going up if we have all the gas and oil here inside the United States?
Great question. Okay, so Okay, so we produce light crude oil, and basically we only became one of the world's largest exporter of energy, and I think it was 2017, 2018, and that's because it's like complex, but bear with me. There's this horizontal fracking method that we discovered that basically allowed us to access this shale oil
What are
that
the
we
people
never
in the
been
chat
able
like,
to
shut
before.
your mouth,
But
Nick,
the
get 'em
problem
outta
is
here.
because we weren't processing that
Wow.
light oil, we had been processing heavy crude oil, which we import from Venezuela. So all of our oil refineries, which are all these factories, take years to build. They're so expensive to build. And so our refineries can't process the oil we make here. And so we have to then we ship out our light crude oil to other countries that can refine our oil. Oil is useless until you refine it. You can't go into gas. And so we have to then import the heavy crude oil, which we get from Venezuela, which we now have complete control
Okay, so
over.
crude oil is
And
the
then
same
also
as
you
oil,
think
so
about,
you
okay,
need to
well, we need to
understand
build more refineries. That's what Trump's saying when he's like, bring manufacturing back home, more factories in America. It's all part of this process. And if you see it big picture, it does look promising. It's just Democrats are able to sometimes pull in some of this, it's not working right now because people don't grasp the whole picture. And if you don't know about the light crude oil, the heavy crude oil, it all gets confusing, but you just have to pay attention and kind of see it through.
Wow, I just learned a lot. Thank you so much.
No, I learned a lot from you. So, yeah.
Yeah, my thing is I just go ask people questions, have them show what they're doing, the fraudsters, for instance, and I let everyone else take their analysis and see the facts from the source.
No, facts from the source. That's the way to do it.
That's the way to do it. I think I'm going to go to Venezuela sometime soon. Maybe I'll go figure out what's going on with the oil there.
I'd love to see your work.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Where can people find you guys?
Brecca Stahl on Instagram and Twitter. That was so good, Brecca.
And it's all politics on Instagram and TikTok.
Awesome.
And
thank you guys very much.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
How we going? All right. Perfect, everyone. I'm still trying to catch my breath after the fighting. How's it going?
Tim Barton from Dallas, Texas. This is my card. My son and my daughter are big fans of you.
Tell your daughter I say hi.
She's single.
Great.
Victoria Barton.
Victoria Barton.
Yeah.
There she is. What's up, Victoria? How are you doing? What brings you out here today?
I'm doing okay. We've been fighting the battle for the last 4 years from the DOJ and the SEC simultaneously. 4 years ago arrested me, and then they put a prejudgment receiver on me and have taken over $400 million of my assets without any jury trial.
You had $400 million of assets?
Yes.
Wow.
I was one of the biggest real estate developers in Dallas, Texas. I was a big supporter of Trump for many years. We opened the first office in 2016, the first campaign as well as the second. And we had a problem in the real estate business on simple real estate loans. We uncovered that the Chinese were moving money into America, and we put it out in a whistleblower action through the guideposts to the Department of Homeland and also to the FBI. And in 2019, because they were all Chinese, they said that this was not a priority because of all the Russian collusion. The government didn't have time to investigate it. And then, lo and behold, as soon as Biden got in, all of a sudden I became the one that was dragged out of my bed at 5 o'clock in the morning by the FBI. 8 FBI agents dragged me out in handcuffs and leg irons. And after the FBI got me in the holding tank, the agent asked me, Ben Whitley, Special Agent Ben Whitley asked me, did you like the showtime we gave you? I said, excuse me, sir? He said, yeah, we gave you the showtime, 5 o'clock in the morning on a Friday, bullhorns, bull lights, everything. And we have been already through 2 years of an investigation with the SEC and fully cooperated with them. So we've been fighting every day since then for the injustice that's going on in lawfare and weaponization. In America, you should not be able to take somebody's assets without a jury trial. The Supreme Court had a Jarsky rule saying that the SEC could not take one's assets without a jury trial, and now they got to work around with a prejudgment receiver. And Judge Brantley Starr, the nephew of Ken Starr, is now my judge in the SEC case, and he assigned a friend of his, Court Thomas, as the receiver. And they're supposed to be impartial. They're not supposed to be friends. They're not supposed to be going on trips together.
Yeah.
And 2 weeks ago, we found
Go after him.
Judge Brantley Starr took the receiver on a junket with him for a judicial retreat. And and had him sitting next to him. So we're fighting hard. I gave you it. It's BartonReceivership.net.
Thank you, Barton.
And
Appreciate
we appreciate it. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. Let's do an interview with Cynthia. Hello, how are you? Oh, we're live.
Say hi.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Bro, low-key was like, no one talked to me for 20 minutes.
Catching my breath, you guys. After that 5 rounds,
need
you'd be surprised how
to live.
Yeah. Oh, we're. Yeah. So, recap for anybody who's joining. Yeah. Okay, I'm still catching my breath. I think we're back in business though. Yeah, recap for everyone who's just joining. Today we're here in Washington, D.C. We're at an event called the Weaponization Watch. We're learning more about the weaponization of lawfare as we're actually seeing it firsthand. For instance, right now in California, they're trying to pass a bill, AB 2624, aka the Stop Make Sure Act, literally using the law to go after citizens who are trying to expose fraud. So we're here learning as much as we possibly can about the weaponization of lawfare here inside the United States. And we have with us right here Cynthia. How are you doing?
Hi, Nick.
Let's step back over here. You're the one putting on this event for Weaponization Watch.
Yes.
Perfect. And one moment. How have you seen the weaponization of lawfare here inside the United States? And what made you so passionate about it to do something about it?
Well, you know, as you heard me talking tonight, I have a nephew who got caught up in the January 6th event. And, you know, I raised him. He's, you know, my nephew. So when he got arrested and got in trouble, you know, it was immediate action I had to jump into. Community and support and resource, and it grew into this massive thing. We got the support of President Trump, and then the pardons came. And I knew after everything I saw and learned with Patriot Freedom Project and over January 6th, I mean, there were children with no health insurance, children that had to move, children that had to change schools, women that were pregnant when their, you know, husbands went to jail, women who never worked because their, you know, husband was the breadwinner. And now their lives were just upside down. So I decided to take that and incorporate it into weaponization. And we formed Weaponization Watch because January 6th is like Pandora's box, you know? And it just showed us how deep weaponization runs in this country and how many people are impacted and affected by it. And nobody was out here talking about the collateral damage and the humanitarian crisis, and that is the families. And so here I am.
And so what have you seen as you've battled the weaponization of lawfare here inside the United States? What's one thing you've seen that might shock most people who have never gone through this weaponization of lawfare?
Well, you know, with Weaponization Watch, what we're doing now is, you know, we're focused on like post-conviction relief and, again, supporting, you know, families who have a loved one that's, you know, facing prison. And
But what's something that would surprise people to know about how the government can go after somebody, even if they're innocent, for instance?
Well, let's talk about the charge of conspiracy, for example. Conspiracy is used in such an unlawful way. When an investigation results in nothing, conspiracy comes into play. So, for example, there are 4 cops in New Haven, Connecticut, and they were investigated by East Haven, Connecticut, for a conspiracy charge. And the FBI office there decided that they didn't need to bring charges because there was nothing there to bring charges. But that wasn't where it ended. So then the Eastern District of New York, which is not even in Connecticut, came into play. And at the time, Barack Obama was president and Robert Mueller was the Attorney General. And the pressure from the EDNY on Connecticut to prosecute these 4 cops, they prevailed. And these 4 cops were charged with a conspiracy charge. and they went to prison, and they lost their jobs. They were separated from their families, their children, their wives, their mothers, their fathers, and the list is long. And we see that every day. Eastern District of New York is really out of control. You know, that's got to get on your radar, Nick, because I'll tell you, Eastern District of New York, Southern District of New York, they're ruthless. They are ruthless. They prosecute white-collar crimes. They throw people in prison. We have 2 women sitting in prison right now on the most ridiculous charge where there is no victim, who got sentenced to such a long amount of time in jail. Nobody is raising the flag on this, and we need to get to the bottom of why weaponization is used against Americans in such a way that it takes their freedom.
Because somebody could literally, we just talked to a man who lost $400 million worth of assets because of the way that I believe the FBI was going after him. So here in the United States, how is it possible that somebody can be completely innocent, yet they can be taken to court and have to pay their legal fees? Could be millions of dollars. Meanwhile, they're completely innocent. How do we allow that to happen, and how do we fight back?
You know, listen, everything I'm saying to you right now is in my own capacity, right? It's not associated with the organizations I'm connected with. It's of my own free will. I think that weaponization became a real problem when Donald Trump ran for president. I think the Democratic Party and even some Republicans were so disturbed by it that they just came up with, just novel, bogus, arguments and created, charges, and I don't even know how to put it into words, really. And I think it was the start of something. I mean, look what happened in Michigan with the Whitmer guys. Do you know Adam Fox, Barry Croft are sitting in a supermax prison when there was no violence in their crime? It's another conspiracy type of charge where, the governor in Michigan, she was running for, re-election. She needed some help. They targeted these men who, had hard times throughout their life, hard upbringings in their life. This is what the FBI does. They go after people like that. They target people like that, and people lose their freedom because they come out to an event like this, or they see a Nick Shirley on the street and they want to be heard, and they have a spine, and they want to talk about what inspires them and what they stand for and what they stand against. But you can't do that anymore in this country, Nick, because if you do, you're going to go to prison. You and I know that better than anybody. We stand here as targets right now. We watched what happened to President Trump. We've watched what happened to, some of the people we saw in the video, Jeff Clark, John Eastman. The list is long. And we have to have voices like yours, like mine, to stand here to say, look at these people who are going through it and have been victims of weaponization. We have to have bigger discussions. And I'll tell you, nobody wants to do that more than President Trump. And I don't know what's going to happen when we don't have him anymore. It's very scary to think about.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious to see what happens, too. It's going to be a little crazy.
Yeah.
I think another thing that's crazy right now is the weaponization of the media. For instance, right now, a bunch of people here in the United States do not see a problem with Carmelo Anthony stabbing Austin Metcalf.
I know.
They don't see a problem with that. Like the way that media has portrayed it is that they've almost said that this kid's innocent for stabbing a guy.
I've never seen anything like it, Nick. I'm at a loss for words.
I know. Look at Luigi Mangione. I mean, look,
yeah,
our healthcare system is backwards.
I said it, fuck
and
Luigi.
There's lots of people in this country without health insurance. My oldest boy doesn't have health insurance because the premiums are so high, he'd rather pay out of pocket. But look at Luigi Mangione. I mean, the way people praise him. He murdered somebody. He shot him in the back. The tone in this country has been set by a dangerous group of people. Whether you want to call them Democrats, whether you want to call them Rhino Republicans, whether you want to call them, not sane people, I don't know. But there's a dangerous precedent that has been set in this country, continues to grow. And without people like Nick Shirley, without people like Cynthia Hughes, we got a real problem on our hands.
Amen. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Where can people learn more about what you are doing?
So you can visit weaponizationwatch.com. we're looking for, donations. We're looking for donors. We help a lot of families. We pay rent, we pay mortgage. We help with lawyers. We file cert petitions with lawyers. This work is very important and it's very needed, and there's a lot of people in this country who benefit from it. So we hope you'll go to weaponizationwatch.com and consider us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Means a lot. When am I giving a speech? I'm getting up there soon.
You're getting up there soon. Don't you worry. We can't wait. You're going to get this house. You're going to get everybody on their feet.
Getting everyone riled up.
It's going to be wild in here. Stay tuned.
All right, everyone. Yes, thank you so much. I need some more water, everyone. I am still a little exhausted. No, just kidding. I'm good now. Let's get a photo. Epic. Thank you. I got in a fight over there.
What do you think?
You see that?
I heard. No, I was on stage.
I almost won.
I heard you kicked his ass.
Yep, I took him down. Took down a champion, actually.
Right.
It was pretty epic.
What are you thinking?
What?
Just the whole thing.
Oh, this is amazing. Look at this. Show the camera how beautiful this is. Pan the camera, show everyone how nice it is here. Beautiful venue. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Great people.
Thank you. Thank you for supporting.
Of course.
Very grateful for you.
I'll always support a good cause, and I'll always support people that are willing to go after the corrupt and evil, because there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I opened a can of worms when I exposed the fraud. Nobody knew how bad the fraud was here inside the United States. And I saw how the media weaponized the media to go after the person exposing the fraud.
I know.
Versus going after the actual fraudsters. And now I'm seeing in California how they're literally creating laws to weaponize lawfare. And they're not even just weaponizing lawfare, they're creating laws to make it harder for the person who's doing good here inside the United States. So I really do believe that there is good and evil in this world. It's not even right or left, it's good versus evil. And anyone who's willing to make a difference, or at least stand up to that evil, needs to be supported.
Well,
so
I appreciate you, and I
means a
support
lot.
you. And your mom is so incredible.
Shout out Brooker T.
That's right. Shout out to Mom, Nick Shirley's mom. She is a gem. She has raised a gem. I look forward to meeting her one day, and I hope we do more together. There's a lot to do, and I would love to continue, helping you and you helping me and us helping them.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick.
I'll be here for the next while. I got to give a speech to everyone. I'm getting a little bit calmed down. How's it going?
Nice meeting you, Nick.
Thank you very much.
I heard about you so much on social media. Your coverage on the Minnesota fraud. I commend you for doing that.
Oh, thank you very much.
Not many people are doing it. They don't have the courage, the country, and the betterment of our nation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Great words. I'm glad he's hearing that. Good
How's
stuff,
it going?
man.
Can I have a moment with you?
Yes, I'm live right now.
Off record, I want to tell you one.
We're live, so whatever's going on records, whatever you're saying is going to go on record. Oh, wow. DM me on X. DM me the info on X. That'll be us. Can you give me a water? Yeah. DM me all that information on X.
This is...
Oh, yeah. That looks deep. That looks deep. We'll look into it, all right?
I don't want to leak the idea. I want you, because you can do it.
Okay. DM me it on X.
This is real stuff.
DM them on X.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you, guys. See ya. How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
How's it going?
Good. Just took down a bantamweight champion.
I heard about that. Do you have a background in wrestling or what?
No, I do not.
Right. If we ever need you on the New York City subway system, we'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know. Daniel Penny.
Yeah, Danny.
What do you know about Daniel Penny?
I was his attorney.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, so we got the acquittal for Danny under the most hostile of circumstances.
Yeah, how did the law go after Daniel Penny?
Well, it was a very politicized case. I had been litigating with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office for many years. I'm a former prosecutor in New York. And when the case first started to get attention in the media, I had conversations with the assistant DA who was assigned to the case at the time and said, look, we're going to take this slow. We're going to do a thorough investigation. And we'll see where things go. Maybe you and I will meet at the DA's office next month and talk about things a little more. A day later, the protesters are on the subway tracks in New York City. Everyone's going crazy. This is going to be another George Floyd. I get a call that very next morning saying, yeah, I know what we talked about a couple of days ago, but all that's changed and we need your client to come in and surrender tomorrow. So, you know, it was just so very obvious that Alvin Bragg's office was completely buckling under the political pressure.
How did Daniel Penny become the bad guy in the eyes of the media?
Well, you know, it's an upside down world, particularly in New York City, and you know we have a situation. I mean, really, that's what weaponization is all about. I mean, when the government, whether it's federal prosecutors, state prosecutors, picks winners or losers based on what is politically convenient for them, or the direction in which the political winds are blowing. So, you know. In New York City, I mean, I ran against Alvin Bragg. I was his Republican opponent in 2021, and my motivation for running was that I'd been practicing criminal law in the New York City area for over 20 years, and for the first time in history, we had someone campaigning for district attorney who was speaking more about defending the rights of the people he was supposed to be prosecuting than he was about controlling crime and getting justice for victims of crime and taking violent individuals, recidivist offenders like Jordan Neely off the street. And it is just, you know, it is this moment in time where the bad guys became the good guys and the good guys were treated as the bad guys.
I'm super happy you beat the case. It's over now, right?
It's over now. We're still defending a civil suit, but the criminal case is over. It was a trial lasted about 7 weeks, and Daniel Penny was acquitted, as everyone knows, and it was probably the least optimal jurisdiction where you could defend that type of case. I mean,
in a case like that, he obviously doesn't win anything. What does he lose?
We lose everything. I mean, you know, Daniel Penny.
How much money would he had to come out of pocket for to defend himself?
Well, thank God America rallied around him.
Right? But they didn't. Because a lot of people, this happens to a lot of people, and they don't get the backing of America. They don't get the backing from big donors. How much would someone have to pay to defend themselves?
When you factor in the type of representation we gave him, the talented members that we had on that legal team, not just myself, my law partner Stephen Razor, consultants, the experts that we used to rebut the prosecution's case, very easily talking about a 7-figure defense. And what small percentage of Americans could ever afford something like that? Thankfully, in Danny's case, he had about 100,000 people who donated from around the country, from celebrities that donated thousands of dollars to everyday individuals who donated $5, $10, $20, and it was one of the largest crowdfunding legal defense funds in American history.
As needed. I mean,
as deserved.
Like, it tells when they do that to people, when they go after the good people versus going after the bad people, they're showing their true colors, and it's exposing how corrupt and how, like, really dark times that we can live in if people don't stand up, and how they actually use the law against innocent individuals.
You're right, and then the bigger problem,
it's very convoluted to fix the system, Mick. We can't let it fester like this, Mick. We have to fix California, Nick.
That's
Help!
what they say. You know, so it is frightening enough to get, or it takes enough courage for someone to act as a good Samaritan, going up against a madman. New York City subway, where you're in an underground confined space, because you don't know if that individual has a gun, you don't know if that individual has a knife. In fact, what came out during the trial and through the discovery is that that's what everyone on the subway believed. They thought Jordan Neely was armed. So if that's not frightening enough, if that doesn't take moxie enough, but then you tell people that, look, even if you do that, and even if you protect innocent strangers at risk to yourself, oh, by the way, then you might get indicted. You know, that is asking too much of most anyone, and it creates a situation like we've seen since Danny's case, where these things are repeated. There's other examples of the same type of scenario, and no one acts, and then we ask why.
Well, thank you so much for what you do. Appreciate it.
Thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, chat, how's everyone doing? I'm having a good time out here. And do you guys notice how great the camera quality is. Yeah. How's it going? Who's okay. Colby, I'm a bit winded after that fight.
What?
I'm a bit winded after that one.
Dude, you took it like a champ, man.
My legs are sore.
This is the champ of the
This is
people
the
right here,
champ right
baby.
now.
The people's champ. What?
That's what's up. Well, how do you guys do that? How extensive of training do you have to go through to last a full 8 or 12 rounds in a UFC fight?
Yeah, so UFC like championship fights where me and Merab are usually in are 5 minutes, so it's 25 minutes. But you got to train 6 days a week, and you got to train twice a day, because in the morning you're doing like jiu-jitsu training on the ground, just like you were doing, and then
Of course I noticed, Nick. Why do you think I gave you $10? I was like, oh shit,
it's a full-time job.
Who do you think's the best fighter in the UFC right now?
The guy fighting at the White House this weekend, Ilia Topuria. He's the best, hands down, best fighter in the game right now.
So loud. What do you think's gonna happen when McGregor gets back?
Man, I'm interested. I don't know if he's gonna come back. He made so much money. I don't know.
He's supposed to fight Max?
Yeah, he was supposed to fight before and he pulled out. So I don't know if he shows up. I don't know. What Conor? Are we gonna get the old Conor that was hungry? Or are we gonna get the guy that's,
I really want to see him win one more fight.
It would be amazing, right? I want to see him win too. I love Conor. Conor's my guy.
And if he doesn't show up for the fight, I want him to take down Ireland. It is so bad there right now, so corrupt.
Seriously.
So corrupt. I mean, he was running for president and they literally made it impossible for him to even get on the ballot.
That's crazy. And he's the most influential person in Ireland. He wants real change over there, and all the nasty people that are coming to his country, he just wants to keep them out.
A man literally got almost beheaded in northern Belfast in Northern Ireland, and then it's like they still support all these people coming into the country. What's going on? Crazy. Geez, Cynthia's the man in the crown. I'm listening.
You gonna speak up there yet?
Not yet. I gotta get my thoughts prepared for that. I think I'm going up though right now, actually. Yeah, I think at 9 I go up.
What do they want you talking about?
Just talk about anything. I'm gonna talk about what I've experienced from everything. Am I going up now? Okay, I'm gonna go sit down for a second. All right, hey, you're the man. Stay in touch.
Appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. Hello. Oh, amazing. How are you?
How is it that you're so young and so powerful? I'm curious.
Great question.
How did you do it?
Look at my grandson.
I just went out and made stuff happen.
I want something for you to remember. When you're persecuting, when you're looking into fraud, make sure that you look into the doctors. That most of the doctors are not complicit with the fraud. They are being scammed. They're being exploited.
So if you just look at the DOJ's own press releases, one press release says doctors are complicit. The same actors, the same players, everything. When they prosecute the owners of the labs, they say they did things behind the doctors' backs. So the DOJ is changing their narrative based on who they're prosecuting.
Okay, amazing.
And I know you've been to Cuba.
Let's be in touch.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm not trying to finagle you.
Okay.
But you are the shit right now.
Oh, thank you.
So we could use your help.
All right, thank you very much.
Right.
And I know
Appreciate
you've
you
been
guys.
to Cuba.
Yes.
Yeah, we're Cuban.
I can leave you at Cuba.
Eve
Yeah, I'm
Hernandez,
Cuban.
that's Filipino. My
She was born
sister's in
here.
jail right
Nice
now.
to meet you.
Oh,
20 years.
Oh my gosh, that's a long time.
3 years in prison. She's got 5 children.
Get him at his table. Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
thank you.
Wow, people left already. Okay. Justin, you ready?
All right, you guys.
You got him, Nick.
Thank you.
God bless you, Nick.
Thank you very much. Sit down for a sec. I'm gonna sit down.
Okay, you're gonna just.
Yeah, you sit right here. All right, guys, I gotta gather my thoughts.
So, I apologize to my friend Mike Howard.
All right. Okay, give me one sec.
Delay the panel. Governor Rod, bear with me. I love you. So,
All right, I gotta prepare for this speech.
over the course of this past year, we've all learned about this young man who's been all over the country exposing fraud. He's an up-and-coming independent journalist, and he needs everybody's support as well. And I would like to call up to the stage this incredible, bright young man, Nick Shirley.
All right, let's do this.
Nick, you're a crusader, and your mom's a badass.
Yeah, my mom's
All right.
awesome.
And I'm glad you're here and supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Nick.
Thank you all for being here.
Let's go,
I'm
Nick.
super excited to be able to talk and actually give a bit of my story because I think it needs to be told, and I think people need to understand exactly what we actually are fighting for, because a lot of things have been made to be right or left, but now it's just good versus evil here inside the United States. And the reason why I started getting into looking into what was happening inside the country is just because I wanted to learn what was actually happening. I didn't want to get it from the news. I didn't want to get it from somebody who was telling it from behind a desk. So I started going to the locations myself. And I started going to the border initially. And I had just learned Spanish, so I was able to speak with these migrants as they're coming across the border. And nobody knew what was exactly happening with these people. Nobody knew that they were being trafficked by these cartels. Nobody knew that they were waiting in lines in Mexico City to use an app to then cross into the United States. Nobody knew any of that was happening. Nobody knew they were
very
being flown
convoluted.
into
I
the
remember
United
when he
States.
was talking to that person in the back of the truck.
Through my reporting, I was able to figure that out.
It was some female, and like she was just very against him and
So I
all of
went
his motives.
And got to the actual source.
It was very convoluted. You could
And
tell
then
they were
from
just
there,
there
I
for
started
some
looking
reason.
I started going everywhere. I kind of made it my mission to make a video every single week about what was happening here inside the United States, from illegal immigration to the homelessness to the elections, and then that led me to the fraud. And people wonder how I got into that fraud and how I started looking at the fraud. Well, it was after I had went to the United Kingdom and I had seen what would happen over there. And I was like, well, where's that maybe happening here inside the United States? So I started doing my research, and I knew about some locations, and then one that caught my eye was Minnesota. They had a rapid rise of Somalians who are Muslims who came into their communities, and then there was a rise of Islam inside there. I remember like reading an article, and it said like a Christian church had been replaced by a mosque. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. I'll go look into that. But the reason why I got looking into the fraud is because I started listening to people like you. When I got to Minnesota, I had no idea about the fraud. I knew that it was bad, I knew that what was happening in Minnesota, like I knew they was like in a decline. I didn't know that fraud was happening. People started telling me about it. And so then I went back to Minnesota once that man David had sent me the information on the fraud. And did anyone ever know about Leering centers before? And we started to go to these daycares, and we saw that nobody was at these daycares at all. There was no children, but they had just received $1 million, $2 million, $3.67 million, and there was no kids at the daycare. And I go out and I reveal this information, and I share it with the world, and it becomes the most viewed video ever. Like, this video got 4 billion views in 7 days. Across all platforms, across all clips that are taken from it, across the news in Japan, news in Australia. Someone tracked it down, and they tracked 4 billion views in 7 days. So, over the course of 7 days, half of the world saw how bad the fraud was. And then these fraudsters were getting away with it for so long they never even tried to hide it. But what was interesting is we have weaponization of lawfare here inside the United States, but now we have the weaponization of the media. So after I expose widespread fraud in Minnesota, instead of investigating the fraud, mainstream media then goes and investigates the person exposing the fraud. And you have politicians like Tim Walz calling someone who just exposed his state for fraud, calling them a white supremacist for looking into the fraud. He then said I was a delusional conspiracy theorist. Meanwhile, he dropped out of running for re-election. So he said all these lies, and then he goes ahead and drops out because he knows that it was true. He tried to use the media to manipulate
Tim Walz
the
is a
story,
crook.
but he couldn't because it was true. But in a lot of cases, the media will be weaponized against somebody, and they won't have somebody who drops out of an election. And so then the media will create all these false narratives about individuals. And I want to get this right here. People ask how much of a difference the Minnesota fraud video made. There's never been a video in American history that has created as much change as that video. Since that video was posted on December 26, 2025, over 25 bills have been created to go after fraud. And I want to read a few of them. So just the House Oversight Committee, they've created 9 bills: Prepayment, Fraud Prevention, and Treasury Data Access, Stopping Fraudulent Payments Act, Fraud Prevention and Accountability Act, the Zombie Act, Zeroing Out Monetary Benefits Improperly Expended, Federal Fraud Prevention Workforce Training Act, Taxpayer Resources Used in Emergencies Accountability Act, Taxpayer Funds Oversight and Accountability Act, Child Care Payment Integrity and Fraud Accountability Act, Child Care Integrity Monitoring Act, Safeguarding Taxpayer Dollars in Child Care Act, Stop Child Care Fraud Act, Closing the Provider Fraud Gap Act, No Funds for Repeat Child Care Violations, Stop Child Care Scams Act. None of that would have been created if I had not made that video. None of it. And people wonder how the fraud got so bad. It's because nobody ever looked into it. Over 25 bills were created to go after fraudsters. If I had never posted that video, nobody would actually ever know how bad the fraud is here inside the United States. That video alone has saved hundreds of billions of dollars. I got in a fight over here with Mr. Merab. I don't know if you guys heard it. It's pretty nice. Took him down. You just gotta lose probably 50 pounds and he can fight. I can be in his weight class. But I don't got much of a future in UFC fighting, by the way. So you had the weaponization of the media come after me for all the fraud. Meanwhile, it's been so obvious that the fraudsters it's been so obvious that they've created 25 bills for it. And then when we're talking about the weaponization of lawfare here inside the United States, because they don't want the fraud to get stopped, they're now creating laws to make it illegal for people to expose the fraud. In California, you have this bill called AB 2624, aka the Stopnik-Shirley Act. It's been nicknamed the Stopnik-Shirley Act because it would criminalize investigative journalists from looking into fraud. So because the fraud is so bad and because nobody ever looked into it, now they have to create new laws to make sure that the fraud doesn't get exposed, because it turns out they actually need the fraud. The CCP, the California Communist Party, would not exist without the fraud. I mean, look what just happened inside of California with the mayoral election. How did a candidate get 24,000 votes and not a single one go to their opponent? That is literally fraud. They're paying homeless people to get votes. But it's our responsibility as people who have common sense to go out and expose that fraud, to go out and expose the corruption, because if nobody does, it will just continue to get worse and worse. It's important to remember also that we don't work for politicians, they work for us. And so when they aren't working for us, it's our responsibility to call them out for the corruption that they're enabling oftentimes. And I just want to say thank you all so much for having me here, and thank you for carrying it. Because if it weren't for people like you, the fraud would get exposed, but it would just keep going. But because people like you care so much, we are able to actually make differences here inside this country. So God bless the United States, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. Boom. Thank you.
Great job.
Nick, you should open the learning center.
I should open a learning center. I need to open my own learning center.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you.
So Christmas Day, I texted you, DM'd you the other day.
Okay, great. I'll check it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You wrote back.
Okay, great, great. Thank you, thank you.
Shirley for president?
Maybe one day. We'll see.
Got my vote.
I don't know if that was my best speech. I was a little bit winded, honestly. Still catching my breath from Rob, bro.
That was a good one.
That was good. How'd I do? How'd I do on the speech?
That was great.
Good?
Yeah.
Let's see what the chat says.
The chat loved it.
Chat loved it?
Bro, the Marab fight, Marab just tweeted you guys wrestling. I saw it.
Really?
Someday. It's hilarious.
No way. Rob tweeted, honestly.
Yeah, text it to you. It's so funny.
That's pretty much. I need to. I don't know.
Bro, he pinned me so fast, Marab. Did he get when I pinned him? No, dude, he got me in such a lock.
Yeah, he showed you getting tapped.
That was so epic.
Quality was insane. Like,
Yeah.
It looks like Hollywood.
We gotta clip that up.
Yeah,
We gotta make an epic edit to that.
Great interviews. Yeah, that
Great.
was endless.
Rob was so awesome.
I can't believe that guy lost 400 million.
400 million. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm John Arundel.
Thank you.
I was a journalist for 30 years for the New York Times. And
How am I doing?
You're doing great.
Better than them?
You're doing great. Better than
What
them.
happened to journalism? Why did it just die?
Well, we owned newspapers for 21 years, and the giant sucking sound that hit us in 2008 was Google. It sucked out all of our advertising and such. We lost all of our newspapers to a guy named Jeff Bezos, who bought them, and then he shut them down.
Really?
And then one second.
Not yet.
Now you do.
Hey, thank you very much.
So now I run a communications company. I represent Joby Weeks and Patrick Orlando. You know the Joby Weeks story? That
No, I do not.
He was a Bitcoin miner, and they took away $700 million of his Bitcoin. He's got an ankle bracelet. He's the longest American in pre-trial ever without a trial. And now his Bitcoin's worth $22 billion, and he's still got an ankle bracelet on. I'd love for you to interview him sometime.
Okay, well,
He
DM
goes
me
to
on
court
X.
in 2 weeks.
DM me on X.
And then Patrick Orlando, who founded True Social with President Trump, I represent him as well.
Really?
And he also has got a problem in that he's got an SEC violation against him.
No way.
Because Trump hates him because he made $800 million off True Social. But
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway,
Crazy.
how do I reach you? Do you have an email?
DM me on X.
Hit you on X.
Yep, that's
Okay.
the best way.
Can we do a photo?
Yep, let's get a photo.
Lauren, come over. This is my friend Lauren. Lauren wants to meet you as well. Yeah.
Yep, let's get a photo.
Yeah. Can you take it? Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you.
I'm asking you, see
Sorry.
Perfect.
Sorry,
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Trying to read the chat, see what everyone has to say. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hey, and thank you very much, Hog Farmer 9317. Appreciate that. Everyone, how did I do my speech? Honestly, it was a bit. Let me know. I want to see how the speech went. Great speech. All right, thank you very much.
Little
Everyone
short,
said I did good.
but
Thank you
I don't know
very
what they're like.
You guys, I think I'm going to start training UFC a little bit more. That was pretty fun. That was a good time. Hey, everyone's saying it went good. Thank you very much. Hey, we got the young.
Hey,
what's
how's
going
it
on?
going?
How are you doing? What's this other flag right here?
I work for the admin. So
Oh, okay. Very
totally
cool.
on there, but I
Epic.
love the work that you do.
Thank you very much.
And a lot of our friends do.
Hey, thank
So,
you.
Really,
I appreciate
it's a pleasure to see you. And
How old are you?
I'm young, pretty young.
young. So.
Okay, there you go. That's what's up.
Am I live?
Yeah, we're live right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm 21.
Very cool. Very cool. What are you doing? Or what's your overarching goal in life? Big question.
Honestly, my biggest thing is to dedicate myself to God. The reason I moved up to DC is because I really believe in Christ, and I converted to Catholicism about 2 years ago. And so my mission is to serve God, and like, to do that very faithfully and without any reservation. And so I know DC is a city where like there's a lot of distractions and side quests, but you know, I love my job, I love my friends, and I love God, and that's why I'm here. So.
That's what's up. Hey, God bless you, man. I love that.
Thank you so much for
Thank
the work
you.
that you do.
Appreciate it.
You mind if I get a quick photo?
Yeah, of course. See one.
Well,
or we can just smile right here, and they'll
I guess we're
screenshot it.
live, so.
This camera's really good. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, just smile real quick.
Yeah, I love you all. You guys are awesome.
Thank you very much. Hey, we got the best chat in the world.
Yeah, I know. I love chat.
I wish I could go out and do more protests and live streams in public now. It's kind of hard now.
We can say like, "Hey, what's up, chat?" and it feels like normal.
I know.
Zoomer.
Chat's amazing. Everyone's like, everyone says you're based.
China.
You're the CCP.
Wow, the CCP has arrived on site. It's crazy.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, you're the man.
Thanks for having me on for my 5 seconds.
Of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm reading some of your guys' comments here. Dang, the camera quality is so amazing.
Black suit guy, just bomb.
All right. What do you want me to do? Bomb. How's it going, Mr. America?
Buddy, how are you? You did
good.
Great up there.
I did good.
Love
Thank
it.
you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very much.
Yes. You got a
wow.
big on now.
You got a. Who's this out here? You look like you're from Minnesota.
That's exactly where I'm from. My name is Libby Tard, T-A-U-R-D. It's actually the French spelling, and I am from Minnesota. So yeah, today my pronouns are they, them. So please, tomorrow
How does
they.
that work? How does someone call himself a? So if I were to call myself a they, does that mean that's plural, right?
Correct.
So how does someone refer to themselves as they?
Just they, pretty much.
Because them is like them is more than one person. Like they over there.
Great. So I am more than one person.
Them over there.
Them, they, them here, they, them there. You know.
Interesting. What made you want to become a they?
Interesting. You know, it's something I knew ever since I was 18 months old. My parents actually gave me puberty blockers at 18 months old because they're very brave and heroic even. And yeah, so I'm actually a trans woman, and that's the reason I'm so beautiful is because my parents were so brave to give me puberty blockers at 18 months old.
Wow.
Great. Wow.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nick Shirley.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I hate everything you do.
You hate everything I do? Thank you. Appreciate it. I think, not sure if we're going to run anything.
I have more than one person coming behind me.
How's it going?
I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Doing what we do.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank you. Means a lot. I think your wife wants a photo. What's up? Okay.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Do you mind? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. We got to go confront Marab because he didn't post the video of me taking him down. What's going on?
I just want to say, young man, Ray Chambers, J6er, man.
Oh, that's what's up.
Went to prison on misdemeanors, my boy.
Yeah, tell the people what happened to you on January 6th.
Man, I went in the building from 301 to 304. Exactly.
Is that a
it's
skit,
a disgrace what happened
or
to
was
me,
that
man.
just
the lady,
crap?
Friedrich. Sent me to prison on misdemeanors. Unheard of. Unheard of, Nick. My point is to you, young man, is keep doing what you're doing, man. Nation needs it. Everybody needs it. Everybody that's fighting against weaponization needs it. I thank God for you, Nick Shirley, because none of that stuff in Minnesota would have been brought to light. God bless you, young man. Keep doing what you're doing, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right? And God bless the J6ers. God bless the J6ers.
I love your passion.
Thank you, brother.
You got a good voice. You gotta go.
Keep going, man.
You should be like start a podcast or something.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
And I can tell you're just smart. Like you can say a fact for a fact.
You know, most J6ers
you could put,
are, man.
You could.
A lot of us did.
Or you'd be a good football coach.
I'm a basketball coach. I'm Coach Ray.
How did I know that you were a coach? I knew you were a coach somehow.
I'm Coach Ray,
God
but it's
bless
okay, Nick.
That's
America.
what's up.
God bless Nick Shirley.
It's not about me today. It's about what we're doing here for
Amen.
weaponization. And you are a catalyst for that, young man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you. Appreciate you. Let's go over to. How are you guys doing?
How are you?
Good. Nice to meet you.
I'm John Crony's wife from SafeFood.
John Crone from
He's the
SafeFood.
CEO of SafeFood. He's doing 9 years. He just surrendered like 2 weeks ago.
Your husband's in prison
Yep, for 9 years.
for 9 years. What happened?
He is innocent. It was definitely a crime he didn't commit. It was done under the far, far west of the previous administration, of which would have never been brought under indictment under the current administration.
So what do you plan on doing for the next 7 years?
Vacationing with our children together. I was in every congressman's office yesterday. I've received multiple signatures from congressmen. We are submitting letters of commutation. We're hoping for a pardon. This is definitely not a 7-year plan of me waiting on the outside. This is a 7-year plan of our family being reunited within a couple of short weeks or months. I'm definitely not sitting on the sidelines. He's innocent. We're going to keep fighting.
As you should. So you've experienced weaponization of lawfare firsthand.
What was that?
So you've experienced the weaponization of lawfare firsthand.
Yeah, I'm like in it. It's crazy for someone to be innocent being taken advantage of under a current administration that would have never stood for it. If the DOJ knew what was happening with this case right now, they would be absolutely furious. The fact that it's a crypto case, Trump invests a lot within the crypto market. This, with the CLEAR Act, affects every single investor moving forward. So if someone loses, let's just say they invest in gold and they assume a loss, they can go after. They can sue for a loss. That's not how investment works. Sometimes you get a bad hand. That's how it is. And that's exactly what happened to SafeFood.
Crazy. Well, wish you the best, and hopefully your husband gets out. Thank you very much. Yep, let's get a photo. Who are you, Brooke?
My attorney.
You're her attorney.
And friend.
Wow.
I'm just here as your You do the other way. Yeah. Like
Is her husband going to beat the case? Is her husband going to beat the case?
Hopefully.
You might need to get a better attorney.
She's beating my case. I'm her attorney.
What are you going to prison for?
I'm not in prison.
What's your case?
Stalkers.
Oh my word.
No, I'm her domestic violence attorney.
Oh my word. Well, you better beat all the cases. Beat all the cases. How's it going?
What's up, bro?
How are you doing?
Good.
Good, good.
So you're here at the weaponization thing.
Yes, sir.
And I would actually like to drop something on you and challenge you to look at my receipts if you ever had the time.
Okay.
So I was in prison for January 6th. I was arrested for January 6th related charges. While I was in prison, I was in FCI Miami. A long story short, inside FCI Miami, I had a physical after a few years in prison. Went to the doctor with 71 other inmates. The whole thing took about 5 minutes. The doctor asked me to weigh myself, asked me a couple questions, and that was it. Okay. When I got my medical file, all of the inmates that got their medical file from the doctor put on paper that he charged, he did lung exams, cranial exams, all kind of different exams. The list goes on and on. None of those things were ever done. When I filed a grievance with the prison told me that each exams cost about $2,000 to $10,000 of taxpayer money. None of them were performed. And I have a legion of dudes with receipts that can show these things.
DM me on X.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. We gotta go find Merab. How do you say it? Merab? Merab. Merab. I don't know where Merab is. No, let's see. Let's find him.
I don't want to be here either. Okay, let me tell you why.
Let's see.
I don't want to be here at all.
He's over there doing an interview. Yeah. You guys, we're here in Washington, D.C. at the Weaponization Watch event. We're learning more about weaponization. I'm sharing my stories. Just fought a UFC fighter, and we're just learning more. Some of you guys' These comments are so funny. Marab's over there. Let's stay over here for a quick sec. Oh, thank you. I will. Marab the Machine. He's doing an interview right now. We'll get him after.
Well done.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man, your work.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're doing really good stuff.
Trying our best.
Yeah.
Got some more stuff coming soon.
Yeah. You're always got new stuff.
Always. How's it going?
You want to do an outro?
Yeah, let's do it. How's it going? Nice to meet you guys.
Sophia,
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys. Having a good time? What brings you guys out here?
A lot. We can't say a lot on camera, but experiencing pretty much the theme of tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're doing a lot of exposing of corruption in Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Where we are living right now.
You guys live in Puerto Rico?
We live in Puerto Rico.
You guys don't like paying taxes, huh?
No, I pay taxes.
Our dad doesn't.
But yeah, I didn't even know about like the HHS OIG until you were doing all of the exposing of all the healthcare fraud, and had a couple meetings with them myself over other fraud with Medicare.
Yeah, lots of fraud across the United States. Lots of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's get one.
And my sister's gorgeous. You should definitely take her out.
Okay.
She loves Jesus and Trump.
Oh, amazing. That's what we love.
She's never been on a date. You want to do it?
Never been on a date? I find that hard to believe.
Never.
I find that hard to believe. I'm sure you've been on a few dates. Maybe we'll have to talk after. We'll get a photo.
Thank you. Sorry.
Of course. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. Awesome. Let's see if Marab's free yet. Is Marab still? He's still getting interviewed. Yeah, I want to do one last interview with Marab. But he's doing this interview right over here.
He's on the.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Let's go.
You're awesome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. I really do.
What camera are we looking at?
That one.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We're gonna ask Marab one more question. Yeah. He's gotta be done quick. This lady's been having him for a while. How's it? Yeah, let's do a selfie.
Yep. All right.
Epic. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Chris, take a picture of me real quick. Love you, brother.
Thank you. Epic. Thank you very much. All right, we're getting Marab on here in just a moment. He's still going strong over there. Yeah, these comments are hilarious here in the chat. You guys.
You want to do a quick little bit? We talk about California.
What's up?
I talk about California as a quick little bit.
Yeah.
Because you're both down there.
Do you think the feds will actually find the fraud from the homelessness inside of Skid Row?
Well, they already made one arrest. We exposed O'Keefe Media Group. James O'Keefe exposed Brenda Brown as one of the petition circulators. She's registering homeless people to vote illegally, paying them $2 to register them to vote using fake addresses. And she had their mail-in ballots go to her address. They've arrested her. She's pled guilty, facing 5 years now. So that's one arrest down. So we're thinking now she's going to speak and talk about her collaborators. She's getting her money from somewhere. Brenda Brown is going to speak. But I think it's just something scratching the surface. I think now that the dam is broken, Bill O'Saley is now promising arrest. President Trump is talking about persecuting his fraud. What do you think? Do you think the fraud you've exposed has that gotten in the hands of Bill O'Saley?
Bill O'Saley?
The U.S. Attorney?
In California?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've seized a lot of the stuff from the fraudsters from that hospice fraud video. They went after. And there's no more fake hospices operating right now.
Yeah, and they're making progress right now. I just read now that they're cutting funding to some of the homeless shelters, which may sound bad, but think about these homeless shelters they're registering people to vote there. They have maybe 50 beds, but yet there's 200 registered voters there, and they're all voting from there with mail-in ballots. So who's actually doing the voting there? So it's really just a real question of where they're going to cut off all the federal funding to all this fraud, because that's where they're getting their money from. And they're, I know they're going to make arrests. They arrested Brenda Brown already. She's already pleading guilty, and I think now she's going to talk and tell who her collaborators were and who's funding her. And because she told us she's getting money from, it's like a pyramid scheme. She gets the money, she gives them a portion of the money to homeless people, registered them to vote illegally, and then harvests their ballots.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. And that's how they got 24,000 votes in one night. Not a single one went to Pratt.
Yeah, it's wild. And I was there on Skid Row. I was with James O'Keefe. I was there in LA on Election Day when everyone thought that he won. It was a repeat of 2020. Everyone thought Spencer Pratt won easily. He was up 9 points against Nithya Raman, and Karen Bass was beating her as well. Then suddenly this explosion of votes came in just for Nithya Raman. She's even beating Karen Bass now. And let me tell you, Nick, this will surprise you. Turnout in Skid Row has increased by at least 33% since the last mayor's election, and it went overwhelmingly for Karen Bass and Nithya Raman. Does that surprise you?
Does not surprise me, to be honest.
It just so happens that when they pay people to register to vote illegally using fake addresses and having mail-in ballots go to fraudsters' homes, that suddenly now there's increased turnout, and now Nithya Raman and Karen Bass are now suddenly winning in a landslide in that area now. And we talked to people whose families' lives are destroyed by these fires, and they get nothing in the Palisades. And then, are you seeing any relief for these fire victims compared to these, all the money's going to this fraud now?
Yeah, I haven't looked into that very much, but thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Nick.
I want to ask him some questions.
Nick is the GOAT. Nick is the GOAT.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's talk to this man right here. How you doing?
Good, Nick. How are you, man?
Good. How are you doing?
Good to meet you.
What's your name?
My name is Chris McPartland.
And what's your story, Chris?
So, I'm from New York. I was a prosecutor in the Suffolk County DA's office in New York for 27 years.
Where's that at in New York?
That's on the east end of Long Island.
Oh, okay.
And I was the chief of the investigative bureaus for the district attorney's office. Prior to 2016, I stumbled across some very high-level federal law enforcement misconduct of people under the direction of Loretta Lynch. I turned it immediately over to the FBI, but unfortunately after that I was threatened for quite a while with retribution for having found it and having turned it over.
Really? So you were threatened for exposing the fraud?
Correct. I didn't believe it, because I didn't believe that kind of thing could happen. But words turned to action in 2016 when I was charged with obstruction of justice, along with my boss, for allegedly interfering with a federal investigation. They kind of turned the tables on us out over time because of COVID. Ultimately, I was sentenced to 5 years in prison. I was originally designated to a camp in West Virginia. What? But prior to surrendering, the Bureau of Prisons changed my designation to a higher security prison in Texas, where I served my 5-year sentence.
No way.
And ultimately made it out. But it is
so you served 5 years.
I served a 5-year sentence. I actually did about 2 years. But then home confinement and halfway house and so forth. But look, it is a classic textbook example of weaponization, and I'm very grateful for Cynthia Hughes and weaponization.
Yeah, I think it is something super, super important. Because, like, literally, if someone did not have the funds to protect themselves in lawfare, or have the ability to know where to go, they could literally have their whole entire life destroyed because of how evil people are, even if you're 100% innocent.
So, Nick, let me just say this, right? You're somebody who's uncovered corruption, and they come after you. That's exactly what happened to me. Unfortunately, because it was the Obama administration and ultimately the Biden administration, they put me in prison for it.
Because if I would have exposed this fraud underneath Biden, for instance, one, the information probably would have never been, they probably would have never let that information get out, but two, there would have been no support from the federal government, because those people would have been in power. Literally, Tim Walz would have been in power if I were to have exposed the Minnesota fraud. this year like I did if Kamala Harris had won. So when you think about it, when I exposed that fraud, I took down who could have been the second most powerful person in the world, ended his political career. He says he's never running for politics again.
Right.
But if you did not have the support from the Trump administration, none of those 25 bills would have ever even been created, essentially.
Right. Right, but people.
So it actually does matter who's in power, because like I could have exposed that fraud, and the Democrats, not a single Democrat came out in support of what I did. But thankfully, because when I exposed this fraud, Trump's in office, that you're actually able to see real world change because it was just blatant corruption.
Right. Look, the Trump administration is trying to uncover and expose this type of weaponization.
It's not even that they're just going after the fraudsters, and it's funny because you'll try to make it a right or left issue. They're not even trying to go after just the fraudsters in Minnesota. They're going after people in Ohio. It's a red state where they're committing fraud too, right? In Maine and in California and all 50 states, in Florida, there's fraud too, and they're going after that as well.
Correct.
Like it's not a partisan issue going after fraud or just upholding the law, but that's how bad our politicians have got to, where they think like, oh, well, if they expose the fraud in a Democrat state, we have to defend it. We have to defend the fraudsters.
Right. But the scary thing is that ultimately people for political or personal gain will bring the power of the United States government or states against people who find and expose corruption.
Awesome. Hey, well, thank you for... it sucks you had to do your time, but
thank you.
If it wasn't for, I guess, your time, no one would hear your story.
Thank you for your time, Nick.
Thank
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. God bless you. All right. Yo, we got someone gifted 50 memberships. Thank you so much. The Sweet Tea Guy, what a legend. I remember you from New York City stream. Thank you very much. Bro, you didn't post a clip of me, you didn't post a video of me taking you down? Just me tapping you out?
No, I posted my good part.
I'll post mine.
Okay, you can post. That's how it works today. Social media.
Dude, you're my new friend from Georgia.
Yeah, let's go.
Can we go to Georgia one day?
Absolutely.
Do you live in Georgia?
No, I live here in the United States.
Oh, you live here in the United States?
I'm citizen of the United States.
What's it like in Georgia?
It's a small, beautiful country. It's nice. No criminals. Good for tourists. We love tourists.
Really?
We love American people. Yeah.
That's epic. Where do you live here in the United States? In Florida?
No, Las Vegas.
Oh, Las Vegas. Yeah, you're a fighter, huh? That's epic. Okay, dude. Hey, well, it's a pleasure meeting you. I'll come talk to you in a second.
Okay,
awesome. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm just going to wrap this up over here. Oh, how's it going, sir?
Hi, Walt.
Nice to meet you, Walt.
Pavlo.
How are you doing?
Great speech, buddy.
Oh, thank you. Like it?
Great investigation, too.
Oh, we've done a lot. Walt, who are you?
Walt Pavlo. I work for Forbes magazine. I also have my own thing. Yep, I write on criminal justice, and I write a lot on the conservative movement for criminal justice, who've done more than anything than the Democrats.
What do I got to do to get on Forbes 30 Under 30?
You have to be indicted.
Have to be indicted. I read a funny thing about that the other day.
Yeah, I did too. I did too.
And how do you see, like, since you're also in the media, how do you see how the media can twist things, even if it's not true, to weaponize an individual or to like weaponize the media to go after an individual? How do you see that?
I think that there's a very narrow narrative that comes out of particularly the media as it is today, to say that this is the way things are, and they speak with such confidence that you believe it. And I think that there are two sides of every story, and I don't think the other side, particularly the conservative side, is getting very much attention at all. And that's what I see, even in a conservative place like Forbes.
Yeah.
So
wow.
you would think that they would be more. They would be more enlightened.
You got some years on me. What's the number one piece of advice you'd give me moving forward?
Ask questions and don't back down, because I think that's exactly what you did in Minnesota. I think that that's a really important thing to do, and that's something that the media has lost over the last few years. So, good for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, do you mind if I do a quick interview with you?
Yeah. Let me finish this real quick.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. All right. Awesome. Everyone, thank you guys so much for joining today. It's actually an amazing stream. I had lots and lots of fun, and I learned a lot as well. If you guys want to learn more about Weaponization Watch, go ahead and go to the link in the description as well. And thank you for having me out. Let me honestly have these conversations, learn. We were able to wrestle and I took down our UFC bantamweight champion. But thank you all so much, and we greatly appreciate all of you. I've never done a stream like this, so as you guys can tell, the quality was a lot better. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap it right here. Thank you all so very much, and we'll see you all next time.
Okay, guys, that was cool. I gave him $10. He got plenty of cash. About $500 that one round, I bet. Gee, on all the platforms, bro, because I bet isn't he multi-streaming? Let's do that. That's fundraising. At least I know he got that much that time. You know? It only helps if you know he's got the cash now. Ooh. All right, so let's finish these. Let's check on the bums. We have to check on the bums in Skid Row. Poor people don't care about the bums in Skid Row. And the only reason why I can laugh like this, I was homeless for 10 years. Oh, they ain't got nothing on this. No. Oh, hell no. I think everyone that was there earlier is gone, and this is a whole new set of people. Low-key. They all left. They had to eat. They had to go eat or something, right? That's just nuts. What a life. What about the bald eagles? Let's look at the bald eagles. They were eating fish earlier. Oh, one is a baby. Oh, this baby doesn't even have the white hair yet. That's the cutest shit I've ever seen. Oh my god. What? He's like looking right at us like, hello. Hello. I don't know what that is, but where are the fish? And is that mom? Is that, am I seeing things? Or is that, it's pretty far down. I don't want to fall. Where's mom and dad? Where's the nest owners? Come back. Wow. He's trying to get something. That's neat. You can see the wind rip currents over there. It's a little windy. Alright, well, let's see what we got else to show you guys today. Well, let's finish. I don't know what that one unavailable video is.
Is Between the Headlines on Next News Network. We're going to bring you all the latest news from the White House and around the country and around the world. So much is happening. We've got the White House rundown. We've got 5 news stories we've been tracking all day, especially the news.
I got to double back and see if this is where we were at. I'm not quite sure where we were at.
07. They had no. And civil and human rights. Americans are looking. I don't know. I don't know how you get trafficking them. Of course, candidates orbit. One call. The put into information is even over people. And it comes to a call chat. This was in the northern district of Ohio. All three are illegal aliens from Guatemala. But justice working alongside even my AJ. Okay. These two. Worst of the worst. You know, so Marcus did the vote, though, said so actually did. I said, for a moment, but the sponsors was, she rely on you. Why you gotta call FBI? Yeah, no, exactly. So he had a wondering if how much to coordinate on an absurd, for the most part, sponsors list, White House and White House Task Force. This was exactly the way this task force headline, bring to justice all those who stole money from American taxpayers. This historic result is only the beginning, but a message to the fraudster takes advantage of America. This team will find you. So there he is. There's the most wanted fraudster who has now surrendered. So after the child nutrition scam busted patterns earlier this time, a Georgia Democrat lawmaker under indictment for allegedly cheating the pandemic unemployment program. News here at 6. Federal agents charged a second Georgia lawmaker with defrauding taxpayers through pandemic unemployment insurance. A grand jury indicted Stone Mountain Democrat Karen Bennett. Prosecutors allege she obtained unemployment benefits for employees even though her business remained open through the pandemic. Bennett becomes the second Georgia lawmaker arrested on pandemic-related fraud charges. A grand jury also indicted Covington Democrat Charity Anderson last month.
Is that you? That was you? No, what do you mean? What, were you looking for you? Wait, you were looking at me? Oh! I'm so hungry. Is it boiling? Oh my god, is that what you came out here to tell me? Are you sure? I wanted a kiss! God damn, you forgot the yellow tag. The yellow water tag. Hello. Oh my god. The yellow. Wow, okay, so we're like right here, and then he like did that. At the end, we even got to Rachel. We even got to that, and then it was just his final statement. I mean, all that for a final statement is kind of crap. I'm not even gonna lie. Okay, so we're just gonna go because we were about Nick, so we'll do this one.
Counterfeit Good.
Just wondering where you're
My
from.
name's Nick Shirley on YouTube.
What's that?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Oh, okay.
I already
Yeah, I
saw
was here
this.
yesterday. I saw the raid. I saw the aftermath of the raid, and then I heard there was a protest.
Van Buren boys?
No, I'm not.
I don't want to waste my time on that with you guys. I mean, if you guys haven't watched it, please give it a watch. I have a few more things I need to get through, and then I got to end it for today. But this will be 30 minutes, and then that's done. Okay, here, let's. I don't know why it's not letting me move it.
Now, I just covered in Lefties the deplorable antics of Jasmine Crockett. She's essentially said that she too would have stabbed teenager Austin Metcalf under similar circumstances. What do you make of some of the statements she has made this week? Is she angling for a show on CNN or MS Now? What is her grift here?
Okay, let's watch the end of this stuff.
Before we start, can I start with a pro-Jasmine Crockett comment?
So,
I don't
bear
know.
with me.
I just want to say this.
Hello?
Yeah, I want to give a quote from Jasmine Crockett. If someone in this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad-built butch body, would that be bad? Oh, that was about
It's
her
like
talking
really-
to Marjorie
it's gonna
Taylor
be like
Greene, the
carne
first and
asada,
only
basically. Gonna be
time
really quick to
I've
cook.
ever agreed with Jasmine Crockett. But look, if she would have stabbed, if she would have made the stabbing of this poor athlete in Texas, she would have been in jail for 35 years, and I think our country would be better off for it. Look, Jasmine Crockett is, as the president says, a low IQ person. But more than that, those comments, all joking aside, are absolutely evil. She completely and totally justified the murder of this kid, okay? She went on this podcast and she was trying to deny all the facts in the case, right? She was saying that the knife actually wasn't really big enough to kill him. She was all of the facts that led up to the murder, she was denying and she was changing. It was really horrible. What do you expect from a person who actually Jasmine Crockett actually inspired one of my videos when she famously said, just because you commit a crime doesn't make you a criminal. And I did a video that you and I talked about. So yeah, by the way, she's an attorney. She's an actual lawyer, if you could believe that. So
This is what's
Jasmine
remarkable.
Crockett. I know.
How is she an attorney? Because some of the stuff she says isn't just morally reprehensible, it just betrays such incredible ignorance of the law, of just things that you would expect a child to know. She seems oblivious about. On the Austin Metcalf murder, the fundraiser for the killer, Carmelo Anthony, that raised more than $600,000 has been yanked by Go Send Go Army. Is that because he's been convicted and you can't be profiting from criminality?
No, that's not it at all. It's just because once you've finished raising the money for what you wanted to, in this case was the defense, then they pull it out. But they can go back and do it all over again, and I expect they're going to. He doesn't have actually good look. If you name your child after a second-rate basketball player, that makes you a bad parent. But it's worse when you raise a murderer, which is what they did. There's so much interesting about this whole case. By the way, I also want to point out, their self-defense kind of fell apart because he brought a knife to a track meet. And by the way, he didn't grow up in Compton. grew up in Frisco, Texas, which, by the way, is ranked as one of the safest cities in America. So that cut against it. But yeah, they were living with the money they raised in a almost $1 million house in one of the most exclusive areas in Frisco, Texas. And I looked up, I went to Street Easy. I looked at the houses that run $900,000 to $1 million, and they're way nicer than what you see behind me and what I live in. Just so we're clear about what they're using the money for. And also, I want to read you a couple more quotes from the people who gave them money, and you can make comments on this website. So here's one. These white people can die mad like their ancestors, or hate is embedded in their DNA, speaking about white people, or I hope the knife made a full recovery. So this is what we're talking about
Disgusting.
What this, who they raised the money from. And by the way, yes, this is part of the defense, and they specifically said that this was going to be going for things like a psychologist and forensic profile, for the defense, forensic profiles. None of that, as far as I can tell, was actually in this case at all. They put up such a weak defense because it seemed like they didn't want to spend any money on it. And now their child is going to jail for 35 years, or 20 years if he gets out on parole, which he deserves, by the way. But it doesn't seem like his parents had any need to spend the money on his defense. And the behavior outside the courthouse, I can't tell you how horrific it was. There's one woman who was yelling, "What do I tell my black kid?" I don't know. Tell him not to stab anybody. Why don't we start with that? The whole thing is just so gross. And of course, now they're going to make a whole case that there was no no black jurors on this thing. Yeah, I want to see my case. If, God forbid, I have to go to trial and I go, there's no white people on my case. Let's see how far that goes for me.
I played some of the clips of the scenes outside the courthouse. Just shocking. Absolutely shocking. Even the grieving family members of this teenager were being harassed. People were yelling out, "I'm glad Austin is dead." I mean, just depraved
By the way,
stuff.
The father, I mean, I could not have done this. I don't have that in me, but he forgave him. I don't know how he was able to do that.
Yeah, he wanted to pray with the family of Carmelo Anthony. He wanted to pray with them. And this is how they respond. It is just so reprehensible. Yeah, it really is. And you wonder what sort of media coverage would there be? What sort of writing would there be if the races were reversed? Because they're desperate to make this about race. If they actually did, if it was a white kid who went in and stabbed a black kid in the heart and that black kid died in his twin's arms, can you just imagine what would be happening right now with the media coverage and the fact that, he's got a 17-year minimum term when he could have got a lot more?
President Donald Trump made the decision to cancel attacks that were planned, and then hours after, he warned Iran that they will hit very hard tonight, including threats to take Kharg Island, which handles roughly 90% of Iran's crude exports. Well, for more, joining us live is Republican strategist John Jordan. John, great to see you. This is certainly unfolding. We've just heard from the US president. He's sounding confident that the deal appears to be done on his side, but however, we're hearing more like a holding pattern statement from Iran. What's your take on these unfolding developments?
Well, I think there's a deal done, inside of Iran. It's a complex political environment, and there's a lot of different groups and a lot of tension and dissension in Tehran right now. So what they've got to figure out is how to message this for their own people and to satisfy the various elements inside the regime. So the fact that the Iranians are delaying on this doesn't really bother me. It gets into Saturday or Sunday, we may have a problem, but they got to figure out how to message this internally. I tell you, my sources tell me is what happened. One of the things that happened is we hit them hard over the last couple of days, but what isn't as widely reported is that we actually sat down and explained to the Iranians, or through intermediaries, precisely what the strikes were going to be in the coming days. We know that there's nothing they can do about it. Their radar, surveillance, air defense network has been taken down. So somebody just explained to them what they were going to lose, and it was going to be done systematically. And there's nothing one they can do about it. and they looked at the concomitant economic harm coming down the pipe from the blockade. They're not being able to pay some of their security sources, including a lot of their army. So there was a decision was made to make a deal. Whether they stick to that deal and how this unfolds and how this plays out in the complex world inside of Tehran remains to be seen. And that's where our eyes should be focused in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, well said. And I mean, if we look at the narrative with Donald Trump, he certainly sounded very confident, and we know that these sort of, deals have happened before. It's not the first time. But going back to some of the big negotiating deals in this particular memorandum of understanding. So Donald Trump coming out saying that the deal is a great deal because they will never have a nuclear weapon. Do you believe that Iran is going to accept that?
Yeah, I think that this is completely different. This is unlike anything that's ever happened to Iran before. Before, they were always able to bully or talk their way out of this, that, or the other thing with American presidents and feckless Europeans of both parties. This time, there's a figurative gun to their head. They can't pay their bills. We've shut off their oil supply, and we have, in fact, basically reopened the Straits of Hormuz. We were moving some traffic in and out over the last few weeks clandestinely. And then the last 48 hours, the strike packages by the U.S. Air Force and the United States Navy were systematically eliminating a lot of Iran's asymmetric warfare capability in terms of their ability to interfere with traffic in the Straits of Hormuz, especially a lot of their radars and detection and launch points for a lot of their boats and drones. So they knew they were losing that. So their closure, so-called closure of the Strait of Hormuz, was a rapidly wasting asset. And with that came the complete loss of leverage. Their economy is in shambles. They were looking at open revolt by their population and probably from elements of their security services and their army as well. So they really didn't have a choice. Now they got to spin this internally, and that's going to be fun to see.
So your expectation, you think perhaps by the weekend, as Donald Trump was mentioning?
Yeah, I think they'll either make a deal, or I think there's going to be a conflict inside of Iran. In fact, you can put me on record. I'm here every Thursday for saying that either a deal will be done, or there will be big trouble in Iran, internal conflict between the various factions there, because they really don't have a choice. They won't be able to influence the Strait of Hormuz anymore. Like I said, that's a wasting asset, for a wasting leverage point, and they don't have an air defense network anymore.
And before this, these latest conversations about 5 or 6 hours ago. Now, the threats from President Donald Trump talking about, striking Kharg Island, which we've been certainly talking about over the last couple of months.
Yes. So being able to do whatever we want to Iran militarily, to attack, to liquidate any target inside of Iran, those aren't threats so much as statements of fact. And the Iranians understand that. They're completely powerless, and President Trump has now demonstrated that patience, talking time is over, doing time is at hand, and the Iranians understand that. And by the way, either seizing Kharg Island, that may result in some casualties, but completely bombing it and neutralizing it from the air is something that can be done in minutes. And there's not, again, there's nothing the Iranians can do to prevent that. The Iranians understand this now.
John Jordan, always appreciate your time and expertise. Thank you.
Around 9:55 p.m. on June 9th, a fire broke out in the residential area at number 14 Xiaoheli of the southern Fuzhou city. The area contains many old houses and wooden structures. The neighborhood has numerous flammable materials and aging electrical wires. The fire spread rapidly and burned intensely. Within minutes, the scene was engulfed in a suffocating blaze. Eyewitnesses and multiple online videos show flames lighting up the night sky, with thick black smoke rising. Columns of fire could be seen clearly for hundreds of meters around. Adding to the danger, explosions could be heard intermittently amidst the raging fire. A nearby resident said, "We could hear loud rumbles from inside our home. At least 6 explosions, one after another." Nearby residents exclaimed, "Such a huge fire. Who started this? The whole building is gone. And wow, this fire is enormous. It's really massive." An eyewitness on the 16th floor of Fuzhou First Affiliated Hospital recorded the opposing residential buildings being instantly engulfed in flames, with the fire illuminating the hospital as if it were an apocalypse. Another resident, trembling, said, "The place where I was eating caught fire. Oh my God. Over by Hubing Hospital? What about the people in the hospital? The patients in their rooms? Wow, the fire has reached my area." The exterior of many houses were destroyed, and furniture and personal belongings inside were reduced to ashes, causing severe property loss. A scavenging elderly man lost 8,000 yuan in cash he had saved over years and sat on a playground crying with his head in his hands. Firefighters deployed multiple fire trucks and over 100 personnel to fight the blaze, but complex terrain and widespread flames made firefighting extremely hard. The fire burned for several hours and was fully extinguished around 12:50 a.m. on June 10th. After the fire was put out, the site was left in ruins with a strong smell of burning in the air as firefighters continued cleanup operations. According to preliminary official report, the flames were extinguished at around 12:50 a.m. on June 10th. No casualties were reported. The street office checked 74 households and confirmed no death. The First Affiliated Hospital of Fujian Medical University treated 2 minor fire injuries. Both patients have since been discharged. Officially, this is described as a fortunate outcome amidst misfortune. However, local residents noted that the area borders the Cha Ting campus of the hospital, home to many elderly residents and tenants, with caregivers in nearby shanties, raising questions about the actual casualties. Locals described Xiaheli as Fuzhou's last old alley, carrying the collective memory of the city's older generation. This urban village seemed frozen in time from 20 years ago, with narrow lanes, brick and wood houses, and a traditional way of life, standing in stark contrast to modern high-rises. Yet overnight, this living piece of historical culture was reduced to ashes. Officials say the cause of the fire is under further investigation, but local residents and many online users find the blaze strangely unsettling. On June 9th, Fuzhou had just experienced a full day of heavy rain, leaving the air extremely humid. One local commented that even lighting a mosquito coil indoors was difficult, yet the fire burned unabated and grew stronger. The fire occurred in an urban village in the city center, adjacent to a hospital, in a prime location with convenient transport and high development value. After the fire, the area was quickly sealed off. Media reports were limited. Official statements were brief, emphasizing only that there were no casualties and that the blaze was under control. It is precisely this perfect control, houses burned, people unharmed, that led many Fuzhou residents to recall the saying, "Where there's demolition, there's fire." The phrase "demolitions always catch fire" has become an indelible memory for many locals. As videos of the fire circulated online, reactions were remarkably consistent. Almost no one believed it was a simple accident, and public suspicion immediately focused on the impending demolition. Comment section erupted with anger rivaling the flames themselves. The consensus: this was not a natural disaster, but a case of deliberate arson-style demolition. One online user sharply remarked, summing up others' suspicions, "I think this is just a prelude to rebuilding. Someone wants a higher price, smart maneuvering by the developers." In the city center's prime land, if they had agreed on housing prices, the demolition would have happened already. Don't worry, the demolition will come soon. Ask the landlords then. The compensation will probably be pitifully low. In Fuzhou City, which demolition hasn't had a fire? That's right, Fuzhou is peculiar. Every plot is sure to catch fire before demolition. Everyone sees it coming. In a year or so, new buildings will rise there. Regarding the unusual fire during heavy rain, netizens questioned. It rained all day yesterday. The air was so damp, even lighting mosquito coil was hard. How did it catch fire? Investigate this. One commented, "If you check, the surveillance cameras are surely broken. Nothing will be found. Look at all that black smoke. They must have used a lot of fuel." Longtime Fuzhou locals are unfazed by this pattern. One wrote, "Prime location, classic Fuzhou style. Every local understands it. We're used to it, but it's helpless. It's been burning for over 20 years. How is it still not finished?" Xiaheli carries too many memories for Fuzhou residents. I hope the area's prosperity can be restored in another way in the future. Some even joke, don't worry, a secret fire control skill. They can burn down the houses without harming anyone. It's precise and just right. True professionalism. Another mocked, Fuzhou developers still have some humanity. The fire was skillfully done. No one was hurt. After the college entrance exams around 7 to 8 p.m., not even late at night, just like the 2017 batch, it's already considerate. The comment reflects the awakening of grassroots residents. They no longer blindly accept official explanations citing aging, wiring, or accidental fires. Using common sense and life experience, they see through the veil covering the fire. Everyone seems to understand the truth. The blaze was likely set by developers eyeing the land, aiming for low-cost acquisition. When negotiations stalled or holdout households resisted, setting a fire became the most effective way to maximize profit and clear obstacles for demolition. Demolitions always catch fire. It's not an unfounded rumor or malicious speculation by netizens. Over the past decade, in Fuzhou and across the country, cases of mysterious fires in areas pending demolition have been frequent. These striking coincidences repeatedly challenged public perception and have made arson-style demolition an open secret. Looking back at Fuzhou's demolition history, nearly every prime location urban village underwent a timely fire before redevelopment. On the evening of November 19, 2016, a fire broke out behind the Paiwei bus station in Taijiang district. Fuzhou firefighters dispatched 10 units, 35 trucks, and nearly 180 personnel to fight the blaze. The fire was intense, yet coincidentally no one was injured. Soon after, the Paiwei area began old house redevelopment with new projects like Vanke Golden Domain International emerging. Netizens recalled before Paiwei's demolition, a major fire occurred. A few years later, the new houses were delivered smoothly. Around 2017, the back alley of Paiwei again coincided with demolition. Singer Vanita's MV Paiwei Back Alley had just finished filming when the real Paiwei was consumed by fire, forcing her to relocate filming to Xiaheli. As a result, Xiaheli followed a similar fate on June 9, 2026. A blogger remarked, "The May winds, the June fire, the vanished alleys. That area may soon face demolition, and fire becomes a method of demolition, a measure of necessity and helplessness." On the evening of January 27, 2019, a brick and wood house caught fire, burning 600 square meters with no casualties. The area was later identified as pending demolition. On November 11, 2020, a factory fire occurred in Jiangkou Village, Minhou County, also reportedly effectively controlled. Earlier, on July 14, 2011, a mysterious fire broke out on the 3rd and 4th floor of a residential building pending demolition near Haixi Baiyue City on Fuxiao Road. The building was completely destroyed, but no one was injured. Nearby residents said all the houses in this row were scheduled for demolition. Some residents had moved out, but about a dozen remained. On the night of the fire, all upstairs residents ran downstairs. With water and electricity cut off, how did the fire start? Residents called it strange. Fuzhou netizens summarized, "Fuzhou is under the protection of the god of fire. Whenever demolition meets resistance, the fire god must intervene. The fire burns with restraint, precision, and safety, harming no one while only destroying what it is meant to. It is like a minimally invasive operation in the demolition world." Similar cases occur in other provinces as well. In Zhoujiang City, Jiangxi Province, a historic house worth over 1 million yuan was mysteriously destroyed by fire during heavy rain. The owner posted online seeking help to find the culprit. Netizens responded with a thought-provoking comment, "No need to investigate. Whoever benefits the most from its destruction is the one responsible." Another added, "Exactly. In my hometown 20 years ago, a businessman wanted the wholesale market land to build a supermarket. Negotiations lasted years, but the owner refused to sell. Then one night, a fire destroyed it. Shortly after, the supermarket was built." One fire may be an accident, two might be a coincidence, but when countless fires occur precisely in areas pending demolition and during negotiation deadlocks, consistently destroying property while miraculously causing no serious injuries, it becomes a chilling inevitability. In arson-style demolition, the main beneficiaries are always developers and local governments, acquiring land cheaply, clearing sites quickly, and selling at high prices. New developments replace old alleys, boosting GDP figures, while residents' livelihoods and memories are reduced to ashes. Fuzhou's arson-style demolition is just the tip of the iceberg of China's forceful demolition practices. In recent years, cases of forced evictions have repeatedly emerged nationwide, leaving countless families broken and property destroyed. On June 10th, in Shanqiu City of the central Henan province, a heartbreaking video circulated online. A villager running a small convenience store stood in front of a pile of rubble, crying out in despair. Look at how the Chaoji Township government forcibly demolished everything. All my belongings are gone. My car, my money, everything has been crushed inside. Everyone, come see. This is the work of the Chaoji Township government. Is there any justice left? Any law? A few houses that were originally agreed to be spared could not escape the bulldozer. All the belongings a small shop owner depended on for survival were forcibly buried under the power. On June 8th, in Yanmiao Town, Changfeng County, Anhui Province, an elderly farmer's house was secretly demolished. The home, lived in for 40 years, was flattened instantly. The male owner angrily said,
This was done by the Yangmiao Town government of Changfeng County. They came secretly while no one was home and brought people to forcibly demolish. Everything inside was destroyed. Air conditioners, furniture, appliances, all buried. What the town government did is more like the work of bandits.
On June 9th, in Fujian, a blogger newly built house was forcibly demolished. The female owner, choking back tears, said, It took nearly 4 months to build. It was just completed. The roof was only finished recently, not even a week ago, and now it's demolished. We developed this land ourselves. Look, this tree was planted by my father. Some netizens question whether the building was illegal. However, as the blogger noted, during the 4-month construction period, no authorities issued any notice, yet 1 week after completion, all relevant government departments were in place. She asked if the house was not allowed. What were you doing for these 4 months? Why didn't you give us written notices? At least we could have limited our losses. Are ordinary people supposed to just accept this? Should I fight it to the end? Such enforcements not only caused significant economic losses for commoners, but also inflicted severe psychological harm. In Zhuchen City, Shandong Province, a village pending demolition and half of its residents still living there, but the only road was dug up by village officials to force compliance, the blogger posted.
Is this what it means to serve people? They claim relocation was voluntary, yet they dug up the road. Is there any justice?
In these cases, the main actors in forced demolitions are often local authorities or developers behind them. Claiming illegal construction, cutting water and power, clandestine night demolitions, road digging, and even arson have become standard tactics. Residents' property is instantly destroyed, leaving them with no legal recourse. Surveillance fails, evidence disappears, and compensation is minimal. Countless families are left destitute, displaced, and sometimes with tragic loss of life. These violent demolitions are not isolated incidents, but a systemic problem. They tear apart social trust, violate private property, and expose the cold-blooded nature of authority towards people's livelihoods. Behind the practice of demolitions always catch fire lies the essence of the CCP's violent rule. The cold disregard for citizens' lives and property permeates every level of governance. The Xiaheli fire, with no casualties, demonstrates the precision of fire control. Houses burned, no deaths, and rapid clearance. This is not a natural disaster. It is a man-made calamity, not an accident, but a calculated act. The logic of the CCP's rule has never prioritized the people. It centers on authority and profit. Urban village renovations and old building redevelopment are driven by the land sale economy. Local governments rely on selling land to fund operations, while developers profit from buying low and selling high. Resistant households solve it with fire. Compensation disputes, burn it and move on. Fires during rain, consecutive wooden houses ablaze, explosion heard repeatedly, yet no casualties. This level of precision reveals the cold-blooded calculations of those behind the scenes. The sweat and money of patients in hospital beds, resident caregivers, and scavenging elderly are, in their eyes, just controllable variables in demolition costs. At a deeper level, this reflects a disregard for life. Under the CCP's authoritarian rule, citizens are not rights holders but managed subjects. During forced demolitions, lawless tactics prevail. After fires, investigations are empty gestures. Across the country, similar unjust cases pile up with little accountability. Power is unchecked, capital colludes with officials, and violence becomes an efficient tool. Fuzhou's 20-year history of fire-assisted demolition serves as a living lesson in the CCP's cold governance. Citizens' homes, memories, and lives are worthless compared to GDP and political achievements. The awakening of netizens is a spark of hope. The comment section is hotter than the fire, shows that people see through the lies. In the face of violent rule, only more citizens standing up, questioning, documenting, and resisting can protect their homes. Otherwise, the next Xiaoheli could be at your own doorstep. The CCP's cold-blooded nature will not change because of a single fire. Though the blaze has been extinguished, the anger and demand for justice it has sparked in citizens' heart will not die down easily. The people's fury will ultimately consume the CCP.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing a somewhat intriguing discovery of a very special type of a supernova. A type of a supernova that technically was hypothetical for a very long time, but that scientists have now definitively witnessed with the image you see right here. And though normally in astronomy, when we talk about the life and death of stars, we usually talk about massive stars basically exploding and turning into a black hole or a neutron star, today we're going to discuss this star that seems to have completely deleted itself from the universe. It essentially left nothing behind. And so in this video we're going to discuss this new study by Daiichi Hiramatsu and a team you see on the screen that released a study describing this incredibly rare event that we often refer to as pair instability supernova. The event's so rare and so powerful that it literally vaporizes the entire star, scattering every single atom into outer space. And so let's discuss the discovery of this cosmic giant in a bit more detail, explaining the strange physics behind this phenomenon, and talk about why this discovery changes what we know about the early universe. But first, let's start with the initial discovery from October of 2023. And as with many supernova, this was the result of the automated survey referred to as ZTF, Zwicky Transient Facility. The automated telescope that essentially tries to catch as many of these events as possible by observing sudden shifts in brightness in all locations it observes. And the vast majority of recent supernova were all discovered using this telescope. And so in this case it spotted a new dot, a dot of light, in a tiny faint galaxy approximately 1.3 billion light years away from us. And at first, astronomers assumed that this was a typical Type II supernova, where essentially a giant star explodes and leaves behind a black hole or sometimes a neutron star. So basically a typical massive star core collapse. But as they watched it, the data in this case started to look kind of incorrect. And that's because usually these explosions brighten quickly and then fade over time. But SN 2023 VBW really took its time. First, it rose steadily in brightness for approximately 190 days, which by the way is an incredibly long time for a typical supernova. In other words, we've never actually seen supernova take so long to reach their peak, but then it also released a staggering amount of energy, equivalent to 3 × 10 to the power of 50 ergs, or just to give you a slightly different comparison, approximately 10 times more explosive than any supernova we usually observe. So whatever was happening here was already quite strange. With the additional clue coming from the environment where this happened. This was in a dwarf galaxy with very low metallicity, or basically a small galaxy that's not particularly developed and very likely contains a lot of ancient stuff. So mostly hydrogen and helium, not a lot of heavier elements. And in these environments, usually, stars can actually grow pretty large and pretty massive, and on average tend to produce much more powerful supernova and much bigger explosions. That's actually because they don't really lose as much mass through stellar winds, and are thus just a little bit less active, making them eventually explode with a lot more mass. But that still did not explain why the explosion was so powerful, which takes us to this next theoretical proposition in regards to what's known as pair instability supernova. And so in order to understand this, we have to take a look at the internal pressure of the star. And for many decades, astronomers believed that some of the most extremely massive low metallicity stars end up creating such unique conditions inside that the final explosion, when they do go supernova, basically completely rips them apart. And so in a normal massive star, like for example Betelgeuse, the push that keeps the star from collapsing usually comes from the gamma rays, or the extremely high energy light, produced by the core's nuclear furnace. But as the star gets more massive, and as the pressure and heat inside increases, and especially if the star reaches approximately 130 solar masses, the core becomes so ridiculously hot that properties inside change so much that the physics become different. And specifically, the gamma rays become so energetic that through the Einstein's famous E = mc², these gamma rays, or this energy, starts to transform back into mass. Or basically all of this energy produced by the nuclear fusion inside the star then transforms back into matter because of these ridiculous pressures and temperatures on the inside. And specifically, it starts to create pairs of electrons and positrons, and like a lot of them all over the place. And that creates a bit of a problem for the massive star. Normally, these gamma rays are supposed to create the outwards pressure, preventing the star from collapsing. But matter doesn't do that, and instead of pushing everything from within, these electrons and positrons actually now add just a little bit more mass and start to pull things into the star with even more gravity. And so suddenly the star finds itself lacking that internal push that was preventing it from collapsing and from destroying itself. This is of course the instability part. And usually this is referred to as pair instability because it basically involves a pair of subatomic particles. And so we now have a star whose outer layers suddenly lose their support and start to crash inwards faster and faster and faster. With this collapse causing the core to heat up even more, reduce the gamma rays even more, produce even more electrons and positrons, and basically triggering a kind of a runaway thermonuclear explosion that happens so suddenly and becomes so violent that it doesn't just blow off the outer layers like in a typical supernova, but it consumes the entire star all at once. There's literally nothing left behind, no leftover core, and nothing to form into a black hole or a neutron star like during a typical event. I guess you could call this a celestial eradication. And for a very long time, this was actually one of the main propositions when it comes to black holes, and specifically why we don't really see black holes of certain masses. And that's because only stars below 130 solar masses should be capable of producing black holes, and these stars will only produce black holes with certain masses. But since more massive stars just explode completely, they're not going to be creating black holes and will actually create what's now referred to as a black hole mass gap. But intriguingly, some of the recent discoveries from gravitational wave surveys started to find black holes that seem to defy these rules, and right now this does not have a very good explanation. You can learn more about this in some of the videos in the description. Although intriguingly, if the star becomes even more massive, over approximately 250 solar masses, something entirely different seems to happen too. Here, instead of a core collapse, and instead of a nuclear explosion, these stars go through something referred to as photodissociation. In this case, the energy from the light inside break down the atomic nuclei absorbing the energy, and the energy then drains away, causing the star to just directly collapse into a black hole and basically produce no explosion, which is literally almost the opposite of the pair instability supernova. And that type of an event was also possibly witnessed, and I think there should be a video in the description talking about that as well. But back to what's happened here. And so, do we actually have a lot of evidence that this was indeed a pair instability supernova? Well, first of all, the study suggests that the star that caused this was probably some kind of a massive blue supergiant. So actually something very similar to what we see in the Homunculus Nebula, that seems to contain a very powerful, very massive star inside that's already gone through some very strange transformation. But in this case, 2023 VBW seems to have also produced the ejecta estimated to be about 170 to maybe 350 solar masses. In other words, when it exploded, it seems to have released at least 170 solar masses in terms of mass of different types of gas, which is very similar to the mass predicted by these pair instability supernova models. And in this case, it also seems to compare to this other peculiar supernova from approximately 12 years ago that was also a little bit difficult to explain, because this star seems to have gone through multiple eruptions and also created a very unique light curve that we've never seen before. And though for this particular supernova, even today it's not entirely clear how to classify it, this seems to fit the pair instability theory pretty well. Here in the data, there's even evidence for something referred to as circumstellar interaction, or basically after the star exploded, the fast-moving debris started to slam into a disc-like shell of gas that used to exist around the star, with the interaction providing extra heat and extra light, which is basically visible as these unusual bumps in the data. And based on this research and this observation, it looks like this is the best candidate so far for this previously hypothetical and theoretical proposition. In other words, the data from this explosion seems to directly match everything predicted in a lot of these pair instability supernova models, which is of course a very important confirmation for the mystery of this black hole mass gap. Or basically the stars of certain mass, between 130 and 250 solar masses, will always Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing a somewhat intriguing discovery of a very special type of a supernova. A type of a supernova that technically was hypothetical for a very long time, but that scientists have now definitively witnessed with the image you see right here. And though normally in astronomy, when we talk about the life and death of stars, we usually talk about massive stars basically exploding and turning into a black hole or a neutron star, today there's literally nothing left behind, no leftover core, and nothing to form into a black hole or a neutron star like during a typical event. I guess you could call this a celestial eradication. And for a very long time, this was actually one of the main propositions when it comes to black holes, and specifically why we don't really see black holes of certain masses. And that's because only stars below 130 solar masses should be capable of producing black holes, and these stars will only produce black holes with certain masses. But since more massive stars just explode completely, they're not going to be creating black holes and will actually create what's now referred to as a black hole mass gap. But intriguingly, some of the recent discoveries from gravitational wave surveys started to find black holes that seem to defy these rules, and right now this does not have a very good explanation. You can learn more about this in some of the videos in the description. Although intriguingly, if the star becomes even more massive, over approximately 250 solar masses, something entirely different seems to happen too. Here, instead of a core collapse, and instead of a nuclear explosion, these stars go through something referred to as photodissociation. In this case, the energy from the light inside break down the atomic nuclei absorbing the energy, and the energy then drains away, causing the star to just directly collapse into a black hole and basically produce no explosion, which is literally almost the opposite of the pair instability supernova. And that type of an event was also possibly witnessed, and I think there should be a video in the description talking about that as well. But back to what's happened here. And so, do we actually have a lot of evidence that this was indeed a pair instability supernova? Well, first of all, the study suggests that the star that caused this was probably some kind of a massive blue supergiant. So actually something very similar to what we see in the Homunculus Nebula that seems to contain will always destroy themselves completely, and that means that we should not be finding any black holes with masses in a certain range. For black holes, this mass would be anywhere between 50 to 130 solar masses. And the thing is, since some black holes have been found to have these masses, it has now been suggested that there's a very high chance they were produced by merging with something else previously. Once again, the video in the description talks about this a little bit more. And so generally speaking, when we find these black holes in this gap, it just tells us that something else must have happened here, and they must have merged multiple times. But on top of this explosion and this theory also helps us understand how certain elements seem to have formed. And that's because these explosions and these pair instability supernova are predicted to produce massive amounts of heavy elements like silicon and iron, with many of these elements eventually being recycled into new stars and eventually into planets and, of course, people. So basically, by studying the supernova and by seeing the exact process and the exact evolution, we're going to learn so much more about how the universe is enriched in these elements and how some of the stuff inside of us was very likely formed. And lastly, this is also something that scientists believe must have happened to some of the first stars in the universe, the mysterious population 3 stars. Or basically, when some of the first stars in the universe started to be created, they very likely were extremely massive, possibly even thousands of solar masses, and were all made out of hydrogen and helium and pretty much nothing else. And those stars also very likely exploded over time, but most likely left nothing behind, creating these very powerful emissions and enriching everything around them with a lot of heavier elements. But since we cannot actually easily see these first stars, right now this supernova is our best local laboratory to understand how the universe's first stars lived and died. Because in some sense, this star resembles them quite a lot. But obviously, because this is a scientific study, right now the evidence is still not super conclusive. In other words, this is just the first study about this, and we do need to hear about confirmations. So basically, there are still certain uncertainties, and this could still be something else. But in this case, the team behind the study notes that additional telescopes like the Vera Rubin Observatory should be actually seeing a lot more of these events and will potentially find tens or even hundreds of these every single year. And so instead of being 1 in a billion kind of a rarity, we instead might soon see a huge catalog of these pair instability events and thus understand them just a little bit better. Although here this is also a reminder that even the most massive and the most powerful objects in the entire universe are still temporary, and their total destruction is exactly what makes our existence on Earth possible. So basically, if it wasn't for these explosions billions of years ago, you and I would not exist. On that note, once we learn something else, we'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying a Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Same event. But this is where the story got super bizarre. Following the first few days, the entire event changed completely. Unlike the previous detection here, it did not continue to fade and instead started to brighten again and again, eventually turning blue. But then it also started to display a lot of spectral features involving hydrogen and helium, which was completely unexpected and could not be explained through a kilonova explosion involving typical neutron stars. And so here this change suddenly made it look like a type 2b supernova, basically involving a young stripped envelope star, and not like a typical neutron star merger that we observed in 2017. And so what exactly was this? Was it neutron stars or a core collapse of a progenitor star without hydrogen layers? So here we had a completely new cosmic puzzle. And for the past few months, that's exactly what the scientists behind this recent study were trying to solve. They tried to figure out how a bizarre kilonova can then transform into a supernova just a couple of days later, which basically made them propose a new phenomenon, superkilonova. Yeah, not particularly original. I mean, if it was me naming it, I would have come up with something like double boom boom or something. But I guess for now we'll have to go with superkilonova. But that's not the only reason why this event is so bizarre and not the only strange observation. Because the strangest observation here is actually in what seems to have collided initially and the nature of this gravitational wave itself. Okay, let's briefly discuss neutron stars and black holes. So normally, a neutron star responsible for one of these kilonova is an incredibly dense remnant left behind after a core collapse supernova of a much older star. And while traditionally researchers always believed that a typical neutron star should have a mass of about 1.2 to maybe 3 solar masses in total. Anything more than that becomes a black hole, anything less should be impossible. This is based on a lot of detailed simulations on how massive stars collapse and how they produce neutron stars. But the analysis of this gravitational wave currently suggests that one of these objects was less massive. Here the merger involved at least one neutron star that was actually even less massive than the Sun, a sub-solar mass object. But finding a neutron star below the threshold of 1.2 solar masses currently once again creates a bit of a problem. And that's because it creates a challenge for standard understanding of how massive stars evolve and how they go supernova. So even if it wasn't for the explosion, this was already kind of mysterious. And so this is why the scientists had to propose this new concept of double boom boom, superkilonova. Here the term describes a kind of a core collapse supernova that simultaneously involves an R-process nucleosynthesis, usually associated with a typical kilonova event. And so here the model suggests a very bizarre chain of events. First, it involves some kind of a massive, rapidly spinning star. And here obviously the star becomes unstable because it reaches the end of its life. And so the star explodes as a supernova. This is a core collapse event. But because the star is spinning so fast, the collapsing core actually undergoes a kind of a splitting event, or even forms a disk of material that fragments into pieces. And so this may even lead to the formation of a very large rotating accretion disk. And this fragmentation results in the formation of at least one, but possibly two, subsolar mass neutron stars. But neutron stars that are super close to each other and are moving in extremely tight orbits. And so almost right after their formation, these brand new baby neutron stars start to spiral toward each other and then eventually merge, creating the gravitational wave signal and the kilonova's characteristic red glow. So essentially resulting in this double detonation. And so in this scenario, the supernova blast expands rapidly, overwhelming and obscuring the light from the smaller, fainter kilonova merger that happened inside of it. Which explains why the event at first looked like a kilonova, but later started to brighten and shifted color to resemble a typical core collapse supernova. And all of this was just a result of a large, fast-spinning star. And if this hypothesis is confirmed, it basically presents us with a completely new stellar evolutionary pathway, physically capable of creating these very bizarre subsolar neutron stars we actually never knew could be possible. And it obviously reveals that the universe is way more complex and can create additional objects we never expected. However, the team behind the study emphasizes one important fact. The gravitational wave signal and the light coming from this particular galaxy still has a slight chance to be completely unrelated. Or basically, just to rephrase this, there is still about 2 to 4% chance that this is a completely accidental alignment and the gravitational waves, along with the kilonova and supernova explosions, are maybe just completely separate events. And so to resolve this mystery, researchers are going to have to try to find additional similar events in the future, and will hopefully have additional telescopes observing them and analyzing the details. Especially because even in this observation, some things still don't make sense. For example, during a kilonova event, we expect to see certain X-ray emissions and radio emissions which were not observed here. And so if this involved two neutron stars colliding, why was there no X-rays or radio emissions? Additionally, scientists discovered hydrogen moving at approximately 17,000 kilometers per second, which seems to actually suggest that this was a Type II supernova, but the changes in color from red to blue made no sense. Either way though, this is definitely one of the more important scientific discoveries in 2025, because we've just never seen anything like this anywhere. Here, this definitely opens our eyes to potential categories we never explored, and basically presents us with astronomical sources we never considered. And if confirmed, the superkilonova model proves an entirely new stellar evolutionary pathway that seems to form really bizarre and really tiny neutron stars. And so hopefully, if such an event happens again, researchers will get to observe it with telescopes like the James Webb, because here, by observing infrared light, it might become possible to confirm the composition of the explosion and specifically discover certain elements mixed inside the supernova ejecta. And so by knowing the composition of the ejecta, it may become possible to confirm certain observations. Right now, we unfortunately only have color. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing the discovery, a very recent discovery, of an extremely interesting pulsar. Very likely the youngest pulsar ever found, but also the most powerful pulsar visible from millions and millions of light years away from us. Although in this case we're not really talking about the pulsar itself, not about the neutron star, we're talking about the unusual phenomenon that surrounds the pulsar that you can kind of see right here, known as the pulsar wind. The phenomenon that ends up producing extremely powerful radio waves and a lot of other emissions that are visible from very far away distances. With the most iconic one being this one right here, from our own galaxy, the Milky Way. This is the Crab pulsar. And I actually wanted to start here before I explain to you what the scientists recently discovered. Because Crab pulsar by itself is one of the most mysterious, yet one of the most fascinating objects in the entire galaxy. With the pulsar itself being so tiny that it's actually invisible, but being so powerful that it actually ends up producing these very beautiful waves you see, creating a kind of a standing shock wave known as the wind termination shock. Here's what it sort of looks like accelerated and from a slightly different angle. And so in this case, when the wind coming from the center of the pulsar decelerates to subrelativistic speeds, it ends up releasing tremendous amounts of radio energy that technically is visible from super far away distances. And today we usually refer to these objects as pulsar wind nebula, sometimes also known as the Pleireion, a Greek word meaning fool. In essence, it's a type of a nebula occasionally found inside the shell of a supernova remnant that also hosts a neutron star right in the middle. With all of this being powered by the central pulsar and its extremely fast rotation. And usually these are found in optical light, they're also found in submillimeter and infrared light, but they also release a lot of radio waves as well. Sometimes they produce higher frequencies such as gamma rays. But they also evolve really quickly and they do change within just a few years. But what's interesting about the Crab pulsar right here is that we know that it existed for at least 1,000 years, or just a little bit less than that. As a matter of fact, back in the days, the scientists figured out when this happened. They were actually able to connect this to ancient observations and ancient entries from China from the year 1054. When the Chinese astronomers reported the so-called visitor star. And today it's believed that it might have resembled something like this. It was probably super bright and extremely hard to miss. As a matter of fact, it was reported by a lot of different Asian astronomers, and even today is still visible if you have a smaller telescope and a dark enough environment to observe all of this. But what's really strange about the supernova is that it was never reported in the West. None of the Western records seem to show it. And at least one study that you can find in the description below explores the idea behind this and potentially finds one mentioning of the star after all. And in short, the study explains all of this pretty well. Early Christian scholars very likely did not want to raise attention to something that's changing in the night skies because it would basically violate some of the things they believed in. And would also create a lot of problems for the early church and the early Christianity. And so nobody in the West dared to write about it or to express it in any way. But the scientists behind the study discovered that there were certain coins that were minted during the reign of the Constantine IX in the Byzantine Empire that seemed to contain an unusual star potentially representing this particular supernova. And was actually only the coins minted between 1054 and 1055. A lot of other coins did not have this star. There were actually two stars in this particular coin, one being Venus and the other very likely being the supernova. And interestingly, the size of the star does differ between 36 different coins that were examined, with the explanation being that the supernova dimmed with time, which changed the appearance of the star on these coins. With the study going into a lot of detail explaining why they believe so, and why they believe that this is indeed the representation of the supernova that happened in 1054, that we now know formed the Crab Nebula. The nebula that even after 1,000 years still produces a lot of radiation and is still actively used for a lot of different Pleiadian or pulsar wind studies. But generally it's believed that it's really just after the supernova that this particular nebula is usually the strongest. And so as the pulsar wind ages, the supernova remnant dissipates and eventually can even disappear. But over time it can also transform into something a little bit different, sometimes referred to as the bull shock nebula, surrounding various millisecond or slowly rotating pulsars. The bull shock nebula generally produce very different features and are also not as easily visible from faraway distances. But in these objects, pretty much everything happens because of the rotation of the pulsar and because it tends to accelerate things so much in the center, and all of this is very likely due to very powerful magnetic fields that tend to accelerate various plasma particles to relativistic speeds, speeds close to the speed of light. And so in some sense, these very powerful pulsars act like very powerful magnets, so kind of like magnetars. Although the actual features on the inside and exactly how all of this evolves is still poorly understood. And very recently the scientists that were actually studying all of these objects by using the survey known as VLAS have discovered one of the youngest such stars inside one of the brightest and the most powerful pulsar wind nebula ever seen. The pulsar wind nebula is so powerful that it seems to be visible from roughly around 395 million light years away from planet Earth. And up until the year 2000, this particular survey did not actually show anything coming from this region. The scientists believe it's because the supernova has just occurred, with the star basically reaching its limit and exploding, expanding all of the material away from it. But the neutron star itself, along with a lot of the materials surrounding the neutron star, was still behind a relatively dense shell of debris that was expanding from the supernova explosion. In other words, following the explosion, we still were in a stage where a lot of this was still invisible. But starting in 2018 up until now, new images revealed some kind of a very powerful object that was clearly visible and very bright in the radio frequency of 1.5 GHz. And because this is approximately 20 years apart, the scientists believe that this pulsar could be as young as 14 years old, making this the youngest pulsar, the youngest neutron star, and also very likely the youngest pulsar wind nebula we've ever discovered. And it's very likely a pulsar wind nebula because the neutron star or a pulsar by itself should not really be that bright from 390 million light years away from us. It does require a different mechanism, such as the nebula around it, in order to create so much luminosity that it's visible from many different places in the universe. Here's, by the way, where all of this is located. It's a dwarf galaxy, briefly known as SDSS J113706, and it's a dwarf galaxy known for a lot of star formation, which means that there are probably a lot of supernova and a lot of neutron stars and black holes being formed pretty regularly, pretty much every single year. And because this neutron star very likely possesses very powerful magnetosphere, overall it seems to appear about 10,000 times more energetic than the Crab Nebula, or 10,000 times brighter than what we have right here in the Milky Way. Which brings up an interesting question. Was the Crab Nebula as powerful when it was just created around 1,000 years ago? And if not, why not? Was it because the neutron star in the middle was different in some way or another? For example, maybe what was produced in this case was not just a neutron star, but an actual magnetar, the most powerful magnet in the universe. Which also means that maybe this is how we could one day answer the question of mysterious fast radio bursts, but that's another question we're going to be answering in some of the future videos. And if this is a magnetar, why was it produced in this case, but not in 1054 inside the Crab Nebula? Or maybe this was a magnetar in the beginning, but then it transformed over time, losing all of its magnetic energy and eventually becoming the pulsar that it is today. So in that sense, we don't actually have a direct answer just yet. But if the scientists start detecting unusual fast radio bursts or some other radio emissions coming from this new neutron star as well, it might actually help us answer so many different mysteries all at once. Mostly because, well, officially this is now the youngest neutron star in existence, and definitely one of the most powerful and one of the most intriguing neutron stars surrounded by a pulsar wind nebula that we've ever been able to find anywhere in the universe. And so investigating this more, or looking for more emissions coming from here, could be the next important step in trying to understand what happens during these extremely powerful supernova that end up producing these very powerful nebula. Some of the most bizarre and some of the most beautiful formations in the entire galaxy are usually formed by pulsars. For example, the iconic Pulsar Nebula formed by the Crab Pulsar, or the super strange Hand of God, that's also the result of a Pulsar Nebula forming a really bizarre structure. And that's on top of so many other mysteries around pulsars that we're still trying to understand and still trying to explore. For example, the discovery of these super strange radio lines all over the Milky Way galaxy, thousands of which have been discovered all over the place, has now also been linked to various pulsars, as we've discussed in some of the videos in the description. And the discovery of several strange structures, resembling bullets moving through some kind of a nebula, also seem to be the result of fast-moving pulsars, which seem to have acquired their velocity as a result of an ancient, powerful supernova. This is the famous cosmic cannonball. And even more recently, NASA identified this really strange structure, now referred to as the cosmic guitar, mostly because of a very strange shape resembling a guitar, which seems to be once again formed by a fast-moving pulsar escaping some kind of an ancient region, where once again it was probably formed by some kind of a supernova. This is one of the more recent discoveries coming out of NASA's Chandra Space Telescope. Not to mention that the first exoplanets ever discovered were also found around a pulsar as well. This is the famous PSR B1257 system. And so with so many strange, bizarre, and somewhat difficult to explain discoveries, pulsars have always been some of the most mysterious objects in cosmology, and researchers are always eager to learn so much more about them, just because they seem to form so much weird stuff. And well, in this video, we're going to discuss one of the recent discoveries that possibly solves at least one mystery, but in the process discovers something else about pulsars that is kind of surprising and even shocking. They might have mountains, and mountains that seem to be made out of something super strange. And so let's talk about this in a bit more detail, but first let's start with the slightly different study in regards to the famous Crab Pulsar I showed you previously. One of the most studied objects in the night skies, and the object that was created in 1054 AD by a massive supernova 6200 light years away from planet Earth. And well, because this is a pulsar, naturally it has to pulsate. And here it seems to do so 30 times per second. Here's a slow motion video of this, taken by the researchers from the Cambridge University. But turns out that this pulsar also produces some other bizarre patterns that up until recently were kind of difficult to explain. And specifically, it seems to produce these zebra-like patterns that only recently have finally been explained in a study in the description. Turns out that this is a diffraction pattern, or basically a type of an interference, caused by different levels of plasma around the pulsar's magnetosphere. In other words, by seeing this pattern, it now becomes possible to kind of scan the environment around the pulsar, which in theory should help us produce some kind of a three-dimensional image of this, once someone figures out how to use this. And so in other words, by using these very precise signals, and by seeing deviations inside the signals, it starts to become possible to figure out what happens around the pulsar, allowing us to directly map this object by seeing how these signals differ every single time. And it's really always been these signals that taught us the most about pulsars. Mostly because here, even minute deviations usually tell us that something is going on, or something is very different. And while in the last few years, because of the advances in radio telescopes, researchers started to discover this somewhat bizarre mystery. Some of the pulsars were pulsating way too slow. As in, they should not even be pulsing at all, yet they were. And that's because based on modern theories, the only reason neutron stars even pulsate is because they're spinning so fast. In other words, the pulsar's energy comes from its spinning motion, and these radio emissions are only produced because the pulsar is spinning fast enough. And based on the modern calculations, it's actually believed that the pulsar has to spin at least once every 10 seconds to produce these radio pulsations. So basically, if a pulsar starts spinning too slow, more than once per 10 seconds, it reaches what's known as the pulsar death line. Technically, this is when the radio emissions stop and the pulsar just becomes a regular neutron star, which is what scientists believe happens to pretty much most pulsars with time. Eventually, they lose their rotation speed, and eventually, they become quiet. And that actually makes sense, because if this didn't happen, we would be seeing millions, if not billions, of pulsars all over the place. Because based on the age of the Milky Way galaxy, and based on the amount of certain types of supernova, we do expect at least 1 billion neutron stars in the entire galaxy. But we've only discovered just over 3,000 pulsars in the Milky Way, suggesting that they do eventually stop pulsating and become quiet. Here's roughly what the modern map of these pulsars looks like if you were to look at the entire Milky Way. But as I mentioned, for some reason, in the last few years, researchers also discovered a few pulsars that were just spinning way too slow. For example, one of the pulsars approximately 2600 light years away from us seems to only emit radio pulses once every 18 minutes. This is now referred to as the long period transient. And quite a few of them have been discovered in the last few years, with periods ranging from minutes to hours. And though some of these objects have been explained as potentially being white dwarfs and not neutron stars, in many cases they're just way too powerful to be anything but a neutron star. And so because a handful of these objects have now been discovered, researchers have been trying to figure out how this is possible, what's actually going on, but more importantly figure out what mechanism is responsible for producing these radio waves. Because here this goes beyond explanations involving pulsars, and the rotational energy is just not enough to produce these signals. And here we have at least a couple of new studies that possibly present us with certain explanations. And so in this first study, we have a detection of a pulsar with a 41-second period that bridges the gap between classical pulsars and these long period transients. And so because of this intriguing object, researchers started to look for more and did actually discover quite a few of them, suggesting that there seem to be quite a few of these objects that are difficult to explain using classical explanations, but also seem to represent this bizarre missing link connecting various pulsating objects. And it was really this recent study that you can find in the description that potentially provides us with maybe one explanation that kind of makes sense. Based on two more examples of these slow-moving pulsars, researchers realized that it's possible for these neutron stars to produce these signals if they're not perfectly spherical. Or to be more exact, if they contain deformations on the surface, deformations resembling super tiny mountains. And because neutron stars are generally only about 10 to 12 kilometers across, here when we say mountains, we're talking about objects that are only 1 centimeter in height, or basically just a fraction of an inch. And so here these super tiny mountains would technically be enough to produce these really bizarre signals. And that's because on a typical neutron star, the gravity is at least 100 billion times stronger than planet Earth. And because of this, even a tiny feature, millimeters or centimeters in size, is going to produce dramatic effects. And so in this recent study, researchers from the Peking University developed a computer model in order to find out how these mountains might affect electric fields around various pulsars. And turns out that by having these tiny mountains, it would start affecting the path of positrons and photons, with mountains that have steep slopes dramatically amplifying local electric fields, allowing these neutron stars to once again become pulsars, because suddenly these particles would be accelerated to tremendous speeds. And so because of this particle acceleration, various electrons and positrons start to create radio waves resembling pulsating waves once again. And so these very unusual deformations on the surface, in theory, can concentrate the electric field so much that it can produce a powerful beam on any neutron star. And so even neutron stars that rotate really slowly will suddenly reach the energy threshold to trigger radio emissions once again. And if this idea is correct, it can provide certain clues about what's happening on the surface of these bizarre objects, specifically what they're made out of. Because in order for these mountains to survive and not to become completely flattened, they have to be made out of something incredibly strong. And that's because ridiculously powerful particles that crash into the neutron star all the time will eventually erode any matter present on the surface, making it super smooth. Unless this is made out of something really strange. For example, the strangion matter, an exotic form of matter that's bound together by strong force and is extremely difficult to destroy by any interaction. And that's because most particles are usually connected through electromagnetic forces, and so your typical matter and your typical molecules, which usually rely on electromagnetic forces to stay together, would not produce enough energy to destroy these strangion particles. And here strangion is kind of similar to a nucleon. Nucleon is what's inside of us, and that's usually made out of protons and neutrons. But a strangion would be a combination of strange quarks and up and down quarks. You can read a little bit more about this and some of the propositions about this in the study on the strangion matter or the strangion stars. Both studies are in the description below and basically discuss how this unusual matter might explain quite a lot of things we see about neutron stars, proposing these strange young stars and even hybrid stars as a new type of an object. And so the idea here is kind of similar. Maybe by having these strange young particles that are strong enough to survive pretty much anything, they might start forming various mountains on neutron stars, which then produce the radio signals we seem to observe. And if the researchers behind the study are correct, it can also explain a lot of other stuff we've been observing. For example, neutron star glitches. When various neutron stars suddenly change their spinning speed, it might actually be connected to either formation or destruction of various mountains on the surface, or possibly formation of strange young matter from some of the regular matter on the surface. Likewise, this might also help us explain a lot of other mysteries, including fast radio bursts, which usually also come from neutron stars. And so in terms of theoretical propositions, this one is kind of exciting. But in order to prove this, and in order to confirm if this is real or not, we definitely need more observations, more analysis, and a lot more detections of these bizarre stars by various powerful radio telescopes. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss some of the recent discoveries and some of the new mysteries in regards to the already mysterious objects known as magnetars. The objects representing some of the most exotic matter in the entire universe, and the objects whose properties are so extreme that they are basically impossible to imagine using any earthly comparisons. And specifically, we're going to be discussing the object discovered right here in the Milky Way galaxy, whose origin is currently unknown, but whose discovery might provide an explanation for the other mystery of cosmology referred to as FRBs, fast radio bursts. And so let's discuss this in more detail, but first, what exactly is a magnetar if you've never heard of this before? And well, it's actually really hard to imagine, but basically, it's a collection of some of the most extreme matter in the universe condensed into such a small volume that if it was actually even smaller, it would turn into a black hole. And though it is kind of similar to a neutron star, they also seem to possess many properties that neutron stars do not have. For example, out of approximately 3,000 known neutron stars, many of which have been observed as radio pulsars, or basically they create these radio emissions visible from planet Earth, only 30 so far have been identified as magnetars, that though also sometimes emit radio emissions, seem to produce emissions in a lot of other frequencies, including X-rays and gamma rays. And even though a typical neutron star is already quite magnetic, with a typical pulsar potentially being at least 1 trillion times stronger in terms of magnetism compared to planet Earth, a typical magnetar is at least 1,000 times stronger still, making these literally the most powerful magnets in the entire universe. One scary comparison I've heard before is that if you were to somehow find yourself approximately 1,000 kilometers away from a typical magnetar, you would literally die instantly because the strength of the magnetic field here would cause every single atom inside one's body to completely fall apart. But because only 30 such objects have been officially confirmed, there is still a lot of mystery about them, and especially about their origins. Even though it's assumed that they were created through supernova, this has never been confirmed, and the actual mechanism of their formation is still not clear. As a matter of fact, in one of the recent studies in the description, we've discussed a potential formation that's not a supernova, that basically involves different types of star collisions, but even that is still uncertain. But in the last decade or so, many different unusual exotic emissions from across the universe, including the mysterious fast radio bursts and various types of gamma ray bursts, have basically been explained as magnetars potentially doing something unusual we've never seen before, and possibly experiencing some kind of an exotic event. Because a lot of these emissions otherwise make no sense, and there is really no way to explain them unless we use magnetars. And one such bizarre detection happened not so long ago in 2024. Here there was a really strange, ultra-bright explosion. This was coming from a famous galaxy known as M82, also referred to as the Cigar Galaxy. And so at a distance of 12 million light-years, this was a very unusual and very unexpected detection. And it was basically a blast of super high energy that lasted a fraction of a second, but was extremely violent and extremely powerful. Here the amount of energy was equivalent to a relatively small supernova. But there was no actual supernova, and at first it was not clear what's really happening. And though here the event resembled a typical gamma ray burst, it was a little bit different. And eventually all of this was traced back to a magnetar, and actually the first ever confirmed extragalactic magnetar located outside of the Milky Way. And so this very strange ultra-bright explosion turned out to be the result of a very strange starquake. which seems to happen when the magnetar's super powerful magnetic field changes the star spin just a little bit, dramatically disrupting its outer layers, which then resulted in this powerful explosion or this giant flare that released a lot of gamma rays in less than 1 second. And to date, this is the third such event discovered, with the other one being in the Milky Way and the third one being in the Large Magellanic Cloud. So basically, after 50 years of observations, it's now been officially confirmed that a lot of these star quakes on magnetars can result in some ridiculous emissions resembling gamma ray bursts and potentially a lot of other explosions, including fast radio bursts. And they've actually been connected to many other anomalies in regards to various emissions, including what's known as AXP, also known as anomalous X-ray pulsars, which are basically pulsars that seem to emit X-ray radiation and tremendous emissions of X-rays that at first made no sense. Only a few have been discovered so far, but once again magnetars seem to be the best explanation. And so in that sense we have many different powerful emissions in many different wavelengths, with really only one culprit behind all of them. They all seem to be the result of various activities inside magnetars. But here's the thing, as I mentioned in the beginning, we actually still have absolutely no idea what magnetars are, or specifically, how they form. With the recent study that we're going to be discussing now, essentially confirming that it possibly is not the result of a supernova. In other words, unlike other neutron stars, there's a very high chance that magnetars seem to form in other ways, or at least some magnetars do not form from supernova. And here the story starts with a magnetar discovered a few years back, originally seen by the Swift Observatory. This was actually found back in 2008, and this is the original image. Here this was first detected as a soft gamma ray repeater, or essentially a kind of a gamma ray pulsar. It was detected because of these very intense flashes of gamma rays coming from the outskirts of the Milky Way galaxy, and eventually was confirmed to be one of these 30 magnetars known to us, now referred to by this name. And while approximately a decade ago, researchers also discovered a supernova remnant not so far from this object, which several studies linked to this magnetar, suggesting that this is maybe how it was created. At first, all of this kind of made sense, but this was of course based on slightly older assumptions that supernova and magnetars have to be connected. As a matter of fact, one of the older assumptions was that magnetars are just basically extremely young neutron stars, possibly the result of extremely recent supernova that happened in the last few thousands of years. With the other assumption being that as magnetars get older, they essentially stop being so magnetized and potentially become either pulsars or just typical quiet neutron stars. But these assumptions were not based on evidence, and the evidence from this magnetar seems to point at something entirely different. And so in this recent study, the team you see right here revisited this magnetar once again, specifically focusing on its motion across the night skies by using the observations from the Hubble Space Telescope. Now, because this magnetar was essentially kind of in the middle of nowhere, but somewhat close to the supernova remnant, it was initially assumed to be coming from inside. But after 12 years of observations using Hubble and by tracking the motion across the night skies, the magnetar's position and its trajectory seem to actually be very different, as in its apparent motion was not coming from the supernova remnant, and the magnetar was not associated with any remnant anywhere. And when the scientists tried to trace back the motion several thousand years, they basically found nothing in the pathway, or really anything that could explain the existence of this magnetar. And that created a bit of a mystery, but also a potential solution. First of all, this implied that this magnetar either has to be really old, much older than 20,000 years old, and coming from somewhere entirely different, which already contradicted some of the previous ideas about magnetars. Or maybe this magnetar was produced by some kind of a very low energy supernova that left almost nothing behind it, which basically kind of also didn't make sense because we should see something. Or, more likely, here the magnetar formed through a very different process that has been previously explored in other studies, and basically involves a merger or a white dwarf turning into a neutron star through a process of accretion, which currently is the best possible explanation and actually provides an explanation for many different mysteries across the universe. And this is based on two formation theories that have been proposed a few years back, but the evidence for which did not exist until now. For example, it is possible for a magnetar to form if two much smaller neutron stars collide and do not result in an explosion known as kilonova. By itself, this would be a very rare event, but it is possible. However, a much more likely situation here is something we've actually seen many times. This could be a result of the accretion process around a really massive white dwarf. And these types of systems do exist in many locations in the Milky Way galaxy. Basically, here we have a white dwarf consuming a lot of mass from its partner and usually resulting in some kind of a nova once in a while. But in a situation where it basically reaches a critical mass, these white dwarfs are expected to explode, but not always. Sometimes they can also collapse, and if they do collapse, they should produce a neutron star as well. But several models examining this resulted in the production of an extremely magnetized neutron star, which would resemble a magnetar in every single way. And so the best explanation for the existence of this magnetar is what's known as accretion-induced collapse. If this proposition is correct, there actually should be still presence of some kind of a companion nearby, and signs of this should be visible in some of the future observations. But most importantly, if this is actually confirmed, this would serve as a very important step in explaining so many mysteries coming from different regions in the universe, specifically things like fast radio bursts and different types of gamma ray bursts that occasionally came from regions where they should not exist. Not so long ago, we've discussed some of the more mysterious FRBs that seem to have come from locations where there are basically no stars, or at least no visible stars. But white dwarfs with partners can technically exist there, and in theory should be able to produce a magnetar that could then once again result in a very powerful explosion like the one seen from the M82 galaxy. Basically the result of some kind of a starquake on the surface. And so when it comes to astronomy, and when it comes to mysteries of different signals, right now this is a super exciting discovery that provides a very important piece of evidence. Since we found one of these objects right here in the Milky Way galaxy, chances are they do exist everywhere, and chances are a lot of powerful emissions and powerful explosions such as gamma ray bursts, superluminous supernova, and fast radio bursts all come from very similar magnetars in the middle of nowhere. And because this object is approximately 15,000 light-years away from us, it now allows us to study them in more detail and possibly resolve so many mysteries in astronomy all at once. Unless, of course, someone does discover some kind of a supernova remnant where this object potentially came from, which would unfortunately invalidate this hypothesis. Hello InfoPerson, this is Anton, and it's time to have our update in regards to FRBs, or mysterious fast radio bursts. These still unexplained mysterious radio signals coming from pretty much everywhere, that though only discovered in 2007, have now been found in much higher numbers, just because we finally know what to look for. And these signals are exactly what they sound like. They're extremely energetic flashes of radio waves that seem to only last for a millisecond or two, and in some cases even shorter. But in that tiny fraction of a second, a typical FRB can produce more energy than the entire sun emits in 1 year. But in some of the recent studies, as we're going to be discussing today, researchers found something that was even more powerful and something that was even more extreme, which is what we're going to be focusing on today, discussing some of the more bizarre discoveries in mid to late 2025 and talking about some new record holders. And that's because in the last few months, driven by powerful new telescopes, we essentially entered a new era of fast radio burst science. And even though for many years these were just signals coming from somewhere, but scientists were not entirely certain from where, based on some of the new studies and new observations, at least some of these FRBs have now been pinpointed to exact galaxies and even parts of galaxies where they seem to have come from, essentially hinting on what possibly produced them and how most of them seem to be created. And so let's talk about some of these studies that, as always, you can find in the description. But in this case, let's actually start with something more practical, or I guess why FRBs even matter today, and how they're helping astronomers from other disciplines. And that's because these millisecond pulsations can also be used for additional studies, especially when it comes to mapping things. Because of their very specific emissions, and because there are so many of them coming from so many different places, it actually becomes possible to use them to map the invisible parts of cosmos and to see certain structures that would be otherwise invisible. And for many decades, this was a bit of a problem because some stuff, especially some of the more diffuse gas, is almost impossible to see. As a matter of fact, when comparing theoretical predictions about the mass of the universe and comparing this to the actual observations, for many decades there was actually something missing. And not just dark matter, actual matter was missing too. For many years this was referred to as the missing baryon problem. Or just to rephrase this, even though we see a lot of gas and a lot of dust and a lot of galaxies and stars around us, technically there should actually be at least twice as much. And so half of the mass was missing and nobody knew where it was. And that's of course on top of the other missing stuff like dark matter. But turns out that over the years, there was a way for us to find this mass and to see it directly. So it wasn't really missing, it was just very difficult to see. And mostly because it was very spread out and located between galaxies. And some of the first hints we've actually discussed in some of the previous videos in the description revealed that it was, as I assumed before, hiding between galaxies. And that's where FRBs come in and help us confirm this once again. Because here they act like cosmic flashlights. As the radio signal travels across billions of light years of space, and as it passes through certain parts of gas, this will usually change certain wavelengths to stretch and to disperse just a little bit. And so here, by precisely measuring how much the light slows down and how much it changes over time, it then becomes possible to estimate the amount of gas it passed through. And so in this recent study, Liam Connor and the team you see here used 69 localized FRBs to confirm that there was a lot of matter they passed through and a matter that was otherwise invisible. Essentially confirming that as those FRBs traveled toward us, they passed through huge amounts of dust, and confirming that 76% of the universe's normal matter or baryonic matter seems to be floating in the intergalactic medium and is outside of galaxies, not inside of them. With this discovery officially once again confirming that the missing matter is between galaxies, as it was always assumed. And that was a really important confirmation for cosmology, and really only possible because of these observations of FRBs and what we've learned about them in the last few years. But, as I mentioned, we also have some really extreme FRBs detected in the last few months, and some of them are creating new mysteries. Because in the last year alone, astronomers broke records in both distance, proximity, and even brightness when it comes to these bizarre radio signals. And here I guess let's start with the most distant FRB detected ever, reported in this study by Manisha Caleb and this whole team here. This is the FRB known as 2024-0304b, and it looks like it came from somewhere right here. This is when the universe was only about 3 billion years old, during the time known as the cosmic noon, and also during the time when the star formation most likely peaked, with most galaxies generating most amount of stars. And here the distance is nearly 18 billion light years away from us, making this quite a significant discovery. Mostly because it essentially doubles the previous record, and also suggests that FRBs existed back then as well. And naturally, because it traveled through so much space, by studying the signals in more detail, it will probably become possible to determine what it also passed through. So what kind of gas, how much gas, and so on. But here, additionally, by using the James Webb Space Telescope, researchers also analyzed the host galaxy, discovering that it seems to be very low in mass, seems to be relatively young, but is also forming stars very rapidly, with this environment strongly supporting the leading theory for the formation of FRBs, basically magnetars. We do expect these types of galaxies to contain a lot of magnetars, and so at least some of them could potentially produce FRBs. And if you'd like to learn more about why we think it's magnetars, check out one of the previous videos in the description, and in this case it was a discovery of an FRB coming from our own galaxy, where we know there is a magnetar as well. And so this was definitely quite an intriguing discovery, at least in terms of distances. But then, around the same time, there was actually surprisingly another record holder from a completely different galaxy and, of course, different period of time. In March of 2025, the Canadian experiment known as CHIME detected a burst so powerful that researchers decided to give it a kind of a playful nickname, referring to this as an RB float, short for Radio Brightest Flash of All Time. And you can learn more about this in this study that involved quite a lot of different sciences. And so here, FRB 2025-0316a was so bright that at first researchers thought this was just radio interference from maybe some kind of an airplane or cell phone nearby. So basically this is how powerful it seemed to be. But eventually it was determined to be real, it was confirmed to be definitely an FRB, and was even traced back to the galaxy known as NGC 4141, 130 million light years away from us. It's the galaxy that hasn't been studied a lot, but it kind of looks like this. And so here, by using new techniques, and specifically by using a synchronized network of telescopes across North America, the team was able to achieve unprecedented level of precision, pinpointing the entire source to the region of about 40 light years. And given the distance here, this accuracy is absolutely ridiculous. Here it's basically like observing a tiny coin at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. But crucially, unlike some other FRBs, this one was non-repeating. And that's extremely interesting because trying to pinpoint a location for a non-repeating FRB is usually super difficult, mostly because by definition they only happen once and only last for a fraction of a second. And here the location seems to suggest it came from the spiral arms, but surprisingly not in the nearest star-forming region, suggesting that maybe either this was not from a magnetar, maybe from a different source, or that the magnetar was kicked out, possibly because of the interaction with other stars, or possibly because of supernova. And that's something that's not impossible and has been observed before. Although I guess let's also briefly discuss why scientists think that this is a magnetar, and why right now this is the best explanation we have. And technically this is not just theoretical anymore, because we do seem to have actual evidence based on some of the bursts observed. And specifically at least one of the bursts, located 200 million light years away from us, was studied something known as scintillation, or basically how much the light is sparkling as it moves away from the source toward us. You can actually think of it as twinkling of a star, but in this case in radio waves. And this is something we discussed in one of the previous videos, but in essence, based on scintillation or the degree of twinkling, the size of the object in this case was constrained to be at most 10,000 kilometers. So it had to be a really small object, but with a lot of power and able to emit a lot of energy all at once. And at this particular size, well, technically it could be something like a white dwarf, but it just would not have enough energy, so it's most likely a neutron star. But because these emissions also signify very high magnetic fields, here the explanation is that these FRBs seem to emerge from neutron stars' magnetosphere, very likely because of some kind of powerful events happening on the surface of the magnetar. Now exactly what happens is still uncertain, but quite a lot of propositions have been suggested, including maybe collisions with objects such as tiny asteroids and tiny planets. And some of these very similar conclusions have also been reached last year when researchers from Australia using the Australian radio telescopes, such as for example the Murchison Wide Field Array, discovered the presence of a lot of polarization, and actually quite diverse polarization, that must have come from very, very powerful magnetic fields that we believe can only exist around magnetars and nothing else really. And so here many details confirm that the energy coming from these objects seems to originate from extreme magnetic fields close to very compact objects less than 10,000 kilometers in size. So basically a definition for a magnetar. And that's something that's been confirmed in many studies and seems to be the best explanation we have as of 2025. And then last but not least, we also have this bizarre discovery of a hyperactive FRB, or basically a repeating fast radio burst that in this case is just a little bit overactive. This is referred to as FRB 2024-0619D, and it was originally discovered by the South African Meerkat. And here the first three bursts were detected within just the first 2 minutes. But the emissions and the signals kept repeating once again, and within just the first week, scientists discovered nearly 250. This is basically the most signals detected from a single source in such a short time, although obviously all of the signals were just a little bit different. But here the origin and the explanation is still not clear. Technically this is very similar to other FRBs, but because currently there is no optical counterpart, or basically nothing else is visible in any other frequencies except for radio light, right now we don't really know what's happening and why this object is so active. We just know that it seems to have a lot of repetition, and repetition that seems to be clustered in time. Or basically these signals seem to happen in chunks, sometimes even entering something scientists refer to as a burst storm. And this is when the source suddenly switches from being inactive or quiet to suddenly becoming hyperactive. And so here in June of 2024, it was able to produce 250 bursts, but that was just after 4 hours of observations. It's quite likely there were way more that were just missed. But once again, because a lot of this was highly polarized and coming from a very small source, right now powerful magnetospheres and very likely magnetar magnetospheres seem to point at the best explanation. So for example, maybe there was just something orbiting around this magnetar, or something that's slowly falling into it, dropping one piece at a time, such as for example some kind of a planet that's falling apart, and is slowly being absorbed by the magnetar, or maybe this is something in regards to its environment and where it's currently located, with these emissions being the result of some kind of a high-density cloud that the star is flying through. So I guess in short, at the moment, the signal itself is very mysterious. But that's why I loved making these videos about FRBs, because pretty much every year, and now every few months, we seem to find new mysteries and new record holders, with some of these objects still not really making a lot of sense. And though, as I mentioned, the best explanation is still a magnetar, in reality, we don't really know what's happening, and even the magnetar model cannot explain everything we're observing. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a somewhat intriguing study that claims to have discovered evidence for a very bizarre type of a star, literally known as the strange star. And it's actually called that because of its properties and because what it's made out of, specifically strange quarks. And because in this case this is based on some of the more recent observations, and observations from a very peculiar explosion, surprisingly right now this is actually one of the best explanations. And so let's discuss this new discovery in more detail, but I guess let's start with the explosion itself first, and why it was kind of strange. And well, technically here there is not much to see, mostly because this was a gamma ray burst. And in this case a gamma ray burst that very likely happened billions of light years away from us, but was detected on May 29th, 2024. And just like with many other gamma ray bursts, this was almost right away picked up by a lot of different facilities. As a matter of fact, you can find the list of all of the reports about this event in one of the links in the description. There were 35 separate observations from different facilities and using different wavelengths, which actually highlights that we've technically entered the golden era for various detections in astronomy, and specifically detections of gamma ray bursts. But when it comes to the origin of these events, there are still some unanswered questions, and specifically questions in regards to their origins, because a lot of gamma ray bursts produce different observations. Some of them can be very short, some of them last much longer, and some of them produce different wavelengths. And so today scientists believe that there might be at least 4 separate sources. The first obvious one is a massive supernova, or specifically a star collapse, that produces 2 very powerful jets. Or maybe this is some kind of a very powerful black hole, specifically a hyper-accreting black hole, that's spinning very rapidly and produces powerful jets as a result. Or this is a collision of 2 neutron stars, which has been previously detected and confirmed to cause short gamma ray bursts. Or lastly, this could also be the result of some kind of a magnetized neutron star, or a millisecond magnetar, that seems to undergo some kind of a major change. And so depending on the source, gamma ray bursts might appear a little bit different. And well, the thing is, this recent gamma ray burst was actually kind of bizarre. And here it was bizarre because it seemed to produce several separate emissions. And specifically it seems to have produced 2 separate episodes, with approximately 400 seconds of quiet time between them, as if there were actually 2 explosions. This was observed by different telescopes and confirmed by different studies. And so this bizarre event with 400 seconds of quiet time doesn't actually make a lot of sense, at least using previous explanations involving black holes, colliding neutron stars, magnetars, or supernova. Here's actually one of these previous observations that even shows us potentially another event that happened approximately 100 seconds after the first explosion. And so in this recent study, Xiao Tiang and his team proposed a really intriguing explanation that kind of matches all of the observations. What if this was actually a formation of a very bizarre object we usually call a strange star? A theoretical concept in physics where basically as stars get more and more density, at some point even neutron stars start to change into something else, changing all of their neutrons into quarks. And following this, if there's even more density, transform into different types of quarks. Okay, it might sound complicated, but basically here's what scientists think might happen as matter becomes denser and denser, and as it reaches its limits before it turns into a black hole. We know that following certain types of supernova, the remnant becomes a neutron star, or basically a star where all of the protons and electrons combine, leaving behind nothing but neutrons. But previous studies have also proposed that inside these neutron stars, especially at very large depths, even these neutrons, because of the pressure, will start transforming into something else. They'll actually start losing their confinement and will suddenly create a notion of quarks. So essentially those elementary particles everything is made out of. Here we're mostly going to have up and down quarks, but potentially some other types, because quarks tend to change into one another. But as the star becomes more and more dense, eventually most of the neutrons potentially convert into quarks, creating a hypothetical quark star. A star that might have some neutrons as the crust on top, but the insides are all quarks. In terms of mass it's going to be the same, but in terms of size it's going to be a little bit smaller. But this is not the end of the story, because as you condense quarks more and more, they'll actually transform into something else in order to achieve stability. And so at super high densities, all of the quarks start to change into strange quarks. In physics, this process is known as deconfinement, and it's essentially a kind of a dissolution of subatomic particles that first makes quarks free particles, but eventually forces some of these quarks to combine into strange quarks, forming more and more of this strange matter. And the more density the star has, the more strange matter is going to have. Once again, just to clarify, this is only called strange matter because of the name of the quark, not because it's unusual or because it's weird. And it turns out that this particular matter is extremely stable. So stable, as a matter of fact, that once something becomes that, it's unlikely to change into something else unless there is some kind of a black hole nearby. And though it's possible for this strange matter to collapse further, forming a black hole, in theory these stars can exist for a very long time without changing anything. But all of this was basically just theory. Up until recently, there were no confirmations or really anything to actually suggest these stars exist. But once in a while we discover something here and there that seems to match predictions about these strange stars. For example, a couple years back, scientists discovered this bizarre compact object with the name you see right here that surprisingly resembled what we thought a strange star might look like. Mostly because this seemed to be some kind of a neutron star, but it was just extremely low in mass. It was about 77% of the solar mass, but extremely tiny in size and producing huge amounts of energy while also being surrounded by a supernova remnant. And even today there is still no better explanation for what exactly this is, but for all we know, this is maybe one such star right here in the Milky Way galaxy. But this new observation is unique for a different reason, because here we might have finally seen how these unusual objects are created, assuming of course scientists behind this paper are correct. And right now their explanation is technically the best. Because in this case, once again, it's difficult to explain why this explosion contained at least 2 but possibly 3 separate shocks. These very powerful episodes must have been caused by something absolutely extreme, and so a supernova or even a black hole would not produce this in this way. But here these X-ray emissions definitely confirm at least 3 separate events, powerful events, that happened minutes apart. And so researchers now believe they can explain all of this by combining this with ideas behind strange star formation. And so basically, that first event was the gamma ray burst, and this very likely produced some kind of a neutron star, potentially a magnetar. And intriguingly, following this first emission, there seemed to be some kind of a plateau or some sort of a X-ray afterglow that lasted for just over a minute. And to the researchers behind this paper, it suggests that this could not have been a black hole, and thus very likely involved a neutron star or a magnetar that's about to do something else. And that something else happens right here. This magnetar collapses into a quark star, which results in a second explosion. And then for basically a few more minutes, we see additional afterglow and additional emissions that researchers believe was a stable period, where the quark star mostly contained up and down quarks, but no strange quarks yet. And then finally we have our last transformation, where the quark star turns into the strange star as many up and down quarks transform into strange quarks, and as the quark star goes through a kind of a transition stage. And in this case, the quark star is actually believed to act kind of like a liquid, specifically a very homogeneous liquid, making these quark stars resemble enormous liquid objects. But this liquid stage doesn't last, and the cooling of the quark star starts to transform it into the strange star, with the liquid basically becoming a huge solid, or potentially even a crystal. And researchers here believe that it's this cooling process that we actually observe as the X-ray afterglow, with the final product basically being a strange star in a solid crystal form. Although interestingly, in terms of properties, it's very similar to a magnetar. So the two would be very difficult to tell apart from a distance, with the main difference being the size. It would be just a little bit smaller. So basically instead of being 14 kilometers, it might be 10. But many papers also suggest that these stars would very likely contain a crust made out of neutrons. And this neutron matter crust, which is also very likely solid, sometimes collapses. And this usually happens when some kind of an accretion happens from the outside, and basically a lot of matter falls onto the surface of these stars. And here, once the collapse happens, this creates a huge cascading effect that affects the entire quark star, releasing a huge amount of magnetic energy, with all of this happening ridiculously fast and very likely producing very powerful radio emissions. And so today this is actually one of the main explanations for what we refer to as fast radio bursts. Hello InfoPerson, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing a somewhat bizarre collision, or technically a collision within a collision, that happened billions of light years away from us and resulted in a very powerful explosion. And mostly because extremely recently, NASA actually published this beautiful image showing us where all of this occurred and explaining why this is so bizarre and why this is so unexpected. And here this is a discovery involving a very specific type of a gamma ray burst. These are usually some of the most powerful explosions in the universe. And so here GRB 230906A, officially discovered in 2023, involved a very peculiar explosion that's now helping us solve two separate mysteries in astrophysics, with the first mystery being why sometimes these very powerful flashes seem to have no home or no home galaxy, and the second mystery being why we sometimes find a lot of really complex metals such as gold and platinum in very peculiar locations outside of the main galactic body, which this particular detection seems to explain pretty well. But I guess first let's start with what happened here and what we know so far. And so on September 6, 2023, the Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope detected a relatively brief but very intense flash of energy visible in the gamma rays. This was a gamma ray burst that lasted for approximately 0.9 seconds, so basically just under 1 second. And so this was a short duration burst that we normally associate with this. In essence, all of these short duration bursts are believed to be the result of a neutron star collision, a collision between two extremely dense objects. And they almost always produce these ridiculously powerful explosions that actually end up creating some of the most powerful emissions in the universe. But GRBs come in two different types, the long GRBs or the short GRBs. And so the long gamma ray bursts lasting more than 2 seconds seem to be mostly caused by a collapse of very massive stars that eventually form black holes. But it's the short GRBs that are particularly interesting. And that's because they always seem to be the result of a neutron star merger, like the one observed in 2017 that essentially finally solved this mystery, or basically provided us with enough evidence to confirm that short GRBs seem to be connected to neutron star collisions. And just as a reminder, a neutron star is basically an extremely dense core of an ancient dead star that's usually only a few kilometers across, but contains more mass than the Sun. And so when these two very massive objects spiral together and eventually collide, they release a flood of energy and create a phenomenon referred to as a kilonova. The unusual event that we know today seems to produce huge amounts of heavy metals, and especially gold and platinum. But normally we expect these events to happen in somewhat active or busy regions of a typical galaxy, so basically inside some kind of a star-forming region, or a location with a lot of stars where some of them might have produced neutron stars. And so normally we expect this from a center of a medium or a large galaxy. But this event was different. When combining the observations from the X-ray vision of the Chandra X-ray Observatory with the sensitivity of the Hubble Space Telescope, researchers realized that this was not in a galaxy itself. As a matter of fact, it almost appeared to be in the middle of empty space, or at least it appeared this way at first, which by itself would have been extremely unusual, as we don't really expect neutron star collisions in between galaxies. Yet nevertheless, here this appeared to be offset from any major galaxy, and at first appeared to be in the empty space, but the observations from the Hubble actually showed us where exactly this was. And so essentially here, by focusing on this region and by trying to distinguish different objects, researchers definitively confirmed that this was actually a part of the galaxy. But in this case, it seemed to represent its tail, and specifically the tidal tail, that was surprisingly at least 600,000 light years long, representing this very long stream of gas that escaped the original galaxy, with gas and stars stripped away during a massive collision between a galactic group hundreds of millions of years ago. And in this artistic representation, you can kind of see how this galactic merger seems to have happened, which is why this is now referred to as the collision within the collision. And so based on these observations, researchers can now figure out exactly what happened. And so first of all, this was obviously not a normal galaxy anymore, because this was a galaxy that was now tidally extended and contained a very long tail. And more importantly, it was very likely the galactic merger that then triggered a massive wave of star formation inside of this gas stream. And this very likely produced a lot of very massive stars, and in many cases in binary systems, with many of these stars eventually going supernova within the last 100 million years. And because some of them were in binary systems, here, in at least some cases, the final product would be something like this: 2 neutron stars produced by massive supernova. And so here, based on the calculations, scientists believe that approximately 700 million years ago, a pair of supernova gave birth to these 2 orbiting neutron stars that at first were pretty far away from each other, but eventually, over 700 million years, spiraled closer and closer and closer, until one day they finally merged, producing the kilonova. And so definitely a pretty elegant explanation, and definitely an explanation that kind of makes sense once all of these additional observations have been conducted. But for astronomers, this, as I mentioned, does actually explain several things, and basically solves several mysteries. Because this is such an unusual location, it finally explains to us why sometimes we see these explosions without any potential host. And that's because for many years astronomers have actually witnessed these GRBs, or these very powerful explosions, coming from locations that seem to have nothing there. But it turns out that even though it appeared to be in the middle of nowhere, many of these bursts very likely did actually have a host galaxy, but would only be seen through powerful telescopes like the Hubble or the James Webb. And so in this case, the tidal tail, or the location where these explosions happened, seem to be invisible because they're basically kind of diffuse. And for this particular explosion, this burst seems to have happened in a relatively tiny dwarf galaxy that was also buried inside of this tidal stream, so this was actually one of the leftovers following the galactic collision. Here's the actual image from the Hubble Space Telescope showing us where it seems to be located. But then there's the second mystery, the mystery of a lot of complex elements, and specifically heavy metals, in between galaxies. And well, first, today we know that neutron stars, as they merge, generally produce what's known as the R-process nucleosynthesis, a very powerful reaction that causes many different lighter elements to start converting into heavier elements. And so generally this mechanism seems to be responsible for forming at least half of the atomic nuclei heavier than iron. And so gold, platinum, but even things like uranium. But at the same time, for many years, astronomers have been detecting gold and platinum in locations very far from the central galaxy. So basically in places where none of this should be possible, mostly because there's nothing here to make it. But this particular GRB definitely shows us that mergers can happen on the outskirts and effectively act as a kind of a seed for many of these remote regions, enriching them in a lot of heavy elements and of course heavy metals. And so this was basically an official proof that neutron mergers and kilonova can actually happen in locations where we never expected them. And not so long ago, actually just a few months ago, researchers from the Max Planck Institute for Gravitational Physics created one of the most complex computer simulations trying to actually understand exactly what happens when neutron stars collide. And so essentially here they tried to look at this event from start to finish. And in this case, this very complex computer simulation, involving over 100 million CPU hours, but actually only simulating like 1.5 seconds of real time, revealed to us what seems to happen during these collisions and what all of this produces. And so in essence what you're seeing here is something that happens in just over 1 second, with this collision leading to a rapid collapse of 2 separate neutron stars into a slightly more massive black hole that then, as you can see here, starts to form an extremely powerful jet. The jet that eventually powers the entire gamma ray burst and results in these very powerful emissions visible from billions of light years away. But once again, all of this only lasting for like a second or so, until it shuts down completely and until this becomes just a silent black hole. Naturally, though, these events also usually result in very powerful gravitational waves that have been detected previously by the LIGO facility. Although as far as I know, this particular event was not detected. And well, right now this is actually one of the most important simulations when it comes to neutron star collisions, and will hopefully help astronomers understand some of the future signals, especially once we discover more gravitational waves that seem to have come from neutron star collisions. At the moment, only a handful has been discovered so far. But as it stands, this is definitely one of the most exciting neutron star collisions detected so far, and basically reminds us that even in this destruction, there's actually a kind of a catalyst for creation. In this case, creation of heavy elements that will probably end up on various planets out there, and that are obviously inside of our bodies right now. A lot of the heavier elements we have did actually come from neutron star collisions billions of years ago. Not to mention the gold ring you might have on your finger was also very likely formed by one of these events. But when it comes to galactic mergers and the future of these events, we know that the Milky Way galaxy may experience something similar billions of years later. And so as the Milky Way galaxy starts to merge with its partners, there's a very high chance it will also produce these tidal tails, and in the next 5 billion years, it may also start forming these neutron star pairs, eventually triggering a new round of star formation, more neutron star collisions, and more enrichment of the universe around us. Or at least that's what we can kind of assume based on the observations from this galactic merger and based on what we know about our own galaxy. It's now been approximately 14 years since the original discovery of FRBs, or fast radio bursts. Very strange, unexplained radio emissions, very powerful emissions, that at first scientists thought might actually come from planet Earth, from things like maybe satellites or even microwaves. But as the time went on, and as more and more have been detected, along with some really thorough observations, scientists realized these are actually coming from very distant galaxies and seem to be coming from pretty much everywhere, suggesting that these are powerful events with a single burst equivalent to the amount of energy our Sun produces in approximately 1 year. But a single signal here is always shorter than 1 second, which is why they're known as fast radio bursts. And because they're so short, and because these are radio signals coming from really far away, it's been suggested that they're probably formed by something relatively small. Basically, for the light to travel in such a short time, this has to be less than 300 kilometers in size. So possibly some kind of a black hole, maybe a neutron star. But even after 14 years of research, there is still no clear explanation, even though one of these events has been detected right here in the Milky Way galaxy. And so, hello wonderful person, this is Anton. Today we're going to discuss some of the recent discoveries in regards to FRBs, and actually 2 potential explanations to how they form somewhere out there. And both of these new studies decided to focus on 2 most famous FRBs, the closest one to us, and the one that's known to repeat quite a lot. And this is based on a very famous neutron star, specifically a very famous magnetar, known as SGR 1935 plus 2154. Here's roughly what this location looks like in radio light, and here's the same observations done with X-ray telescopes. And so a few years back, as we've discussed in one of the videos right there in the description, completely by accident, researchers studying this magnetar discovered that it seemed to have produced a fast radio burst. And not just 1 or 2, it produced quite a few. And during this time, this object was observed by X-ray telescopes before and after the event, obviously with the main purpose of understanding how all of this forms. And so in October of 2022, and even several times before that, it produced a few fast radio bursts captured by several telescopes such as NASA's NICER, located on the International Space Station. And interestingly, one of the main discoveries in this case was the fact that something happened to this magnetar before and after this FRB. In essence, it experienced what's known as a glitch. And this is a term used in astronomy to talk about neutron stars that for some reason sometimes accelerate just a little bit when it comes to their rotation. And so in this case, this magnetar suddenly started spinning just a little bit faster and did this twice. And in between these 2 glitches, that's when this FRB seems to have happened. And I guess here it's kind of important to understand exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about something that has a mass of the Sun, technically even more, but is smaller than the city of New York. And so this extremely dense, really massive object, spinning really fast, if it accelerates just a little bit in its rotation, whatever happened here must have involved a tremendous amount of energy. And this particular magnetar spins 3.2 times per second with its surface velocity of approximately 11,000 km per hour, or approximately 3 km per second. But suddenly, within just a few minutes, it changed that velocity by just a little bit and did so twice. And whatever caused this must have been super powerful. But in between these glitches, what surprised the scientists behind this recent study is that this magnetar also slowed down in approximately 9 hours. Or basically it slowed down much faster than ever observed around any neutron star. It's not entirely clear why, but because of this extremely fast decrease in rotation speed, it's believed it resulted in the release of these very fast radio bursts. Basically, it had to somehow shed all of this energy, and this was done through radio burst emissions. Now, normally, in a typical magnetar, when it suddenly accelerates, or when it experiences this glitch, it usually takes weeks or even months to get back to its normal speed. Here, though, it only took 9 hours. And though obviously this was a very surprising discovery, and currently does not have a very specific explanation, it shows us that we still know so little about magnetars, and they're still full of mysteries. These are obviously some of the most powerful objects in the entire universe, representing some of the most extreme neutron stars with a ridiculously powerful magnetic field. Fun fact, or I guess a scary fact, if you come really close to one of these objects, the power of the magnetic field is actually going to disturb a lot of chemistry in your body, and even the atoms inside your body are going to become ripped apart by ridiculously powerful magnetic fields. So yeah, death by magnetar is maybe not the way to go. But I guess back to FRBs. So what the scientists now learned about this is that it seems to be the result of whatever is happening inside magnetar, and specifically the very extreme conditions formed by quantum mechanics when things become ridiculously hot, very pressurized, and quantum in nature. Today, based on what we know about quantum mechanics and experiments with extreme matter, scientists believe that a typical neutron star consists of at least two states of matter. We have a kind of a solid surface that's basically crushed by the gravity so much that even a single mountain here cannot be taller than just 1 millimeter, and then we have a kind of a quantum superfluid inside that potentially resembles a typical fluid in the way it interacts with everything else. But because these objects spin, here the researchers explain some of these effects as essentially, well, I guess a fishbowl spinning around. Because of the sloshing of the liquid inside this object, sometimes the liquid can spin just a little bit faster than the surface, meaning that the surface, the crust, or the fishbowl's glass has to somehow catch up. And that's when the glitch occurs with this extra energy released in the process. And so basically the internal liquid and the external surface, solid surface, do not really spin at the same velocity at all times. But when they become out of sync, something has to happen in order to release the energy from the inside by delivering this to the crust, which might occasionally even crack the surface, to some extent resembling a kind of a ridiculously powerful volcanic eruption. And so by losing this mass very suddenly, it causes the object to spin just a little bit slower, thus explaining this rapid deceleration, but also possibly the sudden release of fast radio bursts. At least that's the explanation we have for now. It's still super preliminary and there's no actual evidence, just the theory behind this, but naturally by studying a lot of superfluids and interaction of superfluids with a lot of other extreme matter, we might be able to come to a conclusion of how this works. And naturally one day, this could potentially be used in practical way right here on planet Earth. How? I don't know. Somehow. I mean, we've discovered ways to use other stuff, so this might also get used somehow. My guess is some kind of a super cool scanner, like a super advanced MRI or something. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. So that's our first observation from the closest FRB to us. But then we have the most famous one, or I guess the one that's repeated the most. This is a really famous FRB detected in 2012 known as FRB 1211-012, and it became the first ever known repeated FRB that basically happened many times. It's already produced over 1,000 bursts, suggesting that whatever is happening here is happening over and over again. And in the last few years, scientists even identified the small dwarf galaxy where it's probably coming from. It seems to be at a distance of about 3 billion light years away from us. So yeah, despite the distance, we still see it really well. And so in this recent study, the researchers decided to analyze approximately 1,100 bursts from this FRB in order to discover some kind of a pattern to then try to explain what's going on here. And though at first it all seemed kind of hectic and potentially unpredictable, here by combining the results in certain ways, they were able to discover two separate periodic patterns. One seemed to repeat every 157 days, and one every 4.6 days, basically suggesting that maybe something was actually orbiting with this FRB, thus producing these unusual observations. Although I guess a bit of a caution here. A bit of a follow-up from some other scientists suggested that maybe here the analysis conducted found patterns that might not really exist. So all of this is still super preliminary. But nevertheless, here we go. So what's the explanation? Well, as you can imagine, they suggest two separate objects. First, there seems to be some kind of a star with a 157-day orbit that once in a while disturbs the neutron star, potentially causing these glitches, and thus causing the release of powerful radio energy. That by itself is not super surprising, but it's that second result that is surprising. Here they actually propose that this object might have a planet orbiting every 4.6 days, and it's that planet that's causing the second signal. A planet that orbits at about 5% the distance of Earth to the Sun, and a planet that's potentially bombarded with a ridiculous amount of super powerful radiation. Here we're talking about gamma rays, X-rays, you name it, it has it. With scientists even suggesting that if this planet exists, it's probably supercharged with a lot of these particles, and possibly is always filled with some kind of a lightning or some other unusual effects. Likewise, if confirmed, this would also be one of the most distant planets ever discovered, basically at a distance of about 3 billion light years. But the question is, does this actually make any sense? Well, it kinda does, and for reasons that you see right here. This image was produced in regards to a different discovery. What you're looking at right here is a planet, a known planet, around a neutron star. As a matter of fact, these three planets are the first planets to be ever discovered in the entire galaxy back in 1992. Today they're known as pulsar planets, but in a nutshell, because of slight deviations of pulsations from this neutron star, back in 1992 and 1994, Polish astronomers discovered that there are three separate planets here, and they all seem to be terrestrial, potentially resembling something like this. And more planets like this have been discovered in the last few years, but this one was obviously the first. You can learn about this whole system in one of the older videos, somewhere in the description. But the reason I'm showing you this is basically because, one, we know neutron star planets definitely exist, and so there's actually a slight chance that this is exactly what's causing the unusual radio emissions from this neutron star as well. But I guess two is that we can technically use this system to possibly see if we can detect similar emissions, or basically similar fast radio bursts, in order to basically test this hypothesis. Now right now nothing like this has been done, and as far as I know this system has not been studied for a very long time, but I think it's maybe a good time to take a look at it once again. It's roughly around 2300 light years away from us, and here this is not a magnetar, it is actually a pulsar, spinning 161 times per second. And so I guess technically, because this is not a magnetar, we might not see exactly the same emissions, but we might see something similar. And also interestingly, as far as we know, this particular pulsar was actually a result of a collision between two different white dwarfs, which is why it's spinning so fast. And so this whole system has a very intriguing and somewhat unusual origins. But more importantly, it might help us solve the mystery of the FRBs, or potentially help us discover even more mysteries, I guess. But anyway, the whole point I'm trying to make is that it's about time someone took a look at these particular planets once again, especially using some of the most modern telescopes. In the last couple of years, several major studies started to report discoveries of somewhat unusual cosmological signals. Strange blinking objects scattered across the Milky Way that were not very easy to explain. And they were actually discovered completely by accident because of the advances in radio astronomy. Now in the past, many different blinking radio objects have been discovered as well, but these were usually extremely fast, and today we refer to them as pulsars. Essentially, pulsating neutron stars whose spinning mechanism seems to produce these very specific radio emissions. But here this was something entirely different. The first such object was only discovered in 2022, and this was like nothing we've seen before. Here, in some sense, this was also a pulsar, but it was basically in slow motion. At 4,000 light years away from us, this unusual signal was actually producing 30 to 60 seconds of radio emissions every 18 minutes. And it was reported in this study by Hurley Walker and the team you see right here. You can also learn more about this in one of the previous videos in the description. And though even back then there was barely any explanation, it didn't take long to discover the second object, 15,000 light years away, emitting radio signals lasting for 5 minutes with a pulsation of 22 minutes. This was discovered by the same researcher and the team you see here just a few months later. And well, eventually, Natasha Hurley Walker that you see right here continue to discover more and more. For example, here's another one discovered just 1 year later, 5,000 light years away, 30 to 60 seconds long, every 2.9 hours. with at least 10 such objects now known as of 2025. And though it's still unclear exactly what these are now known as LPTs, long period transients. So I guess kind of like pulsars, but just super slow. But even after all this time, there is really still no exact explanation. Because these are completely new to us, nobody has any idea what's going on and how these signals are generated. Nothing like this has ever been seen before, nothing like this has ever been predicted, and these radio signals are just way too slow to be neutron stars or magnetars, and way too powerful to be anything else. Also, they look just a little bit too natural and too unpredictable to be aliens. And so basically here we're stuck with these new, strange radio mysteries across the entire galaxy. They seem to resemble pulsars, but pulsars with signals at least 1,000 times longer. And because of the way we know pulsars generate these signals, it would be impossible for them to spin so slow. Here we're talking about rotation in hours or even in days. Not to mention that these are really strong signals, suggesting that whatever this is, it has to be super powerful. But so far the majority of these discoveries basically came from this telescope. This is known as ASCAP, Australian Square Kilometre Array Pathfinder, which in the last few years produced some of the most incredible radio maps of the entire night skies. We've actually discussed a couple of them in some of the videos in the description, and one of them still kind of blows my mind. It's literally this three-dimensional interactive map you see right here, where you basically see a bunch of objects, but all of them only visible in radio light. And here you can actually click on individual objects to see exactly what they look like as a radio emission compared to what we're usually used to. There's a few other maps we've discussed before in some of the videos in the description, but in essence, because of these discoveries and because of these new maps, or technically because of these new surveys, there was now a lot of new data that was previously unavailable, including data on various pulsating objects that were actually pulsating relatively slow. And this is how some of these LPTs were discovered initially. But now we have a new discovery that completely by accident became even more exciting. Here this is an object 15,000 light years away that you can kind of see right here. ASCAP J1832-0911. It seems to emit 2-minute pulses every 44 minutes, which essentially makes it another one of these LPTs. But when ASCAP was collecting data about this object, completely by accident, it was also observed by Chandra. And as you might know, Chandra Space Telescope can only see things in the X-rays. And here, it also recorded very unusual pulsations that seem to correlate directly with radio signals. You can see both radio signals and the X-rays in this image. And to astronomers, this is a really strange behavior. These somewhat methodic radio signals, with every pulse produced with such an unusual regularity, and visible in both radio light and X-rays, is actually even more difficult to explain. Especially because the pulses coming from this object are extremely bright, producing a lot of luminosity in the X-rays and in radio waves. But on top of this, based on these observations and further analysis, researchers established that this has to be a somewhat compact object, basically relatively small in size, and it seemed to produce no emissions before November 2023. So it actually only became this way extremely recently. Like here we're just talking about under 2 years. And that's super bizarre. For example, every single pulsar known to us has been active and has been pulsating for as long as we've known them. And they are expected to pulsate for many years. Normally, for a typical pulsar to stop producing radio signals, it has to slow down its spin just enough for the magnetic mechanism to no longer produce enough radiation. And normally it's expected to happen maybe within 10, but usually 100 million years. And also they're unlikely to just start like this out of nowhere. Yet here, this object defies all modern theories. And as always, you can read more about this in the study right here. Detection of X-ray emission from a bright, long-period radio transient. A study by Zita Wang and the team you see here. And based on previous models and previous explanations, right now not a lot of them actually match. For example, before it was proposed that maybe these are extremely magnetized neutron stars, or maybe white dwarf pulsars, or possibly even binary systems with a white dwarf and some kind of other star that seem to produce these emissions because of very slow spin or because something is orbiting around them. But these particular models did not predict X-rays. And though X-ray emissions could be possible from ultra-long period magnetars or some unique white dwarf pulsars as described in this study, none of them produce radio signals and X-rays in such an unusual synchronized way and none of them have these very long, very powerful emissions. And so right now there's really no clear idea exactly what's happening. For example, here you're seeing one of the previous explanations that involved some kind of a pulsar striking a star that then produces emissions from its surface, while we also observe emissions coming from the pulsar as well. But even these theories do not fully explain what we're actually seeing. And so right now the assumption is that this is an entirely new type of physics when it comes to stellar evolution and stellar objects. Especially because even though the radio and X-ray pulses seem to resemble a magnetar, the overall behavior and the emissions are not consistent enough with magnetar activity. Or just to rephrase this, the radio and X-ray emissions look nothing like what we usually see from a typical magnetar. And if this is a white dwarf, and a white dwarf that's spinning super slow, it actually seems to be several million times more powerful than any other white dwarf seen before. Not to mention that usually white dwarf emissions are also polarized. Here the radio light is very different. And so right now one of the potential best next steps is to try to observe previously detected LPTs and try to see if they also emit something in the X-rays and maybe some other wavelengths. If scientists discover that all LPTs produce X-rays and radio emissions, this might definitely point at some kind of a new stellar object and some physics we've never really considered before. Or maybe this is just a very unique object and something very different, never before seen in the entire galaxy. In this particular case right now, this is a very energetic object, producing just as much energy as a typical super flare from a very active star. In other words, every single one of these emissions is just as strong as an extremely powerful flare coming from some of the most active stars out there. But because it's only started recently, and because in the last 6 months the X-rays and the radio emissions seem to have actually died down a little bit, seems to suggest that whatever this is, it's not going to be permanent, and it seems to be only affecting this object on human timescales. So for all we know, in the next few years, it might disappear completely. And that means that we might not have enough time and not have enough observations to determine what this is. What is certain though, this is definitely like nothing we've seen before, and right now seems to be one of the most unique objects in the entire galaxy, and technically the entire universe. A strange radio and X-ray pulsator producing signals every 44 minutes. Something we'll discuss again once there are more discoveries or more clarifications, or once someone proposes something concrete that explains all of these bizarre pulsators once and for all. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a relatively new study that focuses on one somewhat unusual proposition, the proposition in regards to neutron stars. And here, the researchers behind this study make a pretty strong argument for the existence of unusual, almost like atmospheric clouds orbiting around neutron stars that are actually made out of something entirely different. They're made out of axions. Hypothetical particles proposed as an explanation for a lot of mysteries in physics, including dark matter. And so in other words, the researchers behind this study suggest that pretty much most neutron stars out there contain unusual atmospheres made entirely out of dark matter particles. And the argument they make is pretty strong. And so let's talk about this in a little bit more detail, but I guess let's start with axions. So what are they, and why do so many scientists believe they exist? And well, axions were initially proposed by the famous Frank Wilczek, an American physicist who won the Nobel in 2004 and who's essentially an expert in everything when it comes to particle interactions. And sometimes around 1978, he proposed that in order to solve one of the biggest problems in physics, the strong CP problem, the problem that stems from the observation that the strong force, one of the fundamental forces, preserves charge parity symmetry, CP symmetry. And this is despite the fact that nothing actually requires it to do so. And so here the question was, why is CP symmetry respected when it comes to the strong force? Now I know this is quite a loaded question and quite a lot of information, but you can learn a little bit more about this in some of the links and some of the videos in the description. In essence though, the axions offered an elegant solution to this puzzle and represented a super light particle with a spin of 0 that would suddenly offer the solution to this charge parity symmetry. But within just a few years, researchers realized that this can actually also explain a lot of other problems. These axions also appeared as an extremely common feature in the string theory, and they seem to arise in various extra dimensions as those dimensions become more compact. But much more importantly, in terms of this research, they also became the leading candidate for the explanation involving dark matter, the invisible substance that seems to make up most of the mass in the universe, but that seems to not really interact with anything except for gravitational effects. And so in this case, the axions could potentially explain a lot of things all at once. But over time, scientists realized that axions can also actually be affected by extremely powerful magnetic fields. Specifically, they can be produced in regions with extremely strong and varying electromagnetic fields, such as, for example, around polar caps of various neutron stars. Likewise, sometimes axions can be converted to photons, but photons with a lot of energy. And so when exposed to these very powerful magnetic fields, sometimes we expect these axions to basically become X-ray photons. And not so long ago, we've actually discussed one of these potential detections coming from extremely famous neutron stars known as the Magnificent Seven. But so far this detection has not been confirmed by others. Nevertheless, it was still there, even though it was kind of preliminary. And so essentially to discover these axions, neutron stars have always been the main target. They created the perfect environment. As a matter of fact, some of these neutron stars, especially magnetars, would basically be axion factories. They would be generating so many of these axions that technically, even using modern telescopes, we should be able to detect them eventually. But this was obviously still a hypothetical proposition and even a hypothetical particle. Nobody knew if they even existed. Nevertheless, even their name, axion, is basically a kind of a play on words. They're named after a brand of soap that's actually still available in the stores, and that's because their existence was really supposed to clean up the problems in physics. Problems with axions, problems with the strong forces, and the problems in the string theory. But because they're proposed to be extremely light in mass, they would be practically impossible to detect naturally. So we can really only find them by looking at interactions with something else, such as powerful magnetic fields. But neutron stars contain everything we need: extreme densities, extreme magnetic fields, and they're also small enough in size that everything around them kind of stands out. And so for several years, researchers basically speculated that many of these neutron stars should be spewing out axions left and right, but mostly by producing specific types of X-rays, which is essentially what the study by Bushman and his team was trying to describe back in 2021. But this new study that just came out by Dion Northios takes a slightly different approach. Here the assumption is that it might be easier to find axions that actually get stuck around neutron stars because they potentially form extremely dense clouds. In some sense, so dense that we can even refer to these as dark matter atmosphere. And that's because as a lot of these axions are produced, many of them get captured by the star's gravity and eventually get stuck in this orbit for possibly millions of years. And that's because these magnetic fields are so powerful, they can easily overproduce many of these axions that eventually get stuck for a long time. And even though some of them do escape, most don't. But if they don't actually do anything except for basically orbit around the neutron star, they would still be very difficult to detect. However, we know that neutron stars occasionally do go through certain changes. For example, a magnetar can shut down, reducing its magnetic field dramatically, which will very likely result in a massive axion escape and thus a sudden X-ray burst. But these events are kind of rare. There is, however, one event that's not rare, and we refer to these as pulsar glitches. And while approximately 6% of all pulsars known to us tend to sometimes accelerate their spin, which we refer to as a glitch, this has actually been explained as a type of a starquake, and it dramatically shifts the conditions around the star for at least some time. And that of course includes the magnetic field. And so during such an event, we do expect a sudden and dramatic shift of axions around the pulsar, which a lot of different telescopes we use today can technically pick up and identify. So for example, telescopes like LOFAR can monitor known pulsars for these transient events and then combine them with observations in the X-rays to find out if maybe we're actually detecting axions, or axions that turn into photons. And so basically in this study, scientists propose a definitive way to identify these clouds and to obviously find out if axions really exist. Here the implication is that we have all of the technology needed, including all of the telescopes, to make these detections real and to potentially finally discover axions once and for all, and thus discover the dark matter. And that's because these axions, if they're real, should be producing these axion clouds around every single object that possesses high density and powerful magnetic fields. So basically pretty much every neutron star, and maybe even certain black holes, possibly even certain white dwarfs. And because this would be very dense environments that can be easily disturbed by minute changes in the magnetic field, even a tiny pulsar glitch should actually produce necessary results. And that's of course on top of some kind of a long-term signal that should be produced as a lot of these axions escape over time. And so in some sense there are two possible ways to discover if this is real. Either by observing these glitches or sudden changes, or by discovering some kind of a long-term emission. And likewise, we could maybe even find something by studying various binaries, either binary neutron stars or neutron stars that have some kind of a different partner. So here we also expect different interactions, and thus different observational signals, something that's basically beyond predicted values. But in order to understand this, and obviously in order to discover and confirm this might require additional branches of sciences, including potentially plasma physics, that could provide explanation for how this neutron star cloud acts over time, and for how it seems to grow over time, eventually changing and becoming either denser or more compact. So basically this is just a first proposition and a first assumption, but it will obviously take years to see if this is actually true. In the last few weeks, for some strange reason, there's been a sudden surge of various discoveries pertaining to neutron stars right here in the Milky Way galaxy. At least 4 separate studies came out just recently, all 4 discovering things we never knew about neutron stars, or finding neutron stars in locations we never thought possible. And so in this video, I wanted to basically discuss some of these somewhat bizarre discoveries, talk about what all of this teaches us about neutron stars, and discuss why this is kind of important. But I guess the first question is, why exactly are neutron stars so important, and how can these unusual discoveries help us understand the universe around us? Well, one of the main reasons is because we actually have no idea what happens inside neutron stars. I mean, they are called neutron stars because at these pressures and in these extreme conditions, everything basically gets squeezed into neutrons. But as you go deeper and deeper, at some point, we actually expect something entirely different. Possibly some of the most extreme types of matter in the universe, which by their nature are going to help us understand exactly what's happening in the universe in general, and how the universe began, and of course what it was like in the first few moments right after the Big Bang. And that's because the internal structure of the neutron star does represent conditions extremely similar to the ones right in the beginning of the universe. But unfortunately, the current understanding of their structure is somewhat limited. It's mostly based on various studies involving astroseismology, or basically looking at various quakes and various glitches on these stars, combined with various mathematical models, mostly based by what's known as the equation of the state, which is essentially a theoretical model that describes physical processes that are supposed to happen inside neutron stars. But the problem is that there are a lot of these equations, hundreds, and actually possibly even thousands. And so right now nobody knows which of them is correct. But extremely recently, the scientists using Chandra X-ray telescope identified a few anomalous neutron stars that seem to be extremely cold for their age. And because of this unusual coldness, this basically disqualified approximately 75% of previously known equations of the state. In other words, we got just a little bit closer to possibly understanding what happens inside of them. And that's because 3 of these stars were approximately 100 times colder compared to several other stars of similar age. And that means that they cool down extremely quickly, involving a mechanism that can only be explained by certain equations of the state, which essentially disqualified a lot of previous assumptions. Then, in a separate study by using the NASA's NICER telescope, another X-ray telescope, but this one on the International Space Station, a different team of researchers focused on one of the closest neutron stars to us, the neutron star PSR J0437-4715. And because this star has a partner, a white dwarf, it actually becomes possible to measure precise emissions from this pulsar down to individual delays because of the orbiting object. And so the X-ray observations mixed with radio observations allow the scientists to visualize the surface of this particular pulsar extremely well. Here you're looking at various X-ray hotspots with these unusual magnetic poles, surprisingly, not exactly opposite each other. But because the star is so dense, it also produces unusual visual effects caused by extreme gravity. But I guess more importantly, it also allowed the scientists to work out the exact size and the exact mass of this object. 1.42 solar masses, 11.4 kilometer radius, which is really important once again for that equation of the state. It once again disqualifies quite a lot of different equations, thus taking us just a little bit closer to then working out the equations for pretty much all of the extreme conditions in the entire universe. And so these two studies take us just a little bit closer to understanding neutron stars. But the two other studies discover other things we obviously didn't expect. For example, in one of the recent studies by using ESA's Gaia telescope, the space telescope responsible for mapping the motion of various stars, here scientists discovered something else nobody thought was possible. Specifically, a unique binary system where a neutron star seems to orbit a star very similar to our Sun. And so why exactly is this surprising? Well, generally we know that there are a lot of binary systems out there, with some systems even being exotic, sometimes containing a black hole and a neutron star, or even both orbiting each other. But in many cases, we see their interaction because they usually produce a lot of X-rays and a lot of additional emissions, as the neutron star or a black hole absorbs a lot of matter and creates accretion disks and powerful jets. But there is one type of a pair that seems to be extremely unusual and also extremely rare. A neutron star and a Sun-like star, but orbiting really far from each other, usually at distances of several astronomical units, or basically the distance of Earth to the Sun or even farther. And here the researchers discovered 21 such objects, all found by observing miniature motions of the star as something tugs on it over a period of several months or several years. And so because Gaia is so sensitive, it was able to see these, thus allowing us to discover these practically invisible objects. And that's because in this case, these neutron stars are entirely quiet. They don't produce any emissions, they don't have any accretion disks, and they're unlikely to produce any jets whatsoever. And so here, a discovery of 21 such objects was really surprising. And one of the biggest surprises is we don't really know how these were formed. Mostly because the distances between them is really far. And that's because in order to even produce a neutron star, you need to have a powerful supernova. And this type of a powerful event is expected to completely knock out the other star, basically sending both objects in completely opposite directions. Yet here we see that, I guess, at least in some cases, some of these stars seem to survive and do maintain close orbits that potentially last for millions and billions of years. Even though technically, there's currently no model that can explain everything here, and at the moment, all of this is just an assumption. But because of this discovery, these are essentially the first ever neutron stars discovered entirely by observing gravitational effects exerted on the partner object. Although here it's assumed that these are super rare. Based on this number, and based on the distance, researchers believe that only about 1 in 1 million of solar-type stars would contain a similar partner, which means that the Milky Way galaxy might contain something like 7 to maybe 30 million similar star systems out of 400 billion stars in existence. And then we have our last discovery that's, I guess, even more strange. And this one comes from a very famous cluster, a globular cluster, that's already known to contain 39 separate pulsars, or essentially neutron stars, that pulsate in various frequencies. And this is a cluster known as Terzan 5, an unusual cluster that seems to follow a somewhat strange orbit around the Milky Way, but also a cluster that contains the highest star density in the entire galaxy. Here there are more stars per volume than literally anywhere else. But most importantly, it's really the number of pulsars discovered here that seems to be strange. And for many years we've known that many of them seem to be really bizarre. They either have very eccentric orbits, or produce extreme effects, or even pulsate at ridiculous speeds. As a matter of fact, the record holder for the fastest spinning pulsar is also located here as well. You can see the name of this pulsar right here, and surprisingly, it was actually discovered in my university, literally when I was studying there. But back then, I had no idea it was discovered, and it didn't make any news anywhere. I don't think anyone in the university even talked about it. But that's beside the point. The point is that this right now is the record holder, and it spins 716 times per second. So yeah, that's actually kind of hard to imagine. Basically, imagine something size of a city, with the edges of that city flipping over and over 716 times every single second. That's basically it. That's how absolutely ridiculous this pulsar is. But in this new study, the researchers discovered 10 more, with some even more extreme and more bizarre. And in this case, all of this was discovered by tracking this cluster with various telescopes for several years. And so after 20 years of Tarzan 5 observations, the researchers were pretty confident they discovered 10 more objects. Now at least 2 of these discovered objects were binary neutron star systems. And these are super rare. Out of 3,600 known pulsars in our galaxy, there are actually only 20. And the thing is, when neutron stars become binaries, as they orbit one another, the way they interact causes them to start spinning faster and faster. And at some point, if one of the pulsars starts to also steal material from the other, it essentially forms a kind of a temporary millisecond pulsar. A pulsar that keeps spinning faster and faster and faster, reaching absolutely ridiculous speeds. And so one of the recent discoveries spins approximately 440 times per second and is part of that binary system. On top of this, some of these pulsars had very eccentric orbits, basically with an eccentricity of a typical comet in the solar system. And this would naturally produce a lot of additional effects, many of which we still don't understand. And on top of this, they also discovered quite a lot of various black widows, or black widow pulsars, which are essentially neutron stars that are so close to some kind of a star that that star is slowly evaporating, turning into some kind of a different object, potentially a planet. And so 3 of these black widows were discovered as well, putting the total number of pulsars in Tarzan 5 at 49. So yeah, for some unknown reason, this globular cluster contains 49 known pulsars, and most of them are super weird, and are weird for very different reasons. But why this is so, and why this cluster and not really other clusters, that's something we cannot answer. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a discovery of yet another extreme neutron star, or technically an extreme pulsar, that almost beats all records and, more importantly, reveals an unusual mystery when it comes to the maximum speed of rotation for various neutron stars. Because here the researchers have recently discovered that this particular neutron star seems to spin 716 times per second. Or in other words, its rotation around its axis can be measured as 716 Hz, making this one of the fastest spinning objects ever seen. But intriguingly, its rotation is exactly the same as the other object discovered over a decade ago, and that by itself doesn't really make a lot of sense. And so let's discuss this particular idea in a little bit more detail, but first let's start with the actual system and why it's already kind of strange. Here's one of the older images created by NASA, illustrating what this system might contain. And so here, this unusual X-ray binary known as 4U 1820-30, discovered inside the globular cluster NGC 6624, contains a neutron star and, surprisingly, a white dwarf. And because white dwarf is usually much smaller than any other star, here these 2 objects orbit really close. A single orbit takes just 11 minutes, making this an extremely short period and the only such system known to us out of all low-mass X-ray binaries. In a lot of other X-ray binaries, where we usually have either a black hole or a neutron star, they orbit around much larger stars, and thus a single orbit takes much longer. But the overall idea is the same. They basically capture the mass from the nearby partner, because the partner reaches what's known as the Roche lobe. Its mass starts to overflow into the black hole or the neutron star, with all of this inflowing mass then forming the accretion disk that eventually starts producing a lot of major emissions. But for objects like neutron stars, something else usually happens when they start to accrete so much mass. If they were not spinning very fast before, all of this mass then starts to accelerate their spin because of the transfer of the angular momentum. And so if a typical neutron star only spins 1 or 2 times per second, suddenly, through this process of accretion, they'll start acquiring a huge amount of spin, with current models establishing the limit to be approximately 350 rotations per second. And so for many different binary systems, where neutron stars start to accrete mass, they usually start rotating at least 350 times per second. But anything above that does become a little bit more challenging. And on top of all of this accretion, they also obviously start producing a lot of additional explosions as a lot of this mass accumulates and reaches critical values. And it's basically the case for this system as well. Just like so many other systems, it shows a lot of bursty behavior, with the accretion disk first producing a lot of X-rays, but then at some point producing an enormous thermonuclear explosion that in some cases can happen very frequently. In some sense, this is similar to your typical nova observed around white dwarfs. And so here, by conducting additional observations using NASA's NICER X-ray telescope on top of the International Space Station, researchers were essentially trying to study this pulsar by observing its thermonuclear explosions. But by accident, in one of the explosions, they detected a remarkable oscillation. And this oscillation usually means that the pulsar is spinning. And to be more exact, it allowed us to calculate how fast it's spinning. And here the frequency was discovered to be 716 Hz. And so this 12 km in size object, approximately 1.4 solar masses in mass, and that's also about 26,000 light years away from planet Earth, was basically spinning as fast as we've ever seen. And so on top of this being the X-ray binary with the shortest orbital period, it was also the fastest spinning pulsar. Although just as a side note, these types of clusters usually contain a lot of pulsars, and this is one of several pulsars already known inside NGC 6624. But there is another much more famous cluster known as Tarzan 5. And back in 2004, something really exciting was discovered here as well. A team from the university where I was studying, from McGill University, discovered a pulsar that you can kind of see right here, known as PSR J1748-2446AD, that surprisingly spins at exactly the same value. In other words, we had two objects spinning at exactly same velocity, or with exactly same period. And honestly, this doesn't really make much sense, especially because these two objects are in completely different locations, have completely different age, and were even discovered decades apart. 2 decades, as a matter of fact. And so because of this unusual frequency of 716 Hz, it kind of raises a question. Is this possibly the highest possible period for a typical pulsar to spin at? In other words, is this the limit? Now, in terms of theories, the answer seems to be no. Based on, for example, different types of modeling, physicists predict that a typical neutron star would technically break apart if it spins 1500 times per second. So here we're talking about approximately double of what was just detected. But even spinning at 1000 times per second, neutron stars would lose so much energy by gravitational radiation that they would actually decelerate really quickly. And in this case, accretion of additional matter does not help them spin faster. And so in other words, gravitational waves from such a high spin rate would make them slow down really fast. And additional models even suggest that any frequency above 700 Hz would most likely produce so many gravitational waves that the overall spin would reduce with time. Yet here, we clearly have a case of something spinning at a little bit faster than predicted, 716. And not just one object, but two. So there's maybe a possibility that both objects reach the official physical limit. Although here I have to mention two more objects. One of them, with the name you see right here, 2 decades ago was also claimed to have a frequency of about 1122 Hz, so much higher. But a much more recent reanalysis from just a year ago actually discovered that it seems to be only spinning at 380 Hz, so just above that limit produced by the acceleration from the accretion disk. And so here this is unlikely to be the case to be a record fast spinning object. You can learn about this in one of the studies in the description. And then there's this object, PSR J0952-0607, that's classified as a black widow pulsar, or basically a pulsar slowly destroying its partner. I believe we've discussed this in one of the previous videos, somewhere in the description, that spins 707 times per second, so just a little bit slower than these two other objects, but much faster than anything else. And so these three objects, along with previous discoveries, basically present us with a kind of a limit for the rotation of the neutron star. There was actually a paper a while back that tried to create a kind of a distribution for the frequency of the spin, in essence discovering that at approximately 730 Hz, there seems to be some kind of an unofficial limit. In other words, we haven't really found anything above 730, with the fastest spinning objects clustering around the same frequency. And it could actually be much closer to 716 Hz for some unknown reason, because both objects seem to have that frequency, and so far we've found nothing above that. And so here there might be some kind of an unofficial limit, possibly based on the combination of acceleration from the accretion and potentially some other effects and deceleration through the emission of gravitational waves. And this limit so far seems to be 716 times per second, or 43,000 revolutions per minute. And so at the equator, these objects spin at 24% the speed of light, or approximately 70,000 kilometers per second. And that's an absolutely mind-blowing value. And I don't think there's a way to imagine this or to even simulate this without setting my computer on fire. And the only way we can assume this is some kind of a limit is because both objects are extreme and both objects are spinning at exactly the same frequency. It's actually very difficult to explain why it's 716 and not something else. And for this system, because it's already so extreme, with the white dwarf so close and very likely losing a lot of mass, this is probably one way to explain why this neutron star is spinning that fast. And so once the white dwarf loses even more mass, and possibly at some point turns into some kind of almost like a planetary object, this system will potentially transition into something entirely different, with this white dwarf maybe even disappearing completely, or maybe being consumed by the neutron star, producing the last powerful explosion. But chances are that by studying this particular object, we might have some answers in the future, mostly because, despite distances, this is such an active system and produces so many explosions all the time that there's actually quite a lot of data to study for years to come. But chances are we're not going to know much more about this object until future studies, or until someone else discovers something else incredible about the system and potentially explains the unusual mystery of its very fast spin. But for now, you can check out the paper by Jai Zawal and his team in the link in the description below, and all of the other papers and other links should be there as well. Hello InfoPerson, this is Anton, and it's time to talk about FRBs, or fast radio bursts, once again. Mostly because in just the last 2 months there's been some more updates and some more somewhat intriguing discoveries, potentially once and for all pinpointing one major source of many of the FRBs, solving the mystery of some of them. And so let's talk about these discoveries in more detail, and I guess let's start with one of the more recent studies that just came out. The study by Ines Pastor Marzuela and Jory van Leeuwen and the team from Netherlands. And here, by using the Westerbork Synthesis Radio Telescope, also known as WSRT, a very powerful telescope that contains 14 really large steerable antennae, researchers were able to discover over a dozen more FRBs, but more importantly, measured some of the properties in such a way that it actually allowed us to figure out what exactly potentially produced these bizarre radio emissions. But to understand this discovery, let's briefly go through the summary of previous discoveries and what we know so far. So most FRBs, most fast radio bursts discovered, all come from very distant galaxies. And though for every individual galaxy a typical fast radio burst would be kind of rare, because so many galaxies produce them, we actually see a lot of FRBs every single day. And prior to their discovery in 2007, which was actually done completely by accident, some of the most powerful radio emissions always came from pulsars, from neutron stars. And these can be visible up to 100,000 light years away, and sometimes even a little bit farther. But for the Milky Way galaxy, when it comes to fast radio bursts, so far there's only been one detection. This happened in 2020, and the video in the description talks about this more, but this location, SGR 1935 plus 2154, has been officially confirmed to host a neutron star, and actually to be more specific, a magnetar, and has now produced one FRB. Not very powerful, but an FRB nevertheless. And this was the first evidence we had that most of the FRBs extremely likely come from neutron stars. But understanding their origin is a completely different story. As a matter of fact, in modern astronomy, it's one of the main stories and one of the main scientific mysteries. And so in this recent detection of confirmed 18 FRBs, they actually all seem to show very specific properties of polarization and burst that we often observe in very similar objects such as pulsars and nearby magnetars. With just one exception, they're way brighter, or way more powerful. But they also all contain just a little bit of scattering, very likely produced by something around these objects, with that something potentially being a lot of gas. But every one of these FRBs was also slightly different from one another, which essentially suggests that whatever the source is, it seems to be embedded in different types of media and different types of, gas and different types of nebula, which makes them slightly different produces slightly different frequencies and slightly different scattering, and would basically imply some kind of a nebular origin with something very powerful like a neutron star in the center. Which is exactly what we usually see in pulsar and magnetar systems as well, but once again with a lot less power. But intriguingly, around the same time, there was actually another really important study that discovered something very similar but in a completely different way. Here they used something known as scintillation. And so in this study by Kenzie Nemo and his team, researchers took a slightly different approach. And it's the approach that we're all actually taught as kids when looking at the night skies in order to figure out if what we're looking at is a star or a planet. Now you might have already forgotten this, but back in the days I think most of us are told that if something is twinkling, twinkle twinkle little star, it is a star. Whereas if something is more or less stable and doesn't change much, it has to be a planet. So basically, a classic way of telling a star from a planet apart is that stars twinkle, planets don't. And that's because the light from both passes through our atmosphere. But because planets are actually a little bit bigger in size and technically appear as tiny disks, they don't flicker and their light appears more or less stable. This is based on the principle of light dispersion as it passes through the atmosphere. But for many different stars, especially really far away ones, because they appear as tiny dots, and the source in this case is a tiny dot, it starts to flicker, suggesting that the apparent size of the light source is actually the key factor when it comes to scintillation. And here an extremely similar principle can then be applied to very distant objects with light coming from very far away. And so for this other study, researchers looked at the scintillation of these FRBs as the radio waves traveling away from them move through various gas inside galaxies and through various interstellar medium. And in this case, if the object it's coming from is really small and very distant, we actually expect more scintillation or more twinkling. Except that in this case it appears as radio twinkling or radio scintillation. And based on the analysis of a repeated FRB known as 2022-1022A, the FRB detected in 2022, researchers were able to constrain the overall size of this object, or the source of the FRB, providing very important evidence that the emissions in this case have to come from some kind of a magnetosphere or an extremely compact region of a very compact object. Or just to rephrase this, the only way this scintillation or this twinkling could be produced is only if it came from a very compact point within about 10,000 kilometers of a highly magnetized source. So that's basically smaller than planet Earth. And so this FRB has to have come from a super magnetized region, with the only object that's able to produce anything like this being magnetar. So in this case, this study definitively confirms that at least one of these FRBs also came from a magnetar, just like in the Milky Way. And though some of the previous studies suggested that maybe this is actually created by something much farther away from the object, and is possibly the result of some kind of a shock wave or a massive cloud really far from the star, here this observation confirms that it has to come from the magnetic environment of an extremely compact object, and also very close to the source, which means that a lot of these FRBs are potentially generated right above the surface of the magnetar through some somewhat mysterious means. The actual process of production is still not understood, but there's at least one previous video that goes through some hypothetical scenarios. One of them involves swallowing a planet. But intriguingly, once again, around the same time, there was actually another study that potentially created a bit of a problem for a lot of these explanations. And here this was a study that focused on trying to figure out where exactly a lot of these FRBs came from. So for example, by looking at something inside the galactic arm, like in some of the previous detections you see right here, it might be the result of a magnetar once again, because magnetars, in a nutshell, are just extremely young neutron stars. Neutron stars that are usually a few hundred or a few thousand years old that will eventually quiet down and become something else. We do expect these objects in very active star-forming regions and in various galactic arms. But it looks like, according to the new study, not all FRBs come from regions where young stars could exist. And so in a study we briefly discussed previously, one of the FRBs was discovered in a very bizarre place. This was a study you see right here, and we've briefly talked about it last time, but here this was first of all a quiescent galaxy that was not producing new stars as fast, a galaxy about 2 billion light years away from planet Earth, also an extremely luminous and a very massive galaxy, actually the most massive galaxy to produce an FRB so far, but more importantly, as you can see from this image, it came from the halo of the galaxy, 130,000 light years away from the center. And in this region we don't expect a lot of young stars and actually expect a lot of ancient stars, for example inside globular clusters. Now in the Milky Way galaxy, inside the globular cluster, most stars are usually billions of years old, and so in these locations, we don't really expect to find magnetars. But here we had an FRB 2024-0209A that already produced at least 21 additional pulses in 2024 alone, and is most likely going to be producing more this year. Which basically suggests that maybe not all FRBs come from these locations with young stars, and maybe not all FRBs are produced by magnetars. But that second proposition didn't really make a lot of sense, because here the emissions still resembled everything else, very magnetized, coming from a compact region, and so it did actually suggest a magnetar after all. And the question was, so okay, what can be possibly happening here? Over 100 FRBs so far have been proposed to have formed as a result of a magnetar. They all seem to have very similar emissions. But that requires a core collapse supernova. Essentially a massive young star going supernova, leaving behind a neutron star which then becomes a magnetar. But in the past there has been a proposition that magnetars might also form in different ways, and more importantly, in ways involving collisions. And so if this is some kind of a globular cluster containing ancient stars, it might also contain a lot of white dwarfs, just like in clusters around the Milky Way. And if there's a merger between two white dwarfs, or a white dwarf and a neutron star, according to at least one study we've discussed previously, there is actually a chance it might turn into a magnetar as well. Chances are that a lot of magnetars are formed in a very similar way, and colliding white dwarfs, in some sense, could also be some of the biggest sources for these bizarre radio emissions. And intriguingly, something very similar was also found around this galaxy, Massey 81, just 2 years ago. A very similar fast radio burst coming from a region that's outside of the galaxy, with extremely similar emissions, suggesting a magnetar. So basically these new discoveries potentially suggest that some magnetars form in ways we never imagined, or I guess more accurately, point at the fact that we have no idea how magnetars really form. We just know that they exist, we know they're very powerful and contain ridiculous magnetic fields, and we know that they seem to be responsible for fast radio bursts, at least most of them. But because this is still an active mystery, and a mystery that does not have a final conclusion yet, more observations are required in order to find more evidence and in order to have even more explanations. So you might have heard of alchemy, an ancient tradition whose main goal was to find a way to transmute things or transmute substances from one to another, with one of the primary goals for many alchemists being the transformation of base metals, like for example iron and lead, into a much more precious state, such as for example gold, which alchemists consider to be the highest form of matter. And while for many centuries alchemists searched for different ways to transform matter, and many of the early aspects used in alchemy eventually gave way to science we know today. But the reason I wanted to start with alchemy is because in the last few years, researchers have actually now figured out what creates gold in the universe, or essentially found several different mechanisms that actually do turn things like iron into gold. Here this is only possible in extremely powerful events that we're going to be discussing today. And so, hello InfoPerson, this is Anton. In this video we're going to discuss some of the most recent discoveries in regards to how gold seems to be produced in the universe, and mostly based on recent studies that actually solved some of the older mysteries, revealing that gold can be created in a lot of different ways we never expected, or I guess revealing these alchemical processes in the universe itself. And here this is kind of important because up until a few years back, up until I guess 2017, it wasn't entirely clear how gold was produced. For example, we know that various types of supernova seem to be responsible for producing a lot of heavier elements through the process of nucleosynthesis, with many observations of supernova remnants revealing actual elements being dispersed from the center. But it was really in August of 2017 that researchers finally confirmed how the majority of gold seems to be created. Here, by using some of the most advanced telescopes combined with the observations from LIGO, scientists finally discovered a gravitational wave that was also correlated with a major explosion. And specifically, this was a merger of two neutron stars that resulted in an enormous kilonova, where approximately 12 hours later, several telescopes were able to identify the explosion and observe the materials. This was approximately 130 million light years away from us, but it was close enough to observe exactly what was produced. And so this enormous energy resulted in the production of gold, along with several other heavier elements. suggesting that energy in this collision was powerful enough to transform iron and a lot of other lighter elements into much heavier elements through what's known as the R process, also known as rapid neutron capture process. The process of rapid capture of neutrons by a lot of different atomic nuclei that results in the production of much heavier elements. And so here, for days afterwards, by observing the infrared emissions, researchers discovered definitive fingerprints of several different elements whose origin was previously unknown. We've actually discussed this in more detail in one of the videos in the description. And so here, basically, for the first time ever, humanity witnessed alchemy of the universe itself, matter turning into gold, with this one single collision creating an enormous amount of it, approximately 10 masses of planet Earth. All of this was done in just mere seconds. But following this event, on August 17th of 2017, researchers continuously looked for other events, and specifically other additional events that can actually result in this R process that could explain other heavy elements or other gold. Because based on the predictions of this kilonova, there is just not enough of them to produce all of the gold we seem to be observing, suggesting that the universe very likely had other alchemical means. Okay, I really should stop calling it alchemy because here we're really talking about our process, an actual scientific process that we can even recreate in a lab. And so not so long ago, in a separate study you see right here, researchers also speculated that it's quite possible that some other events, and specifically collapsing stars that end up producing black holes, could also result in the R process producing a lot of materials. And so things like gold, silver, and even uranium might actually be formed by extremely young, newly formed black holes that contain an accretion disk of a very specific size. And that's because in these conditions, the accretion disk also seems to encourage R process, causing a dramatic enrichment of neutrons in various elements. But because this process has to happen extremely fast, here this could only happen in certain accretion disks. They basically had to have a specific shape and a specific mass. And so, for example, during a collapse of a star that usually produces a baby black hole, it usually ends up having an accretion disk containing a lot of really hot material. But here at the same time, we get a lot of neutrinos, which result in nucleosynthesis happening in mere milliseconds. And so a black hole of a certain mass and a certain spin, with a certain mass of accretion disk, can occasionally have just the right conditions to suddenly start producing a lot of heavy elements, with the most important factor being the mass of the disk. A much more massive disk will obviously result in a much higher R process and the formation of more elements, but if it's too high, the neutrinos end up being recaptured by neutrons, thus hindering the R process and thus decreasing nucleosynthesis. And so basically here, in order to prevent certain types of radioactive decay, the accretion disk had to reach a certain balance. In their simulations, this usually happened with a disk with a mass of about 1 to maybe 10% the mass of the Sun. And in those conditions, these particular systems became extremely prolific at creating gold, or technically many different heavy elements. But in this case, it's obviously unclear how this gold would escape the system, and if it's even going to survive being swallowed by a black hole. Now, technically, it could escape through the black hole jets, or possibly by being expelled in some other way, but because all of this is based on modeling, right now this is more of a hypothetical concept. But the most recent paper that was just released is not hypothetical, and actually did discover a completely new way to generate gold in the universe. And this time, this is based on an older mystery of a very strange explosion detected in 2004. And you can even read about this in one of the older articles by NASA, or in this much older study by Palmer and his team. And in essence, back then this was one of the most powerful flashes detected in the night skies. An extremely powerful flare that lasted for a few seconds and seemed to be coming from our own galaxy, from approximately 50,000 light years away from us. And well, within just a few weeks, it became pretty clear what this was. This was a very powerful flare, but a flare coming from an extremely powerful magnetar, a mysterious type of a neutron star that we're still trying to understand. And so this magnetar produced such a powerful flare that it became visible from really far away, suggesting that it released just as much energy as the Sun in approximately 1 million years. Except here, all of this was in just a few seconds. And though additional flares have been discovered around other magnetars, here there was actually another mystery. Approximately 10 minutes afterwards, there was a second, much smaller signal. A signal that was not really explained at first and was eventually forgotten. And now, 20 years later, researchers finally found an explanation for what happened, providing specific details and explanations for what exactly occurred and why there were actually two signals. Now, first of all, the initial flare was most likely the result of some kind of a major reshuffling around the magnetar, such as, for example, some kind of a starquake. And well, according to Anirudh Patel and the team you see right here, during extremely powerful flares from magnetars, there should be enough energy to initiate our process once again converting lighter elements into something much heavier. In other words, here there was actually a prediction that a magnetar, in theory, should be also able to produce gold if the flare is powerful enough. But the thing is, up until recently, this was just a prediction. There was no actual evidence. And that's until they started to go through some of the older data, and that's when they discovered that second signal from 2004. And here researchers quickly realized that all of this seems to fit. First of all, the signal was never explained. Second of all, it seemed to fit their model precisely. And third of all, it provided an important solution to the mystery of missing gold and missing heavy elements. And so it looks like they discovered a new type of cosmic alchemy. Here, this powerful flare resulted in a sudden production of a lot of heavier elements, which resulted in a lot of heavy atoms that were not stable. And these heavy radioactive nuclei decayed in mere seconds, producing much more stable elements such as gold. And it's really this sudden radioactive decay that we seem to be observing in that second emission. And that's because all of these elements would suddenly start to glow for a few seconds. In this case, this was visible as a sudden burst of gamma rays. And while based on total emissions, it looks like this produced approximately 1/3 of Earth's mass in heavy metals, or 1 Mars mass of gold, all resulting from things like iron that was suddenly enriched and became gold. And based on the amount of magnetars we expect and the amounts of flares we expect, this new research presents us with a new important explanation. This flaring process very likely produces up to about 10% of all heavy elements, potentially explaining where a lot of heavy elements came from and presenting us with another way heavy elements can easily form. But I guess more specifically, providing direct evidence that this is indeed possible, with the only other evidence we had previously being that kilonova from 2017. But in order to confirm this, we need to detect more gamma ray bursts and of course more flares from various magnetars. And so chances are that in the next few years, we'll actually discover more. And there's even a perfect telescope for the job. Compton Spectrometer and Imager that's going to be launched in 2027. A new gamma ray telescope that's going to be perfect in trying to detect as many of these as possible. But as of 2025, this is the only such detection. The only magnetar so far that was able to produce gold and of course other heavier elements. So today we're going to discuss a few more mysterious radio signals that as of today have no explanation. Radio signals that have been discovered in just the last few years and that currently just make no sense because of the way they're produced and because of certain parameters in them that current physics cannot explain. But specifically, we're going to delve into one of the most intriguing and rapidly evolving fields in astrophysics, the study of long period transients or LPTs, something that was only born a few years back and only as a result of new radio telescopes accidentally discovering these signals. And here we're talking about bizarre cosmic objects that present a significant mystery in how they generate these very powerful radio waves. And so in this video we're going to explore one of the most recent and I guess one of the most bizarre discoveries to date, the object scientists refer to as the unicorn, but also discuss some of the latest significant discoveries and examine how these findings help us learn about the universe and help us understand various radio signals coming from across the universe. But I guess let's start with the very important side note or clarification. None of this seems to be artificial or coming from some kind of an alien civilization, and all of this so far resembles natural signals we normally detect from things like pulsars. But the main reason these signals are mysterious is usually their length or their repetitive nature. But specifically, the actual mystery is in the name itself. They're called LPTs because they actually have very long periods that currently science just cannot explain. Usually in minutes, sometimes even in hours. But I guess let's discuss some of these new discoveries and talk about why this is important. And here we obviously have to start with the objects we do understand. Pulsars. Rotating neutron stars that emit very regular radio signals, but whose signals usually repeat with a frequency of milliseconds, or sometimes tens of seconds, but never longer than that. And that's because based on modern physics and the understanding of how these signals are produced, which is actually the result of the rotation of the neutron star, it's actually believed that once these neutron stars start to spin much slower, they're going to become radio silent and produce nothing else. Which is why in our galaxy we seem to only see a few thousand pulsars and not billions, like we would expect if every single neutron star was emitting something. On top of this, we have another mystery referred to as FRBs, fast radio bursts. Very intense, short-lived radio signals, normally lasting just milliseconds, and normally only happening once. The first one was detected in 2007, and well, as of 2025, they actually still don't have a very good explanation. But now we have something that seems to be even more bizarre. A distinct class of radio signals characterized by ultra-long rotation periods, usually in minutes or in hours. And they were only discovered because a lot of radio telescopes were collecting so much data that it finally became much easier to see the bigger picture, where a lot of these signals were finally seen. And so unlike other radio signals, these unusual, sporadic and infrequent emissions don't really make a lot of sense and also present a challenge when trying to study them and when trying to detect them. And so when it comes to pinpointing the source of these radio signals, at the moment it's just impossible. Especially because a lot of them have been actually discovered deep within our galaxy and amidst a dense field of stars, making it very challenging to precisely determine what was generating these bizarre radio waves. But there was actually a relatively small breakthrough a few months back. We've discussed this in one of the previous videos in the description, but here a discovery of this particular object, which was obviously also an LPT, made it slightly easier to identify its nature. It was found on the outskirts of the Milky Way within the constellation of Puppis, and only approximately 5,000 light-years away from us, making this a relatively close radio signal compared to the ones discovered previously. And so even though the signal here repeated every 3 hours and lasted for anywhere from 30 to 60 seconds, which at that time made it the longest signal detected, by using the additional observations from the Meerkat radio telescope and the SOAR observatory in Chile, Associate Professor Natasha Hurley-Walker and the team from Australia was able to identify the spectrum of this object, discovering that it seemed to be some kind of a star, and specifically an M-type star, which we usually associate with red dwarfs. But this didn't make much sense because we don't expect any star to produce such an energetic emission, with the initial conclusion being that this must be a binary system, with very likely some kind of a white dwarf orbiting around a red dwarf, and the period in this case was very likely in their orbit. And so here the suggestion linked this to a binary origin, similar to another system known as AR Scorpii, a known white dwarf red dwarf pulsar system that basically creates these emissions by doing what you see in this video. It excites the star by bombarding it with its powerful jets. But building on these initial discoveries, now researchers discovered something else really bizarre, an unusual cosmic object called CHIME J1634+44, although now simply referred to as the Unicorn, mostly because of its very bizarre, very unusual and unexplained traits. Here this was achieved by using the Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment and the Green Bank Telescope, as well as the Very Large Array and the NASA's X-ray Observatory known as SWIFT. And so why exactly is this called Unicorn, and what's so strange about this? Well, here the reason this kind of challenges current scientific understanding is because this is the only radio signal that seems to be spinning up. Or basically, its radio emissions seem to be getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Which is strange because normally, for a white dwarf or a neutron star, when they emit radio signals, they technically do the opposite. They slow down. And so this spin-up phenomenon strongly suggests that this object seems to be changing somehow and is very likely affected by something else in its orbit. So this is maybe also some kind of a binary object again. But if so, this has to be a binary system where the orbit is shrinking, because that's the only way we can explain why the emissions seem to be happening faster and faster. And the only way the orbit can shrink is through some kind of a gravitational wave interaction. And so here, if gravitational waves cause these objects to come closer and closer, this could potentially explain why the radio signals are happening faster and faster. But there is something else bizarre about these emissions, and something we've never seen before. Every single one of these signals is what's known as polarized, but specifically, it contains 100% circular polarization, meaning that every single radio wave coming from here has a perfectly spiral shape. And that's also never been seen before, especially with such consistency. No known neutron star, white dwarf, or really anything else has ever been observed to always exhibit the level of circular polarization observed with every radio burst. And that means that here, the mechanism producing these radio waves might be fundamentally different from anything we've seen so far in any other object. As a matter of fact, currently there is no way to explain why exactly this polarization even exists. And last but not least, there's also something else going on here. This object has a very complex periodicity. And complex because it seems to have at least two separate periods. The first one is roughly around 14 minutes long. So basically every 841 seconds there is a radio signal coming from here. But there seems to be a second period of 4,206 seconds, which is precisely 5 times longer. And here we don't really know why, but I guess maybe there's also something else in orbit, or maybe this is some kind of a natural pulsation coming from inside this object. And so at the moment, this is probably the most mysterious radio signal we've seen in the last few years, and there's really no explanation for what's happening here, what sort of an object this is, and why we're seeing so many changes and so many periods, or so much bizarre polarization. So it definitely deserves that name of unicorn. But we can obviously make certain conclusions based on the observations. For example, when it comes to the polarization, this can only come from some kind of a magnetic environment around this object, suggesting a super complex magnetic field configuration never before seen in any object out there. And though examples of linear polarizations transforming into circular polarizations have been observed in other objects, such as the radio-emitting magnetar known as XTE J1810-197, in this particular case the polarization is not always so circular and does differ with time. But at least this definitely hints on this being the effect of the magnetic field and not something else we've never seen before. Likewise, when it comes to these changes or drifting elements, something very similar has been observed in fast radio bursts, suggesting some kind of a shared emission mechanism or some kind of a similar propagation effect. And since fast radio bursts have also been suggested to be caused by magnetars, here we have at least a few hints suggesting that this is maybe a magnetar as well. And so here, if this is a magnetar, it would essentially be a highly magnetized, very young neutron star containing extremely powerful electromagnetic fields in excess of what we usually observe around a typical pulsar. And so in this case, the explanation for these bizarre LPTs would be that this is a bunch of ultra-long period magnetars that just do something a little bit different from a typical fast radio burst or from a typical neutron star. But the overall question here is, so what do these signals tell us about various radio signals out there, and what do these discoveries mean for our understanding of radio signals and signals from pulsars? Well, first of all, this kind of expands our classification of these transients. This indeed seems to be a new type of a transient or a new type of a signal emitter that has never been seen before and seems to be caused by entirely different mechanisms. At the same time, this kind of challenges our existing models, especially because right now there is no explanation for how such compact objects can generate such extreme radio emissions. And though we have seen some other emitters, like for example rotating radio transients, that can generally produce emissions 1 second or longer, in this case LPTs can even last hours, which at the moment is somewhat impossible to explain. But when we try to compare these objects, there are still some unifying observations. For example, the fact that polarization in this case does suggest very strong, very unique magnetic fields that seem to be present around most of these objects. And at the same time, by discovering these exotic objects or these very bizarre, unexplainable phenomena, takes us just a little bit closer to understanding the entire universe. And while these findings may not have immediate implications, a lot of these scientific breakthroughs are going to become groundwork for future technological advancements and of course our understanding of everything around us, expanding humanity's knowledge base. And so by detecting these very sporadic distant signals, it pushes the boundaries of radio astronomy and international scientific collaboration. But just the fact that these objects even exist demonstrates the unexpected diversity of cosmological phenomena, reminding us of how much more there is to discover and how little we still understand about the cosmos. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a discovery of a very strange pulsating object that currently does not make sense, and according to the researchers, should not actually be possible or exist at all. And that's because based on the observations and the recent discovery, This new object, known as ASCAP J1839-0756, seems to be producing a lot of pulsating emissions we've never seen before and that cannot be explained using modern physics. And so let's discuss this unusual object in a little bit more detail, but I guess let's start with the discovery first. And while the first hint for the existence of this object was from the Australian radio telescope known as ASCAP, also known as Australian Square Kilometre Array Pathfinder. This telescope is actually known for producing the biggest radio map of the night skies we've ever had, and we'll discuss this in one of the previous videos in the description. And so during its normal operations and normal observations, there was one unusual signal that kind of stood out because there was really nothing around it. Here this appeared to be as an extremely strong radio signal that was at first getting brighter, but then started to dim, with its brightness going down by about 95% in just 15 minutes. And this was already kind of unusual and actually has not been seen before. For example, instead of a typical fast radio burst, this was actually an extremely slow radio burst. And so it wasn't clear exactly what happened here or what produced this emission. Overall, the emission looked something like this, which meant that additional observations would have to be required in order to find out what's up here. And that's exactly what the scientists recently did, in the process uncovering a lot more emissions, especially when combining this with several other telescopes, including the famous Meerkat from South Africa. And this time, instead of a single emission, they actually discovered that this is a periodic emission that happens extremely slowly, with the new data suggesting that it takes approximately 6.5 hours between pulses. Or basically that this is indeed a pulsating radio object, but with an extremely long period we've never seen before. And this is basically where it kind of makes no sense, and I guess let me explain why. Normally when it comes to pulsating radio sources, we usually detect them from various neutron stars, the most common one being a pulsar. And so typically what we actually see from pulsars is basically one of their beams pointed almost directly at us, with the periods corresponding to the wobble of the pulsar as it spins around its axis. And obviously in the last few decades, thousands and thousands of pulsars have been discovered pretty much everywhere, some of them spinning ridiculously fast, up to approximately 700 times per second, and you might actually want to check out one of the recent videos where another such pulsar potentially established a kind of a spinning limit when it comes to the maximum velocity. That video should be in the description below. And some pulsars spinning much slower. But to date, the record for the slowest spinning pulsar seems to be 23.5 seconds per rotation. This pulsar was discovered by the Chinese radio astronomers approximately 7 years ago. But in the last few years, researchers also started to discover unusual long-period radio pulsators, or radio transients as they're also known, which turn out to be some kind of a new class of objects where they basically still get to emit radio waves, but they're just doing so much slower. Here the period usually ranges between 18 minutes to maybe 54 minutes. So hundreds to thousands of times slower than a typical pulsar. And that actually did not make much sense, mostly because of how we think it works for a typical neutron star. In order for a pulsar to produce these radio pulsations, it has to actually spin pretty fast. And so in a typical pulsar, it's really the rotation of the magnetic field that has to happen really fast that produces these radio emissions. And that's because this magnetic field basically acts as a kind of a particle accelerator that accelerates various electrons that were produced as a result of gamma radiation coming from the neutron star interacting with the magnetic field around the pulsar. And so essentially through this rotational interaction of the magnetic field, a lot of these electrons are accelerated to very high velocities, which produces radio emissions in two separate directions following the magnetic field. But the object has to be spinning really fast for all of this to work. And so according to modern theories, it has to spin at least once per minute. Otherwise, it's actually going to stop producing radio waves because the magnetic field is just not going to be able to create any of this anymore. And so the previous detection of these long pulsators already produced a bit of a mystery. But here there might be one explanation. Maybe these are actually not pulsars but possibly magnetars, which could be producing these emissions in some other way through a different mechanism involving a much more powerful magnetic field. Or alternatively, these could be highly magnetized white dwarfs, which would be spinning much slower and may have similar magnetic properties, allowing them to pulsate in a similar way. But so far, individual white dwarfs have never actually been found to have these unusual pulsations, or at least that was the explanation for previous detections of these long-period oscillators detected in the last few years. And here we're talking about pulsations in minutes. But now we have a different story. Here, whatever is pulsating is doing so every 6.5 hours. And that's completely unexplainable. This would be the slowest pulsar ever discovered, and a pulsar where the mechanism cannot be explained using any technique. For example, can this be a magnetar? Well, pulsating magnetars have been discovered before, and actually with even slow pulsations, but all those pulsations were in the X-rays, not in radiolight. Here's actually one of these examples, the magnetar 1E 161348-5055. That's technically a supernova remnant that produces periodic X-ray emissions every 6.6 hours. But here we see no X-rays, only radiolight, which would make the magnetar explanation very challenging. Now, could this be some kind of a magnetized white dwarf? Well, usually white dwarfs produce other emissions as well, and in this case, no signs of white dwarfs have been seen so far, and no additional emissions or additional observations seem to be visible. Basically, no evidence for this being some kind of a white dwarf either. And so if not a magnetar, and if not a white dwarf, and if it cannot be a typical pulsar, what is this? What can possibly produce super strong radio emissions every 6.5 hours, yet produce no other emissions visible so far? And the answer is, I don't know, actually nobody does. This is basically a new, completely unexplainable, mysterious object. But what makes this object even more mysterious is the fact that even trying to model this or explain this physically just doesn't make sense. But we do have some hints based on what we know about pulsars and neutron stars. In other words, there's maybe a hint that this is a neutron star. And this is actually based on the orientation of the magnetic field compared to the rotational axis. So normally, in a typical pulsar, the rotational axis is just a little bit misaligned with the magnetic axis, which is actually one of the reasons pulsars can pulsate, beaming their light toward us. But in this case, for this pulsar, its magnetic axis seems to be almost at 90 degrees from the rotational axis, because during one of the observations, it was actually determined that it seems to produce a second flash after about 3.2 hours. This is known as the interpulse, and it's basically coming from the opposite direction, but it's not directly pointed at us, so it's much more difficult to see. And this apparently happens to approximately 3% of all pulsars we've seen so far, implying that this is maybe some kind of a really bizarre neutron star we've never seen before. But the problem is, of course, the fact that this spins so slow. All of the previous detections were spinning at least several times per second, and in every single case, over time as the pulsar slows down, we expect these radio emissions to stop completely. Nevertheless, there is still at least one hint right now that this is maybe a magnetically driven process from some kind of a very bizarre neutron star. Or, I guess, aliens. Well, maybe not aliens because the emissions here don't really seem to produce anything resembling artificial communication. Either way though, there is definitely a huge mystery now. The mystery of what exactly this is, how it works, or even how far away this object is from us. At this point, all of this is still unknown. Now, chances are if we actually discover similar objects somewhere out there, it will become much easier to explain them, but for now, many of these long-period pulsators discovered in the last 3 years don't really make a lot of sense. And though it was already difficult to explain pulsators with 50-minute periods, here we have to now explain one with 6.5-hour period. Which means that for the next few years, this is most likely going to be rewriting a lot of physics books, and may even end up producing some kind of a new model about neutron stars, or even discover some kind of a new object we never knew existed before. Maybe this is actually some kind of a bizarre quark star, or something else really exotic that we could not imagine before, but that was always right here, sending signals to us, just extremely slowly, so this is the first time we've detected it. And so at least for now, ASCAP J1839-0756 is going to become a new radio mystery, joining the ranks of FRBs and a few other emissions we've discussed in some of the previous videos that still cannot be explained. Hello Info Person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a somewhat intriguing proposition when it comes to the idea known as the stellar engine, or essentially a hypothetical megastructure which would use the resources from a star to generate propulsion in order to move the entire star system. And though this idea has been discussed before, including in some of the videos right here on YouTube, today we're going to discuss one proposition that's actually just a little bit more intriguing because it does involve mysterious objects we refer to as black widows. And it also involves a new hypothesis in regards to extraterrestrial intelligence, referred to as the Stellivor hypothesis. Or basically a hypothesis in regards to advanced civilizations, where the civilization becomes so complex that it eventually starts to basically eat its own star. And the consumption of the star in this case is used for both energy and to potentially migrate to a new favorable location somewhere in the galaxy. Thus, Stellivore, Eater of Stars, which is actually based on the Dyson Sphere hypothesis, but kinda takes it to a completely new level. And so let's discuss some of these recent studies and recent observations in a little bit more detail, but I guess first let's start with the theory behind Black Widows. Now you can actually learn about these objects in some of the previous videos in the description, but in a nutshell, in the last few decades, researchers discovered these unusual objects, which are in essence pulsars, but are just a little bit too extreme. An extreme in a sense that they're basically eating up their own partner, destroying it in the process, which is why the first such object was actually called Black Widow. You can see this famous object right here. This is an actual image in the X-rays. And naturally, to explain this, researchers proposed that this had to be a binary system where a newly formed pulsar or a neutron star is very likely orbiting super close to its partner, possibly between 1 and 14 lunar distances, or basically just a few 100,000 kilometers away from each other, with the pulsar in this case producing so much radiation and so many pulsar winds that it basically starts evaporating its partner. And this evaporation can be visible from very far away, which is exactly what's visible in this image. And well, as of 2024, just over 40 such objects have been discovered, and they've now been classified as one of two potential types. They're essentially named after dangerous spiders, Black Widows and Redbacks, with the main difference being their partner. All Black Widow pulsars seem to have a companion with less than 5% of the solar mass, whereas Redback spiders have much larger partners, usually between 1/10 and 1/2 of the solar mass. And in the last few years, researchers actually discovered that, well, there seems to be a direct correlation between the mass of the partner and the energy produced. Redback spiders are usually much more luminous in the X-rays because they do have more massive companions. And in one of the previous studies, it's basically been explored and potentially explained as a result of various shock waves interacting with the solar atmosphere, when various stellar winds strike the winds from the pulsar and create massive, really hot shock waves, which are then visible in the X-rays. And this was actually directly observed inside one of the more famous globular clusters known as Omega Centauri. Each of the objects you see right here, visible in pink, these are basically spider pulsars, either Black Widows or Redbacks. Surprisingly, there are 18 of them just in this cluster alone. And this will be actually important in just a few minutes. But generally, despite unusual features and despite unusual emissions, these objects have always been believed to be more or less well understood. We essentially believe that eventually this will completely evaporate the object, possibly turning it into some kind of a planet, or maybe even making it disappear almost completely. And previously these objects were probably much more massive as well, so this is definitely a long-term process. But there's always a possibility for some kind of a mystery, or for something we don't understand. And specifically, when you actually look at their emissions, it really looks like they're basically little rockets or little comets, in essence moving in a single direction. And this is essentially where this new hypothesis kind of starts. A few years back, a Belgian scientist, Clement Vidal, proposed an idea known as Stellivore hypothesis. In essence, it was based on a simple premise. The premise that advanced civilizations might not just want to build some kind of a Dyson sphere, but instead might also completely consume their own star because of their energy requirements. And so in some of the previous papers, his goal was to basically determine what kind of technosignatures can we actually discover in order to see if this is actually going on. And in his hypothesis, he basically proposes that initially, these advanced civilizations would mostly consume the star via the process of accretion. But at some point, because the mass here is not unlimited, instead of consuming the star completely, this type of civilization might actually initiate its next phase. Now it would use a low-mass companion star as a source of fuel and propulsion instead of a source of energy, and that's to basically reach a new location. Naturally, this could only be possible in a star system with at least 2 stars, so these would be civilizations inside binary star systems. And it just so happens that these Black Widows seem to fit the picture pretty well. So basically here we have these spider pulsars that no longer accrete material, but are actually evaporating the partner, which very likely produces propulsion in the process. And so here the thrust is generated by first being stripped from the companion and then accelerated away from the star system. And all of this is essentially driven by these really powerful pulsars. And so in the recent paper, the focus is on trying to explain how this propulsion could actually work, and how in theory it's possible to control the binary system and even its motion. So for example here, it becomes possible to move in a certain direction and to even steer in a certain direction by timing the radiation and the heating of the layers in the smaller partner with the emissions from the pulsar. And additional acceleration or deceleration could also be controlled with massive magnetic sails around the evaporating star. And so basically, by timing various emissions, in order to heat up layers around the star in a different way, it becomes possible to kind of guide it to a certain location, making this a type of a binary stellar engine. And so in essence, this recent study focuses on exploring this possibility and essentially tries to figure out if there are maybe certain technosignatures we can detect in order to confirm if this is really happening. And additionally, there is another assumption here. The assumption being that if this is true, these spider pulsars are headed somewhere. So they probably have some kind of a star they're trying to approach because that's where they're being guided. And so here, by focusing on some of the observations from the Gaia telescope, the main researcher tries to determine 3D motion of the entire system, eventually discovering that there is actually at least one star that might be its potential destination that is going to be reaching in approximately 420 years. But here there's definitely a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the motion, and so this is obviously open to interpretation. But this topic is actually explored in at least several studies, basically trying to figure out where these spider pulsars are headed. Right now there's no conclusive evidence for anything yet, but it is an intriguing proposition, with the study even going as far as to state that these are basically living binary systems. And so in essence we have our payload, which would be the pulsar with approximately 1.8 solar masses, and the propellant in this case is the companion star, usually up to about 0.7 solar masses in mass. And interestingly, we even get the efficiency calculations comparing this to other stellar engines, and as you can see from this table, the binary stellar engine is basically one of the best. And so the main question in the study is, of course, could this be real? Could these really be extraterrestrial intelligences using stars to move themselves to a different location? And well, there's really no answer in this paper, but this presents us with the best and possibly the easiest potential opportunity to try to detect Technos signatures. Mostly because here it would be much easier visible, especially if we actually find evidence that something in this case seems to control the thrust of this object, moving it in a certain direction towards some kind of a star. And especially if we actually discover that many of them seem to have destinations, because that would be kind of difficult to explain. But right now these are just propositions, and there's just no evidence for anything yet. And so even though spider pulsars seem to present us with the best possible candidate for observing stellar engines, and we actually do have decades of data and a lot of different studies focusing on them already, since this is the first potential suggestion that this could be a Type 2 civilization basically moving around the galaxy, no actual observations of technosignatures have been done yet. Although here, I guess let's be a little bit critical as well, because in this particular case, it would be kind of difficult to explain why we actually see so many of them inside Omega Centauri. Here, a lot of stars are actually really close to each other, and moving from one star to another shouldn't really be that difficult, especially for a Type 2 civilization, yet for some reason we observe at least 18 known spider pulsars inside this dense region. And if these were basically stellar engines, it might be difficult to explain why. But if these are binary systems that naturally form pulsars, where one of the pulsars just started to destroy a star, resulting in this, it would make just a little bit more sense. In other words, explaining this using a Type 2 civilization might actually be a little bit more challenging. But that's just, of course, my take on this. What do you think? Anyway, still a super cool proposition, and I think a really cool idea when it comes to a new type of a stellar engine and a new type of a potential civilization that could exist out there, but obviously still a hypothesis. We'll definitely discuss this in some of the future videos once there is maybe some updates or some new discoveries. Until then, check out additional videos on similar topics in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.